Chapter 1. Crossing into the Elf World. Dragon Kingdom, Zha City, Lian City. Rock-solid Elf Academy. A piece of chalk accurately hit Yi Kai's head. Yi Kai, the college entrance examination is coming up, and you can still sleep in class? It seems he stayed up late playing Pokémon and fell asleep. Where is this? Come on. You answer this question. What is the effect of the Will-O-Wisp move? The homeroom teacher questioned. Still have to take the college entrance exam. He had graduated nearly 10 years ago. Could this be a nightmare? No, this is just too real. He looked around at his surroundings and at his school uniform. A flood of memories rushed in, making his head throb. After a few seconds, he calmed down. Then came the ecstasy. So that's how it is. He didn't expect to have crossed over. Still smiling? Hurry up and answer this question. If you can't, they'll call your parents. The homeroom teacher pressed, looking at him sternly. Our class 3 is an accelerated class. How can there still be such a slacker? His classmates murmured quietly. Will-O-Wisp, a fire-type move, causes the target to become burned. Note that fire-type Pokémon cannot be burned. So this move is ineffective against fire-type Pokémon. After he finished speaking, he was flawless. The homeroom teacher was stunned. The classmates were also stunned. What's going on with this Yi Kai? Did he take the wrong medicine? Suddenly enlightened? You got lucky, sit down. Class continued, but Yi Kai's mind had already flown far away. According to the original owner's memories, this is a world where elves invade reality. All right, everyone, this afternoon is the school competition for the senior year. What does that mean? I don't need to say more. Class dismissed. As the homeroom teacher announced the end of class, his thoughts returned to the present. Have you all prepared your Pokémon? Is anyone using grass type or bug type? Who uses those two types? I'm using fire type, and it'll definitely crush you poor guys. Listening to the discussions of his classmates, he understood people's stereotypes about certain types. Bug type is synonymous with weakness. Grass type doesn't need to consume energy cubes, very easy to raise, relying on photosynthesis. Hearing these theories made Yi Kai want to laugh, but he naturally wouldn't point out these misconceptions. Others getting scammed has nothing to do with him. Whether in his past life or this life, he hasn't lived steadily, getting scammed countless times. He didn't have the leisure to guide others. It's better to focus on his own development. If asked who is the most detestable person in the world, actually, it's not the clearly malicious bad guys. They may be despicable, but they don't deserve the title of most detestable. The answer is, of course, people who have once helped you. Being bitten back by such people is truly haunting. That kind of sour feeling, those who understand. Since he knows this world and the vast amount of Pokémon knowledge that people don't know, don't expect him to help others for free. Not a chance. Next, after getting his Pokémon, he will continuously hone his own strength, then challenge gyms, defeat the Elite Four, and become the champion. This is undoubtedly a grand goal. I will not eat beef. Of course, the school competition is also a shortcut. One must not give up and must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to end the school competition. The top 3 students can represent the school to battle against other friendly schools and don't have to take the college entrance exam. This is equivalent to being a whole year ahead of his peers, a disguised early graduation. Winners of the school competition often have better prospects. If it really doesn't work, after graduation, does he have to go back to work at his father's company? He can't imagine the days of competing for power with his sister and younger brothers. That would be torturous. He would rather face those terrifying secret realms than coexist with those losers. That's right. Yi Kai only wants to walk the path of a professional trainer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to look forward to it. In his memories, his father mentioned that he would give him a rare Pokémon to assist in the school competition. He doesn't know what Pokémon is. Have you heard? This year's school competition champion not only gets a scholarship of 300,000, but is said to also receive a high-quality Pokémon egg. Could be an Eevee. A little Snorlax would be nice too. Still a little Snorlax and Eevee? Hee. Can you poor folks afford evolution stones? Can you afford energy cubes to feed Snorlax? Listening to his classmates' discussions, he didn't join in point 300,000 is something he could save up in a couple of months. It's nothing, but the Pokémon egg is still worth competing for. Ding! Yi Kai's attention snapped back. He was just getting excited for nothing. It turned out to be his phone ringing. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood outside the classroom. With a mustache, a humped nose, and wearing a black jacket. Despite his gray hair, he still looked quite spirited. It was Yi Kai's father, Yi Rong. Taking advantage of the break in the morning, he brought a high-level Pokeball. Kai, this is the Pokémon that Dad carefully selected for you. Do your best this afternoon. He snatched the Pokeball without saying much. A high-level Pokeball can sell for 30,000 each. When it comes to spending money, his father is quite generous. Although Yi Rong has 4 children and treats them quite differently, he's not worse off than most people. There's nothing much to say with this flamboyant father. The original owner had quarreled with him countless times, and the stories behind it are quite complex. Ye Kai went alone to the rooftop of the teaching building. At this time, everyone had gone to the cafeteria for lunch, and there was no one here. Although he didn't know what Pokemon it was, it probably had something to do with Poison type, Fire type, or Ghost type, especially Gas type Pokemon. This is also the maximum resource his father could access. If only it were Ghastly. After all, Gengar is very strong. Come out. A red light shot out, revealing its form. A blue-green, bumpy ball emerged. It floated in the air, wearing a lazy and comical face, with a skull-shaped pattern on its abdomen. What an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. A light blue-green Grimer, a shiny one, shiny comparison. Normal Grimers are deep purple. This shiny one is quite obvious. Noronasi. Shiny Pokemon appear about once in 80-100 in the game. But this is the real world. The probability of a shiny Pokemon appearing would be even lower. The smell of gas wafted through the air, but Ye Kai had already gotten used to it in his childhood. He smelled this when he visited his father's gas factory. The original owner nearly died from gas poisoning when he was young. He was wandering around his father's factory during the new year, almost igniting firecrackers. Thinking about those past events seems absurd. Starting off with a poison type. Poison type Pokemon? Mook, Swalot, Nidoqueen, Drapion, various poison type Pokemon flashed through his mind. Sure enough, poison types have their own strengths, such as typical tactics like toxic stalling or using Shroomish as a shield. There isn't a poison type champion in this world yet. Perhaps I can fill that gap? Let the people of this world experience the tormenting tactics of poison type Pokemon. Ding! Detecting that the host has the will to battle using poison type Pokemon. The poison type champion system has been generated. A system? System, you finally arrived. Chapter 2. Poison type champion system. Ye Kai communicated with the system in his heart. Hurry up and tell me what this system does. Your poison type Pokemon's potential will be raised by 2 levels. You can purchase TM moves through the skill shop. Currently only selling poison type skills. You can observe the information of your own Pokemon and the wild Pokemon, as well as the Pokemon items. A beginner's gift pack has been detected and has been automatically opened. The reward is a 10,000 poison antibody, which prevents the host from being poisoned and increases affinity with poison-type Pokemon. The reward also unlocks a secondary attribute in the skill shop. The system rambled on and on by itself, ignoring what it said completely. It seems this system is not the type that can communicate. Forget it. He looked at the shiny Gengar in front of him. A faint blue light curtain appeared. Shiny Gengar. Level: LV.5 beginner level. Potential: C grade, A grade, already corrected by the system. Upgraded to a grade. The maximum level limit for this Pokemon is level 90. Attribute: Poison. Ability: Levitate. Pokemon with this ability are immune to ground-type moves. Moves: Tackle, Poison Gas, Pain Split, Mist. Carrying item: None. Not bad, quite good. Among the moves Gengar can learn, Pain Split should be an inherited move from its egg, indicating that one of its parents is a Ghost-type Pokemon. With this shiny Gengar at the start, Ye Kai is confident he can make it to the top 8 in the school competition. After all, there are over 300 students in the senior year across 10 classes. There are too many experts. There are always people better than you. And beyond the sky, there is always a higher sky. Let's check the system shop again. System, open the skill shop. A simple panel appeared in his mind. Poison Sting, 300 energy points. Poison Powder, 300 energy points. Sludge Bomb, 2,000 energy points. System note: 100,000 Alliance coins can be exchanged for 1,000 energy points. It's not too expensive after all. It's still the beginning of the month, and he still has a bit of money on hand, around 130,000. Once a secret technique from the system is exchanged, it can be taught to Pokemon an unlimited number of times. Not only that, but for a Pokemon to master a new skill, it can take as little as 2 to 3 days, or as long as several months. Or some low-potential Pokemon might not even be able to learn it all. But after going through the system, they learn instantly and reach full proficiency. Ye Kai looked at the system's description with increasing satisfaction. These things would be unimaginable in the outside world. People would probably envy, hate, and want to kill him. System, exchange 1,000 energy points for me. Ding. You have exchanged 1,000 energy points. He immediately received a text message that 100,000 Alliance coins have been deducted from his Longwa Alliance bank account 165XX7883. Wow. That was too fast. Instant deduction, instant arrival. Truly worthy of being a system. The competition is in the afternoon, so he should quickly learn some moves. Gengar. Gengar circled around on the rooftop, feeling a bit bored, and approached Ye Kai wanting to be petted. Okay, good. Gengar. Enjoyed the petting. The feeling was so wonderful. Soothing, intoxicating. You have to know that very few people dare to directly touch Pokemon like it that have toxic properties. Why Ikai only felt warm and more comfortable the more he touched it. This 10,000 poison antibody is no joke. Gengar is definitely not a Pokemon that can be touched casually. If it weren't for the 10,000 poison antibody, anyone else touching the gas it emits would be poisoned. Ikai still returned Gengar to its Pokeball. He looked around. There were too many moves he wanted to learn, but unfortunately, the energy points are not enough. Moves like Sludge Bomb cost 2,000 energy points. He still had the opportunity to unlock a secondary attribute in the skill shop. After some consideration, combining his current situation and Gengar's condition. System, unlock the Fire-type skills in the skill shop. Ding! You have unlocked all Fire-type secret techniques in the skill shop. Please check them yourself. Spark, 300 energy points. Flame Punch, 800 energy points. Flamethrower, 1,500 energy points. Ikai chose Fire-type for a reason. The Fire Poison tactic is a classic strategy. Steel-type Pokemon are immune to poison types, which can be said to be a natural counter, and this is where Fire types can solve it. Moreover, the combination of Fire Poison has a very broad offensive coverage. Looking back at Gengar, it can learn Fire-type moves including Will-O-Wisp, Flamethrower, and Fire Blast. It can even learn Volt Tackle, but that is a matter for later. He pondered for a moment to find a move to use for now. System, exchange for Liquid Strike. Ding! You have exchange for Liquid Strike, consuming 1,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 0. Teach Gengar Liquid Strike. May 4th, 31. Congratulations, your Gengar has learned the skill Liquid Strike. Liquid Strike is a move with a power of 65, quite standard. But it has a strong effect if the target is poisoned or badly poisoned. Its power doubles, meaning it becomes 130. Inside the Great Ball, Gengar felt a strange power enveloping it. It mastered a new power, incredibly skilled, as if it were an innate instinct. The source of this power was none other than Ikai. Even when it was just released, it felt that its potential had been awakened. Could this trainer in front of it be a god? Ikai had no idea what Gengar was thinking. Everything that needed to be done was done now. It was just a matter of seeing Gengar's performance in the afternoon. The lunch break soon ended, and they were now at the venue for the school competition. On the playground, the 10 classes were divided into 10 formations. A large number of students and teachers were gathered here. Hey! The principal tested the microphone on the podium and, confirming there were no issues, began his speech. This year, not only the teachers and students of the Rock Academy will be watching, but also our Fire-type gym leader from Lianqing, Miss Honglian, and observers from the Alliance. Then the principal signaled for everyone to applaud and welcome. After some formalities, the competition was officially underway. Honglian, she is the youngest gym leader among the 9 cities of the city. It said that her ace, the Fire Beast, is very powerful. Speaking of which, Miss Honglian is younger than us. She's only 16, right? Her grandfather is the Fire-type champion of Longhua, Hongzhong. How would she not be powerful? She has been traveling and battling in gyms since she was 12, which is different from our academy style. Ikai just listened quietly. The competition was still quite long. Today, they would determine the top 32 among the 128 participating students. 3 battle venues would simultaneously host duels. Charmander. Use Flamethrower. Book setting. According to the power level classification of this world, levels 0-10 are beginner level, 10-30 levels normal level, 3,145 levels elite level, 4,660 levels gym level, 6,180 levels champion level, 81,100 levels master level, 101,110 levels secondary god, 111,120 levels primary god. Chapter 3. Defeating Onix. Charmander. Use Flamethrower. Sandshrew. Dig a hole. Everyone has their own means, and there are not too many restrictions in the competition. However, the levels are strictly checked. All participating Pokemon start at level 5. A level 5 Charmander can use Flamethrower, indicating that its trainer has this move's secret technique. Otherwise, it must be inherited from its parent Pokemon. The same reasoning applies to Sandshrew. These participating Pokemon are all carefully selected. At this moment, the ability to spend money becomes very useful. Theoretically speaking, as long as you have money, it's not impossible for a level 5 Pokemon to use powerful moves like Hyper Beam, Thunder, or Fire Blast. Soon, Ikai was called to the stage. Ikai from Class 3 versus Feng Yuxuan from Class 7. The referee quickly announced the start. Go Onix, roar! The red light dissipated. The giant Onix startled everyone with its massive form. A nearly 9-meter-long rock behemoth let out a low growl, exuding full intimidation and pressure. I didn't expect this Feng Yuxuan to be so strong, coming out with an Onix right away. Onix is known as the rookie lawnmower against unevolved Pokemon. It's practically a one-hit kill. Ye Kai is really unlucky, facing such a strong opponent right from the start. He suppressed the shock in his heart and took out a Pokeball. This was the first battle he had to win. Go coughing. Coughing. As soon as the crowd saw coughing, they all showed expressions of disgust. In this world, Pokemon types have a hierarchy, and poison types are among the heavyweight categories. People avoid poison-type Pokemon. Countless individuals and Pokemon have died from poison in the past. These are things written in textbooks. Why choose such a disgusting poison Pokemon? It's not surprising he has this Pokemon since his family sells gas. Look, it's even a shiny one. The people around were buzzing with discussions. The battle had already begun. The Onix used Rock Slide. Wherever the Onix passed, the ground was plowed. It swung its tail, stirring up countless fragments of rock, attacking several times in a row with great momentum. There was no need to say more. Everyone understood. A level 5 Onix can use Rock Slide? It must be a wealthy trainer who bought a TM to learn it, or it inherited the move. Everyone looked at Ye Kai with sympathetic eyes. It was estimated that he would lose in just one exchange. As for how to fight, Ye Kai already had a rough plan. Countless battle experiences from his previous life and scenes from anime and manga began to emerge in his mind. Let's try this approach. Smokescreen. Use it to hide your figure. No. This unusual gas Pokemon is not as terrible as others say. On the contrary, it is quite excellent. It spews out a large amount of black smoke, completely obscuring the line of sight. It's unclear whether the rock snake was hit. Everything is unclear now. The smoke has interfered with the trainer's vision. First, it shares the pain, then wraps the rock snake in smoke. No, As soon as Ye Kai heard the sound of the gas Pokemon, he knew it was not in serious trouble. Roar! A dark black light flashed across the rock snake, indicating that the pain sharing was working. Its previous Rock Slide attack had partially hit. However, the rock snake is now suffering the consequences, having lost a significant amount of stamina. The effect of pain sharing is simple. It redistributes health evenly between both parties, adding poisonous gas to the smoke. Ye Kai had wanted to do this for a long time, but he was unsure how it would perform in practice. In less than 2 breaths, the black smoke that blocked everyone's vision transformed into toxic purple smoke. How despicable! Feng Yushuan said fiercely. What is this supposed to be? Besides, this is exactly how gas shells are used in combat. Isn't it despicable to just stand still and let you shoot? This move is surprisingly effective. The more desperate the enemy becomes, the more it shows that we're doing it right. Onix uses Dig. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Onix has no choice but to resort to its signature move and burrow underground. No need to worry about it. Let's stack the Smog move on top of the Toxic. Goodness, poison on top of poison. It doesn't help that Onix is hiding underground. A large amount of toxic gas seeps directly into the underground through the tunnel. Roar! It's poisoned. The giant beast could no longer bear it, half of its body protruding from the cave, beginning to search for the gas bomb. It wanted to settle the score quickly before it fell. Just one hit, just one shot at the gas bomb would do. Unfortunately, a thick cloud of toxic smoke made visibility extremely poor, and it couldn't find its opponent at all. It unleashed its venom in a shockwave, launching indiscriminate attacks all around. This move is a single target technique. How can it attack the entire field? Long before the match, Ye Kai had briefly told Vassal about it, that all techniques must be used with a rotation of the body. He is quite talented and learned it quickly. This is the counter shield that Ash created in the animation. Other Pokemon might need some effort to learn it, but for the spherical Pokemon, Weezing, it is simply a natural counter shield. With such a large Onix, wouldn't it be easy for it to be attacked by blind attacks? A large amount of venom is spun and scattered all over the field, producing a hissing, corrosive sound upon contact with the toxic smoke. After being poisoned, if Onix takes this move, it will be knocked out directly. Its eyes are filled with stars. Weezing absorbs all the toxic smoke, and the air around the field becomes fresh again. Onix loses its fighting ability, and the winner is Weezing. Class 3's Ye Kai wins. The whole process didn't take long, just under a minute and a half, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They only saw both sides release their Pokemon, then Onix attacked. Next came a cloud of black smoke turning into purple smoke, obscuring their view. Then there was a chaotic battle in the smoke, and then Onix was defeated. What happened in the toxic smoke is a mystery to the spectators. The venue erupted into intense discussions. Who can tell me what happened? This is Onix, and it lost just like that. Who has the ecological distribution location of Weezing? I want to catch two. It's too strong. Not only the students, but even the teachers and referees were stunned. But upon careful thought, it's not impossible. This student named Ye Kai showed great courage by choosing a poison-type Weezing as his first Pokemon. It said that just the gas it emits is toxic. But that's not the point. How did Onix lose? Who saw it clearly? Wang Dongxia. As the head teacher of Class 3, stepped forward to answer everyone's questions. Based on Onyx's reaction, it should have used a move called Pain Split, which directly shares HP with the opponent. A level 5 Wei Xing can learn such a rare move. It's very likely an inherited egg move. Teacher Li, I know your star player was eliminated, and you're anxious. But don't rush. You, Wang Dongxia, pay attention to how you speak to me. You too, Li Liang, as the battle between students was about to escalate into a quarrel among teachers. All right, the match is based on skill. The winner has already been determined. As head teachers, why are you still arguing? What a disgrace. Chapter 4. Defeating Raltzu. As head teachers, are still arguing. What a disgrace. The principal shot back, and the teachers quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, in the guest seats on the podium, first, obscuring the view with smoke, then using Pain Split, and applying 2 kinds of poison-type moves to turn the smoke into toxic smoke. This kid is quite impressive. Don't jump to conclusions. It might just be a momentary cleverness. The 2 mysterious league observers discussed. I have to say, him defeating that Onyx so quickly is quite interesting. The red-haired girl flipped through the materials in her hand. She is Hong Lian, the fire-type gym leader of Lian City. Onyx's potential is rated as C class, with a maximum potential reaching level 70. For Wei Xing's potential assessment, it is also C class. The system has elevated its potential by 2 tiers. Wei Xing's current actual potential is A class. She naturally doesn't know this. However, he has encountered an opponent. Look, Hong Lian pointed below to one of the 3 competition arenas. At this moment, Ye Kai hasn't rested much and simply sprayed some healing medicine on Wei Xing. Unexpectedly, it's time for him to take the stage again. Class 3's Ye Kai versus Class 1's Huang Fei. The referee briefly announced the start of the match. That little brat is Huang Fei. Huang Fei is a pseudonym. His real name is Huang Fei. He is the son of the psychic-type gym leader in Lake City, and Hong Lian can naturally recognize him. The league observers know this too. Class 1's Huang Fei is a natural psychic user. Not just him, his entire family are psychics. The psychic type is one of the top 3 types in this world, with the others being dragon type and fairy type. These 3 types of attributes are very popular among sprites and are natural favorites. Go Ralts! A humanoid sprite with green hair was summoned. Its red horns split the hair into 2 sections, and its body was pure white, resembling a young girl. Wow, this is so cute. It's the first time I've seen a Ralts in person. I can't wait for it to evolve into a Gardevoir. It will probably be even more beautiful. I really want a Gardevoir. The classmates all cast envious glances at Huang Fei. Gardevoir is well known. It is not only a psychic type, but also a fairy type. This is simply the favored child of heaven. Every Lalalalis is priced at an astronomical figure, reportedly even more expensive than the starter Pokémon. It's estimated that it costs at least 4 million or more. After all, rarity makes things valuable. Use psychic power. Lalu. A purple glow envelopes it, and an invisible shockwave blasts out. We use smoke to conceal our figures. Nuanasi. Both sides strike at the same time. Lalalalis' powerful psychic force sends the gas bomb flying, but the latter still executes a move. The gas bomb spins, and every bump on its body starts spewing smoke. In less than 2 breaths, thick black smoke fills the arena, and nothing can be seen. Useless, this level of attack is trivial. Huang Fei's eyes light up with a red glow, clearly ready to unleash his superpower to assist Lalalalis. According to the competition rules, trainers are prohibited from providing their Pokémon with various means, including but not limited to superpowers, psychic abilities, and aura power. Immediately cease your foul play, or you'll be disqualified. Damn it, the referee's warning had an effect. Huang Fei doesn't want to lose after all. The match continues. This also let Ye Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness, these innate ability users are really hard to deal with. If it were a life and death battle in the wild, he would probably have lost. Fortunately, this is a formal competition. As usual, share the pain and then use toxic gas. He used teleport to emerge from the smoke. Huang Fei quickly came up with a plan. In a flash, Lalu Ras teleported to the edge of the arena. Lalu. Ras's psychic power severely injured the gas egg, but it also suffered from the shared pain. Moreover, it was poisoned. Once it was discovered, he would deliver a fatal blow with psychic power. Huang Fei issued the battle command. Ye Kai had a blank expression, coldly observing the situation in the arena. He found it amusing. He had already made up his mind to avoid battle once poisoned. Even grinding can kill you. As a result, the gas egg never came out, and Lalu Ras quickly collapsed from the poison due to its low stamina. Lalu Ras lost its fighting capability, and the winner was the gas egg. Class 3's Ye Kai. Victory. Just like before, with With the same method, the gas egg won again. By now, Yi Kai had entered the top 32. Huang Fei gritted his teeth. As a top student of Class 1 and the son of the dojo master, he actually stopped at the top 64. How embarrassing to say it out loud. What great tactic. I will remember you. He said this and turned to leave with his Pokémon. The whole venue was in shock. It wasn't that Lalu Ras wasn't strong, but Yi Kai's methods were just too slick. Using smoke to cover the field like this. How can the trainers give commands? They can't even see the battle situation clearly. Then adding poison inside, one type of toxic gas isn't enough. It's compounded with murky mist, plus the toxic liquid shock. Especially the toxic liquid shock. Once poisoned, its power will double. After this operation, 2 seed players were directly eliminated. I didn't expect gas grenades to have such a use. It really opened our eyes, the league observer exclaimed. Hong Lian had no more comments. This Yi Kai really has something. After all, it's rare to see someone at level 5 create so many tricks. If she were to go down and fight, she wouldn't dare to say she would definitely win against Yi Kai. A small rock academy could produce such a dark horse. She truly didn't see this coming. It seems she needs to pay special attention to this Yi Kai. The league observer pulled up Yi Kai's file and marked it with a C-level red stamp. This C-level signifies the trainer's commanding ability, and from now on, his battle records will be replayed for review by designated personnel. In past school competitions, students who were able to reach B-level or above as observed by the judges, even if eliminated, would be granted special admission to the school team. After all, some people are truly talented, just unlucky to encounter exceptionally strong opponents. The subsequent matches occasionally featured some interesting battles, but Hong Lian always appeared disinterested. There hasn't been anyone like Yi Kai since then. At most, the Pokémon would have mastered a special move that others currently do not know. And such battles were usually one-sided and unexciting. Time passed quickly, and after 2 hours, all 128 students had completed their battles, thus determining the top 32. Tomorrow will continue, and the top 3 will be decided then. The homeroom teacher led the students back to the classroom. This time, only 4 students from Class 3 made it to the top 32. Yi Kai didn't care about this. His previous self was already at the bottom of Class 3, and his relationship with his classmates was quite average. Moreover, the other 3 were all girls, and they regarded him with strange looks. In this worldview where Pokémon attributes are categorized into different levels, who would dedicate their first Pokémon to a gas Pokémon? It's likely his father intended to annoy him a bit. After all, Yi Kai has 2 older sisters and 1 younger brother. Doesn't he believe that Yi Rong would give his brother a gas Pokémon, or a Grimer, or a Snorlax? The initial Pokémon of his 2 sisters were a teddy bear and a seal, both quite normal. It's probable that they might prepare a quasi-legendary Pokémon for their brother, at the very least one of the starter 3. After all, having money really allows for such whims. Ordinary people wanting to obtain one of the starter 3 can pay a breeding fund to the league every year. After 18 consecutive years, their children can go to the local Pokémon Center to claim one of the starters. The price has been rising year after year, and it's estimated to be close to 150,000 a year now. As for quasi-divine beings, these are what the league uses to reward top-tier trainers. In the context of the Dragon Country, there is a place called Longmin Mountain in the capital city. Only the Panlong Cave within Longmin Mountain is home to quasi-divine Pokémon like Dratini, Bagon, and Gibble. Sigh, thinking about this is pointless. In any case, only by strengthening one's own abilities can one qualify to discuss these matters. Everything else is just nonsense. This applies to Pokémon battles as well as interpersonal relationships. With this in mind, he picked up his phone. It's time for old Dang to generate some more coins. Shopta 5, Boning Bulbazahi, date, I've used up most of the money. Can you send some over? Without any extra words, 300,000 league coins quickly arrived in his account. Yi Rong didn't ask him where he was spending the money. What's up with old Dang? Suddenly remembering that he's his biological son? This cheap old man was quite a flirt in his younger days, cheating everywhere, and had long divorced the original protagonist's mother. Feeling guilty? No problem. More is better. In the past, he would receive 100,000 in living expenses on his card every month, a situation that had lasted for several years. The old man just transferred money to him and ignored everything else. The system exchanged 3,000 energy points for me. Ding! You have exchanged 3,000 energy points. If you look down on such a strong spirit like Gas Bomb, then let you experience the power of poison-type spirits. If the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, then Yi Kai is ready to flatten that mountain. Through the move list provided by the system, he gained a deeper understanding of Gas Bomb. Flamethrower. Here I come. Just as he was about to exchange for Flamethrower, he caught a glimpse of the Ghost Fire, which also cost 1,500 energy points. This move is too cool. Let's take them all down. Exchange for the Jet Flame skill. Exchange for the Will-O-the-Wisp skill. Ding! You have exchange for Jet Flame, consuming 1,500 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 1,500. Ding! You have exchanged for Will-O-the-Wisp, consuming 1,500 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 0. Teach Gas Bomb the skills Jet Flame and Will-O-the-Wisp. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Gas Bomb has learned the skill Jet Flame. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Gas Bomb has learned the skill Will-O-the-Wisp. Yikai, what are you daydreaming about? Huh? A female voice came, and he looked up. It was the class monitor. What do you need me for? The homeroom teacher is looking for the student to advance this time to have a small meeting. You should come over quickly. Actually, at this moment, the homeroom teacher Wang Dongxia was already having the small meeting. She needed to ask the students how prepared they were for the upcoming competition. If someone from the class could make it to the top 3 this time, it would impact her year-end excellent teacher title. Yikai was distracted, completely focused on the system skill shop, and didn't hear anything. Yikai, you performed very well this time. Keep it up. I can see you weren't really paying attention to what I was saying. Huh, you really hadn't been listening carefully. The other 3 girls also wanted to laugh. In fact, Yikai didn't look bad, and he was tall. In his first year of high school, his studies were decent, and, at his best, he ranked in the top 20 of his grade, being quite popular among the girls. However, he gradually lost interest in studying, and his grades plummeted. In reality, he had been thinking about how to perform in the upcoming competition. He estimated that most of the people in front of him probably wouldn't make it to the top 8. Gaining their recognition was of no use. His goals were too ambitious. He didn't take this minor matter seriously. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the morning of the second day. Today, the top 3 would be decided, and the competition would be fierce. Kintoro, U-Stomp, Vulpix, Ember. The 2 Pokémon clashed, with Kintoro holding an absolute advantage. Its speed and all aspects were much stronger than Vulpix. Quickly used Quick Attack to dodge. Although this bull won in the end, it wasn't an easy victory. Kintoro not only suffered from burn, but almost got kite by Vulpix as Quick Attack. But fortunately, the opponent couldn't withstand a single hit and was directly knocked out. It seems that having high species values doesn't guarantee a brainless victory. Real battles are ever-changing. A moment of inattention could lead to defeat. Ah, how boring. The kindergarten fights in front of Hong Lian really don't pique her interest much. Today, only that match between the Flying Mantis and Heracross was somewhat interesting. However, after all, no matter how strong, it's just a bug type, only useful in the early stages. Deep down, she still looked down on bug types. I'll burn you all up. Isn't that a one-hit kill? This world is just like that. Grass-type Pokémon are known for being easy to raise, and many people don't even bother to feed them energy blocks. Bug types are also looked down upon, completely unable to hold their own in the later stages. Occasionally, there are boos from the audience, reflecting the disdain for these types. In the 11th match, Class 3's Yikai faces Class 2's Wushasha. Go, Bulbasaur. Tajda. It has light green and dark green patterns all over its body, with a huge flower bud on its back, resembling a big green garlic. Gas Attack. No way. I didn't expect to encounter one of the starter Pokémon at this moment. Your underhanded tactics end here. Poison-type Pokémon cannot be poisoned, Wushasha said proudly. Use Vine Whip. Flamethrower. The Gas Attack opened its mouth wide. The gas rapidly heated up, and a column of flames shot toward Bulbasaur. What? She never imagined that this Gas Attack would actually shoot flames. How is this possible? One must know that for a Pokémon to learn a skill, it requires a lot of training. It can't be mastered in just a month or so. Learning skills is not something that can be achieved simply with money. It also requires a significant amount of time. Skills learned at the last minute often don't work in real combat, and can even harm oneself and the trainer. Look at how proficient this coughing is in controlling fire. It doesn't seem like it just learned this move. Has it been hiding its true strength all along? She was completely panicked, even forgetting to give other commands. After a round of barbecuing, the Bulbasaur was smoking all over, its eyes filled with stars. The aroma of meat filled the air. Bulbasaur lost its ability to fight, and the winner is coughing. Yikai from Class 3 wins. Instant kill. He didn't say a word. The result of the victory spoke louder than anything, and saying anything would be superfluous. Wushasha stood there in shock, completely dumbfounded. She actually thought she could use Bulbasaur to face a coughing that could shoot flames? In the spectators' seats, the teachers could no longer sit still. This Leaf Kai and Gas Bomb are a bit outrageous. How can he even spray flames? The students were in an uproar. Some had their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg, while others stretched their necks and widened their eyes. If in the first two matches, defeating Onyx and Ralts still required some tricks, then this match was a display of pure strength. Everyone the gas produced by Gas Bomb, and some gases are originally fuel. So it's not surprising that it can use fire-type moves. Moreover, Bulbasaur is a grass-type Pokémon, and being hit by fire-type moves has an outstanding effect. In such a situation, how could it lose? After Hong Lian's analysis, everyone was left speechless. This Leaf Kai is truly remarkable. It's simply against the odds, because people in this world have insufficient understanding of poison-type Pokémon. If at this moment, Leaf Kai tells them that Gas Bomb can learn Thunderbolt, wouldn't that scare them to death? Chapter 6, Defeating Cold Turtle. Even so, experts can still see some clues. It's true that Gas Bomb can learn Flamethrower. However, this requires extremely high proficiency. A slight mistake could lead to self-immolation. The explosive power of Gas Bomb is among the top, even among self-destructing Pokémon. This is not something an ordinary gas shell can achieve. At least the wild gas shell and double gas shell absolutely cannot do it. It seems we need to reassess the combat value of the gas shell and Yikai. This kind of achievement is definitely not just at the sea level standard. Even the league observers have given it a high rating. No problem, let's keep watching. If he can really win the school competition championship or place in the top 3, we will promote him to B level. Hong Lian is already sure that Yikai's command ability is at least above B level, if not higher. The competition is still ongoing. Next up is the top 16 matches. Go, Cold Turtle. Gah! The Cold Turtle has an orange-brown body with a black-gray shell. It is clearly a land turtle, with a honeycomb-like shell spewing out a large amount of gas, creating a cloud-like effect. This is quite similar to the gas egg. This time, the gas egg has encountered a true opponent. Jet Flames. We will use Jet Flames too. The terrifying high temperature distorts the air on the field. The attacks from both sides collide, evenly matched. Now, quickly spray smoke, overlay with toxic gas, and murky mist. After several consecutive battles, he is now able to issue continuous commands. The first command in a series of continuous commands must be executed, while the subsequent ones are adapted by the sprite. The Gas Bomb executes a smooth combo, enveloping the entire arena in smoke. He carefully watches the battlefield, not missing any details, not even blinking. Yikai originally wanted to slowly poison this Cold Turtle, but felt that something was off. The toxic gas of this density, along with the murky fog, is simply terrible. Get away from the poisonous smoke quickly. Head to the edge of the area. He quickly issued the command. The gas shell rushed out without hesitation, leaving the Cold Tortoise in the toxic smoke. It hid far away in the corner. The opponent had not yet realized what the problem was, thinking it was just a mistake by Yikai. Cold Tortoise, a great opportunity. It's right there, clearly visible. Continue with the Jet Flames. Gah! Boom! The Jet of Flames did not come out, triggering a violent explosion on the spot. The high-density, murky mist formed by various fierce materials, combined with toxic gas. Dares to use fire-type moves? Not a single spark can be seen. Otherwise, it will explode with just a little ignition. How dare you? And that's not all. The Cold Tortoise itself is still burning coal. The Gas Bomb quickly absorbs all the toxic gases, leaving behind the charred Cold Tortoise. The Cold Tortoise loses its combat ability, and the winner is the Gas Bomb. Yikai from Class 3 wins. He won again. In this way, he and the Gas Bomb have already entered the top 8. Everyone is completely stunned. Hurry, help me find a Gas Bomb. I want to get one too. This is too powerful if it continues like this. Want to be able to control explosions. You have to know, in the past, humanity's understanding of gas bombs and double gas bombs was limited to one move, which is self-detonation. Now it seems I was simply wasting the talent of the Gas Bomb. While everyone is amazed, even Hong Lian gaped in shock. Though her surprise only lasted a few seconds. Then came the fear. If she had been controlling the Cold Turtle in that recent scene, she would probably have done the same. A level 5 Cold Turtle, of course, would use its flame attack. What else could it use? Could it possibly use sparks? But it just exploded. The Fire-type gym leader became more and more afraid the more he thought about it. And he increasingly felt that it wasn't the Gas Bomb that was impressive, but rather the trainer Yikai. A Pokémon like Gas Bomb, which belongs to a special category, is something that ordinary people cannot obtain except for encountering it by chance in a secret realm. It's like the police department has Katy dogs and wind speed dogs. The medical industry monopolizes spirits like Geely eggs and almost dolls. The Gas Bomb, a person-hating dog that is super obscure, can only be accessed by those working in the gas, natural gas, and related industries. To put it more seriously, Gas bombs are regulated because they are highly toxic. Despite their toxicity, humans still enjoy the convenience they bring. The gases we usually burn, coal gas, natural gas, and various gas energy sources, can all be produced by gas bombs. This spirit has been around for decades, so why was it previously not well known? Many students and teachers started searching for information about gas bombs on their phones. The more they learned, the more they had to give up. The danger level of gas bombs is classified as B by the Alliance. Its evolved form, the double gas bomb, is classified as A, posing a threat to humans comparable to a woken Snorlax, along with a bear wearing a baby. This type of creature is highly flammable and explosive, and it is extremely toxic. A single disagreement could lead to an instant explosion, unless it is a rare human with a natural resistance to toxins. Ordinary trainers simply cannot tame them. Moreover, these are Pokémon monopolized by specialized industry, and ordinary people cannot even come into contact with them. Corresponding Pokémon include those from Dusty Mountain and Grimer, which are also monopolized by garbage dumps. After seeing this, the crowd looked at Ye-Kai, and their expressions changed. Why does he have such a strong Pokémon and can casually touch a gas ball? Could he be a natural toxin-resistant body? The competition will not pause because of this little episode. We are now in the top 8. The intensity and frequency of the matches are increasing. The Coyote Dog. Use Toxic Fong. Not only Ye-Kai, but other trainers also use Poison-type moves. These guys. Everyone verbally despises Poison-type Pokémon, but there are many useful moves for Poison types. The parents of this Aardwolf have a story, right? One of them can't be a spoon snake, can it? The logic of how elves lay eggs has always been absurd. Just to give an example, can you believe that Rada can lay eggs with the King of Leave? These students are doing everything they can to win the school competition, coming up with all sorts of tricks. From the observation seats, Ye-Kai is watching very clearly. He really needs money right now. Otherwise, he would want to learn all the techniques from the system. The skill's impact is still a bit narrow. If it were a very strong psychic type, then it would be risky. He clutches the high-level ball in his hand. A blue light curtain clearly shows the information of the spirit. Gas bomb. Level. LV. 8. Novice level. Aptitude. A class. Upgraded aptitude. Trait. Levitate. Spirits with this trait are immune to ground-type moves. Moves. Tackle. Poison gas. Pain split. Mist. Poison jab. Flamethrower. Will-o-wisp. Currently, the gas bomb with the levitate trait has only one weakness. Psychic. Perhaps there's nothing to fear. Even if he encounters a psychic-type spirit, he can always use the old methods. Chapter 7. Counterattack Shield defeats Dream Demon. After a short break, Ye-Kai quickly applies healing medicine to the gas bomb. Next is the quarterfinals. As the competition progresses, it will become more intense, until a champion is decided. Resources are limited. There can only be one champion, and there is only one spirit egg as a prize. His heart is burning with passion, getting closer to his goal. Before long, the referee calls him again. In the quarterfinals, Class 3's Ye-Kai faces off against Class 9's CS Xianling. Go, Dream Demon. A sizable dark green spirit materializes, with hair that looks like pink spiritual fire, and it wears red beads around its neck. It's a very cute ghost-type spirit, but its size far exceeds what people expect, standing at 0.7 meters tall. It's important to note that this spirit is a relative of Gongue. Wow, isn't it quite cute? Goo. This spirit enjoys scaring people at night, pulling at your hair, or biting. According to the League's danger level, it can reach B level. It's a monster that disturbs people all day long, feeding on human fear. Don't be fooled by its appearance. With upper 3 types, there are naturally lower 3 types. Poison-type spirits are highly toxic, and people avoid them. Dark-type spirits are wild and difficult to tame, frequently injuring people, leading to mass abandonment. Ghost-type spirits are unpredictable, capable of possession, passing through walls, scaring, and terrifying. Right now, the gas bomb and Dream Demon are battling in the lower 3 types. Ignoring the discussions from the audience, the battle has already started on the field. Dream Demon uses telekinesis to take it down. As usual, it sprays smoke to cover the entire area. Dream Demon's speed is too fast. Its hair stands upright, and its eyes emit a purple psychic attack, directly hitting the gas bomb and severely injuring it. The gas bomb is knocked back. Even after being attacked, it does not forget to spray smoke, quickly filling the area with black smoke. It uses poison gas and poison jab into the smoke. Dream Demon use fright. The scene becomes too chaotic, with poisonous smoke making everything invisible. In the observation seats, 2 League observers are closely watching the battlefield. This girl named CS Xianling is quite interesting. In the previous matches, She easily won by utilizing the advantages of ghost types. I'm actually rooting for Yi Kai. Do you think it's possible that when the smoke clears, PLL win again? The two league observers argue back and forth, both looking at Hong Lian. In this situation, it's a test of patience. Telekinesis is an intangible attack that cannot be countered with moves, unless it's a move of the same psychic type. Although Yi Kai has some skills, he is just stalling for time. After a thorough analysis, Hong Lian articulates her points well. Indeed, as long as the gas bomb dares to show its head, one more telekinesis will end it. Soon, the gas bomb absorbs all the poisonous smoke. A narrow victory. Dream Demon is not only poisoned, it's also emitting smoke and has burn injuries. Brilliant pale ghost fire swirls around the gas bomb continuously. It does not shoot out the ghost fire, but instead hovers around itself like a protective shield. This is a way of play that the gas bomb has realized on its own. Reality is not a game. In the game, the battles between sprites only occur in a special state. However, in this world, statuses like poisoning, burning, freezing, paralysis, and confusion can be stacked. This is also why Yi Kai would decisively set the secondary attribute to fire. Poison reduces stamina, burning also reduces stamina, and it can cut physical attack damage in half. The poison type's nemesis, steel type, is also countered by the fire type. Xiaoling Xian didn't say much and directly took the Pokémon off the field. Hong Lian furrowed her brows, wondering what exactly happened in the smoke. So that's how it is. The moves released by the gas bomb and the smoke are all area attacks. She suddenly realized the Dream Demon couldn't even see the opponent, so naturally, it couldn't attack the opponent. Randomly attacking would only lead to defeat. Isn't Toxic Spike a single target attack? How did it manage to do area damage? The two observers from the league still had questions. Indeed, how did Yi Kai accomplish this? Come back, gas bomb. He certainly wouldn't tell these judges. The gas bomb rotates itself and sprays poison. This is the shield of counter used by Ash in the animation. But Gas Bomb is naturally the best suited for this move, because it is a spherical Pokémon. While spinning, it releases attacks. Offense is the best defense. And this is just one of Gas Bomb's many powerful moves. There's also a Steel-type move called Euro Ball, which you will definitely teach Gas Bomb later. Euro Ball is a very magical move. The faster the opponent is compared to Gas Bomb, the more powerful this move becomes. Yi Kai's mind is filled with tactics that go far beyond this. Overthinking won't help. He is about to face the semifinals. There are only 4 people left, all on the field, and they can even see each other directly. Someone he expected walks towards him. Oh, useless bro. I really didn't expect you to make it to the semifinals. Yi Kai didn't say much, just quietly applied healing spray to Gas Bomb to restore its energy while waiting for the referee to announce the next match. The person in front of him, Yi Xian, is his half-brother. In the semifinals, Yi Xian from Class 5 faces Fong Miao Miao from Class 7. Go, baby Gyarados! A green little guy with horns on its head jumped out. Its abdomen is covered with a diamond-shaped red scale. It is indeed the semi-divine baby Gyarados. As expected, Dad favors his brother. He uses Gas Bomb for himself and gives him the semi-divine baby Gyarados. Well, he wants to see if his foolish brother can make it to the top 3. It's you, little Croconaw. Wani, the little Croconaw, covered in bluish green, has V-shaped stripes on its beige belly, and its dorsal fin is deep blue. This is actually a shiny starter Pokémon. To know, encountering even one shiny Pokémon among tens of thousands is a rarity. Each shiny Pokémon is a symbol of strength, and it's a shiny starter. This Fong Miao Miao must be very wealthy. Click, click, click. Many classmates didn't say a word and just took pictures. Yi Xian is not doing badly either. Look at his brother using the poison-type Weezing, while the younger brother is using the precise godlike Larvitar. You don't understand, do you? Yi Kai is the illegitimate son, and Yi Xian is his father's legitimate son. He originally didn't want to bother with the surrounding chatter, but when someone said such things, Yi Kai couldn't stand it anymore. He stared fiercely at the classmate who had just been talking nonsense, his eyes seeming like they could kill. That person had initially wanted to say more, but immediately shut up. In the semifinals, Class 3's Yi Kai is up against Class 1's Zhao Qian. Looks like he's about to start now. Go Scyther. Chapter 8. Defeating Scyther. Go Scyther. Swish. Scyther stood on its 2 legs, its body covered in green armor, and its scythe-like arms rubbed against each other, making a terrifying sharpening sound. The standard size of a Scyther is about 1.5 meters, but this one is close to 2 meters. Even among its kind, it's outstanding. Weezing. Noanasi. Scyther. Use Fury Cutter. Old trick. First use Smokescreen. Scyther's speed was very fast, and it slashed Weezing first. Fortunately, The smoke screen was still deployed. I watched your previous matches. You do have some strength, and your understanding of tactics is quite interesting. However, facing me, you've reached your limit. Zhao Qian first praised the opponent, then slammed down hard, playing a good game of flattery, followed by a kill. Scyther used clear smog. It spread its wings, and a strong gust swept across the field. All the smoke was blown away, revealing Weezing's form. I didn't expect it to know this move. The field advantage Weezing had worked so hard to establish vanished in an instant. Don't mind him. Pain split, then use Flamethrower. Move at high speed. Dodge its attacks. Both sides began to micromanage. It seems this Zhao Qian has some skills. Scyther's form started to become illusory, wrapped in a purple psychic power, its speed increasing. Since Pain's split hit, Flamethrower completely couldn't hit Scyther anymore. Next, use Fury Cutter, constantly dodging its attacks, repeatedly using Fury Cutter to bring it down. Fury Cutter is a bug-type move. As long as the previous attack hits, the next attack's power will increase. Generally, this move stacks up to the third hit, and its power becomes unstoppable afterward. Ye Kai recalled that according to the stats from the 9th generation games of his previous life, the initial power of Fury Cutter is only 40, but after continuous stacking, the maximum power can reach 160. Explanation about Fury Cutter. If continuously hit, it's game over. Weezing, first use Will-O-Wisp, then spin and use Flamethrower. Nuanasi. It had already tested this in the previous Toxic Smoke tactic, but previously it used Poison Fang. Weezing began to spin at high speed, pale flames swirling around it. At first, it only released small flames, but then the power gradually increased. A large amount of flames shot out, spreading evenly and densely like fiery whips. The outer circle of this fire whip is crimson red, while the inside is pale blue, making this move quite stunning. The flying mantis attempted to attack, but found it completely unable to strike. It tried to approach several times, although it wasn't directly hit. It had already suffered burns. After that, it was knocked away by the flame version of the counterattack shield used by the gas bomb. It was left with only a sliver of health. Don't stop, keep spinning, keep spraying flames. After the ghost fires ceased to be released, the flames completely turned crimson red, increasing their power. A large amount of fiery whips poured down, lashing the entire area. The flying mantis was no longer able to heed Zhao Qian's commands. It had only a sliver of health left, and if it was hit once more, it would be done for. Whoosh! A long-held defense must eventually fail. The flying mantis, caught off guard, was hit by the spraying flames and was left dazed. The counterattack shield series of moves is indeed an innovation in the world of spirits. This trick cannot be avoided simply by speed. Smaller size sprites are actually better at dodging. Just being fast doesn't guarantee complete evasion. Especially the first time facing this move, it can be surprisingly effective. The Scyther has lost its combat ability, and the winner is Weezing. Class 3's Ye Kai wins. At this moment, the crowd is in an uproar. Am I seeing things? What did I just witness? Was it a flame wheel or a flare blitz? It doesn't seem like either. What kind of move is that? Just spinning around can turn jetting flames into such a powerful attack. Meanwhile, Yixin has already been defeated by Fang Miao Miao. This woman, a little under level 10, actually has a water cannon. Yixin couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, a loss is a loss. The water type is 4 times effective against his younger Ritos. What else could he say? At the end of his match, he happened to see Ye Kai's battle. He was stunned in place. Is this the Pokémon of that useless brother? When did he become so strong? He didn't expect that gas bomb could actually release jet flames and be used in such a spinning manner. Damn it, this useless older brother actually made it to the finals. On the other side, the league observers were still in shock. Hong Lian repeatedly reviewed the battle footage. She paced back and forth, unsure whether to sit or stand. This Ye Kai is truly talented. Not only does he have immunity to poison types, but his tactical command ability is also outstanding. Even with fire, he has unique strategies and responds well to various situations. No rush, let's observe a bit more. No matter how outrageous he is still just a student. This time, it was the league observers who began to advise her to calm down. You both won't forget how the old man from Red Central performed when he was a student, right? And there's A from the Lighthouse Country, and Musashi from the Cherry Blossom Country. These individuals showed extraordinary talent even during their student days. The competition is still ongoing, and today we will determine the top 3. In the finals, Class 3's Ye Kai will face off against Class 7's Fang Miao Miao. Both sides should hurry to restore their Pokémon stamina. The match will begin in 3 minutes. The third-place match will feature Class 5's Yi Xian against Class 1's Zhao Qian. Both sides should also hurry to restore their Pokémon stamina. The match will start in 3 minutes. Soon, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to the finals venue. In any world, only the first place will be remembered. The second place won't do. Who cares about the matches for third and fourth place? Far away in the viewing area, the homeroom teacher, Wang Dongxia, raised her fist to the sky. It's stable. Everything is stable. Who would have thought that the previously unremarkable underdog would turn out to be so strong, making it all the way to the finals with consecutive victories? Ye Kai is truly a dark horse. The other 3 girls from Class 3, even the class president, only made it to the top 16, while the other 2 were eliminated in the top 32. Truly, you can't judge a person by their appearance, and the sea cannot be measured by a gourd. The homeroom teachers from several other classes looked dissatisfied, especially the teacher from Class 2, who felt that Class 1 still had a chance to fight for third place. Class 2 is a fast Class 2, yet they didn't have anyone in the top 3. Dongxia, Han Ning, congratulations, congratulations. You 2 are going to soar this year. The principal has already started to congratulate you in advance. At this moment, on the final stage, go, Little Croconaw. Water gun. The 2 sides began to confront each other. Little Croconaw is a water-type Pokémon. Using Ember against it won't work. Fong Miao Miao looked confident of victory. Chapter 9. School Competition Champion, Rock Solid Pokémon Academy. On the playground, in the finals venue. Little Croconaw, use Water Gun. Use Ember. Maximum power. No wonder they made it to the finals. This Fong Miao Miao is indeed ruthless. The Water Gun is immensely powerful. Once it hits, Ember will be severely damaged, or even knocked out directly. Moreover, the opponent is faster than us. So using Water Gun to take them out is the most correct action. Little Croconaw opened its mouth wide, and a surge of water-type energy gathered in its mouth. Then a high-pressure water column shot towards the opponent like a dragon. The Weezing released gas from its body, starting to heat up, with flames gathering into a column. The high-pressure water column and the raging flames clashed, creating a large amount of steam that spread out. Soon, Weezing was defeated in the clash of water and fire. And the high-pressure water gun sent it flying. It still had a little stamina left. It didn't lose. It still had a chance. Quickly release Smokescreen. Then Pain Split. No way. Continue with Water Gun. Weezing had succeeded, while a large amount of steam had not dissipated. It hid within and began to release a large amount of black smoke. The smoke spread very quickly, and in less than 2 breaths, it obscured the entire venue's vision. Wow! Soon, cries of pain from Little Croconaw could be heard from within the black smoke. Pain Split directly reduced its stamina by more than half. Area Attack. First release Smog, then Toxic Gas, and finally Poison Jab. Ye Kai didn't hold back and unleashed a triple poison attack. Little Croconaw, let's spin and use Water Gun. Fong Miao Miao had already guessed that the reason Poison Jab could perform area attacks was due to the principle of spinning attacks. Moreover, those super powerful moves cannot be combined with Counter Shield. Only medium or even low power moves can be used. Unfortunately, Little Croconaw, in a last-minute effort, couldn't learn Counter Shield. It had already formed a habit and continued to use Water Gun chaotically. It got dizzy before it even started spinning. The rolling purple smoke obscured Fong Miao Miao's vision, and she didn't know what was happening inside. It's over. She probably will lose. If her advancement to the finals was due to strength, then luck definitely played a big part. The reason she made it to the finals was likely because she hadn't encountered the monster Ye Kai before. Little Croconaw's performance was even worse than that of the Scyther in the top 4. Little Croconaw, run outside, run to the edge of the venue. She was taking a gamble. That's right, the venue is this small. As long as it keeps moving in one direction, escaping the range of the poison smoke should be easy. Sure enough, it came out, but was already over. The severely poisoned Little Croconaw reached the edge of the venue, already seeing stars. Weezing absorbed all the toxic gas, and the air on the field became fresh again. Little Croconaw lost its fighting ability. The winner is Weezing. Class 3's Ye Kai wins. The referee experiences numerous matches, big and small, every day. Generally, he doesn't remember many competitors, but it must be said that Ye Kai and Weezing left a deep impression on him. This poison 3-in-a-row move is something he will probably never forget his life, because it rendered him, as a referee, almost useless. As long as the poison smoke dissipated, the enemy would fall without exception. It was simply miraculous. While others talk about bringing the dead back to life, he was making the living into the dead. Hey. All right, the top 3 of this year's school competition at Pancher Academy have been decided. The principal announced the results immediately. Let's congratulate the first place. the champion of the school competition, Class 3 of the senior year, student Yi Kai. The spirit he used is the gas bomb. This news is simply astonishing. The poison-type Pokémon has won the school competition championship. It's unbelievable. This hasn't happened in many years, since the establishment of the school over 30 years ago. This has never occurred, even once. The second place, the runner-up, is Fong Miao Miao from Class 7 of the senior year. The third place, the bronze medalist, is Zhao Qian from Class 1 the senior year. Yi Kai was slightly taken aback after hearing this and smiled knowingly. My foolish Odo, you lost, and didn't even secure third place. This school competition really wore him out, fighting 5 matches in one day. His gas bomb had leveled up quite a bit after the intense battles. He looked at the partner inside the high-level ball in his hand. The screen information appeared. Gas bomb shiny flash level, LV, 11, normal level, aptitude. A grade, aptitude has been increased. Moves, tackle, poison gas, pain split, mist, poison impact, flamethrower, will-o-wisp, smokescreen. In fact, he had a slight level advantage in his battle against the Little Saw Crocodile. If we were talking gaming terms, Gas Bomb leveled up a bit easier compared to the Little Saw Crocodile. It was a very tiny difference that allowed it to withstand the first water cannon. Levels 10 and below are considered beginner level, and after level 11, it becomes normal level. That one level difference can be crucial at critical moments. He slowly walked over to the opposite side and looked at Fong Miao Miao. Can I ask you something? What level is your Pokémon? Does that concern you? Before she could finish, Yi Kai had already pulled out his phone and opened the Pokédex app to scan the Little Saw Crocodile. Little Saw Crocodile, with a very developed jaw, has a habit of wanting to bite anything. Even trainers need to be careful. Identification level result, level 10. Little Saw Crocodile, aggressive personality, will attack anything that moves in front of it. Yi Kai directly pressed the skip button for the identification registration result, level 10. What are you doing? So rude. She angrily recalled the Little Saw Crocodile into its Pokeball. He didn't mind offending this second-place competitor. He needed to clarify this matter, and it seemed he was right. Different Pokémon require completely different experience and difficulty to level up. Knowing this was enough. Sorry, I've never seen a shiny starter Pokémon before. Just curious, haha. Oomph. The two parted ways, unhappily. Yi Kai didn't bother to explain much. After all, as the top 3 in the school competition, they would have opportunities to meet again. It was just a small matter. Yi Kai, hurry back to the classroom. Teacher Wang is waiting for you in the office. Okay, I'll head over now. It was the class monitor who called him. Forget it, time to go receive the award. Soon, Yi Kai broke free from the circle of classmates. After all, as the champion of the school competition, he had become a well-known figure in the school. Although everyone looked at him with respect, there was still a bit of fear towards him. He was very close to poison-type Pokémon, which might mean he carried some toxicity himself. This is not unfounded. Historically, poison-type gyms and a very small number of famous trainers who use poison are all toxic individuals. However, they were overthinking it. Yi Kai had read the system's explanation of the 10,000 poison antibody, which had no side effects. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the office door, and Wang Dongxiao was very excited inside. Chapter 10. Pokémon Eggs and Shiny Pokémon. The homeroom teacher, Wang Dongxiao, saw Yi Kai standing dazed at the door. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to the principal's office. Within 2 minutes, the two had arrived at the principal's office. Oh, Yi Kai, you finally arrived. The principal seemed very pleased. Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian, the second and third place students, have been waiting in the principal's office for quite some time. You are the hope of our Panshur Academy this year. The upcoming days in senior year will depend on the 3 of you to bring glory to the school. All right, since everyone is here, let's start awarding the prizes. Everyone took out their phones, and the league's observer transferred scholarship funds to the 3, amounting to 300,000, 200,000, and 100,000 respectively. Money is just a small matter. A Pokémon egg with a white base and green spots was soaking in a deep blue nutrient solution. This is a portable canister incubator. As for what the incubator roughly looks like, it's quite high-end. This is the grand prize for this year's champion of the school competition at your Rock Academy. Now it's yours, Yi Kai. He received the incubator from the League Observer and looked at the Pokémon egg inside. He didn't know what kind of Pokémon it was, only that its potential was at least C grade. The potential determines the upper limit of a Pokémon's strength. A G grade potential Pokémon can reach a maximum level of 30. F grade can reach 40, E 50, D 60, C 70, B 80, A 90, S 100. So, potential is very important. For example, there have been cases of a few Dratini that, due to poor potential, only E grade, got stuck at level 50, making it impossible for them to evolve into Dragonite for their entire lives. Of course, potential can also be improved later, but the extent of improvement is limited unless one accumulates a massive amount of good items. Everyone was very envious of the Pokémon egg. In previous years, Pokémon eggs from other schools had hatched into Eevee, Togepi, and various other Pokémon. So let's leave it at that for today. Everyone is tired from the competition. Please gather here again tomorrow morning. As for the classroom, please try to avoid going there too often so as not to disturb your classmates who are preparing for the college entrance exam. You understand, right? After the principal finished speaking, he left. The crowd exchanged glances, and the 3 homeroom teachers led their respective class participants back. Although getting a Pokémon egg was exciting, it was indeed inconvenient to hold the egg all the time. It is said that once this Pokémon fully hatches, it could take as short as a few weeks or as long as 2 months. He stared closely at the egg for a long time. Finally, a blue light screen displayed information. Alolan Vulpix level, LV. 1. Beginner level, potential, B grade. The maximum level limit for this Pokémon is 80. Type, Ice ability. Snow Cloak, when the weather is hailing or snowing. Evasion rate increases by 20. Moves, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Moonblast. Item Un. I didn't expect it to be this Pokémon. It's not that I dislike Alolan Vulpix, but Ice-type Pokémon don't receive system potential bonuses. It also inherited Moonblast. It's hard to say. It just feels a bit underwhelming. What kind of Pokémon is inside this egg? I don't know either. Let's just consider it a surprise from the league. Ikai, how about selling me the egg? I'll offer 2. 7 million. Haha, you wish. 2. 7 million is just the standard price for the starter trio. This egg is like a blind box, with a minimum guarantee of 2. 7 million. Since we already know what's inside, why not find a way to exchange it for a suitable spirit? This is also a way to be responsible for this Ice Vulpix. Not for sale. Unless what? The crowd looked at Ikai, wondering if he would relent. How about this? If you can find a shiny poison-type spirit, I'll trade this egg with you. If I don't want to sell, then why make things difficult for everyone? The onlookers went back to their night study. He was free, no more college entrance exams. In the corridor, the evening breeze blew. Feeling chilly, and Ikai calmed down. He thought a lot, and increasingly felt that trading the egg for a shiny poison-type spirit was very worthwhile. After all, poison-type spirits are not well regarded in this world, and their prices are often not that high, especially pure poison types. To obtain a compound attribute spirit with a poison type, the price would be much higher. For example, if it were a shiny Bulbasaur, the price could easily double. Having made up his mind, he might as well spread the news. If it's a spirit of another attribute, it won't be able to gain the system's qualification bonus. A C-grade spirit of the poison type can be corrected to A grade by the system, which is a huge improvement. Great. Instead of looking for others, why not ask Dad? He quickly called Yirong. Hello. Unexpectedly, this foolish brother had already reported his championship win early on. Well, that saves him the trouble of explaining. Dad, I want to say a few words, basically meaning he wants a rare poison-type spirit, preferably shiny or rare. The spirit egg can be used for exchange. Lao Deng expressed great happiness. His son has grown up, is sensible, and has prospects. Akai, wait for Dad's good news. Beep, beep, beep. He good? I'll wait for your good news. On the other end, the father quickly made several calls through various channels, then called Yi Xian. Hello, Xiao Xian. Your brother is willing to let go of the spirit egg for you. Yes, I just need to help him find a poison-type spirit as compensation. Okay, that's it, bye. He hung up the phone, satisfied. Not bad. It seems he misunderstood Akai in the past. This kid is really good. Yi Rong, in his delight, directly transferred 500,000 pocket money to his account. Ding. Looking at the message on his phone, Yi Kai's eyelids jumped. Lao Deng actively sent gold coins? This is truly unbelievable. Time passed quickly, and his roommates, like curious babies, kept asking him about the competition experience. Yi Kai just responded with and oh. Seeing that he didn't want to say much, everyone wisely fell silent. That night, he slept with the incubator in his arms. Although he didn't know what kind of sprite it was, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Early the next morning, ding, ding, ding. The 3 consecutive notification sound from his phone woke him up. Ugh, Yi Kai was actually a bit grumpy in the morning. If you wanted to see him at his worst, you could try waking him up. Who is it? Can't anyone sleep? But then he thought carefully, wait, isn't being a student about waking up early? When he looked at the time again, oh no, it was already 8:30. There wasn't a single classmate in the dorm to wake him up. After thinking for a moment, he shrugged it off. After all, he was the champion of the school competition. Did he still need to go to class? What is class? I never go to class. I'm not interested in class. As he scrolled through the messages, he suddenly discovered 3 photos sent by his dad. Is it really happening? Rare colored sprites are hard to come by. But as long as you sincerely want to find them, they aren't impossible to locate, especially if you have the ability to spend money. The world is so big that you can always find a few. In a video, a greenish Zubat is hanging upside down in a dark cave. In the background, there are countless bat-like Pokémon, including Golbat, Woobat, and others. The contrast between male and female, as well as the shiny variants, shows that the male has slightly larger fangs. Then there are 3 pictures taken from different angles. Others might not appreciate it, but they don't know how cool this thing becomes when it evolves into Crobat. The shiny Crobat is pink. Chapter 11. Exceptional Shiny Zubat, a shiny Zubat. Ye-Kai was calculating in his mind. He could trade the egg of his Ice Ninetales with his dad. He wouldn't be a loss. Perhaps to the people in this world, he would seem to be losing out. After all, Zubat is quite abundant in caves in the wild and can be very annoying. They often attack hikers, making them quite unpopular. Plus, they have a poisonous attribute and can suck the blood of both people and Pokémon, so their reputation isn't great. However, he didn't care. The growth cycle of Zubat is actually quite fast. It can evolve into Golbat at level 22 and then into Crobat through friendship. Coincidentally, for him, who has a poison-type champion system, this Pokémon seems tailor-made for him. He was already a bit impatient. He directly called his dad. Hurry and get this shiny Zubat. Hello? Yes, just come to the dorm. He didn't expect his dad to act so quickly. Yi-Rong had already been to the classroom looking for him, but didn't find him. The father and son quickly met at the dormitory building. Akai, this is the Pokémon you wanted. He didn't hold back and took the dark ball. He then carefully stared at it. A light blue screen appeared. Zubat's shiny variant level, LV, 19, normal, potential, BS, has been corrected by the system, upgraded to S grade. This Pokémon's maximum level cap is 100. Type Poison. Flying ability. Infiltrator. Pokémon with this ability are not affected by the opponent's Reflect, Light Screen, Substitute, etc. Moves. Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird, Scare, Mean Look, Poison Fong. Held item. None Wow, level 19. S-grade potential. Infiltrator ability. Egg move, Inherited Brave Bird. A very powerful flying type move. Although he didn't know how old Deng got it. It was probably caught by someone in a cave. This one is really amazing. Anyway, it's his now. He was so excited that his hands were shaking unconsciously. Level 19. It evolves at level 22, and then, through friendship, into Crobat. Doesn't this mean evolution is just around the corner? Akai, what about that Pokémon egg? Yi-Rong could tell at a glance that his son was very satisfied with this Pokémon, and immediately inquired about the egg. It's just a shiny Zubat. He didn't care. Even if it was shiny, it only cost 8 million. If he hadn't been in a hurry, he could have probably bargained. Although shiny Pokémon are quite rare, Zubat is really not a very appealing Pokémon, and he even felt a bit disgusted by it. Especially this shiny Zubat, which was a bright green. It was even uglier than the regular Zubat, but it didn't matter. Being able to exchange it for a Pokémon egg as a reward for the school competition was worth it. Ye-Kai brought Lao Deng into the dormitory, then took out the incubator from his personal wardrobe. Upon seeing this Pokémon egg, Yi-Rong's mood brightened. He looked closely and became more and more satisfied. Haha, Kai. Then Dad'll take the egg away. Take it away. Take it away. Just don't regret it in the future if you don't know its worth. He never cared about Lao Deng's opinion and even knew what Yi-Rong was going to do next. Most likely, he would turn around and give the Ice Vulpix egg to Yi Xian. Lao Deng could do such things. After he left, he said, "Come out, Zubat." Zubat. It was all green, with the inner ear and wing membrane presenting a soil yellow color, no eyes, and 4 sharp white teeth visible in its mouth. Zubat was not as small as he imagined. It was actually 1 meter tall. It felt even bigger when it flew. He reached out to stroke Zubat. The fine fluff was soft and very comfortable, like petting an oversized rat. Zubat. It enjoyed being petted and kept changing its posture. It won't be long before Zubat evolves. Just wait. Why not add some more icing on the cake? System. Exchange 8,000 energy points for me. Ding. You have exchanged 8,000 energy points. The school competition prize of 300,000 and the 500,000 from Lao Deng. He didn't blink an eye as he poured them all into the system. Exchange for toxic. Ding. You have exchange for toxic, consuming 2,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 6,000. Let Gasball and Zubat learn toxic. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Zubat has learned the skill toxic. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Gasball has learned the skill toxic. Actually, these 2 Pokémon would normally learn toxic on their own when they reached around level 30. But Ye-Kai couldn't wait that long. Poison-type Pokémon using toxic have a guaranteed hit bonus. The sooner they learn this powerful skill, the better. Zubat instantly felt a pure poison-type energy enveloping it, and methods and experiences for using toxic flooded its mind. It seemed like it was born to know this move. The source of this power is Yi Kai. Could this human be a god? It became even more obedient, allowing Yi Kai to stroke it. Meanwhile, Yi Rong called out Yi Xian, who was in class. Son, what do you think this is? Dad, I knew you loved me the most. Yi Xian stared intently at the Pokémon egg in the incubator. Haha, let's skip the cheesy talk. You can take this incubator and take good care of it. Okay, I'll head back to class now. He picked up the incubator and walked back to the classroom. The large canister-style incubator attracted the attention of the entire class. Everyone instantly had an answer in their hearts. Isn't this the spirit egg that Yi Kai got after winning the championship? How did it end up in Yi Xian's hands? The rumors were indeed true. Their father is really biased. The things that the older brother won through his own strength still have to be given to the younger brother in the end. This dad is really impressive. Yi Xian thoroughly enjoys the envious and jealous gazes. Not to mention his class 5, but even the entire senior year, or even the whole Pancher Academy. How many students have a quasi-divine spirit? And now, the champion spirit egg from the school competition is also in his hands. Isn't this rounding off equal to him winning the school competition championship? Haha, I heard from Dad that loser got a green shiny Zubat and was so happy he was shaking. That useless brother really has problems in his head. Forget it. He can only show off for now. Wait until his baby Gyarados evolves into a Gyarados. I'll show him. And this Pokémon egg, once it hatches, will definitely be a powerful Pokémon. At that time, let's see how this loser compares to me. The vast family fortune of the Yi family is still all mine. Right? He became even prouder, almost laughing out loud. I wonder what kind of Pokémon will hatch from this egg. I'm really looking forward to it. On Yi Kai's side, his phone kept ringing. Hello? Is this Yi Kai? Where have you been? Didn't we agree to meet in my office this morning? The principal and others were getting anxious since he hadn't arrived. Chapter 12 Professional Trainer Chu Feng, he hung up the phone. By the time he dawdled to the principal's office, it was already 9:43 a.m. Feng Miao Miao and Zhao Qian had been sitting there for an hour already. They looked at Yi Kai with speechless expressions. Yi Kai, remember not to be late next time. The principal used his utmost patience and did not scold him. The others also had nothing to say. How did this guy end up winning the school competition championship? Can you really be late for this? All right, since everyone is here, let's take a look at the competitions you will participate in over the next 6 months. There are 14 Pokémon academies within the jurisdiction of the city. The results of the draw were already announced a week ago. The principal took out 3 documents and handed them to everyone. Yi Kai took the documents and casually flipped through them. The first battle is against the Qingju Academy, located in Jingsheng, next to Lianqing. The documents also included photos of the opposing school's competitors, their academic records, and honors they had received. Additionally, our academy has specially hired a coach to guide you for the remaining competitions over the next 6 months. Coach Chu, please say a few words. A man with a scruffy face and a lazy expression walked in. He was dressed in black, with several strips of fabric hanging down, resembling a crow. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Feng, a level 3 professional trainer, and I won't go into much detail about my other credentials. Upon hearing the title of level 3 professional trainer, everyone immediately showed respect. According to the standards of the World Alliance, a level 1 professional trainer must obtain at least 70 of the small badges in their country, which is set at 12 small badges in the Dragon Country Alliance. Small badge competitions are simpler than official badge challenges, limited to Pokémon below level 45. Level 2 requires at least 8 official badges, with no restrictions on country or region. Level 3 requires 16 official badges, also with no restrictions on country or region. There are only 19 officially certified gyms in the entire Dragon Country Alliance, meaning that level 3 professional trainers are all significant figures. In the Dragon Country, there are no more than 300 such individuals, each one being a rare find among hundreds of thousands. Even gym leaders must show great respect upon meeting one. Coach Chu, I will leave them in your hands from here. No need to mention it. Principal, Pancher is also considered my alma mater. It's just a small matter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Chu Feng and the principal, he took the 3 students to the school's dedicated indoor competition venue. Everyone, release your Pokémon first. Come out Scyther, come out Totodile, Gas Bomb, Zubat. Everyone summoned their Pokémon. When the crowd saw the green Zubat, they all frowned. They didn't like that thing. Zubat was already heavy enough, and it looked even worse after the color change. Chu Feng stroked his chin, not paying much attention to this. He even showed more interest in Zubat and reached out to touch it. The gas bomb was not safe to touch due to its potent poison. Then he circled around the Totodile. These 3 are all, and you might not even see one in the wild among thousands. Finally, I glanced at the flying mantis. I'm a practical trainer, so what I teach you may be relatively niche, but it will definitely be useful. I will demonstrate once, so watch closely. Come out. Moonlight, EV. Gula. A nimble black rabbit sprang out of the dark ball, completely black with golden ring-like spots. It is Moonlight, EV. Apart from Yekai, the other two were a bit scared. Dark-type Pokémon are quite brutal. They will attack if something goes wrong, making them very hard to tame. After releasing your Pokémon, you can directly give commands using the move names instead of repeating the Pokémon's name, which can give you an edge in battles. Dark Pulse. Chufeng pointed to an empty spot on the field. Moonlight, EV, immediately unleashed a Dark Pulse. The powerful dark energy condensing into a black beam that blasted a large pit into the ground, sending debris flying. Everyone was amazed by the power of this attack, all wondering what would happen if they battled against it. They would probably be knocked out instantly. Of course, this wasn't the limit. Plan B. Moonlight, EV, immediately understood. Radiating green light. It leaped high and then used Quick Attack, moving so fast that only a black afterimage remained. The shadow raced around everyone at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Moonlight, EV, executed Bite, needing to stop steadily before hitting Chufeng. The Pokémon were all startled. They thought Moonlight EV was going to attack its trainer. I just gave Moonlight EV 3 commands to increase speed with agility, quick attack, and bite. The purpose of this is not to showcase the strength of the Pokémon, but to make you think about how to simplify commands for your Pokémon. Chufeng recalled Moonlight EV back into its Pokeball and suggested they study for a day and come back to check tomorrow. This person just let them roam free. I hope that when I come over tomorrow, no one will still be repeating the names of the spirits. He smiled sinisterly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What is the background of this Chufeng, and why does it give people a chilling feeling? Yekai felt that what Coach Chu said coincided with his own thoughts. The surprises the world has given him are already more than enough. Negative statuses like poisoning, burns, and paralysis can stack. Spirits can directly cause harm. Even his 3 meals a day cannot do without dishes made by spirits, such as Quintero's beef and Scallion Braised Carp King. Isn't it quite normal to simplify battle commands in spirit battles and even deceive opponents with incorrect commands? This is not despicable. All's fair in war. This is tactics. If in a secret realm, or facing some terrifying criminals, elves can kill. The world is not as peaceful as it seems. Yekai, what's up with this shiny Noivern? Zhao Qian's question pulled his thoughts back. Oh, it's nothing, my dad gave it to me. Fang Miao Miao and Zhao Qian exchanged glances as if to say, do you think I believe you? Originally, Yekai was just an unknown, but ever since he won the school competition, the story of the Yi brothers has become widely known. A ridiculously biased father. 2 sons, one with a starting Pokémon that is a Ghastly, and the other with a pseudo-legendary Bagon. By the way, are you selling your Pokémon egg? I'll offer 2. 8 million. Can't go higher than that. Fang Miao Miao asked tentatively. I'll offer 2. 9 million. Zhao Qian interjected. What do you mean you want to compete with me? I'm just competing. Good things are meant to be fought for. What's wrong with that? He watched the 2 of them argue over the egg, feeling amused. No need to argue. That egg is probably in the hands of my foolish younger brother right now. Yekai shrugged, as if saying it's no big deal. What? The more explosive information was yet to come, he added. I traded the egg for this shiny Noivern. Chapter 13. The Daily Routine of Rapid Growth. What? Fang Miao Miao and Zhao Qian looked at Yekai in disbelief. Would anyone trade a Pokémon egg one from a school competition for a Noivern? Oh my god, there are plenty of Noiverns out there. Just find a bigger cave, and you could easily find dozens of them. This thing resembles a little Lada by the roadside. The 2 of them were completely speechless at the thought of losing to such a dim-witted guy. They heard yesterday that he wanted to trade a spirit egg for a shiny poison-type Pokémon, and to their surprise, he actually did it. The 2 of them pounded their chests and slapped their thighs, regretting that they hadn't thought of a Pokémon like Zubat. Now it's good. That kid Yi Xian has gotten a bargain. Yekai naturally knew what they were thinking. He couldn't be bothered to explain and started training with the 2 spirits. He silently chanted in his heart, System, let my Zubat learn Poison Fang. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Zubat has learned the skill Poison Fang. That's not enough. Zubat can also learn Fire-type skills. That would be Heat Wave, which has a power of 95. This move is also an area of effect attack. The system's skill shop prices it at 2,000 energy points, and he still has 6,000. Exchange. There's no need to hesitate. To become a strong trainer, one must seize the day. Exchange for the Heat Wave skill. Ding. You have exchange for Heat Wave, consuming 2,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points for 1,000. Teach Heat Wave to your Noctowl. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Noctowl has learned the skill Heat Wave. Hee hee, Brave Bird and Heat Wave. And later I'll teach it the quick return move. However, aside from poison and fire-type moves, there are no shortcuts. It requires effort to learn properly. The Euro Ball that Ghastly needs to learn as well. Noctowl has just learned 2 powerful moves in a row. Its affection for Yi-Kai has rapidly increased. It's worth noting that when it was a wild Pokémon, it was driven away by its kind due to its different color, forced to run everywhere. Now, following this trainer, it has learned great skills. With 1 Heat Wave, it could probably take out that group in an instant. Ghastly releases a small amount of toxic gas, and seeing Noctowl's lack of reaction, it knows that this flying Pokémon is also of the poison type. The 2 Pokémon play and frolic around Yi-Kai. He is thinking about simplifying battle commands. Ghastly responds slightly to his voice, turning to look at Yi-Kai. Good, Ghastly, from now on. I will only call your name when releasing you in battle. For subsequent moves, just attack directly. He explained the same to Noctowl using the same method. Noctowl, do you understand? Hiss. It has no objections. As long as it's Yi-Kai's decision, it has no complaints. Next comes the skill commands, which requires substantial battle experience. The knowledge in this is quite profound. If necessary, it's best to use language that the opponent cannot understand. Such tactics will be more effective. There's no rush. This is a process. On the contrary, it would be great if we could get a few strange sweets right now. This is the fastest way for Pokémon to evolve quickly. Otherwise, it's through battles. Go to the Pokémon Battle Club. However, such places can be quite expensive. Depending on the opponent chosen for the battle, different prices will come up. He isn't broke, but most of his money goes to the system to exchange for energy points. Right now, he only has a little over 20,000 Alliance coins left. Forget it. I'll just keep asking Old Dang for more. With others, you might have to reason with them, but there's no need to reason with Old Dang. He took out his phone. Hey, yeah. I've been a bit tight on cash lately. My Pokémon need energy blocks, and I also want to sign up for a battle club. I'm alright. After a few minutes of conversation, ding. Old Dang sent him another 300,000 coins. My Pokémon Egg ISN T something that can be easily obtained. Sooner or later, I'll make back the difference bit by bit. It's time to buy something for the Pokémon. Pulling back his thoughts, he looked at the 2 people who were also training. Little Crocodile, use Water Gun. Watching Fong Miao Miao's playful training style, Yi-Kai was speechless. Forget it. It's not his place to guide her. Otherwise, what does that make Coach Chu Feng for? Use Fury Cutter. Zhao Qian was doing much better. The Scyther quickly adapted to the new command, swinging its size with great vigor. In fact, whether these people trained well or not had little to do with him. They were just fellow students at the same school, not even classmates. But if the 2 of them were too weak, it would drag Yi-Kai down in the best of 3 school competition, and that would matter. I want to go buy some energy blocks for my Pokémon. You guys keep practicing. After leaving that sentence, he walked away, leaving the 2 of them looking at each other in confusion. This strange person who uses poison. Let him be. Although Yi-Kai is quite eccentric, there's one thing that both of them have to admit. He is very capable. After Yi-Kai left the indoor battle arena, he went to the principal's office. The principal simply issued him a long-term pass. From now on, he would need to repeatedly get passes to enter and exit the school gate. At the school gate, the security guard glanced at the principal's handwritten note, then looked at the 18-year-old boy in front of him, and he felt a sense of respect. This is the champion of this year's school competition. The boy who released the poisonous smoke. Truly impressive. I'm leaving now, but I'll be back in the evening. He directly took a ride to the largest shopping and entertainment center in Lianqing, Kate Elf Plaza. As soon as he got out of the car, a fragrant aroma wafted in the air. In a place like this, the scent of perfume is definitely strong. He thought for a moment. He currently has around 320,000. Keeping 20,000 for food and drink will definitely be enough for this month. The remaining 300,000 will all be spent on elves. This spirit square. He has come many times in his memory. He skillfully headed to the 2nd floor. Welcome, exclusive store for Bag Dragon energy blocks. Several staff members said in unison. You must be a student from the Rock Spirit Academy. What type of energy block are you looking for? Facing students from such a prestigious school, the staff members were very enthusiastic. Yi-Kai didn't say anything. After all, his poison-type spirit was a bit special. Watching the staff chatter and promote many products, all of which were of other attributes, he noticed they didn't introduce any product from the lower 3 types. The so-called lower 3 types refer to poison, ghost, and dark types. This is a standard derived from human likes and dislikes. Are there energy cubes used by poison-type Pokémon? He finally said something. Just that one sentence left the clerk at a loss for words. The clerk awkwardly smiled, thinking, this kid, ISNT, trying to pick a fight, is he? When normal person raise poison-type Pokémon? If they do, they must be tired of living, right? Every year, There are people who try to raise poison-type Pokémon, but even more end up poisoned or disabled. Over time, fewer people take them up. The clerk seemed unwilling to give up on this sale and suggested a compromise. How about this? I recommend you buy General-type energy cubes. These energy cubes can be consumed by Pokémon of all attributes. They are universal products. Chapter 14. Energy cubes made from poison sting. General-type energy cubes are indeed a solution. However, feeding Pokémon energy cubes that do not match their attributes can only satisfy their cravings at best, and may even harm them. Yikai didn't want to take that risk. How about this? Let us go with some flying-type energy cubes. Okay, how about this one? The clerk took out a large bag wrapped in light blue paper, filled with many energy cubes. Can we try them? Of course. Come out, Noctowl. The large green bat made the clerks unable to hold back. How can anyone specifically raise this Pokémon? Is Eevee not cute? Or is Pikachu not adorable? If all else fails, Rattata would work too. Noctowl. But since it's business, the clerks also have basic professional ethics. No matter what the customer's Pokémon is, even if it's a mook, they cannot show disgust on the spot. Otherwise, if a complaint is filed, their jobs would be at risk. Yikai fed Noctowl a bit of the flying-type energy cube, and it seemed to enjoy it, though it didn't eat much. Noctowl's staple food is one thing only: blood. Do you have the highest quality kind? The knowledge behind energy cubes is quite profound. They can generally be divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. The first two can only ensure that Pokémon like and enjoy them. However, advanced energy cubes can unlock a Pokémon's potential. If a Pokémon has a C-grade aptitude, long-term consumption of the correct attribute advanced energy cubes may very well elevate their aptitude to B-grade. Such a good thing is naturally not cheap. The price is at least 3 to 10 times that of a mid-level energy cube. As soon as this was said, the clerk immediately became interested. How about trying this one? He skillfully opened the safe and took out a beautifully packaged sky blue box. This product, both in terms of the packaging's print and the gold foil craftsmanship, is incomparable to those I've seen before. The clerk, wearing gloves, carefully takes out a small piece. There's a strong scent of tree fruits and bird feathers, along with a hint of cream. Due to the price, the sample is only the size of a fingernail. After tasting it, it can't stop praising and has already started to act cute, trying to get more. The echolocator is flying up and down, very excited. What is the price of this? If one wants to enhance their qualifications, they need to consume it long-term. It would cost 30,000 for a month. The clerk observes Yikai's expression while saying this, as this student is likely unable to afford it. After all, 30,000 is enough to raise dozens of echolocators. Although this one is just of a different color. I'll take a 2-month supply. Please wrap it up. He didn't bargain. The echolocator needs to eat something. Otherwise, its combat power will be affected. It can't just be free range, flying out at night to suck blood. If it really comes down to it, he might have to sacrifice himself to let it drink some blood. However, even then, even if it drained an adult dry, it still wouldn't be enough for it to eat. This behavior at most can only increase a bit of favorability, probably. It seems that if there's a chance, I should still get some poison-type energy cubes. If this store doesn't have it, then go to another one. After spending 60,000, he roamed the entire second floor with little to show for it. Poison-type energy blocks are really rare in this world. If all else fails, just go to the official Pokémon Center for supplies. They should have some. If that doesn't work, ask Old Dang. With so many Weezing and Jengar in his gas factory, do they really just grow on air? Just when he was about to give up, he found what he was looking for in a tiny old shop in the corner. Little brother, you have good taste using poison-type Pokémon? The shopkeeper was an old lady knitting a sweater. Beside her, 3 huge purple beasts loomed over them. They were mook. Standing up, they were at least 7 meters tall. This is truly unimaginably huge. They're coiled together, basically occupying half of the store space. Do you have toxic energy cubes? Yes. And they're extremely authentic good stuff? She took out an iron box. Inside was a pile of dull and damaged conical objects that looked a bit old. Are these poison needles? You have a good eye. Poison needles are items that some wild poison-type Pokémon carry. But the quality and condition of these poison needles are quite average. Crush them, grind them into powder, mix them with acidic tree fruits and my uncle's snake venom. With these materials, soak them in top-quality normal-type energy cubes. The old man is getting on in years, and he rambled on for a while. The meaning is simple. My stuff is awesome. Come buy it. Let's give it a try. Can I sample it? Here, take this and try it. Without further ado, she directly rolled out a piece the size of a ping-pong ball from the old newspaper and handed it to Yikai. He didn't hold back and took it with his hand. Oh, young man, you have a poison-resistant constitution, just like I did when I was young, haha. The old man knew that if it were an ordinary person, Just holding this energy cube with bare hands would cause their skin to swell and turn purple, with a burning pain. But the young man in front of him had no reaction at all. His constitution is truly extraordinary. Yikai didn't have time to chat with this old lady, as she could talk for 3 days and nights. Come out, gas bomb. No one must see. The old lady looked at the differently colored gas bomb, very excited. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilated several times, and she covered her chest, almost fainting. Who? It took a while for her to catch her breath. She sighed. My old man passed away early, and he raised gas bombs and wheezing. Your one is even a shiny variant, truly lucky. The gas bomb took the energy cube handed over by Yikai and swallowed it whole. It immediately reacted, its gaseous body visibly expanding by a few centimeters. No one must see. Look at gas bomb's reaction. It wants to eat, gobbling it up. How much are these energy cubes? I'll buy 3 months' worth. Young man, don't be too eager. 3 months? My uncle doesn't have that much snake venom to make for you. Just start with 1 month's worth, and you can come back for more after finishing. Looking at the bag wrapped in brown paper, mixed with old newspaper, it looked like a landmine. This thing only costs 20,000 alliance coins, which is quite worth it. You really can't find this stuff anywhere else. That old lady is nice too. She even gave him 2 high-quality poison needles. These 2 poison needles are very large. The surface is smooth and emits a purple glow, about as thick as a thumb and as long as a chopstick with barbs at the tip, extremely sharp. It's unclear what kind of spirit carried them in life. He immediately gave them to Gas Bomb and Noivern. Poison Needle, Premium, the Pokémon carrying this item will have an increase in the power of poison-type moves. He looked at the system's description. Those broken, low-quality poison needles wouldn't have such a strong effect. After buying these, it was already past 5 p.m. It was too late to go to the Pokémon Battle Club. He would have to wait for next time. He was preparing to head back to school. Oh, you're here. Useless bro Yixian happened to pass by with a female classmate. Although they were in their senior year, Yixian's grades were consistently in the top 10 of his grade. Whether it was studying, having a girlfriend, or training Pokémon, he was confident he could easily overpower the useless brother in every aspect. Yikai, what are you thinking, trading a high-quality Pokémon egg for a Noivern? Haha, that's just hilarious. Chapter 15. Instant kill of a useless brother, what do you want to say? Yikai had no excess expression. In the memories of his previous life, or from what he could see now, this useless brother was not very capable. He wanted to say, are you stupid or what? Haha, what else is there to say? Yixian openly mocked him, his tone arrogant. My foolish brother, a defeated opponent's defeated opponent. Who gave you the confidence to come here and talk big? He articulated clearly. Yixian recognized each word, but it took him a few seconds to piece them together. The truth was a sharp knife. The useless brother placed 4th in the school competition, which was indeed a defeated opponent's defeated opponent. You, that Pokémon egg. I only gave it to you out of pity. If you're not convinced, there's a public battle arena in the square. Just come and fight. Yikai's thoughts were clear, and his words had no flaws. All right, I'll go down and battle you. If you hadn't won the school competition, I wouldn't be so eager to fight you. A nearby girl watched coldly. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yikai was provoking him. Then I'll give you a chance. Lose. He emphasized the word lose, filled with confidence. Don't go, you're not his opponent. The girl advised him. You're full of crap. Since childhood, Yixian's mother has compared him to Yikai in various ways. The hatred between the 2 brothers has been brewing for more than 10 years. The girl saw that her advice wasn't working and felt an unnamed anger rising. She didn't care anymore. She shook off Yixian's arm and left alone in the elevator. The troublesome person has left. Come down. Wait. Yikai suddenly changed his mind. What, are you scared? You useless thing? It's too boring to just fight. Let's make a bet. If I win, you'll give me one. 2 million. He estimated that one. 2 million was the limit of the useless brother's current pocket money. In fact, Yixian definitely had more than that, but asking for more would be a bit inappropriate. It would be troublesome to alert Yi Rong. Old Dang probably wouldn't give him more money. If you lose, you have to leave the Yi family. From now on, you're not allowed to claim to be my brother. All right, let us do it. The 2 went directly to the ground floor. Unfortunately, at this time, many students from Rock Academy were coming out to play. Of course, it wasn't just students that came out. Zhu Feng. The red-haired girl immediately recognized the man dressed in black among the crowd. It's you, the brat from the Hong family. Chu Feng looked lazy, showing no extra expression. Even when called a brat, Hong Lian was not angry. What are you doing here? Didn't the League assign you any secret mission? Hong Lian was quite interested in him. After all, Chu Feng was very strong. What am I doing here? I want to know that too. He spoke ambiguously, clearly unwilling to say more. All right, I'm here to see my grandmother. She is over 70 and runs a Pokémon item shop on the 2nd floor. But I found something more interesting. Look at who's on that outdoor battle arena. Chu Feng pointed to a not-so-distant battle arena. Two boys, who looked somewhat similar, were facing off, one of whom was Yi Kai. Is it him? Yi Kai had already been demoted to B-level attention by the league. His battle was indeed worth watching. Go. Larvitar, Jill. Both sides immediately sent out their Pokémon. The quasi-divine Larvitar battled Noivern. Larvitar, use Rock Throw. Toxic, then Dodge. No need to watch, it's a Kai who wins. Just from the commands given by both sides, Chu Feng already knew the outcome. Hong Lian, however, looked incredulous. Not even glancing. How can you use Absorb? Chu Feng inexplicably chimed in. Huh? What do you mean? Hong Lian didn't understand. Unexpectedly, the next moment, something shocking happened. Before Larvitar could launch its rocks, it was already surrounded by the toxic liquid released by Noivern. A large amount of poison seeped into Larvitar's thick armor, and it was severely poisoned. In less than half a minute, its stamina would drop to 0. Fortunately, Larvitar managed to execute Rock Throw, its momentum grand, as if a giant onyx resided within its small body. Boom! The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. The thrown rocks were all dodged by Noivern. Use Absorb. Yi Kai really used this move. Its power was not great, only 20, but Larvitar had a 4 times weakness to grass. Yo give. It let out a painful wail. Its eyes filled with stars. A single Absorb took it out in an instant. Hong Lian was shocked. She had just wanted to turn around and chat with Chu Feng again, only to find he had already disappeared. It seemed he was very knowledgeable about Noivern. Understanding this kind of Pokémon and what moves it would learn at what level was simply thorough. Impossible. This is just a trash move with 20 power. How could this trash Noivern? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian could hardly believe what he was seeing. His Pokémon was supposed to be a future quasi-divine being. How is this possible? This is impossible. Yi Kai doesn't have time to watch him go crazy here. Others might not understand, but it's actually very simple. That young Gyarados is only level 10. His Zubat is level 19, and besides, Absorb is a grass-type move, which is 4 times effective against rock-type young Gyarados. To ensure victory, he also poisoned it first. Stupid brother. Losing is completely justified, with reason and evidence. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to explain the principles behind it. Time to pay up. A payment code was handed to Yi Xian. He slammed his fist on the ground in anger. So slow. You don't even have one. 2 million, do you? Yes, I have it. Ding. All right, 2 million has been credited, and he didn't linger any longer, leaving directly. He communicated with the system in his mind. System. Exchange for 6,000 energy points. Ding. You have exchanged 6,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 10,000. Great. Energy points are temporarily not lacking. I can learn whatever moves I want. Looking at the dark ball in his hand, the panel information appeared. Zubat's shiny level. LV, 20 normal. Moves, Absorb, Supersonic. Brave Bird Attack, Scare, Dark Glare, Poison Fong, Toxic Heatwave. Held item, Poison Needle. Unexpectedly, this young Gyarados has quite a bit of experience. It leveled up. A few more battles, or maybe by 2 odd candies, evolving in a Golbat, or even Crobat, is right in front of him. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure collided with him. Who? He could almost confirm it was intentional. Yi Kai, it's not a good habit to grin at your Pokeball. The person was none other than Chu Feng. When he recognized the visitor, his heart skipped a beat. Chu Feng walked to his side and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Your Zubat is about to evolve. Do you want me to help you?" Chapter 16, Evolving into Golbat. Do you want me to help you? What do you mean? Yi Kai instinctively took a step back. This guy named Chu Feng is definitely not an ordinary trainer. Both his demeanor and the feeling when he gives commands are extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is an executive of some villain organization. Literally speaking, Chu Feng shook the transparent packaging bag in his hand, inside which was a huge experience candy, as big as a hot pot meatball. What is this? Before traveling through time, Yi Kai played every generation of Pokémon games and was very familiar with these Pokémon items. The square object in front of him was obviously an experience candy, which functioned similarly to strange sweets in the game. In the game, strange sweets could directly increase a Pokémon's level by 1. However, experience candies purely enhance experience. If you remember correctly, these candies came in various sizes: XS, S, M, L, and XL. Clearly, the one in Chu Feng's hand was quite large. Calm down, this is the real world. It's probably different from a game. Let us ask and see if we can gather some information. What is the difference between this and strange sweets? Oh, the kid recognizes strange sweets, nice. There is not much difference, but strange sweets are rarer. Not only can they increase a Pokémon's level, but it is said that consuming a large amount can also elevate a Pokémon's potential. Chu Feng didn't hide this. For a level 3 professional trainer like him, it wasn't a big deal. He didn't expect strange sweets in this world could also enhance a Pokemon's potential. It seems he should get some for his Weezing in the future. Its potential is only C grade, although it was corrected to a gray by the system. But there is still S grade above that. With this in mind, Ye Kai understood. Alright, how much for this experience candy? Let us say 200,000. Zhu Fang Godin Soki Ali 200,000. When he came to the plaza, he had 320,000, spent 80,000 on energy cubes and won 200,000 from his annoying younger brother. He also topped up 600,000 to the system. He currently had 840,000 on hand. 200,000 was not unaffordable. Too expensive 100,000. Actually, it wasn't really about the money. Mainly, going from level 20 to level 22 only took 2 levels. Whether or not he had this experience candy was just a matter of time. At most, he could evolve a few weeks earlier. Don't bargain with me. I can teach you a practical skill. Chu Feng took out an Ultra Ball from his pocket. Ahem. A 2-meter-tall, 4-winged bat hovered in the air. It was entirely purple, with the inner side of its wing membranes being cyan. The whole creature resembled a giant letter X, quite imposing. It was nighttime, and the appearance of the Zadu attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Rapid return. The Zadu emitted a deep green light and shot high into the sky at breakneck speed. It was as fast as a green wave of light. Then, this attack suddenly turned around and, in the blink of an eye, darted back into the Pokeball. Deal. This is a divine skill. It's one of the techniques that Ye Kai must learn. In Pokemon battles, the tactical value of rapid retreat is extremely high. If faced with an unfavorable situation, this move allows you to hit and run, which is quite practical. Even if he didn't encounter Chu Feng, he would still seek out the Pokemon Club by himself, spending money to learn it. Spending 200,000 for a chance to evolve immediately, along with a practical move, can be considered a profit. The two sides quickly reached a deal. This isn't a suitable place for training. Let me take you inside to talk. Chu Feng led him to the underground level 2 of the Kate Pokemon Plaza. Shenwei Battle Club. What a name. Ye Kai couldn't help but complain that the owner must be a hotshot. Upon entering, a staff member greeted Chu Feng. Brother Feng, what a rare visitor. What brings you here today? Cut the small talk. Give this kid a platinum annual card. The staff member was delighted to hear this. Of course. They were happy to earn money. It's a total of 180,000 a year, which includes access to a private battle arena at any time, 100 designated battles, and... Alright kid, go pay. Ye Kai felt that he was quite stubborn, but he didn't expect Chu Feng to be even more persistent. He didn't even ask for his consent. However, he didn't need to get a membership card for the battle club. It was just a matter of time. To familiarize himself with various Pokemon battle processes and even learn secret techniques, he couldn't do without the battle club. Ding! The spending was too fast. He still had 460,000 left. After completing the card, the staff provided them with a top-notch battle arena. First, evolve your Zubat. I'll wait for you here. Come out. Zubat. Ziz. Zubat flew around the area. Ye Kai fed it a large experience candy. Ziz. It seemed to have eaten the best thing of its life and was quite excited. Then it landed on the ground, radiating dazzling light. As the light gradually dissipated, it looked the same as before, still green. However, the inner membrane of its wings had turned pink and the Zubat had grown eyes. Its enormous mouth almost occupied its entire body, and its 4 fangs were sharper than daggers. Cough, cough. As it completed the evolution, Chu Feng stepped forward to closely observe this Golbat. It was huge, measuring about 8 meters. That big mouth could easily swallow a living person. Ding! Your Zubat has evolved into Golbat and has learned the skill, Quick Defense. Ding! Golbat has learned the skill, Thunderbolt. Not bad, quite impressive. If it continues to evolve at this size, it should be even larger than mine, Chu Feng generously praised. Alright, to save time, to learn Rapid Retreat, you need to let it master Bug-type energy. That's right. This is the most basic process of mastering skill. He was very clear in his mind. The first step is to master the energy of a type. The second step is to store and accumulate this type of energy within the Pokemon, forming a self-circulation. The third step is to use the technique to release the energy outward. As for mastering a skill to perfection, being able to unleash counter-shield techniques, that's another level entirely. This is also why so many people were shocked by the performance of the gas bomb during the school competition. This is all thanks to the system. Only the secret techniques produced by the system can be so extraordinary. It directly skips these steps and maxes out the proficiency of a move. Bite. Cough. The bat is swinging its four wings at high speed, using the move Leech Life with minimal power. In fact, Leech Life is a bug-type move. This is also the easiest bug-type skill for the Zubat family to learn. Chu Feng explains it in detail. Some people tend to confuse Leech Life and Absorb. Absorb is a grass-type move with a power of only 20. Leech Life is a bug-type move with a power of 80. Once a Zubat learns Leech Life, it becomes almost instinctual for it to feed. There's no need to learn it. Within half an hour, the two bats are using Leech Life on each other, and the Zubat has already mastered the move. Alright, we can start the next step, minimal power and quick return. Chapter 17, The Secret of Names, Quick Return. Cough. The two bats have a very good relationship. Although they're both male, you can tell by their large fangs. However, Yikai doesn't care about these details. Matters between Pokémon cannot be judged by human standards. On the contrary, he finds that even at minimal power, Zubat still struggles to withstand the second move. With just one quick return, it is only a sliver of stamina left. Chu Feng's Pokémon is too strong. Very good. The power of the move is controlled just right. He observes coldly and very carefully. This is the best time to strengthen the bond with such a Pokémon. Kid, let's suck your blood. Oh, Yikai can't help but be taken aback. Zubat's large mouth could swallow him whole. This blood-sucking won't turn me into a corpse, right? Zubat, use Absorb on me. He was anxious but didn't show it, so let's try with a power of 20. Zubat seemed to have heard some kind of blessing and directly bit into his neck. No need to worry, it can suck blood slowly. It can also, in an instant, wildly drain 300 to 500 milliliters. If it wanted to take your life, you would have died long ago. After some fuss, Zubat's stamina was somewhat restored. It had mastered basic bug-type energy through blood-sucking, and now it could only practice slowly. This is the secret machine disc for rapid return. Take it back and show it to your Pokémon at your own pace. Remember, don't be lazy. The information on the disc will automatically self-destruct in 10 days. After saying this, Chu Feng left. It was getting late. He had just wanted to go back, if not for being forcibly dragged here. However, it was all worth it. Zubat had evolved into Golbat. It's better not to linger outside the school for too long. Let's hurry back. He had already lost quite a bit of blood to Golbat and fell a bit dizzy. Generally, a normal person has 400 to 500 milliliters of blood. Losing about 10 shouldn't be a big problem. Stop. Do you want to suck me dry? Cough. It quickly stopped its skill the first time it had sucked human blood. It didn't control the force well. However, the blood with the antibody to all poisons was very tempting for Golbat, making it hard not to overdo it. By the time Yikai returned to the dormitory, it was already past 9 p.m. His face was a bit pale, and he quickly lay down to rest, feeling better after a while. Tired, too tired. The next day, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. Wow, it was already 8:07 a.m. Rushing to the principal's office, he was still late. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Yikai, not bad. At least you were half an hour earlier than last time. The principal said this in a sarcastic tone and was not angry. Why don't we meet directly at the battle arena starting tomorrow? Just be there before 8:30 a.m. Okay, let's do as Coach Chu said. Naturally, the academy hired Chu Feng at a high cost, so he would listen to this coach's opinion. Others didn't know the reason for Yekai's tardiness, but Chu Feng was very clear. However, being so young, a little blood-sucking was nothing. He would recover quickly. It was no big deal. Upon arriving at the battle arena, he prioritized assessing Zhao Qian. Fury Cutter. The Scyther skillfully used the move. Once it was released, there was no need to repeat its name. Not bad. Next, Fong Miao Miao. Use Water Gun. Wow. The Totodile turned its head in confusion, looking at her with a "what are you doing" expression. The Totodile was still in the stage where it couldn't use moves without being called by name. To save time, Yikai, it's your turn. Nightshade. The coughing immediately used Nightshade, and the pale flames didn't attack outward but instead spun rapidly around itself, forming a flame shield. His skill had already reached an advanced version. Compared to the other two, especially Fong Miao Miao, he was much better. Kid, go train over there. There's a TV and a DVD player. You could go learn the secret machine too. He didn't expect Chu Feng to be so straightforward, letting him train on his own. He casually walked to the side to practice. However, his gaze never left the range of the few people. After all, this Chu Feng was like a textbook. He felt he could learn a lot from him. Let me demonstrate for you. Totodile, come here. Hearing Chu Feng's call, it looked away disdainfully. He wasn't its trainer. Do you want to eat this? A high-level water-type energy cube appeared in Chu Feng's hand. Under the temptation of food, the little guy quickly succumbed. Come here, little one. It remained unmoved. Come on, Totodile. Chu Feng used all kinds of onomatopoeia, but Totodile was still unfazed, although it did eat quite a bit of the energy cube. Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao found it amusing. Look, your wild tactics aren't that great either. Water. Totodile suddenly reacted. Use water gun. It directly concentrated and launched a water gun at the empty ground. Success. Yekai, who was watching the video with Galbit nearby, felt like he thought of something in the back of his mind. The words Totodile couldn't catch its attention. Instead, the word water could. Water? Isn't this an error caused by the translation issues of the pirates in the old versions of Gold and Silver back in the day? For example, Dragonite was referred to as Fat, Phoenix was called Cici, and Lugia was called Lang. These impressions are quite deep for him. Could it be Jianghua, Jiangtian? The big-mouthed bat suddenly turned to look at him. What? There's such a move. This is so amazing. Seeing that Ye Kai had no further instructions, the big-mouthed bat continued to watch the video. The video is very clear in Blu-ray quality, demonstrating a move with a bird of prey. Then there's a flying mantis and a dark crow. Several different types of Pokémon repeatedly demonstrate the quick turnaround move. Even Pokémon like Mankey and Meowth, which don't have wings, can showcase this move, leaving the Zubat stunned. Use water gun. The Totodile has gradually overcome the embarrassing situation of only being able to use moves when its trainer calls its name. Even if Feng Miao Miao is switched back in, it can still do it. Alright, the method is like this. If a Pokémon doesn't respond to its name, you can experiment with onomatopoeic words one by one. There will always be a word that suits the Pokémon. Too much time has already been wasted. Let's move on to the next tactic. Come out. Gula. The Umbreon makes its appearance again, waiting for Chu Feng's command. Another large dog similar to a Doberman is released. Its body covered with a layer of white bones and a devilish tail held high. It's Houndoom, a dark Pokémon resembling a hellhound. The crowd has generally formed a judgment about the Pokémon Chu Feng is using. It should primarily be dark type. These types of spirits are very difficult to tame, yet they are surprisingly obedient in his hands. Attack. Use flamethrower. Bite down. The next scene left everyone stunned. Chapter 18. Learning to turn back at high speed. Flamethrower. Bite down. The two spirits skillfully positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena. Black Houndoom swung its head and released a fire dragon, charging directly at the moon spirit. The range and power of this jet of flames are something no one has ever seen before. The moon elf is even more astonishing. It charges directly at the hellhound, darting out from the flame attack. It takes the hit head-on, trying to bite the neck of this hellish dog, but narrowly misses as the hellhound dodges. The jet of flames is abruptly interrupted. All right, only then do the onlookers snap back to reality. Who can tell us what they observed from the recent situation? Is it that being fast enough can interrupt the opponent's moves? Feng Miao Miao shares her opinion. Chu Feng shakes his head. Zhao Qian, what do you think? The student humbly claims he sees nothing. This is a modest statement. Given Zhao Qian's top student status and performance in practicals, he surely has some insights. However, he's just afraid of embarrassing himself by saying the wrong thing. Kid, what do you think? Everyone turns their gaze towards Ikai. Perhaps we can abandon defense and directly withstand the enemy's attack to defeat them in one move? You got half of it right. Chu Feng doesn't beat around the bush and directly states the answer. There are both ranged and melee moves for Pokémon, as well as differences in power. As long as everyone has a correct assessment of the damage from the opposing Pokémon, they can attempt to break through directly. Using my Pokémon as an example, the Moon EV excels in defense and special defense, so it can take more risks. It can even withstand the opponent's Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, and other moves to launch a counterattack. After hearing this, everyone seems to have opened the door to a new world, but they quickly calm down again. This requirement is too high. Only with a sturdy Moon EV can one afford to take such risks. How can their Pokémon withstand such attacks? Seemingly sensing everyone's confusion, he arranges for two Pokémon to demonstrate again, but this time it's different. Meditate. This time, Moon EV started with Meditate. The Psychic-type purple energy enveloped it, rapidly increasing its special attack and special defense. Black Houndoom unleashed a flamethrower attack, but Moon EV, in a frenzy, broke through the fiery onslaught, ready to bite Black Houndoom's neck. Black Houndoom quickly tilted its head down, attempting to use its horn to knock Moon EV away, but it was dodged. Both sides missed their attacks. If one fears the other's move's power, they can use enhancement tactics. That's right, everyone understood this time. With Moon EV's ability, as long as it enhances once more, Black Houndoom's flamethrower would pose little threat. If still afraid, they could try using Pokémon with resistance to a few types of attacks. For example, take Croconaw. Its weaknesses are grass and electric types, but it has one-time resistance against steel, fire, water, and ice types. So if the opponent uses Flamethrower, I can let Croconaw charge in and bite. Fong Miao Miao suddenly realized. It could be understood this way. All right, I've said a lot already. Tomorrow, I will bring various attribute Pokémon to test your learning outcomes. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he left directly. He never plays around. He teaches this kind of wild strategy. Simplified instructions, pressure resistance, and quick attacks to defeat the enemy in one move. How much they can learn depends on the students themselves. After he left, Ye Kai focused on the video of Zubat learning moves. What skill are you learning? Fong Miao Miao was the first to come over. Nothing much. What is this? Zhao Qian recognized the value. You're learning quick return without me. He complained. We're not that familiar. Why should I bring you along? Ye Kai directly blocked the screen. I bought this for 100,000. You guys don't think you can learn for free, do you? It's just 100,000. I'll give you 50,000. Zhao Qian knew the value of this move. His Scyther could learn it. Just 50,000. What bargain? Let me get the money first. Ding. Soon, the 50,000 arrived. He then moved aside, and the two boys and two Pokémon watched intently. TCH, treating a bug-type move like a treasure. After Fong Miao Miao finished her complaint, she left out of boredom. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. Even though the trainers had gone to the cafeteria for a meal, Scyther and Zubat were still watching the video. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Zubat has learned the move Quick Return. Sitting in front of the screen, Ye Kai suddenly stood up, startling one person and two Pokémon. He looked at Zubat's panel. Zubat's shiny variant level, LV, 22 normal, moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird Attack, Scare, Dark Glare, Poison Fong, Toxic, Heat Wave, Quick Defense, Volt Switch, Leech Life, Quick Return, Proficiency, 20. It seems that aside from the moves learned through Pokémon leveling up and the HM moves bought from the system, the initial proficiency is the highest. The rest of the moves learned later must be gradually improved in proficiency. What are you doing? Suddenly standing up and scaring me. Zhao Qian, we've been watching for so long. Should we give it a try? No, your Zubat is at least level 22, while my Scyther is only level 12. You're just looking for a reason to bully me. Since the move has been learned, the significance of this disc has diminished, and there are still 9 days left. Once Zhao Qian's Pokémon also learns this move, I'll sell this disc. It should be worth a few thousand. Quick Return. He began to have Zubat use the move. Often after 10 commands, there would be 2 failures, or it wouldn't successfully return to the Pokeball at the end. A move with only 20 proficiency has too many flaws. Later, after an hour or 2 of practice, the move's proficiency didn't even increase by 1. It shows how difficult it is to use a fully proficient move, terrifying indeed. Before long, Zhao Qian's Scyther also learned it, and Ye Kai simply took the disc back. Hey, are you planning to take it back to sell it again? Then give me 50,000 more. This disc is yours, and it still has a 9-day validity. Zhao Qian was utterly speechless. This guy was simply. However, he thought of something and realized he could indeed sell it at a high price to a third party. Ding. He paid another 50,000 and completely bought the disc. After hundreds of practice attempts, Zubat was a bit tired. It flew around Ye Kai for a long time. It seemed like it wanted to leech life. All right. Just be gentle. Zubat bit down, controlling its strength and slowly enjoying it. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped it. Chapter 19. Pink Crossbat and Ruler Pokémon. The light enveloped Zubat. Ye Kai felt a heaviness on his shoulder as if the weight of the whole person pressed down on him. To his surprise, he didn't expect it to evolve so quickly. Zubat's form changed from 2 wings to 4, and its entire body outline grew larger. As the light faded, a giant bat about 2 meters tall, completely pink, flapped its wings up and down. The originally unattractive color scheme instantly reversed. Green became the inner membrane of the wings, adorning this pink Bat King. The shiny crossbat from a card. It was both flashy and imposing. Zhao Qian's eyes widened, and his mouth could fit an egg. After a moment of surprise, he seemed to understand something. How long has it been? It's only been 4 days since Ye Kai won the championship, and today makes it just 4 days. 4 days. To trade a mysterious egg for this shiny Noivern? If Zhao Qian were to choose, he would also pick the latter. The number of Noivern in the Dragon Kingdom, no, I should say in the entire world, is not many, because most people don't know how to evolve it. Providing enough love and careful training for a Noibat, how many people can do that? Given the atmosphere in this world, it's tough. As for wild Noivern, among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, there might be one at best. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian took out his phone and started taking pictures. The contrast in color is just too cool. It was previously a bright green, even uglier than a regular Noibat. Who would have thought it could turn completely pink in the end? Ding! Your Noibat has evolved into Noivern and learned the move Cross Poison. Joy upon joy. It has learned a new move. At this moment, Noivern has become Yi Kai's absolute main force. Alright, you're on top of me. Get off quickly. Ahem. It shyly got up. Its superb flying skills were on display. Flying straight, spinning, hovering in the air, flying backward. Even flying upside down. Truly, it is the four-winged Bat King, a master of flight. This display of strength left Zhao Qian dumbfounded. These scenes were all captured by Zhao Qian. At this moment, his gossip soul was burning fiercely, and his desire to share reached its peak. He directly posted a moment on his social media. If this scene were to be seen by the stinky little brother and dad, I wonder how wonderful their expressions would be. Forget it, Ye Kai doesn't care about that. He just did casually. Let's go, how about eating outside? Ye Kai actively invited Zahawing. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, the other party was after all the champion of the school competition. Moreover, Ye Kai has risen to prominence. He should not be underestimated, and this could be an opportunity to gain a lot of benefits in the future. This is a potential big client. Alright, it's on me. Zhao Qian volunteered. Hey, let's not talk about money. I'm not short on cash. Who was it just now that was reluctant even about the 50,000 for the Skill Machine CD? The two of them left the school and quickly arrived at the 4th floor of Kate Elf Plaza. There are many delicious things on this floor. I wonder what Brother Kai likes to eat. Anything is fine. Anyway, the Pokémon can't be released. Ye Kai had thought about dining with the Pokémon, as it would help improve his relationship with them. Unfortunately, Poison-type Pokémon are not suitable to be released in public. If possible, he really wants to open a shop to entertain Pokémon of the 3 types in the future, just like that old lady's shop with the 3 Aburame. However, opening a shop is easier said than done. Many shop owners find it as confining as being in prison. On one street, several shops look at each other, and there's no business. He had run a shop before crossing over and lost quite a bit of money. In the adult world, nothing comes easy. Bringing his thoughts back, he and Zhao Qian sat down at a restaurant. This one, and also the signature light cod sashimi. Bring one of each. Zhao Qian skillfully ordered the dishes. He also couldn't conveniently release his Pokémon. The 2 large sickles of his Scyther were equally intimidating. People categorize Pokémon attributes according to their preferences. However, this is understandable. There is no right or wrong. In less than 10 minutes, all the dishes were served. There were hairy crab burgers, Jigglypuff's eggs, cicada pupae from the ninja, grilled slowpoke tails, and light cod sashimi. These are all big dishes, and I estimate that 2 people won't be able to finish them. We also ordered 2 jars of fruit juice and 3 specialty drinks. This meal is quite good. It won't be less than 10,000. With such expense, if there's something to say, just say it. It's not a big deal, but there's some news you might be interested in. Something that could catch his interest? Is it about a shiny poison-type Pokémon? Do you have news about a shiny poison-type Pokémon? It's not shiny, but this Pokémon should interest you. Zhao Qian took out his phone, scrolled through the messages, and then handed over a video. In the footage, deep in a jungle, 2 Nidokings are fighting over a Nidoran. Is there anything strange about this? Then the scene shifts to a giant Nidoking, at least twice the size of a regular Nidoking, which kicks one of the Nidokings away. In the early days, the Nidoking in the cards. With a single tail whip, it takes down another one. The dominant Pokémon. They are different from the shiny Pokémon. Although their colors are the same as regular Pokémon, their size is extremely massive. Of course, in this world, there is no Gigantamaxing yet. That is a power from another system. Each dominant Pokémon rules over the local ecosystem. They are kings selected by nature. Their qualifications and strength are beyond doubt. This Nidoking is too high in level. I'm afraid I can't capture it. Isn't that easy? Just buy it directly with money. It's a rough statement, but makes sense. Poison-type Pokémon, in this world, not many people can use them. After all, there are few people like him who have toxic antibodies. How much is it? This Zhao Qian seems to be sure that he will buy it. It's not expensive. This is a Pokémon after the 2nd evolution. Nidorino evolves into Nidoqueen, and it requires a Moonstone. It can be seen that in the 7 evolution chains, a Moonstone is needed. It looks like it has to be sold at least for the price of a Moonstone, right? This abacus is ringing loudly. Let's be straightforward, it's too expensive for me to afford. Besides, it's just a big guy, and in battles, it might not have much of an advantage. It can easily be targeted. 3 million is fine, just a bit more expensive than a starter Pokémon. It's quite cheap. Don't you think, Kai? Is Zhao Qian really that kind of person? I didn't notice him being so slick at school. To be honest, as long as my dad gives me the money, I could buy not just this Nidoking, but also a Gyarados or a Dragonite. But he favors my brother too much. 9 million if you want it, Kai. I can deliver it to you tomorrow. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. It's indeed difficult for a student to suddenly come up with 9 million. He had also racked his brains to obtain the evolution material, the metal coat. For his scyther, this transaction must yield at least 8 million. The metal membrane is the latest discovery. This last year, it was found that carrying a metal membrane can allow the flying mantis and the giant rock snake to evolve. The metal membrane placed in a special container. How about it, Kai? Could you take out a loan? Chapter 20. Capturing the dominant Pokémon. How about it, Kai? Could you take out a loan? Zhao Qian tentatively asked. Ye Kai rolled his eyes at him alone. He had already considered this possibility. The world of elf loans is very advanced. From the official alliance to the grassroots level, money can be borrowed everywhere. Of course, you need to have collateral. However, even so, he would not choose this path. It is rumored that those violent debt collectors are at least level 2 professional trainers. With his current strength, trying to default on a loan would be tantamount to seeking death. This Nidoking is indeed rare. The argument that a large body type may not be suitable for battle and could easily become a target is just an excuse for him to lower the price. Zhao Qian noticed that he had been silent for a long time and gritted his teeth. 8 million. That should be acceptable. A Nidoking of such a massive size, if missed, would probably never be found again. Ye Kai glanced at him. It seems I can't let this kid set the pace. Zhao Qian was willing to treat himself to a meal just to sell this Pokémon, clearly eager for money. He hadn't even started a bargain when the other party had already cut 200,000 off the price. It seems he still hasn't reached his psychological bottom line. Zhao Qian. Look, Nidoking is covered in spikes, possesses deadly poison, and has a violent temperament. Most people would avoid it, let alone this is a dominant Pokémon, which would only be more brutal. For such a Pokémon, don't even mention 8 million. Even if you were to give it away, it'd be hard to get rid of. After this round of talk, it seemed polite, but it actually left Zhao Qian speechless. A steaming table full of delicious dishes couldn't cover the awkwardness of the silence. Brother Kai is a smart person, so let's speak frankly. How much do you want? 1 million is the limit. What? Zhao Qian was furious. This Nidoking was a Pokémon that his father's team fought hard to obtain. And it costs 1 million. That doesn't even cover the medical expenses and labor costs for the employees. And I still have to ask my dad for money. As for my home situation, I believe you've heard about it. So there's no room for negotiation? Zhao Qian took a deep breath, adopting a posture that suggested he didn't want to continue the discussion. This is the absolute limit on the price. But I can offer you compensation in terms of TM, fire type, and poison type are both available. Of course, I also have battle items. Once this was said, it was almost a clear indication that he had many poison type and fire type TMs. As for battle items, the system had automatically opened the item shop recently. Magnet, 1000 energy points. When carried, the power of electric type moves increases by 20. Ice heal, 1000 energy points. When carried, the power of ice type moves increases by 20. Charcoal, 1000 energy points. It can enhance the ability of certain items. Basically, what the system has opened up are things he can't use. Even the poison barb is priced at 1000 energy points, leaving Ye Kai speechless. Right now, he has a full 10,000 energy points left. When else would he use them? The price of the aura band in the system is 2,500 energy points, which is a good item. Still, it's not enough. After all, this is Nidoking, and evolving Nidoqueen requires at least 1 moonstone. Moonstones are rarer than water, fire, and thunder evolution stones, with a market price around 8 million to 2 million. It should at least be worth the price of an evolution stone. Zhao Qian was still making his final arguments. Ye Kai, on the other hand, was biting into a slice of raw fish from a light-bodied cod. But who would use a moonstone on Nidoqueen? What about Pikachu and Jigglypuff? Are they not cute? The list of Pokémon that can be influenced by the moonstone, especially in this world, includes Pikachu and Jigglypuff, which are still fairy-type Pokémon. Their popularity has always been high, and they are very well-liked among female trainers. Moreover, Nidoking and Nidoqueen have wild populations, so they're not rare. You can't use the moonstone as an argument. That is completely a different matter. With this reasoning, Zhao Qian simply couldn't counter him. Fine, 1 million it is. Plus, compensate me with 2 TMs and an aura band. In Pokémon battle games, Ye Kai had already experienced how powerful the aura band could be. Many images of the aura band in cards look better in the card version. In this world, it's a newly popular product, a top-tier battle item developed by the Alliance. When a Pokémon carrying this item is at full health and is knocked out in one hit, it will retain a sliver of health instead of fainting immediately. Of course, This incredible effect can only take place once in a match. The price of the aura band is around 500,000, and there seems to be an upward trend. Let me make a phone call. He put down his chopsticks and took out his phone. He thought, this Zhao Qian is really stubborn. It seems that to buy this Nidoking, he still has to bleed a little. Well, let us see what old Deng has to say next. If it comes to tearing the face, 1 million can still be squeezed out. Hello? No. He the one who brought trouble to me. Just 2 million, and I want to ask you for a penny for the next year. No way, 800,000 ISN, enough. Hello? Hello. In fact, the call was already disconnected after the 2 million part. But to maintain appearances, he deliberately set it for Zhao Qian to hear. Ding. 2 million has been credited. Yiron was a bit angry this time. He was not angry that Yi Kai mercilessly defeated his brother. Rather, he was furious that Yi Xian couldn't even beat a Zubat with his pseudo-legendary Bagon. It's one thing to not win, but to be knocked out in one hit is already embarrassing enough. He still needed to comfort him as a father. Sigh. It's okay. His Zubat is just at a higher level for now. In the future, when your Bagon evolves into Salamence, defeating your brother will be a piece of cake, right? After some coaxing, he finally managed to calm Yi Xian down. But as a father, he was already calculating his younger son's future in his heart. If he has to call him again for such matters, then Yi Xian is simply useless. It might be time to consider letting Yi Kai inherit the family business. Previously, the two brothers were still in the learning phase, and academic performance was the main focus, with Yi Xian far surpassing Yi Kai. But in this world, it ultimately comes down to practical combat. Good grades can at most lead to being a Pokémon researcher or expert. However, outstanding combat skills can elevate one to become a gym leader, one of the Elite Four, or even a champion. Yiron already has enough wealth. To put it bluntly, as long as he doesn't go overboard, he could spend it all the way down to his grandchildren. So he wants his sons to pursue strength and become world-renowned Pokémon trainers. Ding. On this side, Yi Kai and Zhao Qian have reached a deal. They finally purchased the Overlord Nidoking for 800,000. As agreed, you still owe me 3 secret manuals and a momentum belt. No problem. But you have to put the elf you want to learn skills with on my side for a week. I'll give you the momentum belt tomorrow. Anyway, Yi Kai still haggled for an additional 200,000, exchanging it for an opportunity to learn a skill. After discussing these matters, the two chatted and laughed, and began to continue their meal. The meal lasted for an hour and a half. Most of the time, Zhao Qian was the one talking, revealing quite a few secrets to him. Both of Zhao Qian's parents are elf hunters. Of course, they have a legal license issued by the Alliance to catch elves. As a trade-off, his parents are also forest rangers. The Mantis was caught by his parents for him. There may be other wild elves in the future, including quite a few poisonous ones. If there are suitable elves, he will also inform Yi Kai. Soon after, the two returned to school. Little did they know that the matter of Yi Kai and the Zubat had already spread throughout the Rock Academy. The pink Zubat attracted the attention of countless people. This included the story of the champion of the school competition exchanging an egg for a shiny Zubat. The conflicts between the two brothers and the story of their biased father quickly became the talk of the town. Kaye, Hood, let the Zubat out for everyone to see. Yeah. I heard it's pink, really beautiful. Real men should have pink elves, it's so flashy. The students in the dormitory surrounded his room tightly. Unable to withstand the crowd, Yi Kai directly showcased the Zubat to everyone. Come out, Zubat! Cough! A pink Zubat over 2 meters in size hovered in the air, flapping its 4 wings. He signaled the Zubat to fly around the teaching building and then come back. In an instant, a pink blur shot out like lightning, disappearing for dozens of meters in just a blink. In another blink, it had already returned. Hiss! The crowd gasped. What incredible speed! This scene was also seen from a distance by Yi Xian. His jealous gaze seemed to be able to spit fire. Damn it! How could that ugly Zubat evolve into a pink Crobat in the blink of an eye? Chapter 21. Nidoking's Rampage. How could it evolve into a Crobat in the blink of an eye? Yi Xian finally understood. This brother either got lucky, or he probably knew something in advance. Obviously, it's the former. The pink Zubat, right? It's indeed quite good. However, once my egg hatches, it will definitely be 100 times better than your bat. Moreover, you only have a level advantage. Once my Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, let you jump around for a while. What does a temporary victory or defeat matter? A true man can bend and stretch. Yi Kai returned the Zubat to the dart ball. The dart ball and the card. The onlooking classmates, under the scolding of their homeroom teacher, reluctantly returned to their dorms. Their perception of him had already changed. Zubat is quite rare in this world. and pink is the representative color of the fairy attribute. A pink Zubat is even rarer, which shows its popularity. Many daring classmates even reached out to touch the Zubat. The fine fur felt like a supersized rat, and it was quite pleasant. I'll go catch a Noivern to raise tomorrow. Me too. Many people have already changed their views on this Pokémon, although Noivern has a poison attribute. Touching it 1T caused poisoning. The next day, at the school's indoor training ground. Kid, I heard your Zubat has already evolved? Come out, Zubat. Cough. No matter how many times you look at it, the pink Zubat has a certain charm. Even Fong Meow Meow, this girl, couldn't take her eyes off it. If Zubat is an old car, then the pink Zubat is simply a Maserati. Zhao Qian pulled Yi Kai aside and handed him a hunting ball. The hunting ball is a type of ball specifically used by Pokémon Rangers. Yi Kai then took out a scarf that transitioned from orange to crimson. The material of this silk scarf is clearly a luxury item. It feels very comfortable to the touch. Zhao Qian kept feeling the flowing ribbon, unable to put it down. This scene was caught by Chu Feng. It seems you have a sprite as well. Let us take a look. Being prompted like this, Yi Kai was also filled with curiosity, so he simply released Nidoking to take a look. This release completely stunned everyone. A giant purple figure, standing 4 meters tall, loomed before them. Its skin was as hard as armor, with sharp spines on its back, muscular limbs, and fierce fangs. It swung its thick tail. Boom! Boom! Each step shook the ground. The sense of oppression was even more intense than that of a Gyarados. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately decided to recall the giant beast into its Pokeball. The red light hit it, but it was swatted away by Nidoking. There was no way to recall the Pokeball. Be careful, this guy is about to go wild. Chu Feng Zeminde. He remained calm, confident in his own strength. But the other students were not as assured. Kid, this is your Pokemon. You clean up your own mess. Defeat it and recapture it. Roar. A thunderous roar. Yi Kai had already seen Nidoking's stats. Nidoking dominant Pokemon level. LV. 28. Normal level. Aptitude. B grade S grade. Aptitude has been upgraded. This Pokemon's maximum level cap is 100. Type. Poison. Ground ability. Sheer force. The power of attacking moves with additional effects increases by 30. But these additional effects do not activate. Moves. Glare. Poison Sting. Horn Drill. Peck, Charge, Fury Attack, Toxic Spikes, Double Kick, Super Horn Attack. Held item, Nun Gas Bomb, Will-O-Wisp. Flamethrower, Zubat Heat Wave. He immediately issued commands, and the two Pokémon sprang into action. The gas bomb created a swirling Will-O-Wisp around itself, then released gas to increase the temperature. The inner layer was pale, ghostly fire, while the outer layer was a blazing inferno. And a pillar of fire shot directly towards Nidoking. Zubat then stirred up scorching hot winds, a crimson gale sweeping across the battlefield. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire gained strength from the wind. Nidoking soon fell into a burned state, its physical attack halved. This directly weakened the beast's strength by half. Good. What do you do next? Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Everyone run. It's burned, and it won't take long before it goes down. Yi Kai made his judgment. This was the safest course of action. Everyone immediately understood and started to leave. Gas Bomb Smokescreen missed Toxic Gas. Zubat Heat Wave. The two Pokémon began to execute the commands. The method of abbreviating Pokémon names could only be effective in one-on-one battle for now. When commanding multiple Pokémon without calling their names, they often become confused and easily mixed up. The gas bomb took 3 to 5 seconds to envelop the giant beast in toxic smoke, pouring out its attacks. Roar. Nidoking's attention was already drawn to the gas bomb. It was used to crushing its enemies in the wild. There were no unnecessary movements. It directly unleashed a lethal horn drill. However, with such a level difference, it was impossible to achieve a one-hit KO. The level gap was too great, and the gas bomb was not fast enough. It was sent flying by Nidoking's charge. Crashing through the smoke, it slammed against the wall, unable to peel itself off. Now's the time. Cough. Zubat unleashed a maximum strength heat wave. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed Nidoking in the toxic smoke. The entire indoor battlefield had its outer glass windows shattered. Flames blazed fiercely across the area. The powerful reaction of the flames turned them into a mesmerizing purple, with an extremely high temperature. Nidoking let out a painful roar and slowly fell. Gyarados. Rain Dance, Hydro Pump. Roar. Chu Feng immediately acted to extinguish the fire, releasing the 9-meter-long Gyarados. It precisely controlled the rain clouds, concentrating the downpour on the areas on fire. No, you can't use water to put out this special fire. While others didn't understand, Yi Kai knew very well. An explosion caused by chemical fuel could lead to a secondary explosion if not handled properly. But the next second, he was stunned. Gyarados' powerful hydro pump hit like a sky-splitting strike, shattering everything in its path. Even the fire before him, which could potentially cause a secondary explosion, was suppressed under the ultra-high-pressure water jet. Soon, the flames were completely extinguished. It seems that having strength can break common sense. This time, he effortlessly recalled Nidoking back into its Pokeball. The gas ball was also on the brink of death. It had given its all. It was only level 13, battling a level 28 opponent. What more could it do? Phew. Everyone finally relaxed. Zhao Qian felt a bit scared. This Nidoking was too dangerous. No wonder his dad had warned him so many times. He didn't expect things to go wrong anyway. All right, the repairs to the venue will be handled by the academy staff. Let's head outside for class first. Chu Feng seemed to be in a hurry, leading everyone to the playground. The earlier incident was just a minor interruption. Now it was time for serious business. The rules for the preliminary round have been set. It will be a 2v2 rotation system, and you need to prepare 2 Pokémon. Saying this, he looked at Fang Miao Miao and Zhao Qian. Ye Kai already had 3 Pokémon, so he wasn't worried. Additionally, there would be a pre-match inspection of the Pokémon's levels, which must not exceed level 24. So ideally, you should prepare 2 level 24 Pokémon for the competition. After announcing all this, Chu Feng mentioned that if the 2 of them really didn't have any Pokémon, he could lend them some or even catch a few for them. However, it would cost extra. I'm not the kind of person who lets you mindlessly grind levels. On the contrary, it would be more accurate to describe it as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. After saying this, Chu Feng unabashedly took out a suitcase filled with a large number of experience candies. The crowd first erupted in joy at this scene, then fell silent. This is simply madness. For the sake of victory, any means can be used. Don't look at me like that. The school competition involves more than just the interests of you 3 students. Whether you win or lose directly affects the expansion of Panchur Academy. He has only revealed a little bit of information, and it has already awakened everyone. Chapter 22. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Alright, today is just a greeting. There is still 1 week until the competition. Let's start by testing the homework assigned yesterday. Who wants to go first? Chu Feng first looked at Ye Kai. Since no one is speaking, let's start with you, kid. Zubat. Cough. He sent out Zubat again. Wei Xing and Nidoking have already been arranged for treatment. In Chu Feng's suitcase, there are a large number of Pokeballs, and he casually threw one out. Go, Jigglypuff. Its level is 26. Try to defeat it. A light pink, round, cute Pokémon was released. It had a tuft of fluffy curls on its head, and its ears resembled those of a big rabbit. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Jigglypuff is a typical fairy-type Pokémon and quite expensive. Without waiting for the trainer to issue commands, Jigglypuff acted on its own. It emanated a colorful glow, and a strong light shot towards Zubat. Directly using Poison Fang, Zubat instantly understood. It braced itself against the dazzling magic and charged straight towards Jigglypuff. In a simplified command, adding the word directly is a secret code for letting the Pokémon tank damage while dealing damage. It bit down with Poison Fang. The process was quite fast, like a flash of X-shaped pink light. Boo! Fat Ketting let out a painful cry, suffering a heavy blow. The magic shining skill was directly interrupted, and it was poisoned. A few seconds later, the battle ended abruptly. It was taken down by the poison. Well done. In Chu Feng's view, Ye Kai was the kind of person who only needed to see a demonstration once to learn the routine. Dealing with such a person was very effortless. Next, Fang Miao Miao. It's your turn. Little Saw Crocodile. Go, Lava Worm. How cool. This is a chunk of crimson magma, slowly forming into the shape of a snail without a shell. It is level 14, so give it a try. The Lava Worm, like the Fat Cat, uses sparks directly without instructions. A barrage of small fireballs attacks the Little Saw Crocodile. Water Cannon. Under Fang Miao Miao's command, the Little Saw Crocodile immediately fired a powerful water cannon, winning the match. Everyone was speechless. When asked to win using Chu Feng's method, she directly played the counter strategy. As long as you can keep winning in your own way, then you're impressive, and I will take you as my master. Chu Feng remained calm, speaking in reverse. He wasn't angry, having seen too many proud trainers. There are certainly more powerful beings than him among them, but there are definitely no more than 20. The rest are just foolish people who don't listen to advice. But it doesn't matter as long as they can win. Winning an argument is meaningless. He has already outgrown that age. Fang Miao Miao also felt a bit embarrassed. Her little Sceptile really couldn't learn the unconventional methods that Chu Feng mentioned. Since that's the case, she could only do it her own way. It's better than losing. Zhao Qian, it's your turn. Scyther, go for it, Kecleon. Its level is 15. Kecleon immediately used Teleport to get to the side of Scyther, launching a confusion attack. Rapid Return. Scyther braced itself against the confusion, radiating green bug-type energy and moving quickly. It directly knocked Kecleon away and then returned to its Pokeball. Kecleon saw stars. Beautiful, Chu Feng praised, saying Zhao Qian did very well. Both Yikai and Zhao Qian had found the trick. Zubat resists Fairy-type moves by double, and Scyther's rapid return is double effective against Psychic-type Kecleon. As long as they can correctly assess the battle situation, they can try to directly confront. Alright, I want to teach what you already know a second time. Today is the third lesson. You take out 3 CDs. These are secret teaching machines called Protect, with a usage period of 10 days. You can go back and teach your Pokémon. I will demonstrate the function of this move. Pay attention to this priority. It's very important. Protect is among the priority moves and is one of the faster ones, even faster than Quick Attack. Gyarados, Houndoom, under Chu Feng's command. Houndoom and Gyarados began to attack each other. Gyarados directly unleashed a Hyper Beam. The power of this glowing cannon is terrifyingly visible to the naked eye. It's simply apocalyptic, even more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, the entire playground is not just occupied by them. There are also other students and teachers engaged in physical education and combat classes. They're all drawn to this frightening strike. An even more astonishing scene unfolds. An invisible barrier appears in front of Black Lugia. Seconds later, a massive U-shaped pit forms in front of Black Lugia, yet remains completely unharmed. Everyone is stunned. Of course, this does not include Yikai. He already knew how powerful the move Protect is. In that round, it allows the user to enter a defensive state, protecting itself from the effects of most moves from other Pokémon. This is just an explanation in the game. In reality, this move has a limitation in the game. That is, when using a protected Pokémon, you must use this move first in order to block the opponent's attack. However, this move has changed in this real world. Even if you are a bit slow to react, this move can still block over 90% of attack methods. It's simply unbelievable. Alright, you can all go back and watch the disc. Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that everyone could disperse. By the way, experience candies, who wants to buy them? This super large one is very rare. Coach, what are the prices for these? Zhao Qian asked. There are 5 sizes of experience candies. XS, S, M, L, and XL. You can forget about the largest and smallest ones. He briefly introduced the products. The size S can provide experience, enough to level up a level 10 Pokémon to level 12. The size M can level up a level 15 Pokémon to level 18. As for the size L, one of these can directly boost a level 10 Pokémon to about level 22. Chu Feng Godin meets Tievo. Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. This is too abnormal. The S-sized one costs 60,000 each. The M-sized one costs 200,000, and the L-sized one costs 700,000 each. As you can see, there aren't many of these things. I only have these. At a glance, Chu Feng's suitcase only contains 13 experience candies of varying sizes. However, I want to remind you not to be too greedy. If you eat enough to reach level 24 or above, you won't be able to participate in the first school competition. The opportunity to become stronger is right in front of you. Who wouldn't be tempted? I want the biggest one. Without saying a word, Fong Miao Miao directly took the only L-sized experience candy. This light blue experience candy is shaped like a diamond crystal, sparkling and very beautiful. She directly fed it to the little sawtooth crocodile. Wow, it had never tasted anything like this before, and it danced with joy. In the next moment, a burst of light enveloped the little sawtooth crocodile. Its body began to change, growing from over half a meter to 3 meters tall. Oh my gosh! It directly evolved into a blue crocodile. Chapter 23. Leveling Up and Learning Skills. Instant results. Fong Miao Miao's little sawtooth crocodile directly evolved into a blue crocodile. Everyone was amazed by the powerful effect of the experience candy. She quickly took out her phone's Pokédex and began scan. Blue crocodile. Once it bites, it will never let go, with its teeth curved backward like fish hooks. Once it pierces, it cannot be pulled out. Identification level 23. Blue crocodile. Even if its teeth fall out, they will continuously regrow, always having 48 teeth in its mouth. Identification level 23. She confirmed it several times, overjoyed. This is the power of money. Alright, Miss Fong, you can prepare the next Pokémon. Be careful not to exceed level 24, or you'll be disqualified from the competition, Chu Feng teased. Okay, I know, coach. After watching this, Chu Feng continued to promote his experience candies. How about the rest of these? I'll take 2 M-level ones. Yikai already knew the specific values of these items. In his previous life, he played games and farmed for experience and money. Defeating Chansey gave the most experience, although he didn't research it in such detail. However, right now, these items are clearly marked. Experience Candy M provides 3,000 experience Candy S. Provides 800 experience. The level of the Weezing was already lagging behind, and it really needed this item to level up. Ding! Spending 400,000, he obtained 2 M-level candies. Come out, Weezing! Weezing was listless after using healing medicine. It finally regained some stamina. Yikai fed it the 2 experience candies. Wow! It was so delicious that it spun in place like a top, spinning faster and faster. It took a while before it finally stopped. Ding! Your Weezing has learned the skill, Clear Smog. Ding! Your Weezing has learned the skill, Malevolent Pursuit. Ding! Your Weezing has learned the skill, Mud Shot. Yikai looked at its panel. Weezing's shiny level. LV. 20. Normal. Moves. Tackle. Poison Gas. Pain Split. Clear Smog. Sludge Bomb. Flamethrower. Will-O-Wisp. Toxic Malevolent Pursuit. Mud Shot. Not bad. This level is neither high nor low. Just right. As Weezing can participate in battles in these 2 weeks instead of just sitting idle. He still had 36 million Alliance coins left in his account. The system's energy value was also at 7,500 points. He was quite affluent. Of course, this came at a cost. Lao Ding wouldn't be giving him money for the next year. Zhao Qian also bought 2 M-level experience candies. With nothing else to do, Yikai multitasked, repeatedly checking the system's item shop. Suddenly, Yikai spotted something good. This thing clearly wasn't there yesterday. Life Gem, 2,000 energy points. The description of the Life Gem in the game caught his eye. Buy. The Pokémon carrying this item has its move power increased by about 30. Each time an attacking move hits the opponent, the user loses 10 of its maximum health. This is the signature item of Nidoking, combined with the sheer force ability. It's simply overpowered. For various reasons, in earlier games, the sheer force ability could even negate the 10 loss from Life Orb, eliminating this negative effect. This is a benign bug. The result is that the forced Nidoking, combined with the Life Gem, can deal explosive damage. In this world, who knows how it will turn out? No matter what, this thing is a must-have. He silently thought, System, exchange for the Life Gem. Ding! You have exchange for the Life Gem, consuming 2,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 5,500. A ping-pong ball-sized orb suddenly bulged in his pocket. Truly impressive. The system delivered it instantly. All right, everyone, let's wrap it up for today. Remember to go back and learn your skills well, especially the Protect move. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he picked up his briefcase and left. The remaining 3 looked at each other on the playground. This guy is really strange. He claims to be a coach, but teaches all sorts of random things. But if you say it's useless, he can make you feel like you're on a rocket. Fang Miao was quite excited and spoke much more than usual. Yikai, on the other hand, remained silent. Kaiga, I'm sorry, I almost got you hurt. I didn't expect that with the Nidoking thing. Zhao Qian explained while glancing at Yikai's expression, but couldn't read anything. It's not a big deal. If the level were higher, it would be different. Haha, but we still have Coach Chu. Even if it's level 50, we won't be afraid. He patted Yikai on the shoulder, signaling him not to take it to heart. Then I'm leaving first. I got the Battle Club card, and it would be a waste if I don't use it. Yikai left this sentence and quickly departed. He was anxious, not about this small matter at hand, but about the synergy between the Life Gem and Nidoking. Upon arriving at the battle venue of the Shenwei Club, there are no other people here, and the venue is big enough. Nidoqueen can perform well. Come out, Nidoqueen! Roar! This 4-meter-tall giant beast seemed to be unwilling to submit. Here you go. It fixed its gaze on the Life Orb in Yikai's hand. The red, round gemstone was crystal clear and emitted a soft glow. The enormous head lowered down and took Yikai's entire arm into its mouth. The Life Orb was held under its tongue. Yikai's winter school uniform was partially dissolved by the corrosive saliva of Nidoking. However, his arm was unharmed. Good, at least it wouldn't attack him again. He patted Nidoking's chin, and it began to calm down. It was time to teach this one some skills. Currently, the secret skills he had were Poison Jab, Flamethrower, Will-O-Wisp, Toxic, and Heat Wave. Not enough, he needed at least to learn Mud Bomb. In the future, he would also have to learn skills like Earth Power and Ice Beam. Let the people of this world feel how powerful Nidoking is. System, exchange for Mud Bomb. Ding, you have exchange for Mud Bomb, consuming 1,500 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 4,000. System, teach Nidoking Poison Jab, Flamethrower, Toxic, and Mud Bomb. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the skill Poison Jab. It has learned the skill Flamethrower. It has learned the skill Toxic. It has learned the skill Mud Bomb. A flood of skill information surged into Nidoking's mind like a tidal wave. It fell into a brief silence. After a full 2 minutes, this giant beast completely submitted at Yikai's feet. Nidoking felt that this trainer was simply a godlike existence. He patted Nidoking's head. Yushi, Nidoking. Nidoking immediately responded. Sure enough, the names used in earlier games could directly attract the Pokemon's attention. Nidoking, from now on, when I release you from the Pokeball, I won't repeat your name, but will directly issue battle commands. Nigga, good. Flamethrower. Boom. A fierce pillar of high-temperature fire erupted from the mouth of this giant beast. The range and power far exceeded expectations, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. Distorting the air, after this move was executed, the ground was left scorched, resembling hell. After waiting for a long time, King Nido showed no signs of reduced stamina. I didn't expect this benign bug to carry over into this real world. The ecstatic joy lasted only for a moment, but a new problem arose. This Nidoking is so big that its food intake is a problem. What should I do? Chapter 24. The Importance of Props Family Bucket. For now, I need to buy some more energy cubes. With Nidoking's size, its demand for food must be considerable. I also have to make a trip to that old lady on the second floor. Thinking of this, he hurriedly set off, also planning to have some lunch. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, in front of the old lady's grocery store, he encountered someone unexpected. Hey kid, we meet again. This person can't be anyone else but Chu Feng. Let me guess, you bought an energy cube for that Nidoking, right? As soon as Chu Feng saw Yikai's expression, he knew he was right. Damn, I'm just here to bring my student. Oh, this young man even has a differently colored Weezing. The old man was quite excited. The two explained to the elderly for a long time. She's quite old, and sometimes it takes 2 to 3 times for her to understand what is being said. It seems that their luck was really good on their first shopping trip. Otherwise, with her Alzheimer's, she might not recognize who is who. After a lot of fuss, Yikai bought a month's worth of poison-type energy cubes. Here is a suggestion that Nidoking just needs to eat ground-type energy cubes. Chu Feng lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling a cloud of smoke. He had never shown this side of himself in front of his students. Let me ask you something. Do you have a Nidorina? Yikai inquired about the card version of Nidorina. What do you want that for? Its strength is just okay. Huh. Can Pokémon only be used for battles? It seems Chu Feng is indeed quick-witted. He just asked Yikai to wait here, and he returned in less than 3 minutes. Here, your Nidorina. How much is it? Haha, I don't want any money. Do people only talk about money with each other? Chu Feng took out the Crobat's Pokeball and handed it to him. I heard from Zhao Qian that you have the TM for Heat Wave. I want to teach Crobat Heat Wave. That move is quite good. This is simply extortion. Trading a Nidolan for an opportunity to learn skill. However, Yikai did not refuse. He thought it through clearly. For someone like Chu Feng, it would be better to handle matters privately rather than formally. In the future, there may be many times he needs to rely on this guy. You go ahead and do what you need to do. I still have things to handle. All right. I want to let you work for free. Take this thing with you. This guy disappeared in a flash. Yikai glanced at the exit on the first floor. Suddenly, he saw a curvy woman, plump and voluptuous, linking arms with Chu Feng. The two quickly left. Forget it. It's none of his business. He looked again at what Chu Feng had given him. It turned out to be an M-sized experience candy. Sure enough, this guy wouldn't easily owe anyone a favor. Instead, he found himself indebted to him because of Nidoran. This old fox, Chu Feng Zubat, is temporarily kept with Yikai. It is indeed a Pokeball of a level 3 trainer, with a wine-red rainbow coating on its surface. The League has strict identity verification methods. Trainers of different strength levels have Pokeballs with different coatings. However, someone like Yikai, who doesn't even have a single badge, naturally doesn't have one. He glanced at the Pokemon's panel information and was shocked. Zubat level, LV, 80, champion level, moves, absorb, supersonic, scare, mean look, poison fong, tailwind, toxic, quick defense, thunderbolt, leech life, air cutter, bite, dark mist, sludge bomb, strange light, quick return, fly, ultimate absorb, pursuit, acrobatics, shadow ball, provocation, trick. This move list is terrifyingly extensive. However, these are someone else's Pokémon and have little to do with Yikai. They will eventually be returned. The system is Yikai's absolute trump card, a secret that must never be revealed. Therefore, learning moves too quickly might raise Chu Feng's suspicions. He can only let the Pokémon teach each other. Yikai made up his mind and decided not to dwell on these matters anymore. Then, looking at the sweet ball in his hand, Nidoran's information appeared. Nidoran level, LV. 13, novice level, aptitude. D grade B grade, aptitude has been upgraded. After a quick glance, it didn't seem very useful. However, It was just right for Nidoqueen to vend its energy. This Ni Duo King is obviously a bit super strong, otherwise it wouldn't be so fierce. To tame a violent elf, this is the simplest method. Next, it's time to buy ground-type energy cubes. The top-tier ground-type energy cubes are quite expensive, still costing 30,000 each per month. Buy. He bought enough for 2 months, spending 60,000. When it comes to expenses for elves, Yikai didn't hesitate much. These issues that can be solved with money are not big problems. While checking out, Yikai's attention was drawn to other products on the wall beside the counter. The colorful gems were very beautiful. The staff noticed his reaction and eagerly began to introduce them. You have a good eye. These are items that can influence battles. Our store also sells these gems with all 18 attributes available, including the Poison Gem. Poison Gem, when using a Poison-type move, it increases the power of this attack by 30. Regarding gem items, all 18 attributes are available, and their effects are very powerful, but unfortunately, they are one-time use only. They can only be effective for the first summon. Looking at the description of the purple gem in front of him, he didn't look any longer. A useless item, and it's selling for 10,000 each. These gems are all man-made products. They are only the size of a thumb. It is said that in the secret realm, someone once found a natural attribute gem that was as big as an egg. Such a good item would be very helpful for Pokémon to carry or consume, both in terms of move power and enhancing qualifications. I didn't expect that a store selling energy cubes would also sell these items, which piqued my curiosity. Aside from energy cubes, do you sell anything else? Of course, we have various items related to Pokémon battles. Please take a look over here. In a glass cabinet on the inner side, many products are neatly displayed. This is a bending spoon that can enhance the power of psychic-type moves. This is charcoal. The clerk introduced many items in succession. Yikai naturally recognized these items. He was calculating the difference between 1,000 energy points in the system and their prices in reality. Suddenly, a set of items caught his eye. How much are these? What was in front of him was the famous items: the Wise Scarf, Wise Headband, and Wise Glasses. The Wise Headband in the card is a new product at the forefront of battles, but it has significant side effects. It's currently on sale for a uniform price of 180,000 each. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. A small clerk naturally didn't understand the value of these items. The Wise Headband increases the attack of the Pokémon holding it by 50, but can only be used for the first move executed after entering the battle. The Wise Glasses increase the special attack of the Pokémon holding them by 50, but they can only be used for the first move executed after entering the battle. The Wise Scarf increases the speed of the Pokémon holding it by 50. Wrap them up. I'll take them all. Such a good item can even be sold for 3,500 energy points in the system. That's equivalent to 350,000 Alliance coins for one piece. And right now, 540,000 can directly buy them all. Since I've seen them, why not buy? The staff is very excited. Haha, this commission will be quite substantial. It's worth noting that many customers consider these items defective due to the locked moves, and they are currently struggling to sell them. Originally, when they were first launched, the Alliance's Research Institute aimed to make the Jiangjiu series a blockbuster product like the Momentum Band. The initial price was set at 500,000, but now they're almost unsellable and have all been returned. Because of this, the Alliance has already stopped producing this series of items. This means that in this world, the Jiangjiu series items have become discontinued and are quite rare. The current ones are defective items that are to be recalled. Chapter 25. The Jiangjiu Headband and Euroball. Since I've spent so much, there should be a gift, right? Of course, this store is a national chain, and any single purchase over 500,000 comes with a gift. The staff carefully wraps the product and hands it to Yikai. This is our gift for you. Please keep it. It's 3 commemorative balls. The commemorative balls are pure white. The entire ball is white, with only a red line on the part where the ball opens and closes. The white part features a high-quality print of the bag dragon design. This can be considered a form of brand promotion. Outside, such commemorative balls are priced much higher than Poké Balls and Ultra Balls. Then he resold 3 commemorative balls for 70,000 to a luxury resale shop on the same floor. Glancing at the time, it was just after 1 p.m. Because he had been busy working before he crossed over, he felt restless now that he had some free time. This habit has carried over to the present. Yikai is constantly thinking about becoming stronger. The battle against the Qingju Academy is just 6 days away. How can he not be anxious? It's time to teach his Weezing a new skill. Whether or not it learns Euroball will have a significant impact on Weezing, be it Weezing or the double Weezing. Their speed-based stats are 30 and 60, respectively. Both are slow Pokémon. But if you dare to use moves like Quick Attack or Extreme Speed, which are priority high-speed moves, and bump into Weezing using Euroball, the faster the speed, the worse the outcome, based on the speed difference. The maximum power of a Steel-type move can reach 150. Come at me if you refuse to accept this. In the original anime, Hamika from the Unova region defeated Ash's 2 Pokémon with Weezing's Euroball. However, after evolving into Double Weezing, its body structure changes, making it harder to use this move. We'll talk about future matters later. Right now, this move is very useful and must be learned. He arrived at the second underground floor of the Pokémon Plaza in the Shinwei Pokémon Battle Club. I want to ask if the club has a program for learning moves. After inquiring with the receptionist, he learned that only members with at least a Gold Year card can access this program. He presented his Platinum card. No wonder Chu Feng immediately asked him to get a Platinum card. It had clearly been arranged beforehand. What Pokémon do you want to teach? And what type and move do you want to learn? Come out, Weezing. Upon seeing the shiny Weezing, she was first surprised, then frowned. Poison type Pokémon, while not very popular, indeed have unique advantages in battles. I wanted to learn the Steel-type Euroball. Please hold on for a moment regarding the Steel-type. She made a call, and about 3 minutes later, she said, we can fulfill your request. However, Euroball is a secret move owned by an external coach. The learning fee is quite high. Can you accept it? How much? It will cost 80,000 League coins. 80,000. Keep in mind that he is already a Platinum card holder. It is indeed a bit expensive. This is an additional expense. The club probably takes at least 20,000 to 30,000 from this transaction. Okay, please make an appointment for me. He understood clearly that even so, learning such a niche move like Euroball through the club's channels is the fastest way. You can't skimp on what needs to be spent. The Battle Club's profit model mainly consists of 2 parts. The first is battles with a single type of Pokémon. For example, battling a Pidgey or a Pidgeotto. Any Pokémon, even from the same series, has different battle styles before and after evolution. The club allows you to experience battles with different Pokémon. The Shinwei Club can provide 93 types of Pokémon, and their trainers are experts using single Pokémon. The second part is providing the learning of secret moves, which is an even bigger source of profit. This club offers 17 secret techniques to learn. Even if the techniques are not available, they can help you find them. The Battle Club is almost an unavoidable hurdle for Pokémon trainers. After paying, Yikai went directly to the battle arena to wait. Taking advantage of this time, he put a stylish headband on his Zubat. This pink bat has already become obedient to Yikai. Beneath its seemingly domineering appearance, it knows how to act cute. Hello, I am the coach, teaching the spinning top trick. Well, let's get started. The coach is a middle-aged man who looks older than Chu Feng. Come out, Tyrant of the Mountains. The Tyrant of the Mountains card, coup. The Tyrant of the Mountains is a pale yellow color, with sharp spikes all over its back. Curled up like a durian. Tyrant of the Mountains, use Euroball. It curls itself into a ball, wrapped in silvery steel energy, spinning faster and faster. Boom! In the end, the battlefield is blasted into a large pit by this spinning force. The Diggersby indeed knows how to use the Euroball. Alright, I've demonstrated it once. To master this move, the Pokémon must at least grasp the energy of the Steel type. For this, I brought these. The middle-aged man took out some top-tier Steel-type energy cubes. It seems the wool comes from a sheep. That 80,000 is quite a sum spent on these energy cubes. The fastest way to harness this power is to consume it. Additionally, being attacked by Steel-type moves helps as well. Gas Ball. Yikai directly released the Gas Ball. So, Coach, the Gas Ball is up to you. He briefly reminded the Gas Ball not to spew toxic smoke and harm others. The middle-aged man was amazed that both of Yikai's Pokémon were shiny variants. Instead, he did not show any fear towards the Poison-type Pokémon. Diggersby, use Euroball at the lowest power. Since the Gas Ball isn't very fast, the power of the Euroball would only be like a gentle scratch. Basically, after being hit for 10 minutes, give it some energy cubes, and then repeat the cycle. Yikai was training his Zubat's various moves on the side. I must say, the headband and its speed, along with the quick return, are simply a perfect match. Quick return. The green bug-type energy enveloped it, and an X-shaped green afterimage shot out. Then it quickly returned to the Dark Ball. Brave Bird. Zubat rapidly ascended and then dove down sharply, folding its wings. The flying-type energy elevated the impact and speed to a whole new level, and this move was so fast that it created a visible sonic boom. Bang! The continuous sound of high-speed air braking. This scene amazed the middle-aged man beside them. Young man, you must still be a student. It's truly enviable to have such a powerful spirit at your age. It's just luck. My family happens to have a bit of money. The coach, upon hearing him say that, didn't ask any more questions. The person had paid to learn skills, so it wouldn't be appropriate to pry. Ye Kai tested it out and found that the headband indeed completely locked the skills of the crossbat. However, what he gained was a significant increase in the power of his moves. There are gains and losses, and this was all to be expected. Before long, evening arrived. Let's call it a day for today's lesson. Remember to take these energy cubes back for your Pokémon to eat. Also, this is a secret machine CD for the Euro Ball. Don't be lazy. The CD will expire in 1 month. Chapter 26. Learning skills after bidding farewell to the middle-aged man. Ye Kai had dinner at the club. The club also had a cafeteria. Many people made money through battle clubs. In this world, any industry related to Pokémon could make big profits, especially battles, which were particularly lucrative. Pokémon are expensive, and raising them is even more costly. These are economic pressures that ordinary people find difficult to bear. People often only raise 1 or 2 Pokémon to assist with their work, even at prestigious schools like the Rock Spirit Academy. There are many graduates who cannot become professional Pokémon trainers. Sai, thinking about it brings these things to mind. He still has one thing he hasn't done. The protective move that Shu Feng provided, he hasn't learned yet. With this in mind, Ye Kai quickly opened a battle room. Everyone come out. Roar. A group of Pokémon curiously looked around. Soon they understood why they were released. Everyone focused on the screen, learning the protective move. Normal-type moves are quite special, as they do not require familiarity with energy attributes. This means that the Pokémon can skip this step and directly learn the move. Similarly, when it comes to learning moves, Zubat, with its S-level potential, took only 3 hours to master the move. Nidoking, on the other hand, was focused on Nidorina. The tip of the spear was already lit. Charge. Weezing was fully concentrated on learning Euro Ball. Steel-type moves were a completely new territory for it, and it would take some time to learn this move. Ye Kai glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 o'clock. If he didn't return to school soon, they would probably start a worry. The next day, he yawned. So tired. He took a look at his phone again. The sun was rising in the west. It was only around 4:30 a.m. His dorm mates were snoring in a chorus of sounds. Some sounded like cows, others like power drills, and some like pigs. Goodness. Just studying, and they all sound so exhausted. Ye Kai couldn't help but feel relieved that he wouldn't have to face the college entrance exam in this lifetime. He climbed down the stairs and went outside the dorm. It seemed it was time to apply for a separate dorm room with the principal. This small request should be doable. It would be best if it could also come with a screen and a Blu-ray player, at least so that the sprite can learn moves. At this point, the dormitory downstairs is all locked, and he can't get out. He simply started to study the move list of the sprites in the system. In this battle against Qingju Academy, he can send out 2 sprites no higher than level 24. The Zubat has basically taken shape, so he isn't worried about it. His main concern is still the Weezing. System, exchange for the move Sunny Day. Ding. You have exchange for Sunny Day, consuming 1,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 3,000. This move can change the weather to sunny, increasing the power of Fire-type moves. His main battle Pokémon basically all have Fire-type moves, so learning this move is just an added bonus. Right now, he is 830,000 and 1 M-sized experience candy. Even if he gives it to Weezing, it would only level it up from level 20 to level 22. Forget it. It's better to give it to the Pokémon. He was still willing to use this little thing. As for Nidoking, that guy was at too high a level and wouldn't be useful in this school competition. Lost in thought, he realized it was already past 6 o'clock. Taking advantage of the time, when the dormitory supervisor opened the door, he slipped out. By the time it was past 7, the principal was slightly taken aback. Ye Kai, you're quite early today. Worthy of praise. He directly mentioned his desire for a single dormitory to the principal, who readily agreed. Moreover, this dormitory was located within 100 meters outside of the Rock Academy. There was one more thing. He pointed to the torn sleeve of his school uniform, which had been corroded by Nidoking's toxic saliva. As long as you can win the competition, it's fine if you don't wear the school uniform. With the principal's approval, he left without looking back. He arrived at the indoor battle arena of the school. The place that had been damaged by Nidoking and its companions yesterday had already returned to its original state. Come out, Weezing. No one us see. He fed the M-size experience candy to Weezing and prepared the energy cubes for each Pokémon. They began to eat, and then it was time to watch the TM video. Within an hour, Feng Miao Miao and Zhao Qian arrived one after another. What a surprise, you're the earliest today. He ignored their astonishment. Everyone decided to release their Pokémon to watch the video. Before long, 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the move Protect. The 2S level qualified Pokémon learned quickly and had already mastered Protect. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Weezing has learned the move Protect. It seemed that the Protect TM was no longer useful. Chingu, come here. Yikai called him aside. Look, the three of us have 3 TMs, but we only need one. I'll sell you this one. Zhao Qian immediately understood. Protect was an invaluable move. Having more was never too much. How much? 100,000. Too expensive. There are plenty at the coach's place. I might as well ask him. 80,000. Still too high. After some haggling, the TM was finally sold for 70,000. Hey, you two, stop sneaking around doing business and come to class. Chu Feng immediately noticed what they were up to. Come on, who will use Protect today? I'll give them a day off. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Kai released Nidoking and Zubat. Nidoking Poison Sting, Zubat Protect. The two Pokémon reacted and began to counterattack. Zubat was getting a bit impatient, as its speed was too fast. Only then did Nidoking unleash a wave of attacks. With dense purple waves as thin as cow hair, filled with poison stings. The attack lasted a full 3 breaths, but the invisible barrier surrounding the Crobat deflected it all. Very good, kid. You passed, go play. He announced directly that Ye Kai was free, leaving Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian stunned in place. The pressure on both of them was too great. It had only been a short time, and Ye Kai had already reached a height they found hard to aspire to. Not to mention the Pokémon battles. Even the speed at which his Pokémon learned moves surpassed theirs by so much. But in reality, Ye Kai had used a little trick. Nidoking could normally unleash moves, and that was nothing unusual. The Crobat's combat skills were all learned from Chu Feng's Crobat. He had let both Pokémon roam free for an entire night. Just from that one night, the proficiency of Rapid Return had already reached 37. It was probably because of his fondness for headbands. His Crobat's moves were locked, and it couldn't return to its Pokeball, so it was highly likely that it had used that move countless times. This can also be considered a discovery and a good way to improve proficiency. As for Chu Feng's spirit, Ye Kai thought about it and decided not to return it to him for the time being, because he can learn more moves through this spirit. The relationship between the two bats is quite good. Chapter 27, Against the Heaven's Comprehension and the Abnormal. The relationship between the two spirits is quite good. If it weren't for the fact that they are both male, they might even have laid eggs. It's cheap. Why not take advantage of it? Today's itinerary was already arranged by Ye Kai. First, he needed to buy some clothes. This shabby school uniform really affects the overall impression. Then, he needed to learn some skills like the gas bomb and the gyroscope ball. He went straight to the Kate Elf Square. What hairstyle do you want? Just style it like this, he said, pointing to a white hedgehog hairstyle, which is very trendy right now and has a high return rate on looks. Only the readers would have about one of the handsomeness, though. In fact, he wanted to buy clothes first. Unfortunately, the Elf Square doesn't open until 9 o'clock. At this moment, he finally managed to enter the square. An hour later, he had changed his entire outfit from head to toe. The level of flamboyance was such that even Chu Feng felt ashamed in comparison. Do you want to pack up the clothes you've changed out of, sir? Oh, that? Just throw them away. Without looking back, he strode out of the luxurious trainer clothing store. After all the ups and downs, there's still 870,000 in savings left. Starting a new life, it's time to be a bit reckless when the moment calls for it. Just like the lyrics say, youth is free, youth is wild. It was time to head to the battle club. He opened a battle room and set up a gas bomb to watch the replay. That middle-aged uncle hasn't arrived yet. Probably won't be here until the afternoon. Today, Ye Kai specifically changed his Crossbat's headband to a poison needle. He just wanted to take a gamble. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Crossbat has learned the skill, Shadow Ball. The system prompt immediately caught his attention. Then came the overwhelming joy. He never expected this would actually work. Following this line of thought, he could leech off Chu Feng's bat and gain several skills. It seems he needs to learn a few more moves before returning this bat. However, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, his bat was already level 22. If the two Pokémon were to learn skills through battles in the wild, wouldn't it be very likely that they would surpass level 24? What about the competition? Forget it. At worst, he could just ask Chu Feng to take them and catch another Pokémon. That guy probably intended to do just that anyway. This is exactly the kind of thing that man can do, resorting to any means for victory. Joe, okay. Uncle, you're here. At this moment, Ye Kai had already changed his outfit. With a head of white hair, it was hard to recognize him first. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Youth is wonderful, and he's also wealthy. Let's start training. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Zubat has learned the skill, Pursuit. Ye Kai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. really unsure if he should feel happy or pained. The good part was that he had learned so many special moves. The painful part was that the competition would limit levels. If it exceeded level 24, Zubat wouldn't be able to battle. It was almost the afternoon of the day he learned this. Gasball had initially mastered the internal cycle of the Steel type. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Gasball has learned the skill, Euro Ball. Finally, after all, it was a Pokémon with ill-level potential. With good study, it could still learn. Euro Ball. After receiving the command, Gasball began to spin rapidly, enveloped in a faint silvery light. Kingler used Hyper Beam. Coup. A massive amount of starlight bombarded Gasball, but it was all defended against, and Gasball only suffered minor injuries. It seems this move has been learned. From now on, Gasball would have to rely on itself to master the skill. Thank you for your hard work. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Zubat has learned the skill Trick. I can't believe it, S-level talent. Still learning, Zubat is too powerful. Yikai become somewhat numb. He just hoped the level wouldn't exceed 24. Also, it was time for Zubat to teach Chufeng's teaching Heatwave. However, after delaying for these days, that Zubat might not learn it as quickly. No, I can use the series of techniques to lock the move, allowing it to only use Heatwave. This way, there will only be 2 results. Either it can't use it, or it will progress rapidly. That's the plan. Thinking this way, he went back to what he needed to do, recalling Gasball into its Pokeball. There was still a bit of time in the afternoon. No, he should say his time was no longer limited. After all, even the dormitory was off campus, and he had the key in his hand. Let's go see that grandma on the 2nd floor. Although the elderly sometimes seemed confused, she seemed to know a lot about poison-type Pokémon. Just the 3 Weezing were not ordinary. Young man, don't waste your money recklessly. Earning money isn't easy. Yikai approached the elderly woman. The 3 large snakes, like dragons, instinctively extended their tails, ready to use the bind move. But upon realizing it was a regular customer, they slowly retreated. Grandma, do you have any other products for poison-type use? You come to the right person. I have plenty of good stuff. She took out a pile of poison stones. Poison stone, damaged increases the power of poison-type, moves by 17 when the Pokémon uses them. Yikai took a glance. They were all defective products. Among these stones, the highest enhancement is only 22. Don't underestimate these things. The broken poisonous gems can be ground into powder and added to the food of elves or fed to poison-type elves. This helps with the development of poison-type elves and the mastery of poison-type moves. The old man kept explaining, noticing that Yikai was not interested. She changed the subject. Are you interested in Abersnake and Abermonster? Yikai assumed the old man was just rambling. As for these poisonous gems, his poison-type moves were fully mastered with the support of the system, so these things were of no use to him, unless they were those very large, naturally formed poisonous gems. It seems you don't believe me. When I was young, I was famously known as the poison woman in the Shanghai market and even served as the poison-type gym leader. Even among gym trainers, I could rank in the top 3. Ahem. The more she talked, the more excited she became. Seeing that Yikai had no reaction, she said, all right, let me show you a trick. Wave Accelerate. Abermonster, Speed Pattern. One of the 3 Abersnakes slithered out, raising its body high. The fan-shaped pattern on its neck began to change, transforming from one face into another terrifying face. Death Makeup Technique. Yikai Acclaim it. Isn't this the method used by the Ghost-type champion Kyuko in the special edition? How do you know it so well? Not simple, young man. The old lady's gaze became sharp for a moment, but then she quickly returned to her calm demeanor. The patterns of the Arbok appear in over 20 varieties worldwide. Previous scholars have summarized these patterns into 6 types, corresponding to enhancements in attack, defense, special defense, speed, and stamina. It's an incredibly powerful ability, she explained. However, it's already rare in the world for an Arbok to learn 3 facial transformations simultaneously. It no longer exists. The old lady once had such a Pokémon. Let me show you something good. The Serpent's Secret Tome. Yikai took the book and flipped through it. It's all handwritten translations. The text is obscure and difficult to understand. There are scribbles and corrections on it, likely the old lady's own annotations. This world is truly full of talented people. They have managed to develop the power of the abomination to such an extent. If what is said in this book is true, then the strength of the abomination could be several levels stronger. Just like the Beedrill of Banmu and the small wild boar of Guyu in the special edition. These sprites are simply incredible. How much is this book? Young man, I'm not selling this. Yikai couldn't help but complain in his heart. What are you showing me if you're not selling? Chapter 28. Poison and protection to make up for the prank played on Yikai. The old lady took out an exquisite gift box. When opened, a strong fruity aroma wafted out. Inside were 3 pieces of black-purple rice cake. Just as Ikai was about to ask what this was, he focused his eyes. Intelligence rice cake can slightly enhance a sprite's special attack. Only a limited number of uses for each sprite. All 6 types of rice cakes. He never expected it to be this. In a Juzi game, this item could increase 10 EV points. In this world, it was directly simplified to enhancing a sprite's certain ability. This is a good thing I recently got, and I'm giving it to you. Ikai accepted it without hesitation. The shelf life of this item is only 3 days, so don't hesitate to eat it. Recalling the old woman's advice, he already had a plan in mind. 3 sprites, 1 piece each would suffice. By the time Ikai returned near the school, it was already past 8 p.m. He had agreed to meet with the 2 Zubat at the dormitory. He waited for a full 40 minutes downstairs. Cough, 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 cough. The 2 Zubat returned in pairs. Ikai quickly checked the level of his own. Zubat Shiny Variant level, LV, 22, Normal, Moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird. Scare, Bite, Poison Fong, Poison, Heat Wave, Quick Defense, Thunderbolt, Leech Life, Quick Return 47, Protect 31, Shadow Ball 20, Trick 20, Pursuit 20. He had learned a total of 3 new moves. Although the proficiency was only 20, he could already use the skills. With diligent training in the future, he would surely master them. It was time to return Chu Feng's sprite. He was just 1 step away from mastering Heat Wave. If he kept it up, leveling beyond 24 would make it less fun. He hurriedly returned the sprite and quickly left. Along the way, Yikai's flashy appearance turned heads everywhere. Who is this guy? That white hair is so flashy. Just a shammate, what's so great about it? But I saw he just caught 2 Zubat, one of which is a pink shiny variant. That's so cool. He ignored the students' discussions and left the school directly. Right now, Yikai was no longer living with a student mindset. Having lived a second life, he valued freedom in doing things. The school stage, to be honest, was too small. He felt like a raptor trapped in a cage. In such an environment, it will become useless over time. At this moment, far away in the teaching building, Yi Xian had just finished his night study session. Since he didn't make it into the top 3 in the school competition, he needed to prepare for the college entrance examination. Although his grades were good, he still felt pressure. That white-haired kid looks so familiar. Why does he seem a bit familiar? Xinge, can you guess who that person is? A classmate beside him asked. I don't want to guess, just tell me. Who is it? It's your brother, Yi Kai. After hearing this, Yi Xian, who was in a good mood just a moment ago, instantly turned cold. This guy. First, he squeezed out 2 million for himself. And now he has this non-mainstream look. So arrogant, so rampant. A few days ago, he went after a lot of resources and used the top-tier nutrient solution to hatch a fairy egg. It turned out to be a cute Ice Vulpix with B-level quality. It can reach up to level 80 in the future. It's important to know that after evolving, Ice Vulpix becomes Ice Ninetales, which is still a fairy-type Pokémon. Its future is limitless. What kind of quality can Yi Kai's Pokémon have? The gas bomb was chosen by his father. It only has C-level quality. Zubat has a very short growth cycle, only slightly better than trash like Beedrill and Butterfree. In the future, it will only reach level 60 to 70 at most. Moreover, he also has a Larvitar, which can evolve into Tyranitar in the future. We're not comparing now, we're comparing the future. 30 years. No, in 3 years. The East will rise and the West will fall. Don't underestimate the young and poor. This amusing thought, Yi Kai naturally did not know. He also couldn't be bothered to know. Boss, add more cumin and chili. Yes, and 2 more skewers of the braided lamb kidneys. All right, after preparing the skewers, Yi Kai headed to the battle club again. To become stronger, every moment counts. Come out. He shared the intelligence rice cake with 3 Pokémon. The Zubat was eating happily. The wheezing spun rapidly in place. Only the Nidoking, being too big, found it insufficient to fill its gaps and did not show any reaction. The next day, the school's indoor battle arena. A distinguished guest arrived today. You must be Yi Kai. I've seen your various performances in the school competitions. Quite impressive. I look forward to you challenging the gym after graduation, she said, filled with determination. Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Kai's strength to have already caught the attention and recognition of Hong Lian. The gap between the 3 of them and him was too large. Looking at Hong Lian again, she didn't even bother to look at the other 2 students. Although these people are the 2nd and 3rd place in the school competition, they really don't pique the interest of the curator at all. All right, today is the same as usual. It's about reviewing this move for protection. And whoever learns it can take a day off. However, before that, I happen to meet Hong Lian. Let's have a 1v1 match. giving you all a chance to feel the atmosphere of professional battles in advance. Chu Feng briefly said a few words. Ye Kai directly returned his Charizard. Kid, you learned Heat Wave so quickly? Huh, you'll find out if you try. He smiled slightly. Although Chu Feng was a bit skeptical, Ye Kai probably didn't need to deceive himself. Little did he know, after just learning this move, his Charizard had to wear a scarf and could only use Heat Wave for an entire night. After countless attempts and consuming a large amount of Fire-type energy cubes and 2 Fire Stones, he finally managed to master the move. Learning the move wasn't difficult, but having too low proficiency in it is not good for accountability, especially if it's below 20. In this case, using a move is basically a failure. Onlyon, I'll use Zubat. You can use any Pokémon you want. Alright, Zubat, go Blaziken. Huh, this giant fire rat measures 4 meters. According to the official standard of 7 meters, it is only 20 centimeters away from the maximum limit of 6 meters. Around its neck, spiky flames are continuously burning, giving it a majestic appearance. Fire Burst Beast breathe fire. Protect, venomous fangs. The battle between the two sides is about to begin, and Fire Burst Beast launches a powerful fire breath attack right away. This move is only used by very few elves. A typical example is the god of the earth, Groudon. This is no longer a move that can be withstood. The crossbat conjures an invisible barrier around itself, blocking all the fireballs falling from the sky. Chu Feng is different. He is not an ordinary person. Normally, using a protective skill renders one immobile. But the crossbat has exceptional flying skills and can utilize the inertia from high-speed flight. It charges towards its opponent while maintaining the protective skill. The moment the move is released, it delivers a bite with its venomous fangs right on the neck of the Fire Beast. The Fire Beast falls into a poison state. Thunder Punch. Dodge. Fly to a vertical 90 degrees above. The Fire Beast is in a rush, needing to finish the fight in half a minute or even less. Otherwise, it will be knocked out by the poison. It quickly launches a Thunder Punch, but it can't even touch the edge of the crossbat. It's too fast. This move was completely dodged. Then the cross-shaped bat hovered directly, flying above the head of the explosive beast. This angle is really tricky and bizarre. More than 90 of Pokémon cannot attack at a vertical angle with their bodies or moves, unless the fire-breathing beast is lying on the ground to use its move. That would be a suicidal act. Truly, that's just like you. Your tactics are too dirty. Fire-breathing beast, bring it down with overheat. Its stamina has been reduced to just a bit because of the poison, and the fire-breathing beast unleashes its blaze ability. At this moment, this overheat move is extremely powerful. This move is originally a power 130 move of the same type, and with the boost from the blaze ability, its power is astonishing once it hits. The fiery energy erupts violently, shooting up into the sky. It's time to end this. Protect. Chu Feng gave the final command. The overheating was completely defended, and the fiery beast's eyes were filled with stars. It was hit, but showed no anger at all. The crossbat didn't lose a bit of health. Zhao Qian and Fang Miao Miao were dumbfounded. Just with Poison Fang and Protect, along with some flashy dodging, it was able to make a gym leader show no anger whatsoever. Ye Kai, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. What was this? If they added a substitute to form the complete substitute guard poison strategy, it would probably make your eyes pop out. It would definitely scare you to death. Chapter 29. Smoke stickers and comics. Alright. This is the great utility of Protect in battles. Zhao Qian, Fang Miao Miao, have you two learned it? Chu Feng looked lazily at the two. It wasn't that he looked down on people. Ye Kai had told him that some people were just like that. They would have low blood sugar in the morning, but be full of energy at night. No amount of medicine could fix it. Are you a night owl? Ye Kai evokit, the night owl on the card. Then I'll be leaving first? He had already learned Protect yesterday, and was now eager to slip away. Go ahead. Go ahead. Chu Feng waved his hand. People like Ye Kai would progress faster if left to their own devices rather than being taught. Hong Lian then gave him a letter of introduction for the gym. If he was interested, he could come work at the gym. Most of the participants in the dojo battles in this world are hired. Of course, there are also a small number who are disciples of the dojo masters. There are many benefits to becoming a dojo disciple, but that's another story. He doesn't lack money for now, so after putting away his trust, Ye Kai quickly slipped out of the school. With the competition approaching, his Pokémon levels are already at their limits. Gas Bomb is level 22, and Crossbat is level 23. He's afraid that if he battles again, their levels will rise too high. It would be better to go shopping first and relax a bit, especially since he has some money on hand. What should he buy? Raising Pokémon is like having a lover. Too many will strain his wallet. Moreover, a trainer's energy is also limited. Should he buy some battle items? Perhaps there are still many opportunities to seize. He also thought of the spa at the Pokémon Square. The Chansey there, along with other Pokémon like Dusknoir, can heal both body and mind, which is very comfortable. Your wife is here. The only downside is that poison-type Pokémon are not easy to let out. After all, poison types are strong against fairy types, which would scare these Pokémon. Whether for relaxation or training, Yikai wants to bring his Pokémon along. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. He'll find out by taking a stroll. He quickly arrived at the first floor of the square. At this time in the morning, not many stores are open. A luxurious storefront caught his attention. A specialty store for glamorous competition supplies? This type of competition is mentioned in both the Pokémon games and anime. I didn't expect it to exist in this world as well. The customers in the store are mostly girls. He took a look and was truly amazed. There are snacks made from berries called bofin, with various flavors. This item can enhance the attributes of handsomeness, beauty, cuteness, strength, and intelligence in 5 dimensions. However, Yikai is not very interested in the glamorous competition. What truly attracts him is something he has played with before. Sir, this is the sticker counter. Is there anything you need? I'm not very familiar with these things. Could you introduce them to me? The store clerk is also curious, wondering how a boy likes these. It's quite rare. Of course. The so-called stickers are accessories that can be attached to Pokeballs to add special effects when released. It might be a bit complicated to understand just by talking. Seeing is believing. Come out, Jigglypuff. Bewley. The monotonous red light originally released from the Pokeball changed. Instead, a multitude of hearts appeared, as shown in the picture. This is interesting. He couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life that players often shared. Strength is temporary, but looks are a lifelong matter. The pursuit of beauty is an eternal topic. What special effects do the stickers have? You can look at the screen over here. The video explains it clearly. The clerk pointed to a nearby counter. Each product has a display screen in front of it. Yikai looked through them one by one. Suddenly, a sticker caught his attention. Good stuff, buy it. There are many effects from the stickers, such as releasing pink bubbles at the start or shooting out many stars, similar to a high-speed star move. However, Yikai thinks the coolest one should be the smoke sticker. This thing can produce a large amount of smoke the moment the spirit is released. Various types of sticker effects, and the smoke can be customized with patterns. At the beginning, it can directly release a giant skeleton cloud of smoke, which looks super cool. Appearance is secondary. If used with a gas bomb, it effectively has a layer of smoke right from the start. Releasing smoke and poison is simply seamless. He bought stickers for all 3 spirits. This customer. The stickers need to be used in conjunction with the shell, you know. Yikai was also taken aback, so that's how it is. This thing is just like a phone in a phone case, and the stickers on the phone case too. It's quite amusing. He bought another 3 ball shells. Ding! The total expenditure was 33,000. To be honest, this thing isn't cheap. Would you consider participating in this week's magnificent contest in the city? I'm more into battles. Not really interested in the magnificent contest. Yikai was already thinking about leaving this place. It was full of girls. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt embarrassed to stay any longer. He had bought what he needed, so he continued training. He remembered there were still 100 designated battles left at the club. It would be a shame not to fight. On the second underground floor, at the Shinwei Club. Smoke screen. Poison gas. Kame Turtle. Use rain dance. Bigger than the Jenny Turtle, Kame Turtle's ears looked like 2 little wings. As expected of Kame Turtle's specialized trainer, it broke Yikai's strategy with one move. He originally wanted to use the effect of the smoke sticker, starting to spray smoke with the cool Skull Cloud special effect. Unexpectedly, Kame Turtle's control over rain dance was exceptional. It could actually control the rain clouds in a small area, specifically making it rain. Toxic. Pain split, then protect. No one see. The gas bomb directly spewed out a large puddle of toxic liquid, attacking Kame Turtle. Block it with water pulse. Game. It emitted a water membrane around its body, transforming into a huge wave that spread out, causing violent vibrations. The toxic liquid was first shaken apart by the ripples of the huge wave. Then, as if it had a life of its own, it turned into toxic smoke that seeped into Kame Turtle's surface. Yikai naturally wouldn't explain too much to his opponent. Poison-type Pokémon using Toxic is bound to hit. There's no way to resist it, unless you use moves like Protect. Kame Turtle was poisoned. The gas bomb was also hit by that water pulse just now and wasn't feeling good. Quick battle. Use Hydro Pump. Hold on first. A powerful high-pressure Hydro Pump slammed directly into the gas bomb, and its stamina was almost depleted. It was on the verge of collapse. One more water pulse. An unexpected change occurred. A dark light flashed across Kame Turtle's body, and Pain Split directly drained more than half of its stamina. The gas bomb smiled mockingly. The wave of water was perfectly defended. The shallows could no longer withstand the intense toxicity of the poison and directly saw stars. You're amazing. It's just luck. If that last water gun couldn't be taken, there wouldn't have been any follow-up actions. He knew very well that the people arranged by the club were not weak. Chapter 30, Guava's Secret Realm. 1. The battle coaching industry is different from other industries. The one who pays is the party A, your father. But in battle coaching, if you can't beat the coach, you become party B. After all, you're the one here to learn skills. If I'm better than you, you have to listen to me. In this case, it's not a loss if you've learned something. If you spent money, got scolded, and still didn't learn anything, wouldn't that make you a fool? Since this female trainer lost, she naturally didn't dare to give pointers to Yi Kai. However, she also had her merits. I have a secret technique for the water wave, and if the young man is interested in this move, he can come to me for lessons anytime. She also left her contact information. Generally, with such a relationship, as long as Yi Kai is interested, it could even continue to develop. But it's not very meaningful. Yi Kai's mother was like that in her early years. Yi Xian's mother was even more successful, having taken away Yi Rong, the old leader. To this day, that woman is still his stepmother. Too melodramatic. With such thoughts, it's better to invest in Pokémon. However, it must be said that battles are quite consuming in terms of attention and stamina. During a break, he saw that others in the battle rooms were all attending meditation classes. What? Are you interested in meditation? A hand rested on Yi Kai's back. Such a familiar voice. Kid, we meet again. It was Chu Feng. Don't suddenly stand behind others like that. Especially you, Yi Kai complained. Aren't you interested in meditation? Let me teach you. And by the way, I'll tell you about tomorrow's arrangements. How much? Chu Feng was speechless. However, he didn't care how Yi Kai viewed him. Believing Yi Kai felt the same. This is free. Your principal has already paid for it. Soon, the two set up a private battle arena. According to Chu Feng, he found a comfortable sitting position. Then he let various thoughts come and go. Adjust your breathing, use abdominal breathing. Your previous breathing method was wrong and needs to change. After some effort, Yi Kai barely got the hang of it. All right, let us talk about tomorrow's arrangements. I will take Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao to the Guava's Secret Realm. Then I'll help them catch Pokémon. Are you going, kid? Secret Realm? Yi Kai thought for a moment. He really hadn't been there, and it was said to be very dangerous. But risks and rewards are proportional. The more dangerous it is, the more substantial the benefits often are. I'll go. It's a chance to broaden my horizons. The next morning, at the entrance of the Rock Academy. Are we really going to that Guava's Secret Realm? Feng Miao Miao was very excited. She had never entered a secret realm once in her life. Yi Kai was also excited, but he appeared relatively calm. He recalled a science program he had watched in his previous life. 170 years ago, a large number of secret realms suddenly appeared in this world. These secret realms are very dangerous, filled with countless magical beasts, now referred to as elves by people. The elves quickly replaced the biological chain on Terra. After a brutal struggle, the elves and humans reached a consensus. A large number of elves were tamed and chose to coexist and develop alongside humans. Surrounding the secret realms are unstable subspaces. What appears on the other side of the subspace is unknown to anyone. However, after decades and even hundreds of years of exploration by humans, a considerable portion of these secret realms has stabilized and become an important asset for humanity. This Guava Secret Realm is the only secret realm in Lianqing. As everyone got off the school bus and saw the military-style setup in front of them, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back, Chu Feng said before walking away without looking back. About 3 minutes later, he waved in front of the checkpoints set by the Alliance, signaling everyone to come over. There are a total of 4 people, 3 students, and 1 level 3 professional trainer, right? The staff member from the Alliance spoke in a businesslike manner, with no emotion in his words. According to the Alliance's regulations, they had to sign a liability waiver first. Once signed, the Alliance would not be responsible for any property loss or life-threatening situations that occurred in the secret realm. The staff's tone remained flat, having repeated the same words countless times before. Chu Feng took the 4 agreements from his hand and signed them directly, without even looking. The other 3 exchanged glances. Yi Kai also signed directly. How else could they get in? Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao followed suit and signed as well. Only then were the 4 allowed in. The surroundings were incredibly magical, with a grove of banana trees and a purple light membrane rippling. There was no need to think too much. They just had to go in directly. Once we get in, stick close to me and don't run around. Theoretically, with me here, you won't be in any life-threatening danger, but the probability is not 0. Chu Feng unusually spoke more than usual, indicating that this secret realm was indeed quite dangerous. Then everyone passed through the light membrane and entered the secret realm. Ye Kai felt a wave of dizziness, but it lasted only a few seconds. A strong light pierced their eyes. Roar! A towering tree in a dense primeval jungle suddenly appeared before them. In the sky and on the ground, there were figures of elves everywhere. The roar just now came from a battle between a circle bear and a rhinoceros. Everyone out. Chu Feng had made ample preparations to ensure the students' safety. Four-tailed bats, moon EV, black Lugia, three-headed evil dragons, and Gyarados. The 5 elves in the card looked around. Their powerful aura intimidated the surrounding wild monsters. Gyarados swung its tail and sent the circle bear and iron-armored rhinoceros flying. We'll catch elves around here. We want to go deep into the secret realm. You two each take one, and keep the target elves levels below 24. Hurry up and choose. The internal environment of the Guava's secret realm was like a Jurassic Park. The air around them even had a much higher oxygen content. The 3 students were stunned by the environment before them. In fact, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity made Ye Kai want to snag an elf for free too. But when he heard Feng Miao Miao say that they each paid 2 million, he decided to keep his mouth shut. That's so expensive, sweetie. Wow. A beast's roar echoed in the air, and everyone looked up. They saw a gray dinosaur rapidly approaching with its massive wings spread wide. It's a fossil pterosaur. Gyarados. Use Hyper Beam. Gyarados gathered its power in the air, and the devastating light cannon swept everything away. Boom! A beam of light starts from the ground, sweeping past a multitude of spirits, and then shoots up into the sky. Wherever it passes, dozens of spirits are instantly killed, all brought to the brink of death. A group of wild spirits in the air suffers even more, being knocked down. The fossil pterosaur, a spirit from the age of dinosaurs, tears apart its prey with saw-like teeth before swallowing it. The identification level result of the fossil pterosaur in the card is level 21. This fossil pterosaur is quite good. Who wants it? Looking at the scan results of the Pokédex A on his phone, Chu Feng asked the two. It is known that in the outside world, the rarity of the fossil pterosaur surpasses that of the 3 starter Pokémon. Even among the known fossil spirits, it is a top-tier existence. Only in a few secret realms can such spirits be found. Chapter 31, Guava's Secret Realm, 2. He promised to let the students catch spirits, so he wouldn't change his mind at the last minute. Both Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao are eager to get such a good thing as the fossil pterosaur. In the end, Feng Miao Miao is willing to raise the price by 2 million to acquire this fossil pterosaur, since it is a voluntary price increase. Chu Feng has no reason not to accept it. With a high-grade ball thrown, the fossil pterosaur is successfully captured. It is now yours. After handing over the high-grade ball, he remains vigilant of his surroundings. All right, Zhao Qian, what spirit do you want? Coach, can we go a bit deeper into the secret realm? There are too many good things here, since we're already here. No way. While everyone is talking, a large group of monsters surrounds them. A wolf, a spirit they have never seen before. They haven't seen it, but Ye Kai recognizes it. This is the night form of the Rockruff werewolf. A large number of Rockruff, in their daytime form, have surrounded it. The numbers are still increasing. The giant wolf, standing on its 2 feet and colored in red and white, is clearly the boss Pokémon, towering at 8 meters tall. It is a Rockruff, but there are just a bit too many of them. Ultimate Drain, Dark Pulse. The Zubat, quick as lightning, charges in and unleashes Ultimate Drain. Green grass type, energy bursts forth, attaching itself to the Wolf King. Ugh! It lets out a painful groan and soon collapses to the ground. Level suppression combined with double weakness to grass quickly drains its stamina. The rest of the wolf pack is swept away by Houndoom's Dark Pulse, falling apart like a landslide. In just one encounter, dozens of monsters are taken down. The remaining few are intimidated by this scene and scatter like birds and beasts. Then comes the tedious ball-throwing phase. Unfortunately, it's level 32. Chu Feng doesn't mind. It's normal for a boss Pokémon to have a high level. He'll just take it himself. Are you guys interested in these Rockruffs? They're so cute, I want one. Feng Miao Miao wants another Pokémon. You already have a fossil Aerodactyl. Do you still want more? Zhao Qian scoffs. Chu Feng is unfazed. Getting another one is possible, but it will cost extra 1 million for each. In the end, the two choose a Rockruff each. All right, kid, it's your turn now. Which Pokémon do you want to catch? Are there any poison-type Pokémon in this area? Everyone is speechless. There are many powerful Pokémon in the Baol Secret Realm, and even a fossil Aerodactyl has appeared. This toxic freak is still thinking about his poison-type Pokémon. Yes, but that place is too dangerous. Then forget it. You couldn't dwell on it too much. At this stage, having more Pokémon isn't necessarily better. He already has 3 Pokémon. Seeing that he was unfazed, Chu Feng prepared to take his team back. Whoosh. Bang bang. A brilliant firework display was especially eye-catching in the sky. Why are there people setting off fireworks in the secret realm during the day? Fong Miao Miao complained. It's a distress signal. Something's wrong. You all stay here and wait. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If I encounter a strong enemy that my Pokémon can't handle, I can just run into the light membrane behind me to go back. He quickly instructed everyone a couple of things. Moon EV Zubat, follow me. Big Meow. A gray-blue big cat stood about 1.4 meters tall, with a very large face and a blue gem on its head. It was the Alolan Meowth. Shufangus seeks to Pokémon. Compared to the regular Meowth, this subspecies was different. He only took 3 Pokémon and ran deep into the secret realm. Perhaps it was because the powerful trainer Chu Feng was not present. Everyone felt the 5 minutes were extremely torturous. In just a few short minutes, a group of Dunsparce rushed in. The Dunsparce in the card was all driven away by the Gyarados. Then there were some stuffed bears and other Pokémon standing upright like humans, waving at everyone. Wow, they're waving at me. Fong Miao Miao was about to go over. Stop. Are you crazy? Bears can mimic human actions to lure people in and then eat you. Zhao Qian immediately scolded her not to wander off. As the son of a forest ranger, he was very familiar with the habits of such Pokémon. Look, there's a baby bear over there, and a teddy ursa. How cute. Ye Kai and Zhao Qian were at a loss for words. It must be said that the stuffed bears know how to play. They can even clearly distinguish human gender and preferences, willing to use their young to lure this foolish woman in. Heatwave. Dark Pulse. The familiar and reliable voice came again. Chu Feng was back. These bear groups were directly hit to near death by the evil wave and the combination of hot winds. The baby bears and the plush bears were easily captured. All right, let's hurry back. Chu Feng's voice carried an undeniable tone, and everyone had no choice but to comply. To say the least, there are no laws in the secret realm. If you disobey, you could be killed without reason. After a moment of dizziness, everyone returned to the checkpoint set up by the Alliance. Let's release all the Pokémon captured in the secret realm. We need to check. Come out, all of you. Fossil pterosaurs, several Rockruff, different forms of Rockruff, baby bears, and plush bears. After Chu Feng and the Alliance staff exchanged some words. Except for a few Rockruffs that were detained, the rest of the Pokémon were returned to everyone. What does this mean? Ye Kai asked him quietly. You don't think entering and exiting the secret realm is free, do you? Upon reflection, he understood. The entrance to the secret realm is controlled by the Alliance. The ticket is not money, but Pokémon. It really is a huge bargain. If you come out empty-handed, you could even enjoy a free day trip. What more do you want? Chu Feng collected the Pokémon and quickly left with everyone. Miss Fong, I give you a piece of advice. You should avoid dangerous places like the secret realm. Something will go wrong sooner or later. Are you cursing me? Everyone was speechless. Chu Feng was trying to give her good advice, but unexpectedly, she retorted. Yes, I'm cursing you. Don't you want these 2 little bears? Humph. Of course. I want them all. Both the plush bear and the baby bear are loved by female trainers for their adorable appearance. Ye Kai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Once these 2 types of Pokémon evolve, they're often abandoned in large numbers. Both the circle bear and the dress bear are quite ferocious large bear-type Pokémon. Every year, many trainers either get bitten to death or are suffocated to death. This has also led to a rare item becoming very valuable. The Everstone that suppresses Pokémon evolution is said to have been hyped up to around 1.3 million, and it's still not available. A similar example includes an unexpected existence, the Dragonair. There are trainers who can't stand the beautiful and charming Dragonair, like a sapphire, evolving into a lazy Dragonite. They then choose to give Dragonair an Everstone. Because of human strange preferences, that Dragonair with ultra-low potential, only E rank, which can only be capped at level 50 for life, actually has a high price. In short, the Everstone in the system only requires 1,000 energy points. When exchanged for league coins, it's 100,000, resulting in a huge price difference. However, Zhao Qian and Chu Feng are both old foxes, so they can only privately seek out Fong Miao Miao for a trade. He communicates with the system in his mind. System, exchange 2 Everstones for me. Ding! You have exchanged Everstone 2, consuming 2,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 1,500. Chapter 32. A surefire method when everyone returned to the school gate. Chu Feng let everyone go their own way. As they were about to leave, Ye Kai seized the opportunity to pull Fong Miao Miao aside. Go ahead, what is it? She was a bit curious about what Ye Kai wanted to say. To make a long story short, I have 2 Everstones. I wonder if Miss Fong is interested? Fong Miao Miao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She naturally knows what kind of Pokémon the teddy bear evolves into. initially thinking it was fine to evolve later, but when faced with the opportunity to never evolve, she certainly wouldn't let it go. Ding. Directly earning 6 million. Indeed, the fastest and most domineering way to make money is through the system. He had thought about catching Pokémon to make money, and other methods as well. But now it seems that directly selling rare items brings money in quickly, as long as it's not too excessive and doesn't attract suspicion. With only 3 days left until the school competition, everyone should be anxious. Chu Feng, however, appeared unperturbed. Yi Kai didn't hold much hope for this woman, Feng Miao Miao. It seems he could only rely on himself and Zhao Qian. Yi Kai considered that even if they lost the school competition, they would still be exempt from the college entrance examination and would still graduate, just with a lower starting point. The champion of the city-level school competition could receive a substantial monetary reward, usually at least in the tens of millions. Of course, this is a team prize for the 3 of them, which will need to be divided. Individually, they could also receive a city-level competition badge. Money is secondary. This unique competition badge is the main prize. Having this badge means you are this year's Pokémon champion, and carrying this title will make everything more favorable for you. At that time, both the league officials and Capital will throw olive branches your way. Bringing his thoughts back, he prepared to go to the Shinwei Club to battle. It is necessary for Pokémon to be capped at level 24. Having 1 level higher than the opponent is an advantage, and the necessary efforts must be made. The next day, everyone, our match against the Qingju Academy is in 2 days. The venue has been set at the newly built Battle Castle in Lianqing. After Chu Feng's introduction, everyone had a general idea of what was coming next. The battle venues are drawn from various cities every year, and this year happened to be Lianqing. Of course, after the top 8 are decided, the matches will move to the next city. What I'm about to do may make some people uncomfortable, but it will ensure your victory. He changed his usual demeanor and lit a cigarette. The 3 students were curious to see what methods Chu Feng had. After a round of epic inhalation, with smoke swirling around, he narrowed his eyes and scanned the 3. First, Feng Miao Miao. You need to lend your Aerodactyl to Zhao Qian for a while. Upon hearing this, she was a bit displeased. What is this? Does that mean I won't participate in the competition? Yes, a guaranteed victory, do you want it or not? As long as you lend out Aerodactyl, Zhao Qian will win the first battle, and Yi Kai the second battle. Basically, it's a win. The Feng family is in the big business, and Feng Miao Miao is the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Weighing the pros and cons is not difficult. All right, I can also try out other Pokémon to show you a spectacular finale. She still looked eager. Don't worry, you won't even need to appear. You'll win directly. I guarantee you'll at least make it to the top 4 of the city-level school competition. Chu Feng's eyes were dark, and his expression was emotionless. Okay, I'll listen to the coach. After settling Feng Miao Miao, he turned to Yi Kai. You need to leave your Weezing with me for a day. I'll teach a move. What move? He already had a guess in mind. Could it be explosion? There was no need for many words. The 2 exchanged a glance, and their expressions said it all. I think you should have guessed it. It's a last resort move that will be very useful if all goes well. Yi Kai had thought about it. Explosion has a power of 250, but this would be tough on Weezing. Using this move requires immense courage. Moreover, how would Chu Feng teach Weezing this move in a short time? After arranging all this, he took Aerodactyl and Weezing. Then he continued to let everyone go about their business. You all relax, play as you like, eat as you like. This sounds strange no matter how you interpret it. Big exams and big games, right? Another day has passed. Sitting on a school bus, 4 of us headed to the venue for this school competition. Let's get familiar with the place in advance. Battle Castle. This is the landmark building of Lianqing, where countless celebrities have battled, from ordinary trainers to the 8 champions. The entire castle covers an area of 33 acres, with all the walls made of white and black stones, solemn and sacred. It is said that a long time ago, the black and white twin dragons representing ideals and reality once fought a great battle here. Clearly, having visited several times, Chu Feng still appeared lazy. Instead, it was Yi Kai who felt the greatest shock in his heart. He really hasn't been to this place. The arena in the center of the castle is magnificent. All right, coming here is not just for sightseeing. Elves, you should take a look around and get familiar with it. I didn't expect to see you here, Chu Feng. A woman's voice interrupted his conversation with the students. He turned to glance at the newcomer. Just a casual glance, but finally, his gaze locked onto a pair of large thunderbolts. You've fallen too, coming to such a remote little town to lead a school like Panshur. The woman's tone was flippant, full of provocation. Watanabe, I'm not interested in you. If we really want to compare, let's see whose students are stronger. The woman referred to as Watanabe had 3 students behind her, 2 girls and 1 boy, though he didn't know which school they were from. It's a pity we won't meet in the preliminary round. Just pray that Panshir Academy makes it to the top 8. These little brats probably won't even get to see the genius from Chishi Academy before they've already lost. When Yikai heard the name of the opposing academy, he couldn't help but want to laugh. That genius's name is Chishi. After a brief encounter, the 2 groups parted ways. There are more than just this academy in the Battle Castle. A total of 14 colleges have gathered their contestants here. I heard that some of the students and coaches who came from afar have already been staying here for a week. Who is that woman? She's so arrogant. Fang Miao Miao complained. Watanabe Mai, one of the 4 kings of the neighboring Sakura nation, is skilled in using rock-type Pokémon, Chu Feng casually introduced. For kings, Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. Without thinking too much, the Sakura nation is small, so naturally, it doesn't have the 8 great kings like the Dragon Nation. Moreover, even among the kings, there are differences in strength. At least she has been my defeated opponent for several years. Hearing him say this, everyone already had an idea in their minds. All right, let's get down to business. You 2, come with me to the underground training facility here for special training. You'll go into battle tomorrow. Chapter 33. The Primitive Power of the Fossil Pterodactyl. Battle Castle. In a massive arena, the viewing area can accommodate up to 30,000 spectators at once, besides students and teachers. Here, there are more social people. Competition sponsors, agents and players for various sprite teams, elites from all walks of life, and the general public who enjoy sprite battles. In previous city-level school competitions, those who performed brilliantly were usually poached by major organizations. This competition will determine the top 8 within a day. To ensure fairness in the competition, the league has dispatched 10 observers and 3 gym leaders. Along with a heavyweight guest, our fire-type champion of the Dragon Kingdom, Old Master Hongzhong. Alright, without further ado, the first match is between Xiao Academy and Fenghua Academy. The host speaks not only quickly, but also clearly and passionately. The competition adopts a 2v2 format, best of 3. The first match is a competition among other academies, and Yikai and the others are just spectators. In this competition, not only can those present see it live, but it will also be streamed online. Countless netizens will be able to witness the battle process. Maril, with playful antics. Kairos, with brute force. The first match is an intense battle. Both Pokémon engage in close combat. Kairos is known as the Bug King, alongside Scyther. It also has a familiar name, Beedrill. Maril has a Fairy type, which gives it double resistance to fighting-type moves. During the exchange of attacks, Kairos gradually finds itself at a disadvantage. But this is a city-level school competition, and it's not that simple. Suddenly, a twist occurs. Kairos seizes an opening from its opponent. With a powerful move, it takes Maril out in an instant. This move, known as the Scissor Guillotine, is very hard to hit. Being able to execute it is quite a skill. To everyone's surprise, in the first battle, there was a stunning turnaround. In the subsequent matches, surprises kept popping up. The audience couldn't dare to blink, afraid of missing any exciting details of the battles. On the guest side, the league observers repeatedly reviewed the battle footage, missing no detail. The 3 gym leaders are Water-type leader Zhuang Su, Flying-type leader Lai Yu, and Bug-type leader Xiao Tian. In fact, Hong Lian is also present. However, this year, even the old man, the Fire-type champion, came, so she, as the Fire-type leader, doesn't seem like much. These are the players with C-level attention or higher in this city-level school competition. The league observers handed out 42 documents to all the guests. All the competitors' information is here. Among them, only 9 have C-level attention, and just 3 have B-level. Hong Zhong appeared serious on the surface, but inside, he was already starting to feel sleepy. What's going on in Just City this year? There are so few B-level talents. The 4 gym leaders chatted casually, and some were even playing on their phones. Matches below level 24 are barely better than battles in kindergarten at level 5. Without C-level competitors, they really couldn't care less. In the 5th match, Rock Academy faced Qingju Academy. Zhao Qian versus Su Feng. Here it comes. Yikai stared intently at the competition area. The observing gym leaders began to pay attention to the match, because Su Feng is one of the C-level competitors. Go for it. Electrike. From the card, Electrike. Ilu. Electrike stood upright on its hind legs, its yellow and black striped fur very eye-catching. Fossil Pterodactyl. Wow. Zhao Qian directly sent out Fossil Pterodactyl as his first Pokémon. The whole venue erupted in noise. Look, it's Fossil Pterodactyl. I heard this Pokémon is quite rare. A rarity among fossil Pokémon. Ignoring the discussions from below, the battle had already begun. Fool, Flying type is weak against electric type. You're done for. Sufeng Dante. Electrike. Use electromagnetic wave. Primitive power. Electrike is not as fast as fossil pterodactyl. It levitated a large amount of sand and gravel around it, enveloped by a powerful aura. Fossil pterodactyl dove directly toward Electrike. Because of the initial taunt and the lengthy command, Electrike took the hit solidly. Thankfully, the electromagnetic wave also hit the enemy. Once the electromagnetic wave paralyzed the Pokémon, its speed was halved, and Fossil Pterodactyl no longer had a speed advantage. Electrike delivered a fatal blow with Thundershock. Chu Feng and Yi Kai in the viewing area had already figured it out upon seeing this scene. Zhao Qian won. The two said in unison. Huh. Feng Miao Miao looked confused. Is that it? Rock Slide. After the last move hit, its 5-dimensional attributes improved across the board. Whether it was special attack, special defense, physical attack, physical defense, or speed. Fossil Pterodactyl had already been trained by Chu Feng. There were no unnecessary movements. Rock-type energy gathered in the air, forming a large number of boulders. The enhanced rock slide fell from the sky like a rain of stones. This move struck the Electabuzz, not only blocking the Thunder Strike, but also interrupting its attack. The Electabuzz fled in panic, but was still hit by a giant rock, leaving only a sliver of health. TCH. Come back, Electabuzz. It's your turn, Squirtle. Game. The Squirtle from the card just entered the battle, and the Fossil Aerodactyl unleashed another primal power, directly hitting it. Game. Squirtle let out a cry of despair, directly reduced to low health. Use Hydro Pump to take it down. Su Feng was getting excited, still in disbelief. Could this Fossil Aerodactyl really take out 2 Pokémon at once? At a 90-degree vertical height, continuous rock falls. Zhao Qian finally realized the importance of simplifying commands. With his commands, repeating names for battling enemies felt like starting at 0 frames, making the attack speed much faster. Some technical terms were moves that the opponent couldn't understand. The Fossil Aerodactyl flew directly above Squirtle in 90-degree vertical position. Its powerful Hydro Pump was about to hit the Fossil Aerodactyl. However, due to the angle of needing to look up, it was forced to miss. The Fossil Aerodactyl swayed between 85 and 95 degrees, making it very uncomfortable for Squirtle, which had to look up. Then a rock fall with unbelievable power came crashing down from the sky. Boom! Squirtle was hit so hard it saw stars. The giant rocks fell like raindrops, leaving no room to dodge. The audience in the guest seats flashed a strange look. They decided to give this kid, named Zhao Qian, a sea-level observation. The Fire-type champion spoke up, and the observers naturally complied. The previous match was indeed impressive. Both Electabuzz and Squirtle had moves that were double effective against the Fossil Aerodactyl. Yet they couldn't win. Grandpa, do you know who Zhao Qian's coach is? Hong Lian casually asked. How would I know? It's that Chu Feng. As soon as this was said, all the gym leaders and observers were stunned. Chu Feng? 5 years ago, he swept through all the gyms in the Dragon Kingdom with Dark-type Pokémon. He was on the verge of becoming the Dark-type champion. It's said that he later went missing in the Secret Realm. Why did he suddenly reappear? The match on the field was still ongoing. Electabuzz. This time it seems that heaven has shown mercy to Su Feng. The fossil pterosaur, which had been attacking continuously, finally missed its move due to paralysis. But luck only comes once. Just a few seconds later, boom! Another powerful rock slide. After enhancement, this move's destructive power is comparable to that of ground-type moves. Earthquake. It might even be stronger. The entire battlefield was smashed to pieces by the giant rocks. Electivire lost its fighting capability, and the winner is Fossil Pterosaur. Let's congratulate Zhao Qian from Rock Solid Academy for winning the first battle. The audience erupted in cheers. This Zhao Qian is amazing. No, I think the amazing one is the Fossil Pterosaur. No matter how the people around discuss it, it doesn't matter anymore. Winning is all that counts. Victory is everything. Second battle. Ye Kai vs Huangfu Yunya. Will Rock Solid Academy take 3 victories out of 5, or can Qingju Academy turn tide? Chapter 34 B-Level Battle B-Level with the host's passionate commentary. The atmosphere in the venue was ignited. Ye Kai, for the school competition, also specially styled himself, looking quite flashy. He has white hair, dressed in all black with silver accessories, giving off a rock vibe. Meanwhile, his opponent Huang Fujun looks a bit flustered at this moment. What's going on with this Ye Kai? Just looking at his stance makes me feel he's incredibly strong. Huang Fujun pretended to be calm. I've watched your battle footage, and your gas bomb is indeed impressive, but when you encounter me, you're done for. The opponent still couldn't change his habit of taunting. I really don't know if everyone from Qingju Academy is like this. As Ye Kai remained silent, the opponent directly sent out his Pokémon. Come out, Gyarados! Roar! The Gyarados is a full 8 meters long, although it's slightly smaller than the one Chufeng has. But the sense of pressure it exudes is no less at all. The Gyarados has bright red eyes and trembling whiskers, all showing its anger. The pink Zubat. Cough cough. As soon as the pink Zubat appeared, it drew everyone's attention. Did I see that right? This Zubat is actually pink. This is a rare alternate color Pokémon. A rare existence that only appears in 1 out of tens of thousands. Didn't you notice? Why is there a purple skeletal cloud when it appears? In such a serious competition setting, being different can only mean 2 things. Either an unmatched expert or a fool. At least Ye Kai doesn't seem like the latter. In the guest seats, everyone is focused on this match. Because whether it's Huangfu Jun or Ye Kai, both are B-level attention players. The battle between these 2 individuals almost condensed the essence of the entire city-level competition. Gyarados, with its terrifying face, it quickly turned around. The opponent was momentarily stunned. Directly issuing commands? That's the effect they wanted. The Crobat, with a stylish headband tied on its head, radiated a green glow. In the blink of an eye, it struck like a blade of emerald light, directly slashing towards Gyarados. It only felt a heavy blow on its back and let out a cry of pain. Then, Crobat returned directly to its Pokeball. Smokescreen, fog, toxic gas, murky mist. Gyarados didn't even have time to use its move, terrifying face. Originally, Huangfu Jun wanted to use this move to significantly reduce Crobat's speed and then take his time. Unexpectedly, this Ye Kai just brushed past and ran away. Something's off. This power is too great. He had seen this move before. Gyarados lost nearly 1/3 of its stamina from that hit. This is just an ordinary rapid retreat. What kind of strength can it produce? Haha, just playing tricks. In the face of absolute power, these little moves are useless. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. As the gas bomb just made its appearance, the smoke sticker from the skull cloud came into play. The gas bomb is completely obscured. A large area of smoke directly covers the entire field. This scene was witnessed by the big shots in the guest seats. What is that prop carried by the cross-shaped bat? I've never seen anything like it. It actually enhances the power of rapid returns to such an extent. The bug-type gym leader, Xiao Tian, developed a strong interest in this prop. It should be this thing, right? It is referred to as a headband-type carrying prop. But it has a major side effect. It locks the Pokemon's moves and can only be reset by switching it out. Everyone talked about it, expressing their thoughts one after another. This Ye Kai really knows how to have fun. Not only does he pay attention to the headband, but even the stickers used for the grand competition have been put to use. TSK, Huangfu Jun is already a bit irritated. This guy is armed to the teeth. Not even the replacement of a sprite was made clear. No need to worry about the smoke. Change the water cannon to a sweep. As long as one hit lands, it's enough to take out that little gas ball. He has eyes everywhere and ears everywhere. Even the slightest expression from Ye Kai was caught by him. His opponent, who was previously expressionless, now grinned. Something's off. What is he planning? Suddenly, a dark light flashed across the entire body of the Gyarados. Roar! The Gyarados suddenly began to wail. Everyone in the guest seats didn't blink, completely confused. In their eyes, the whole process was the Zubat executed a swift retreat, and the Gyarados stood still. Ye Kai switched in the gas ball. It spat out a cloud of black smoke, turning into purple smoke. And then, they had no idea what happened next. This kid named Ye Kai is really hard to understand. It's rare to see a trainer specializing in poison types. He's worth paying attention to. Hong Lian interrupted the crowd's chatter. If she wasn't mistaken, Huangfu Jun had already lost. After all, she is the fire-type gym leader, and her words carry weight. Everyone turned to look at her. The Gyarados' tragic scream should have been a result of the move called Pain Split. He intentionally allowed the gas ball to be hit by the water cannon. With that said, everyone finally understood. What a sinister and vicious tactic. However, with the strength of that Gyarados, the gas bomb couldn't withstand such an attack. It clearly had the Momentum Cloak equipped. That's right. The Momentum Cloak ensures that when you're at full health, you won't be knocked out instantly, but will be left with a sliver of health. Once this was said, everyone fell silent. No wonder this was a student taught by Chufeng. Their approach was epitomized in 4 words. Any means necessary. As long as the gas bomb isn't completely knocked out, the more damage it takes, the stronger the effect of pain sharing becomes. At this moment, Gyarados was incredibly furious, unable to find a challenger. Its health had not only been reduced by 2/3, but it was also poisoned. Gyarados, fly up into the air. Get away from the smoke. The flying Gyarados from Arceus could even produce shiny Pokémon. Both sides instinctively commanded their Pokémon to escape the smoke. It was fortunate that Gyarados had the flying type. Although it couldn't stay airborne for long, a brief takeoff was not a problem. Now let me utilize your ability, Gyarados. Use Flamethrower. Come back. As the toxic smoke on the field came into contact with the flames, it instantly exploded. The dark blue-purple flames engulfed the entire arena, with temperatures reaching over 1,000 degrees. Ordinary Pokémon would be on the brink of death from such flames. This scene surprised everyone in the audience again. They didn't expect that the poisonous smoke released by Yi Kai not only obscured vision and interfered with the trainer's commands and poisoned them, but also included this combination technique of gas explosion. While others say kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he is killing 4. How interesting, truly wonderful. Unfortunately, this move was countered by Huang Fujun. The Fire King, Hong Zhong, was thrilled by this scene. This Yi Kai is quite good, this feeling of one loop after another. He's no longer an ordinary B-level concern. He's reached the level he should be at. Fortunately, the gas bomb has been recalled into the ball before this. The Crossbat. The brave bird attacks fiercely. After switching Pokémon, the Crossbat shoots straight into the sky. Its speed is so fast that it reaches dozens of meters in height in the blink of an eye. With another blink, it folds its wings, resembling a pink missile. Boom! A supersonic strike directly hits the belly of the Gyarados. Roar! This move was so powerful that it directly knocked down the severely weakened, poisoned Gyarados. Leaving it dazed, the audience was stunned. What was that just now? Such incredible speed. It must have broken the sound barrier. The sonic boom was heard. This ticket is worth it. Being able to see such an exciting battle has already made it worth the price. Since it's a speed contest, go for it. Wind Speed Dog. The Wind Speed Dog in the card, woof. A majestic, giant mastiff leaps out of the Luxury Ball. The Luxury Ball in the card measures a whopping 2.7 meters. Its entire body is covered in tiger stripes, exuding an impressive aura. What a huge Wind Speed Dog. It has already reached the maximum size for this species. Far away in the judges' seats, Hong Zhong and Hong Lian exchanged a glance. When it comes to Wind Speed Dog, no one dares to say they understand it better than these two grandpa and grandson. This speed dog is trained quite well. Yi Kai is in trouble. Come back. Gas Bomb, Euro Ball. Yi Kai decisively switched out the Crossbat. This speed dog is definitely not simple. It is very likely to be extremely fast. He did not underestimate any enemy. In fact, just now, Huang Fujun was able to turn the tables by using Smokescreen to unleash Flamethrower. This shows that the opponent is not an ordinary one. Wind Speed Dog incredibly fast. However, he is not afraid. So what if it's incredibly fast? Today, I'll let you see. Wind Speed Dog is as fast as the wind and as powerful as thunder. So fast that you can only see a blur of black and yellow. At this speed, it is no less than the fierce attack of the newly emerged bat-like Pokémon. A skill that is truly remarkable, known as Quick Attack. Almost all Pokémon feel honored to be able to learn Quick Attack. A typical example includes Rayquaza, Dragonite, and other top-tier beings. Anyone who can use Quick Attack is definitely not weak. It directly collided with the gas ball that was using Euro Ball. Roar! The next scene surprised everyone. Chapter 35. Defeating the Speed Dog, an unexpected event occurred. The Speed Dog let out a cry of pain as it was knocked away by the gas ball using Euro Ball. At this moment, Huang Fu Jun's smile froze. He could hardly believe his own eyes. When it came to speed, he had never lost. He never expected that his unbeatable divine skill would be defeated by a move he had never even heard of. It wasn't just him who was shocked. In the guest seats, the 4 gym leaders and Hong Zhong were also taken aback. How could such a prestigious skill, Godspeed, be inferior to this move? Hong Lian even took out her phone to inquire about it. The Euro Ball, a steel-type skill, allows the body to spin at high speed and collide with the opponent. The slower the opponent, the greater the power. Everyone was stunned after hearing this explanation. Hong Lian trembled as she asked, "What is the maximum power of this move?" It is known that the maximum power of the Euro Ball skill can exert the strength of a Pokémon at level 150. Hiss! The 4 gym leaders fell silent. This is definitely not a matter of how strong the technique is. The skill of the spinning ball has been around for some years now. However, there are really not many people who can promote it to a greater extent. This Yi Kai is going against the heavens. This severely injured the gas bomb. How strong? Who exactly is this? Huang Fujun was rapidly thinking in his mind about how to win. Perhaps he was overthinking? From the constant appearances of the crossbat to the poisonous smoke tactics of the gas bomb, it was all about sharing the pain. Wasn't every time a gamble? In a direct confrontation, he was definitely no match for the Wind Speed Dog. The wind speed dog used sunny day, then morning sun. Once the command was given, the wind speed dog howled to the sky. Oh, whoa. The field was instantly bathed in sunlight. Then it soaked in the sunshine, feeling a sense of enjoyment. Its stamina rapidly recovering. Chu Feng, sitting in the preparation area, frowned slightly, a bad premonition rising in his heart. It seemed this kid still couldn't make up his mind to use that move. In the guest area, Hong Lian couldn't help but exclaim. The gas bomb was in trouble. Sunny Day could amplify fire-type moves. The key was that with the influence of morning sun, it could recover 2/3 of its stamina in one go. This young man has a real skill. Self-regeneration could only recover half health, which was already a divine skill. With your morning sun plus sunny day, you can recover 2/3? What can the gas bomb use to fight back? Toxic. Ye Kai took out the trump card of poison-type moves. Under normal circumstances, a poison Pokémon could last at most 1 minute. But with Toxic, that time was reduced to half a minute, and for every second delayed, the toxicity would increase geometrically. Good strategy. A poison-type Pokémon is guaranteed to hit with Toxic. Moreover, after a certain period, Toxic could directly poison a Pokémon to death. It would matter how quickly you recover. Hong Lian Generos de Piresiakai. The gas bomb spat out a thick, murky venom towards the wind speed dog. No matter how it tried to dodge, it was useless. Besides, it was still recovering health at this moment. The Toxic seeped directly into its skin, and the wind speed dog's life began a countdown. If it continued to drag on, it would eventually be doomed. Huang Fujun made up his mind, ready to take a risk. Don't be complacent. The gas bomb has a fatal weakness, which is that its body will explode if ignited. Wind speed dog, use flamethrower. Mud bomb. That's right. What it fears the most is the simple fire-type moves. Once hit, the gas bomb will be finished. If the gas bomb went down, next would be the crossbat. The crossbat, due to the items, could only use the first move it entered with, lacking flexibility. And facing a wind speed dog that could fully recover health was quite dangerous. Moreover, the opponent would act first with absolute priority. You should know, quick attack is faster than a flash of lightning. If not careful, this wind speed dog might turn the tables. Time was passing like years. The fierce fire column and the foul-smelling mud bomb began a clash, with the gas bomb gradually at a disadvantage. Wind speed dog, use fire blast. Use protect. Since the flamethrower could still clash with the opponent, then use fire blast to completely crush through. The gas bomb began to change its move. An invisible barrier perfectly blocked the giant fireball's flames. Protect cannot be used continuously. Use last resort. Ye Kai recalled the function of this move. Last resort, a fighting type move. The less stamina, the greater the power. When left with a sliver of health, it could even deal 200 damage. This move was once called Revival, capable of counter-killing at low health. Perhaps the reason the opponent didn't use Flare Blitz, this major move of its own type, was that it feared the move would backfire and completely knock out the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog was getting closer and closer to the gas bomb. Once this move hit, the gas bomb would be finished. Protect had already been used. It was forced into a corner. But the wind speed dog was in a similar situation. The damage from Toxic was calculated in seconds. It had to quickly take down the opponent, no matter the means. Self-destruct. Ye Kai decisively issued the final command. The wind speed dog is very difficult to deal with, and if this drags on, it could lead to unforeseen changes. Gas bomb made up his mind and charged directly at the wind speed dog. A blazing white light enveloped the wind speed dog. Could be evolving. Evolution in battle? No way. Wasn't it said that the Pokémon in the competition are limited to level 24? The audience was abuzz with discussion. Boom! A violent shockwave, carrying earth-shattering destructive power, erupted. A small mushroom cloud appeared on the field. The shockwave dispersed, and a residual wind could be felt on the faces of over 10,000 spectators. The gas bomb detonated violently. After a full second of silence in the arena, both the gas bomb and the speed dog lost their combat capabilities. Because contestant Ye Kai still had one sprite left to fight, the winner is contestant Ye Kai. Let's congratulate Ye Kai from Rock Solid Academy. Congratulations to Rock Solid Academy for advancing to the top 8. Following this was a roar like a tsunami, filled with discussions. That was ruthless to self-detonate directly. If it were me, I would also choose self-detonation as long as I could win. The guests in the audience fell silent. It's not surprising for a gas bomb to self-detonate. Rather, it could be said that Ye Kai's self-detonation came too late. If he had used it the moment the speed dog was sent flying by the Euro Ball, he might have one even faster. This can only be explained by the fact that he couldn't bear to let the gas bomb self-destruct. At this point, everyone from the Rock Academy had already left the arena. Chu Feng quickly brought the students back to the school bus and urged the driver to start driving. It is easy to imagine how many invitation letters the major teams and organizations would send to Yi Kai and Zhao Qian after this. I didn't expect to actually win. Fang Miao Miao was the most excited, even though she didn't participate in the competition. All right, the opponent for the next quarterfinals has been determined, which is the Redstone Spirit Academy from Lee City. The level cap for the next match is raised to level 28, and it will still be a 2v2 match. There are only 4 days of preparation time before this duel. He briefly finished saying this and then fell silent, only smoking with his head down. The smoking addiction is really strong. Zhao Qian is still immersed in the joy of the battle. I'm treating tonight, everyone come. No, let me treat. Fang Miao Miao, with her strong financial means, insists on treating. No need to fight over it. I'll take care of it. The guys from Chishi will also come tonight. What? Chapter 36. Defeating Dainyu La Chu Feng's voice is a bit hoarse, but carries an undeniable tone. Once he speaks, no one objects. Instead, they are curious about what to eat tonight. Moreover, why are they having dinner with their next opponent? Time quickly moves to the evening. Lian City, the top floor of the Royal Court 5-star hotel. Looking at the decor around, the atmosphere leans towards dark and melancholic, but it's quite cozy. I didn't expect that gloomy guy to have such taste. A level 3 professional trainer who can afford to raise 6 elves? How could he be an ordinary person? Yi Kai did not join the casual conversation between the two students. He was simply curious. With Chu Feng's style, tonight would definitely not just be about eating. Oh kid, your gas bomb and Zubat are quite interesting. Suddenly, a familiar woman walked over. It was Watanabe Mai. Behind her were 3 students, the 3 competitors from Chishi Academy. A bad premonition rose to the surface. These people aren't here to provoke, are they? Give them a lesson. While I wasn't here, you provoked the students. Your level is too low for a king. Just then, Chu Feng appeared at the door, extinguished a cigarette in the ashtray, and lit another one. TCH, how about a match between you and me? I don't fight against defeated opponents. It would lower my skill. His casual remark struck a nerve with the woman. You, if you're not satisfied, let your students practice with mine. 1v1, quick fight, and then we can go eat. I couldn't ask for more, Yamazaki. I'll trouble you then. Wow, so all the students at Chishi Academy are from Sakura Country. It seems that the tall girl named Yamazaki noticed the odd looks from the people of Panshur Academy and casually explained, I'm a mixed blood from Long Country and Sakura Country. There is nothing wrong with participating in the competition, right? In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom Alliance has gradually restored the international status of the Dragon Kingdom to that of history. These hybrids are also starting to increase in number. At Panshur Academy, it's assumed that Yi Kai will take on the challenge. Everyone takes the elevator down to the underground battle arena of the hotel. Go for it, Daniela. Twist. It is covered in silver-gray fur, with purple accents on its face and limbs, and a pair of sharp claws that stand out. It is an unseen sprite. Everyone quickly takes out their mobile phone Pokédex A and starts scanning. Daniela possesses physical abilities that surpass other species and is highly venomous. It is invincible in the cold highlands and prefers to act alone rather than gather in groups. This is the unique Nalaria species from the Sakura Country. Yi Kai had learned about it before. In this world, the elves from the Shitsue region are mostly located on the outskirts of the Sakura Country and the Dragon Country's coast. Crossbat. At this moment, Crossbat had removed its elaborate headband and donned a majestic cape. He had thought, this is not a game world. Elves can learn up to 10 moves, or even more, and relying on series items to lock moves is indeed a disadvantage. I heard that Yi Jun is best at poison-type moves. Actually, I'm quite good at them too. Yi Kai didn't waste time talking to her and directly issued commands. Brave Bird, Fierce Attack. Great Nalaria, Throw. Both sides' elves moved quickly. It must be said, this guy who seems to be living quite well is really cunning. Fortunately, he had played a lot of battles in his past life. Otherwise, he would have almost fallen into her trap. In battles, Great Nalaria is a relatively obscure elf, but her configuration is Great Gold Pearl Nalaria. A pure gold ball the size of a fist flew rapidly towards Crossbat. Great Nalaria immediately used Throw Great Gold Pearl, a powerful dark-type move with a power of 130. Sure enough, it's this move. Even Chu Feng was slightly taken aback. After all, Throw is a dark-type move, which he was very familiar with. Interesting. Has this little brat developed such a strategy? Then Yi Kai is probably in trouble. It's fortunate that Yi Kai had been tortured by this move before and understood its intricacies. Great Nalaria has an ability called Lightweight. As long as it throws the item it's holding, its speed can be doubled. This Pokémon originally has a base speed stat of 120, and once its ability is triggered, it will be even faster than Crobat. The terrifying speed of Dusk Noir will be troublesome. Crobat's speed is slightly faster than Dusk Noir's. It still got grazed by Duskull's wings. Cough. Crobat sustained significant injuries. Of course, Dusknoir didn't gain much of an advantage either. The brave bird strikes like lightning, and its power is already impressive. Coupled with a double effectiveness against the fighting-type Duskull, it was directly dealt a heavy blow. Hee, you've already lost. Duskull, finish it off with your fateful claw. In a flash of lightning, an incredible scene unfolded. Duskull should be overwhelmingly fast now. Yet, it was the Zubat that struck first, a pink afterimage directly knocking Duskull away. Boom! Duskull was sent crashing into the walls surrounding the arena, stars circling around its head. This is the charm of a flash of lightning. To strike first is terrifying. It was only at this moment that Yamazaki realized. Just having a fast speed without prior skills is not enough. It truly opened my eyes. Yijun, you are indeed impressive. Yikai ignored her, recalled his Pokémon, and walked towards the elevator. He carefully examined the person in front of him and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This woman is quite ruthless and cunning. Duskull's speed race is already overwhelming compared to many elves. The Thrown Golden Orb further elevates the power of this throwing move, a dark attribute skill, to 130. Once the item is thrown, Duskull's speed becomes unmatched. The exclusive move, Death Claw, has a power of 80. There is a 50 chance to inflict the target with poison, paralysis, or sleep status. This might be just okay in a game, but this is the real world. 3 abnormal states stacked together. What the hell can we do now? Exclusive skill, Fate-Breaking Claw. Luckily, my X-shape back can flash with electricity, otherwise I would have had a hard time breaking the situation just now. This battle was even more thrilling than the one with Huangfu's army. What we had for dinner that night was hardly a meal. It was simply a feast at Hongmen. There are so many talented people in the world, and indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you could easily face a setback in an instant. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder, and it was Chu Feng. Kid, it's lucky it's you. If it were those two guys, he was obviously referring to Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao. Letting them fight with Yamazaki would almost guarantee defeat. 8 people were crammed into an elevator, and the atmosphere was very awkward. However, Yamazaki was very interested in Yikai, asking various questions. Unfortunately, he completely ignored her. A table full of delicious dishes had long been served. Charcoal-grilled long-eared rabbit, honey-glazed bear paws from Circle Bear, garlic giant crab claws, and spicy beef hot pot. Yamazaki, I want to ask you a question. Yikai rarely spoke up during the meal and asked her a question. Please do, speak freely. Can the golden pearl item be thrown repeatedly like this? Yamazaki was slightly taken aback by the question. However, upon further thought, it was indeed a bit obscure. After all, many spirits like shiny things, and humans also love gold, right? Every time the golden pearl was thrown, it would definitely incur some wear and tear, but the spirits would pick it up and then rub it back into a round shape with force. As she spoke, she released the large Nyo La and showcased the fist-sized piece of gold. Although it looked dazzling overall, the surface was no longer smooth, covered in countless tiny scratches and dents. The crowd fell into silence. This is it, really, I'll smash you with money. Yikai asked this for no other reason. After all, he is interested in Nyo-La. This tactic, when first seen, is almost a guaranteed kill. He specializes in poison types. Why can't he raise his own large Nyo-La? Forget it. Thinking too much will only spoil a good meal. Tonight's dinner is the most lavish meal Yikai has had since his arrival in this world. Another exquisite dish has been served, which is the sashimi of the thousand-needle fish. It's just a puffer fish. This thing is highly toxic, similar to puffer fish. Only top-notch chefs can cook this dish. Who wants the first piece? Everyone looked at each other, while Yamazaki turned to Yikai, knowing that poison trainers have antibodies to toxins. However, this doesn't mean they are completely immune to toxicity. Without hesitation, he picked up 3 pieces and dipped them in wasabi and soy sauce. It tastes pretty good. Very delicious. I have to try it. In the end, this exquisite delicacy was consumed 60 by Yikai and Yamazaki. The others were too afraid to eat more. Chu Feng didn't mind and continued to eat as usual. He trusts this store. The owner is his childhood friend. Various dishes were served one after another. The entire meal ended with a fruit salad made of cream and tropical fruits on the frosty milk. Everyone went back to their own homes, each looking for their own mothers. Yikai then stopped Chu Feng to explain what this meal meant. It was just to prevent you from getting arrogant and to probe the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. After the meal, he lit a cigarette. What have I lost just now? Chapter 37. Learning Earthquakes, Hitting Lucky Eggs. If you lose, just adjust your strategy and follow the method I gave you. Chu Feng knew clearly that Ye Kai had some pride. He often had his own ideas during competitions. If he won, that would be even better, directly striking a blow to the opponent's morale. Anyway, the opponent also had similar thoughts. As for face, this is not the official match in 4 days. What does it count compared to real wins and losses? You did well tonight, take this. Ye Kai took an ancient wooden box and opened it to take a look. This type of toxic gem is quite rare, measuring as large as a pigeon egg. Its value is at least in the million range. This guy is so stingy. How could he suddenly give such a good thing? Don't look at me like that. This is something my grandmother entrusted me to give to you. I'm not greedy enough to take the old man's stuff. Just accept it directly. This thing can only be naturally formed. Clearly, it has reached a level that can enhance the qualifications of Sprite. Using on the gas bomb will just improve its qualifications to be great. The next day, Rock Solid Academy, indoor training ground. Everyone, although you're already in the top 8, you must not let your guard down. These are things everyone knows. The Chishi Spirit Academy ranks among the top 5 academies in the entire city. However, even so, it's not a big deal. Those are just past achievements. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Right now, there are more important things to do. At the very least, in the next 3 days, they need to raise the level of the 2 spirits to level 28. He took out his suitcase as usual. This time, there are only 9 experience candies. These are of 2 types, M and L. You can buy them if you need. The prices are the same as before, 200,000 for M and 700,000 for L. I'll take 1 L and 4 M. Fang Miao Miao, being wealthy, directly bought 5 candies, leaving all the rest as M. What about you two? I'm going to level up by myself. Ye Kai has his own plans. He thought about how he had seen battle training with Chansey at the Shunwei Club before. Instead of spending money on experience candies to level up, battling Chansey, the punching bag, is much faster and incredibly satisfying. He was worried because he still had over 90 designated battles left to fight. Zhao Qian bought 2 M candies. He had no choice. His finances were limited. He also had 2 Pokémon to raise, a Scyther and Aerodactyl. This fossil pterosaur is still being taken care of by Fang Miao Miao. Of course, she can reimburse you for the expenses related to the fossil pterosaur. Since you all have your own plans, let's not waste any more time and get to class. Chu Feng closed the suitcase. This is a secret move called Earthquake, and you should have heard of it. I only have this one CD in my hand. From now on, hurry up and learn this move. Earthquake. This move has an impact area that covers more than 80 of Pokémon, and its power reaches a staggering 100. It is one of the most expensive TM moves. Ye Kai and the others naturally know how strong this move is. Nidoking, come out, Aerodactyl. The move is great, but unfortunately, some Pokémon just can't learn it. For example, Weezing and Zubat can't learn Earthquake, and neither can Scyther. Fang Miao Miao then sent out a brand new Pokémon. After evolving into Nidoqueen, this Nidoqueen has already reached a height of 7 meters. The image of Nidoqueen on the card. The maximum size of this species is over 9 meters. What's wrong? Don't you recognize Nido? She was a bit displeased with the curious gazes of the crowd. No. I'm just curious where your elf came from. It's just a matter of money. Ye Kai didn't care about the others. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was right in front of him. You should know that a secret transmission device for earthquakes is close to 1 million in the market. This move has a loud reputation and is very powerful. At this price, it's up to you whether you want to learn it. The sprite can stay here to learn the move. As long as it learns it before the match, that's fine. We'll gather here again tomorrow. After saying this, Chu Feng quickly ran off. Qiyun Yi, I'll leave Nidoking in your care. I have some things to attend to. What is going on with you all? He slipped away too. There are only 3 days until the next match. It's now a race against time to level up. Nidoking is already level 28 and has hit the cap for the match regulations. But Gasball and Fortbat are not. I want to battle with Jigglypuff. Please wait a moment. Ye Kai is very quick. He is already at the Shinwei Club. Soon, a girl with pink hair comes forward to challenge him. She is indeed Jigglypuff's trainer. So, you want to battle with Jigglypuff? Yes, let us start the match quickly. She finds it strange. Other trainers who choose to battle Jigglypuff usually do so out of curiosity. After all, Jigglypuff is a sprite monopolized by the medical industry, and battles are rarely encountered. But this person seems a bit impatient, doesn't he? Come out, Jigglypuff. A chubby, egg-shaped sprite is released, with short limbs and a pocket on its belly. It's all pink, with little eyes, and quite cute. Ye Kai has long understood this guy thoroughly. Jigglypuff used Sing, Fokba, Dunt. Just as Jigglypuff was about to use its signature move, Fortbat grinned at it. Toxic Brave Bird Attack. In just a few seconds, Jigglypuff was defeated. Jigglypuff has a ridiculously high special defense and HP, making it a formidable defensive sprite. Once this guy starts to shrink, you're in trouble. However, Forkbat's taunt directly broke this tactic. Jigglypuff could only use attacking skills. Do as you please. After this battle, the directly leveled up from level 24 to level 26. You are really amazing. I've never seen anyone defeat us so quickly. So, I have a special request, and I hope you can fulfill it for me. The trainer was a bit shy. She thought to herself, this guy is quite handsome. Could he be wanting me to be his girlfriend? I want to battle your Chansey continuously. The number of times will be more. But I could pay more. Without saying a word, Yikai directly took out 100,000. She accepted it without hesitation. 100,000. That's equivalent to selling 33 Chansey's eggs. What she had to give up was that the Chansey would be brought to the brink of death today, at least 3 times in a row. Losing combat ability once is still within the acceptable range for Pokémon. Occasionally losing twice in a row is also acceptable, but losing several times in a row, very few Pokémon can handle that. This will significantly decrease the Pokémon's affection for the trainer. In severe cases, the Pokémon might even run away or attack the trainer. Don't worry, I'll be quick and won't leave it in pain. Half an hour later, Zubat is level 28, and Coughing is level 27. It seems that Chansey's experience points are indeed abundant. But this is the real world. If there were more Chansey, leveling up would probably be enjoyable. Unfortunately, it's still 1 level short. Let's have Coughing eat that poison gem. Look at the purple gem in Yikai's hand. Coughing's eyes widened, and its usually mischievous smile turned into a dazed expression. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat it. I won't let you self-destruct easily in the future. Coughing is very excited. At this moment, it is wholeheartedly loyal to Yikai. Initially, it was just a gas-spewing grunt in a factory. If it weren't for its unique coloration, it might still be working right now. It has encountered the right trainer, allowing it to shine in battle. So what if it self-destructs? Alright, don't think too much. He patted Coughing's messy head. There's still time. He began to check the trainer list in the club. Perhaps he could see how other trainers use Coughing. After a while, hey, are you going to battle with Coughing? The trainer of Coughing is a man wearing a gas mask. Put this on to avoid inhaling toxic gas later. The person directly handed over a gas mask. There is no need for it. I have poison antibodies and gas grenades. I just wanted to spar a bit. Yikai explained his intentions. Then let's get started. Come out, gas grenade. No one see. The gas Pokémon is a normal purple, much smaller than its counterpart. Gas Pokémon. When the opponents saw Yikai's differently colored gas Pokémon, they were slightly taken aback. It's actually a different color. What luck for the young man, as differently colored gas Pokémon are quite rare. The gas Pokémon used Flamethrower. The high-temperature flames rushed towards the opponent's gas Pokémon, which easily dodged the attack due to its level. The Pokémon in the club are all of a decent level, generally elite, level 31 to 45. Defeating such an opponent is indeed challenging. Although the gas Pokémon cannot be poisoned, it can be put to sleep, and it fell into slumber. Now it's our turn to use Flamethrower. Something feels off. There's a nagging feeling that something is wrong. How could the gas Pokémon yawn? While pondering this, the opponent wouldn't wait. A powerful Flamethrower directly hit the gas Pokémon, with outstanding effect. Fortunately, it had a leftover HP, still retaining a bit of health. Yikai's gas Pokémon, suffering this heavy blow, woke up immediately. Pain Split. It hurriedly used Pain Split. A ghostly light enveloped the opponent's gas Pokémon. No one see. After a painful howl, both sides were left with half health. Continuing with Flamethrower. Counter Shield. The Counter Shield move had long been simplified by Yikai. It was already able to use this move skillfully. Combining Flamethrower and Will-O-Wisp, the Counter Shield was unleashed. Unexpectedly, the gas Pokémon could do this too, spinning while breathing fire. The opponent, under the mask, widened their mouth in surprise. Because the Counter Shield dispersed the attack power, its effect was inferior to the concentrated attack of Flamethrower. This does not provide much of an advantage when it comes to bow. However, Yikai's goal has already been achieved. This move was mixed with Azure Ghost Fire, and the opponent's gas bomb was burned. Good, use Protect. Just as it seemed the attack would hit, the flames were about to strike the multicolored gas bomb. It directly activated Protect to block the move. Gas Bomb. Unleash a continuous stream of flames. Protect cannot be used consecutively, as long as it hits once. It can take it down. Counter Shield, Protect cycle. Just once? Dream on. As the invisible barrier of Protect was about to disappear, the opponent's gas bomb took a breath and continued to gather fire attribute power heating the gas emitted from its body. Another flame burst. Then, the familiar scene unfolded. The flame counter shield fired back with flames. Yikai's gas bomb was still at a disadvantage, and it seemed it wouldn't hold up. It activated Protect again. This cycle repeated 3 times. The opponent's gas bomb, already at half health, was burned to death. Taking this opportunity, the gas bomb also leveled up to level 28. Amazing. You've truly opened my eyes. The trainer wearing a gas mask praised. No. You've opened my eyes. How did the gas bomb learn to yawn? Huh. This move is actually not a secret. Every gas bomb can easily learn it. How is this possible? Clearly, this move is not listed in the gas bomb skill set. The gas mask guy briefly explained the principle to Yikai. Gas grenades are essentially spirits created from gas polymerization. Therefore, all tactics related to gas can be used. Tear gas, sleeping gas, flammable gas, toxic gas. The uses of gas are beyond imagination. For example, a spirit like the flame lizard can mix pheromones into the gas, which can be used for hypnosis. When diluted, it can even be used as perfume. The applications are numerous. So, when it comes to using yawns, it's not really the yawn move itself, but rather achieving a similar effect through sleeping gas. So it seems he has completely understood. At first, he only thought of the toxic gas released by the gas grenade, which is flammable and explosive, and could be combined with fire-type techniques. Unexpectedly, his imagination was still lacking. The gas grenade. Let's try releasing a sleep gas. No, Bodhi. You won't learn this way. How about this? Give me 100,000, and I'll teach you. Yikai, not believing in evil, ignored him and wanted to try it himself first. After working hard for a while, he indeed couldn't release the sleep gas. Yikai's nose was still quite sensitive. The smells of toxic gas and gas were very distinct. This is related to his childhood experiences. Before becoming a trainer, I worked in a pharmaceutical company. This hypnosis gas must first be absorbed in large quantities by the gas bomb to form an internal cycle. Only then can it be released. In a normal environment, there are naturally no prohibited items like hypnosis gas, so it can't be learned. The other party started rambling on and on. Time was tight. With only a couple of days before the competition, this technique had to be learned. Ding! He readily paid 100,000 for this technique was definitely worth it. It could even be called a trump card. The gas bomb releases the gas. Following his instructions, the gas bombs from both sides began to devour the gas emitted by each other. In less than 10 minutes, Yikai's gas bomb was already able to self-cycle, producing hypnosis gas. After a while, the super high concentration of hypnosis gas could even knock a person out in just a few seconds. However, this technique had no effect on Yikai. At most, he just felt a bit pungent. Ah, right, I still have 3 Pokémon. The Gas Mask Man showcased 3 other Pokémon. Galarian Weezing, and one more. Should be called a 3-headed Weezing. Matanoas. Weezing indeed has a chance of evolving into a 3-headed Weezing, which is quite rare. It's a case of being lucky to encounter it. Dude, have you ever thought about what you want to evolve into? If you want to evolve into one with a chimney, you probably need to go abroad. Right now, I'm busy with the school competition and don't want to think about these things. He exchanged contact information with the Gas Mask Man. Weezing evolves at level 35, but that's still a bit early. By then, he would probably have graduated and be battling in gyms already. For now, let's see if there are other ways to get stronger. Let's go check out the mall. Although Yikai has some impression of the store here, he hasn't actually visited it much. As he was browsing, he noticed a relatively large store across from the competition specialty store. Daily Tree Fruits? Yikai had seen tree fruit stores before, but this one was newly opened, occupying 3 storefronts and decorated luxuriously. It wouldn't hurt to go in and take a look. After all, tree fruits can also be used as battle items. Welcome to Daily Tree Fruits. As soon as he entered, 2 staff members enthusiastically introduced the products. Let me take a look myself, Yikai said, waving the staff back. He has the system, so he naturally doesn't need others to introduce things to him. Cherry fruit, leftover fruit, peach fruit. Some tree fruits. The first few types of tree fruits at the entrance are the most practical, used to cure paralysis, sleep issues, poisoning, and other special conditions. He also saw some discounted tree fruits, non-flowering fruit, strange fruit, and mango. This type of berry is really good. In the past, there was a saying about half-health berries in the game. Chapter 39, Berries and Rice Cakes. The so-called half-health berry can be eaten during battles as long as it's a flavor the Pokémon loves, restoring half of their health. However, it was later nerfed in the game to only restore 1/3 of health. Of course, if the flavor is one that the Pokémon dislikes. Not only will it not restore health, but it will also cause confusion. He couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect such a small berry shop to have so many good items. There are over 60 types of berries. These berries, some are just for satisfying hunger, with no real effect. However, some berries can even influence a Pokemon's attributes and postnatal six-dimensional stats. Take his Nidoking as an example. Since it is a Nidoking carrying the life orb, it is naturally a special attacker. Therefore, it focuses on enhancing special attack and speed, reducing the other 4 dimensions of the 6-dimensional attributes. All postnatal efforts are piled into special attack and speed. He bought quite a few garnet berries, alga berries, bibar berries, and great berries. Garnet berries increase a Pokemon's friendship while slightly decreasing its stamina. Alga berries increase a Pokemon's friendship while slightly decreasing its attack. The descriptions for the other 4 types of berries are similar. In short, these berries can directly wash away wrongly allocated postnatal attributes, allowing for better development of special attack and speed. The shop assistant was a bit curious. These berries are niche imported products. Although they do enhance a Pokemon's affection, why would an ordinary person buy so many? Ding. They're cheap. Quite cheap. A whole 4 baskets of berries cost only 18,000. The 4 types of fruits were all bought by Ye Kai. There are only 4 days left until the next competition. He thought that after Nidoking eats these fruits and then the rice cakes that boost ability values, the enhancement would be quite significant. He needs to act quickly. Let's wrap up the remaining 2 types of fruits and send them directly to the address of the Rock Academy. He simply bought all the fruits that affect the 6 dimensions. Next is the rice cakes. He needs to find out where they are sold. It's probably that old lady on the 2nd floor. Hey there, young man, back again. I have a question. Ye Kai directly stated his purpose. You're too greedy. The rice cakes that enhance the 6-dimensional attributes, while they are good, eating too many has no effect and is just a waste of money. Just tell me where I can buy them, please. The old lady couldn't refuse him, sighed, and pointed to the 4th floor. There's an old man up there. His shop is in the corner, and he specializes in making rice cakes. You can go ask him. Hey, just a heads up. That old guy has a really strange temper. After hearing this, he went straight there. Hey, this young man really ran off right after hearing that. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Ye Kai found an old man in the corner rice cake shop. The whole shop was quite old, and it was hard to imagine that it was located in such a high-end mall like the Elf Plaza. 3 elves were busily working. 2 were giant smiths, and 1 was a super strength. These 2 elves are also magical. One is about 1 meter tall, and the other is only about 40 centimeters. The hammers they are holding are even more outrageous. One has a big hammer, and the other has a small hammer. This fairy is of the fairy type, with a cute mix of pink and white. At this moment, it is diligently pounding rice cakes, alternating between a large hammer and a small hammer. The strong one skillfully adds tree fruits, water, and other ingredients like glutinous rice. The fairies repeatedly knead and pound the semi-finished rice cakes. What a delicious smell. So, young man, here to buy rice cakes? The old man came out directly, with flour-like ingredients on his apron, clearly busy. I want to buy intelligence rice cakes and instant rice cakes. Oh, you're in luck. Usually, you need to make a reservation for such high-end products, since they are custom-made and have a very short shelf life. Ye Kai thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect to get them so easily. He picked up the rice cakes from the counter and was ready to pay. Hey, young man, why the rush? My rice cakes aren't something just anyone can buy. You need to help me catch a fairy to qualify for the purchase. What fairy? No wonder the old lady said this old man has a strange temper. I didn't expect such a tricky move. But now, with only 3 days left until the competition, where is he going to help the old man catch a fairy? Isn't this nonsense? As long as it can help me operate or a spirit to make rice cakes, it's fine. All right, just wait. Ye Kai had an idea. Although it would cost a bit, it's nothing compared to being able to buy rice cakes. On the 1st floor of the square, there are several cat and dog shops of considerable size. In this world, there are still people who love feline and canine spirits. There's also a hierarchy of disdain. For example, Meowth is a local quality from the Dragon Country, while the rare Alolan Meowth is a domestic cat from the Great Eagle Country. Such cat cafes often sell cats. Their goal is precisely meow. This is a typical lucky cat, with a large gold coin on its forehead that has attracted countless people's envy. However, in recent years, under the control of the Alliance, cat enthusiasts who harm cats for gold coins have disappeared. The meows have been bred extensively and are now quite common in the city. He bought a little meow that was less than a month old for 400,000 Alliance coins, due to not being able to drink maternal milk. This meow is very small, only about 25 centimeters, smaller than its siblings. Ye Kai immediately handed it over to the old man. This is the spirit you wanted. Hurry up and make the rice cakes I asked for. Kid, what I want a meow for? To be your lucky cat. Look, because it's small. The gold coin on its forehead looks especially large. After some nonsense, the old man accepted Yi Kai's explanation, which was largely due to the fact that he was a cat slave himself. In the end, he bought 20 portions of each type of rice cake, a total of 40 rice cakes, costing 240,000. This thing costs 6,000 each. Although the starting requirement is to have a Sprite, the selling price is still relatively cheap once the conditions are met. 5-4-1. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the skill Earthquake. Very good. S-grade aptitude learns quickly. Next time you need something, you have to let me know 3 to 5 days in advance so I can prepare the materials. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, he went straight back to school. The people in this world have yet to recognize the value of these fruits and rice cakes. Good things are being sold so cheaply. Forget it, just the requirement of having a Sprite is a barrier. How many people can meet that? Other Sprites will only be more expensive, with prices easily breaking $1 million, especially humanoid Sprites like Hao Li and Wan Li. They have 5 fingers and immense strength, capable of helping humans with many tasks. Then, he took a taxi back to school. The staff at the fruit store had already moved 6 baskets of fruits to the security room early on. Yi Kai spent some effort moving the fruits and rice cakes back to the indoor battle arena. Nidoking was the first to react, realizing Yi Kai was back. I thought you weren't coming back today, Zhao Qian commented. Chapter 40. Pre-match preparations. Fong Miao Miao was not there. She had also left her Sprite in Zhao Qian's care. What are you doing with these fruits? All right, I have things to do. You take care of yourself. Based on Yi Kai's usual behavior, Zhao Qian immediately realized that these things had some secret. He wanted to see what Yi Kai was really up to. You come here, eat in the order I give you. Nidoking nodded. It had been wanting a second helping for a long time. Ever since following him, it hadn't been full even once, not to mention missing meals for 3 days. But in reality, wild sprites hardly ever get fully fed. They usually go hungry for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, they would hunt their prey and gorge themselves until they were nearly bursting. It first ate all the fruits that lowered its stats. Delicious. Nidoking felt that Yi Kai was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye, but with each bite, it always felt like it was losing a bit of strength. The values of this world are impossible to quantify. Yi Kai roughly calculated that each fruit would deduct 10 effort points. He fed 25 of each of the 4 types of fruits, totaling 100 fruit from trees, ensuring that the unnecessary 4-dimensional effort was completely cleared. Then came the main event. The fragrant intelligence rice cakes and instant rice cakes were brought out. Nidoking unceremoniously devoured all these rice cakes in one go. Yi Kai's entire arm was covered in its saliva, ruining another piece of clothing. Roar! After doing all this, Nidoking felt filled with power, completely transformed. Flamethrower. It directly launched an attack towards the empty field. The power of the flamethrower was unimaginable. A sea of flames surged from the mouth of this giant beast, seemingly endless. The air in sight was burning and distorted, and large areas of the indoor space were completely turned to scorched earth. The onlooker, Zhao Qian, was stunned. Is this still flamethrower? Why does it feel even more intense than the fire blast? What did you feed it? How did it suddenly become so strong? Zhao Qian couldn't hold back his curiosity. Hell, want to know? Give me 8 million, and I'll teach you. Yi Kai's words left him silent. Not for any other reason, but because Zhao Qian was truly contemplating whether to give that money. In fact, the skill demonstrated by Nidoking had such power due to multiple factors. Its forced ability and the life orb combined, providing a significant boost. At this point, raising the special attack and speed to their limits will bring about a huge improvement. Isn't it normal to have such power? Just look at Chu Feng's Gyarados. Its destructive capability is equally astonishing. Especially with the move Hyper Beam, it could be said to have world-destroying power. Without protection, who would dare take this move head-on? It definitely has consumed a lot of good things. It's too expensive. Zhao Qian took a while to come up with this sentence. I'll offer 800,000. After some idle chit-chat, Yi Kai only revealed part of the truth to him. For example, these berries can lower a Pokémon's later attributes. Then eating the corresponding rice cake can enhance a specific attribute. Everyone just has an information gap. It doesn't mean that the people in this world are foolish. Zhao Qian quickly understood the gist after hearing this. He just thought it was some kind of ancient secret technique. Yi Kai never even mentioned the concept of effort values. You have to know that in his previous life, he didn't figure these things out while playing games either. Without anyone explaining these things to you, it is indeed hard to understand. Anyway, if you feed the Pokémon according to this formula, they will become stronger. However, the extent of the strength increase depends on the individual differences of the Pokémon, so don't have unrealistic expectations. Ding. 800,000 has been credited. Ye Kai gave him a glance and said that 800,000 really is just 800,000. Well, selling a piece of information for 800,000 is already pretty good. What more can one ask for? However, Ye Kai added 4,000 yuan to each rice cake before reselling it to Zhao Qian. After all, he didn't pay the price of a single Pokémon. This is already a discount. The two quickly began to take action. After all, the quarterfinals would start in just a few days. The next day, Chu Feng looked at the pile of fruits in front of him and wondered what the kids were up to. These items were bought by Ye Kai and Zhao Qian from several fruit shops in Lianqing. Finally, they satisfied the needs of the two elves. As for the rice cakes, the store's inventory was completely insufficient. The old man was already working overtime to make rice cakes. These items could only enhance their affection with the elves and didn't have much impact on battles. If it were in the past, Chu Feng would have made Zhao Qian head east, and he would never go west. However, he had just tested it out. The speed and physical attack of the Scyther had indeed increased, and the increase was significant. At this moment, he just wanted to tell Chu Feng, "You're talking nonsense." However, Zhao Qian ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing that the two of them were ignoring him and still fiddling with the fruits, he said, "All right, if you're busy, just use the move Earthquake first. As long as you can execute it, I'll leave immediately." Nidoking, Earthquake. Ye Kai casually threw out a Pokeball, and after a special effect of Skeleton Cloud, Roar, Nidoking jumped high and unleashed a powerful earthquake. Boom! The entire area was shaken apart by this attack, and the power was quite significant. The ground shook for a while before settling down. Zhao Qian, it's your turn. Fossil Pterodactyl, Earthquake. The Fossil Pterodactyl was slightly less effective. It took 2 attempts to finally unleash the earthquake, but was barely usable in actual combat. As for Feng Miao Miao, she surprisingly took a leave today. No one knew what she was up to. Chu Feng didn't hold out much hope for her and didn't say anything. Seeing that both of them could already use Earthquake, he simply took back the TM for Earthquake. "Hey, coach, how can you take back what you've given?" Ye Kai was anxious. "Kid, Earthquake is universally valued at 1 million. Do you think I should take back what belongs to me?" Chu Feng said this calmly and confidently. The two students felt a chill upon hearing this. He quickly left. The following day, Ye Kai and Zhao Qian had already consumed the berries that reduced their effort values. They were just waiting for the old man's rice cakes to come out. The rice cakes are here. With great rewards come brave warriors. Originally, the various rice cakes that needed 3 days to produce were now being made much faster because Ye Kai was willing to pay more. The two Mashoks and a Geodude were working at a much quicker pace, especially the Geodude, whose speed in swinging the big and small hammers to make rice cakes was so fast it left after images. The old man called out several times, "Slow down, slow down." In any case, regardless of the outcome, these good things were finally brought out just before the competition. Ye Kai's Scyther chose to enhance its physical attack and speed. The Weezing was a bit special. It had more means to defeat enemies. Ultimately, it chose to enhance its stamina and physical defense. As for how Zhao Qian would enhance his Scyther, that was his own business. After a lot of fuss, another day quickly passed. Tomorrow is the second round of the school competition. Chapter 41. The Nail Tactics of Armored Bird. City, Mirror City. Battle Tower. This tower has 9 floors and is a landmark of Mirror City. It is also the venue for this city-level school competition. This time, the audience will be even larger than last time. The competition is held at the top of the tower. The battle tower soars into the clouds. The spectators are all watching from airships. The huge airships are painted in blue and white, resembling the Roaring Whale King, which is very spectacular. In this top 8 competition, there are only 6 participating academies. Hanyu Academy got lucky and directly advanced to the top 4. As usual, to supervise the competition, the league sent 10 observers and 3 gym leaders. Of course, we cannot forget the Fire-type champion, the Old Man Hongzhong. The order of the matches has completely changed this time, and the first battle is up to the Rock Academy. Before the match, Chu Feng mysteriously handed Ye Kai an item. It was indeed a characteristic capsule. This thing can change the characteristics of a spirit after it is born, and it is quite valuable. Ye Kai understood immediately. It seems that his opponent has already locked down that Yamazaki. This time we must completely defeat that big Nyola. Not with a bat, but with a gas bomb. Without further ado, the quarterfinals, the first match, Qi Shi Academy versus Pan Shi Academy. Qi Feng versus Zhao Qian. People rely on their appearance, and Buddha relies on gold. Zhao Qian is also dressed flamboyantly this time, and his opponent Qi Feng is an undeniable beauty. Go! Gem Starfish. Huh! The purple 10-angled starfish spins agilely on the ground, with a huge ruby on its chest. Yi Kai observes clearly from the preparation area, while Chu Feng furrows his brow slightly. This doesn't look good. In this first match, Zhao Qian might be defeated. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Sonic Boom. Gem Starfish. Take it down with Thunderbolt. After receiving the command, Gem Starfish starts spinning at high speed. The tip begins to gather electric arcs, and the power of thunder shoots straight at the fossil pterodactyl in the air. Unexpectedly, the Gem Starfish can actually use Thunderbolt. The audience was shocked. The guests, however, remained relatively calm. They had seen a lot. This is not something to make a fuss about. Some water-type Pokémon have the ability to discharge electricity and possess electrical organs. A typical example is Lapras. Although Aerodactyl is fast, Starmie is not slow either. Both sides were hit by each other's moves. Supersonic caused Starmie to become confused. Aerodactyl was heavily injured. Use Stealth Rock. Spikes. Come back, Starmie. The opponent is very cautious and chooses to switch Pokémon directly. Confusion has a chance of making the affected Pokémon hit itself, which is quite unfavorable in battle. Go Skarmory. The Skarmory in the card flies high, its entire body made of silver steel. Its red wing feathers resemble neatly arranged steel blades. As soon as it appears, the Stealth Rock scattered around directly attacks it. No matter how it tries to dodge, it's useless. As soon as it switches Pokémon, this move is guaranteed to hit. Hehe, comparing this to me? You're still too inexperienced. Skarmory, use spikes. The powerful spikes are coming. As soon as Yekai saw Skarmory, he knew what this woman was planning to do. These people from Shishi College are all old schemers. This is the evil nail tactic. First, use moves like spikes, toxic spikes, and stealth rock. Once the opponent switches their Pokémon, they will take damage. This move should be combined with moves like whirlwind and roar to force the opponent to switch out. Armored Bird is one of the heavyweight contenders. Of course, Zhao Qian is no pushover. He must have a way to deal with it. Roar. A roar. Before the opponent could use whirlwind, Zhao Qian took the initiative to have the fossil pterosaur use roar. The Armored Bird set up spikes, but had no follow-up action. It was directly switched out for the Gem Starfish. Cut. Gem Starfish, use Rapid Spin. Earthquake. Although the Gem Starfish is not slow, the surrounding stealth rocks hit again, weakening its health significantly. The fossil pterosaur's high speed also played a role, and a powerful earthquake struck down. Boom! The entire battlefield was shaken to pieces by the diving fossil pterosaur. The Gem Starfish took considerable damage. However, Rapid Spins still shattered the stealth rocks around it. The spinning Gem Starfish hit 2 targets at once, also attacking the airborne fossil pterosaur. It was knocked down. Use Surf. Seizing the opportunity, Gem Starfish unleashed a massive wave 5 meters high. Splash! Boom! The giant wave hit, directly causing the fossil pterosaur to see stars. The water-type gym leader, Zhuangsu, witnessed this scene. So powerful. Her understanding of the Gem Starfish is not much different from mine. To receive such high praise from her shows how excellent Chiefing and the Gem Starfish are. This drew the attention of the other judges around. Hong Zhong remained silent, thinking this level was just average. The audience on the airship saw a momentary turnaround as the fossil pterosaur unleashed a powerful earthquake. It was expected that the Gem Starfish would be defeated. Unexpectedly, it held on. It directly used high-speed rotation and surfing to take down the opponent. The match continued on the field. Scyther, Gem Starfish, used Thunderbolt. Bullet Punch. In the blink of an eye, it was incredibly fast. The Gem Starfish was already not slow, and with Zhao Qian substituting it into battle, no one expected Scyther to be this fast. The Bullet Punch was launched with a swift strike. The silver-white steel power wrapped around its pincers. With just one hit, it shattered the gems of the Gem Star. It quickly claimed the head as fast as red lightning. However, when the Scyther appeared, it also suffered damage from spikes. Armor Bird. Sand Attack. Chiefing sent out the only Armor Bird. As soon as it moved at high speed, Ye Kai felt a chill. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhao Qian. It was just that the opponent's tactics were too deep. Bullet Punch. Armor Bird began to use Sand Attack, fine grains of sand blowing towards the Scyther. It took the Bullet Punch hard without much harm. As a Steel-type Pokémon, Armor Bird had ridiculously high physical defense. With a base physical defense of 140, as long as it's not a type disadvantage, it can take any hit. We keep using Sand Attack. At this moment, Zhao Qian finally felt troubled. The moves he used other than Bullet Punch had little power. His Scyther had the Technician ability, which could maximize the power of Bullet Punch. Unfortunately, today it hit a wall. After taking 4 sand attacks in a row, the Scyther's 5th attack missed. Using Roost, Armor Bird simply landed to recover health. The entire strategy was laid bare. It was like a clear sign telling him that he was doomed to lose. After recovering health, Armor Bird continued to use sand attack. 2 minutes later, the Scyther could barely hit Armor Bird, which was still recovering health. Finally, after taking several steel wings, it was dazed. The Scyther lost its ability to fight, and the winner was Armor Bird. Let's congratulate Chifeng from Chishi Academy for winning the first battle. The surrounding audience began to cheer. It was truly the quarterfinals. The excitement was on another level compared to before. The pressure now fell on Ye Kai. He had to win. Even Fang Miao Miao in the third match had to win. At this moment, he faced unprecedented pressure. Chapter 42, Ridiculously Strong. This isn't looking good. Chu Feng kept smoking one after another. Ha, this time I have a chance to shine. Fang Miao Miao was actually very happy. Ye Kai and Chu Feng shot her a harsh look. The downfall was due to her. Chu Feng was most worried about this woman. If she went on stage, wouldn't the opponent be able to sweep through both of them? That would be a complete loss. Forget it if we lose. My fate with you 3 little brats ends here. Then he buried his head in smoking. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Fang Miao Miao said confidently. Ye Kai no longer wanted to listen to her crazy talk. Right now, he had to win first, then there would be a third match. Although the chances were slim, he had to at least try. I will do my best to win this match, and then lend you the Crobat. Equip it with a powerful item that locks moves. And you can take down 1 Pokémon. That's all we can do. After saying this, Ye Kai left without looking back to participate in the second match. Second battle, Yamataki King vs Ye Kai. Both sides sent out their ace players. Will Chishi Academy directly advance to the top 4? Or will Pancher Academy turn tide? In the guest seats, everyone widened their eyes. There was no other reason. Both participants in this match were B-level attention players. It could be said that after this match, the champion academy of his city this year was basically determined. Of course, the parties involved did not know this. This is top secret information from the Alliance. Anyone who dares to reveal it will end up in prison. Ye Kai still dressed flamboyantly, wearing a gray-white leather jacket today, as if he had faded away. He seemed completely out of place in the world. When Yamazaki saw him, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. I have to say, just by looking at his posture and appearance, you can tell he's incredibly strong. Being so different in such a serious occasion means he is either a master or has a few screws loose. What will he use to face my big Nyola? Perhaps the flash of the bat with the cross would work? I have come prepared this time. She specifically taught Big Nyola a secret technique called quick counterattack. Even divine speed could be interrupted by this move. The speed and precision of this move far exceed that of Flash. Come on, Ye Yun. Even if you win against me, the Rock Academy has already lost. That girl named Fang Miao Miao in the third match cannot compete with our third player. Even after making so many preparations, she still does not forget to taunt. There are no extra words. Seeing her opponent completely silent, she also pays the highest respect. I will defeat you with all my strength and the fastest speed. Come out, Big Nulla. Twirl. Gas Bomb. Nona. As the gas bomb makes its debut. This time, there is no appearance of a large number of skeleton clouds. This is because the League had warned him 2 days ago. Using items that obstruct vision in the competition is not allowed. This prop is too overpowered, directly raising the strength of the gas bomb to an unprecedented level. Once there are no means to clear the fog, it's almost guaranteed to win. Being banned is just a matter of time. However, Ye Kai only sneered in his heart. He has already updated and iterated, and he is not afraid of not being able to use stickers. This Ye Kai is too flashy. All his Pokémon are shiny. You don't understand, he has the capital to be flashy. Since the school competition until now, he hasn't lost once. Miss Yamazaki hasn't lost once either. If you don't believe it, you can watch the replay. I don't even know what Pokémon she has besides her big Noctowl. There's already intense discussion off stage, because both of them are rare poison-type Pokémon trainers. Use throwing. Smoke. The big Noctowl is too fast, delivering a heavy blow with a giant golden pearl. Boom! This strike is more powerful than an earthquake. The entire 9-story battle tower shakes 3 times. The ground trembles, repeatedly echoing this impact. The big golden pearl directly smashed the gas bomb into the deep pit. As soon as this move was unleashed, the guests in the audience began a heated discussion. This Yamazaki cannon is quite remarkable. The power of this throw has reached its peak in the previous matches. It has been enough to push opponents aside. Then, utilizing ultra-high speed, it unleashed a killing blow with its signature move, the fatal claw. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Ye Kai's gas ball is also a very tricky spirit and has never lost so far. If pushed to the limit, it can self-destruct. Regardless of the discussions off the stage, the battle on stage has not paused for a moment. Denura's throw of the golden pearl directly dealt a heavy blow to the gas ball. Fortunately, it has the momentum wrap. Smoke began to fill the pit, quickly enveloping the entire arena. Silence, an eerie silence. This is not normal. Yamazaki had already calculated the damage. If the golden pearl hit the gas ball, it could be a one-hit kill. Even with the momentum wrap, it should have immediately used pain sharing. But Denura didn't make a sound at all. What on earth is happening? Ye Kai remained expressionless. Pain sharing, will-o'-the-wisp. Denura quickly used provocation. The divine technique provocation forces the opponent to only use attack-type moves. Transformation-type moves like will-o'-the-wisp are sealed. This is something Yamazaki had prepared for, learned to deal with such situations. Still quiet, with no sound at all. Even the surrounding smoke was a grayish-white, not the toxic kind. 2 minutes later, the gas grenade absorbed all the smoke. Daniu la filtedizi. It was burned to death. The venue fell silent. Then a noisy discussion erupted. What on earth just happened? Here comes Kaishin's signature move, the big transformation of death. Well done, completely defeating this woman who was living a decent life. In contrast, the audience was even more confused, exclaiming that they couldn't understand. This Ye Kai, I feel like he has become a bit monstrous. Once the gas grenade released the smoke, I couldn't understand his methods at all. Rewind the video for me. How did this guy win? Could it be that this gas grenade has some kind of sorcery? Hong Zhong watched carefully several times. Beside him, Hong Lian also opened her eyes wide, not even blinking, completely unable to comprehend. Is it possible that the smoke he released had a problem? Said an alliance observer. Nonsense. The 4 hall masters and the king spoke in unison. Who doesn't he know that there's a problem with the smoke released by the gas grenade? More confused than these people was Yamazaki Kane. The Ye Kai in front of her was simply ridiculously strong, making her tremble. She felt both fear and excitement, a sensation she hadn't experienced in a long time. This is how people are. When encountering someone stronger than themselves, they tend to deceive themselves endlessly. Ye Kai merely replaced the smoke command with a hypnotic gas. As for Nyo LA's levitation ability, his gas grenade now has the property of chemical change gas. This ability can negate all abilities on the field. This feature is usually paired with a Leave King. Letting the Leave King work overtime will show you what terror really is. First, throw a big golden pearl, then hypnotize the opponent. With Ghost Fire Burns, share the pain and take away half a health bar. Then it's time to sleep to death. Can you be quiet? If you wake up and are still within the range of the hypnotic gas, keep sleeping. Sleep until you die. However, using such tactics too often will inevitably lead to being countered. Come back, Gas Bomb. Go, Nidoking. Roar. A Nidoking that is a full 4 meters tall is unleashed. The whole venue is in an uproar. What a huge Nidoking. It's at least 4 meters tall, while a regular Nidoking is only 1. For meters, this is a dominant Pokémon. Why is every one of his Pokémon so unique? Not only the audience, but even the guests in the stand were stunned for a long time. This Nidoking, just by its posture, feels incredibly powerful. It's simply a super beast. Yi Jun, you're the first one fortunate enough to see my second Pokémon. Congratulations. Go, Tentacruel. Cree. A pufferfish covered in spikes is released. It measures a whopping 2 meters, puffed up like a giant mine. I didn't expect her second Pokémon to be this one. Tentacruel. Poison type combined with dark type. Truly an exceptional combination. The two complement each other. The poison type is weak against psychic types, but the dark type compensates for that weakness. Chapter 43. The Strength of Nidoking Cree. Tentacruel lets out a sharp cry. Is this the Intimidate characteristic sprite? It immediately lowered Nidoking's physical attack. Ye Kai sneered in his heart. His life orb Nidoking was a special attacker. What was there to fear? Flamethrower. Tentacruel, Hydro Pump. Yamazaki was also feeling frustrated. Her various tactics worked well against other enemies, but Ye Kai specialized in poison types. Tentacruel's signature moves, Toxic and Poison Jab, were not very effective at this moment. Did she really have to use the Dark-type bite and engage this Nidoking in close combat? An unbelievable thing happened next. It was thought that water was strong against fire, and Hydro Pump had a power of 110. But the reality was that this Nidoking's Flamethrower was like a blood-boosted attack. The powerful fire-type energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, continuously surging forth. What kind of power is this? Whether it's the range of the attack or its intensity, the surrounding air is burned and distorted. turning the entire field into scorched earth. The full-powered water cannon from the Tentacruel actually lost to Nidoking. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? Is this Nidoking really only level 28? Is this a flamethrower? Hong Lian and Hong Zhong were both stunned. When it comes to playing with fire, they are professionals. But Nidoking isn't a fire-type Pokémon, right? How could it unleash such a powerful flamethrower? It's simply unbelievable. How can I handle my full-health flamethrower against this? But they didn't know. The Nidoking carrying the life orb, when using its own ground-type moves like Earth Power and Mud Bomb, the power of the moves would explode even more. Who dares to go head-to-head with it? Seeking death. Killick. Tentacruel screamed in agony, and the scent of cooked fish could be smelled on sight. There was steam everywhere from the high temperature. It's not even cooked yet. Ah, no, wait, it has its lost. Tentacruel, quickly use Protect. Continuous Earthquake. Yekai knew that Tentacruel's poison type had almost no weaknesses, and the only thing it feared was ground types. And among ground type moves, the most notorious is, of course, the Earthquake. He appeared calm on the surface, with no expression. But inside, he thought, keep shaking until it dies, you bastard. In less than a minute, Tentacruel fell. Protect couldn't last forever. All that awaited it was defeat. Yamazaki Kane felt unwilling and recalled his Pokémon. Yejuan, just watch how that girl from the same school loses. What a pity, you worked so hard. Your teammates don't match up to you. He recalled Nidoking and turned to leave. Lose? With his Zubat around, he had long forgotten how to write the word lose. Everyone, I propose elevating Yekai's observation level to a rank. Who agrees? Who opposes? Hong Zhong the Elder spoke. The 4 gym leaders fell silent. If no one speaks, does that mean they agree? Fine, I'll take the lead. He took out a seal from his pocket and directly stamped it on Yekai's trainer profile. A rank. This is already the peak for a non-professional trainer. After all, Yekai is still just a student. However, his talent for commanding Pokémon in battles has been recognized by the league. An A rank can enjoy free medical care at all Pokémon centers within the Dragon Kingdom. There is also a monthly subsidy of 30,000. Of course, Yekai doesn't care about this money at all. Besides, he himself is still unaware of these matters. The most important thing is that every battle he fights will be recorded and reviewed at least twice by personnel at the gym leader level. Phew! He sat back in the preparation seat. Although he won, Yekai still let out a sigh. Staying tense for so long was a bit tiring. All right, it's time for this lady to make her appearance. Ah, this is bad, Chu Feng said, looking speechless. All right, we can't lose at all. We must win. We have to believe in the power of money. This statement piqued Yekai's curiosity. Where did she get the courage to say such things? In any case, bring the crossbat. We'll make quick back-and-forth moves and use the 2 ultimate moves of the Brave Bird, depending on the situation. Fong Miao Miao reluctantly picked up the dart ball. The third battle, Wang Shu versus Fong Miao Miao. The final showdown. The fate of both academies is in the hands of these two. Let's see who will emerge victorious. This Wang Shu has hardly been on the field before. No one knows how strong he is. However, Fong Miao Miao's background has been thoroughly dug up. It seems that there must be an insider at the Panshur Academy. The boy in front of her, named Wang Shu, looked at her and sneered. Come out, Li Fian. Roar. The Li Fian in the card. Li Fian has an incredibly high speed stat of 130. Its fur bristles, and Li Fian's speed is almost among the fastest in battles. It's not much different from Aerodactyl or Zubat, and even the previously appeared Snorlax. Yekai already sensed something was off. Chu Feng had a face full of black lines. He didn't want to speak anymore. The subsequent events were almost predictable. Go Ditto 2. Ditto. Ditto. The second evolution of the Transformation Stone is just right. Oh my, Yekai was ecstatic. How did he forget about this sweet initial Pokémon? It's stable now. Everything is stable. No wonder Fong Miao Miao was so confident. Soon the world will know how overpowered Ditto 2 is. Li Fian, move at high speed. Then use Volt Tackle. Let's use Triple Attack. Li Fian's speed was already fast, and after being enveloped by the purple psychic energy, it became even faster. A powerful Volt Tackle rushed directly towards Ditto 2. Don't mind it. Continue using Triple Attack. Ditto 2 took the Volt Tackle head-on, feeling only a scraping force. It withstood this attack and directly unleashed Triple Attack. 3 beams shot out from Ditto, and while their speed seemed slow, they hit Li Fian right on target. Sha! Li Fian yelped in pain. Although the attack's power was average, it couldn't withstand 3 hits. Wait! It suddenly realized it had been burned. Yekai looked on with fiery excitement at this Pokémon called Ditto 2. This thing has a lot of stories. It also has another name called 3D Dragon 2. This sprite is very special. It is a synthetic sprite. In the previous life, There was a dirty trick that used the characteristic of multiform beast 2, which can still evolve, to equip it with an evolution stone. The evolution stone, when held by a sprite that can still evolve, boosts its defense and special defense by 50. This evolution stone is also available for sale in the current system, but Yikai cannot use it. It is important to note that multiform beast 2 has base defense and special defense stats of 90 and 95, respectively. Once boosted by 5 times, it becomes so tanky that you start to question life. Not only that, it also has a move called triple attack, which has a 20 chance to burn, paralyze, or freeze the opponent. It is worth noting that in this world, these messy special statuses can be stacked. Also, in the early versions, triple attack was rare and could paralyze electric-type Pokémon. This counts as a bug. Looking at the match before him, even Chu Feng couldn't imagine the scene. Chapter 44, Multi-Sided Beast and Shell-less Ninja Rebirth. Perhaps with other Pokémon, Feng Miao Miao would find it difficult to execute Chu Feng's tactics. But theoretically, the multi-sided beast is just a robot. It can instantly react to the trainer's commands. Just in an instant, the damage that Riaibu painstakingly accumulated through hits was all restored. Triple attack. Another triple attack came down. Riaibu, already suffering from burns, was directly frozen, completely incapacitated. Wang Shu was left questioning his life. Damn, what kind of Pokémon is this? I've never heard of it before. Looking at this bizarre creature that neither looks like a duck nor a Pokémon. Among the audience, many found the origin of this Pokémon. The multi-sided beast can learn all sorts of things on its own, but can also remember some unnecessary things. The multi-sided beast has installed programs for planetary development. It can operate even in the vacuum of space. My goodness, this Pokémon is so expensive. Those trailing zeros. Not to mention, there's also the Type B multi-sided beast, which is the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. Hiss. It wasn't just the audience who were amazed. Even the guests in the VIP seats fell silent upon learning the price. Is being rich impressive? Yes, it really is impressive. Guing a multisided. Equipping it with an evolution stone, battling you is like fighting a machine. The multi-sided beast has always been collecting battle data. Give it enough data samples, and it can even wipe out Wang Shu's 2 Pokémon. This is simply a foul, but no one is saying that. The young girl is just wealthy. Is it a crime to be rich? Which rule states that the sprites of the wealthy must be restricted from competing. The match is still ongoing. With its incredibly high resistance, at first, Multilateral Beast was suppressed by the fast Leafeon and could only rely on self-regeneration to increase its margin for error. But now, it has compensated for its speed deficiency with quick movements. It has become a hexagonal warrior. Damn it. If that's the case, then I can only gamble on this guy. Go for it. Masquerain. The Masquerain from the cards. Yo. The Masquerain, in the past, had another name, the fast-swimming frog. It is entirely blue, with only mosquito coil-like stripes on its belly. It is one of the few fighting-type and water-type sprites. It directly uses Water Gun, using triple attack consecutively. Multilateral Beast's speed has increased, and it strikes first. Unexpectedly, Masquerain dares to take this hit and uses Water Gun as well. It has no choice but to fight with all its might. If it doesn't take the risk, it will lose. This fighting-type move just happens to counter Multi-Beast Type 2. It not only heavily damages it, but also directly swaps it out of the field. This dramatic scene stunned the entire audience. Wang Shu was also a bit frustrated. He didn't know that such an invincible, multifaceted beast was actually afraid of fighting types. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? Feng Miao Miao was also taken aback, but she remained calm, because her second Pokémon would only make the enemy even more desperate. A strange cicada-like Pokémon was released. It had a half-angelic halo on its head and was predominantly yellow and brown. It was a Shedinja. Watching from a distance, Yikai was completely impressed. Behind this woman, there must be a big boss guiding her. She indeed has the qualification to ignore Chu Feng's classes. The teacher behind her is quite impressive. The 2 chosen Pokémon for the battle are simply incredible. Shedinja also has a name, Ninkata. Its ability is extremely powerful, called Wonder Guard. Simply put, it can be immune to attacks from 13 different types. It's important to note that there are only 18 types in total. Even the god among gods, Arceus, can only resist 18 types. Saying Ninkata is a demigod is not an exaggeration at all. Then Shedinja started its operation. It was completely you doing your thing and me doing mine. First, it used Shadow Ball against Masquerain, and in close combat, it used Shadow Claw. Wang Shu still didn't know how powerful Shedinja was and used Water Gun, which was ineffective. Then he tried Earth Power, which was also ineffective. He even attempted to use Body Slam to switch this guy out. Still ineffective. The whole audience was stunned. The judges were also left speechless. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Masquerade's health had already been drained to a tiny bit. It used Protect in an attempt to cling to life. This is just stalling for time. The last Shadow Ball went straight through. Then Rayquaza came onto the field. It started to struggle desperately. All its moves were ineffective against the Demigod Bug-type Pokémon. A single Night Slash landed. It went down. Rayquaza lost its fighting ability, and the winner is Shedinja. Congratulations to player Fong Miao Miao for securing a spot in the top 4 of this city-wide school competition for Rock Academy. The audience erupted into intense discussions. How is this even possible? What kind of Pokémon is this Shedinja, and why are all moves ineffective against it? In the guest area, everyone was also debating. How exactly is Fong Miao Miao's score calculated? I think there's no problem. The Shell Ninja has 5 weaknesses. Even a level 5 Charmander can take it out with one Ember hit. Hong Lian ended this topic with a single sentence. A Pokemon's ability is part of the battle, and items are too. If you don't like it, don't play. You can't discriminate against Fong Miao Miao just because she has money, right? In the end, it passed unanimously. Fong Miao Miao's performance in this match was real and valid. At this moment, everyone in the preparation area gathered together. I apologize, I underestimated you. Chu Feng rarely lowered his stance. I accept it. Haha, I'm amazing, arente. Winning is winning. Victory is everything. The crossbat is returned to you. Ye Kai got back the Dark Ball. Alright, let's head back first. Chu Feng is still the same. Want to take the 3 students back directly. Chu, are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to catch up with this old man? The person speaking is the Fire-type champion, Hong Zhong. He has white hair and looks energetic, completely unlike someone who is already 70. I'm very busy. Senior, please feel free. He didn't want to have too much contact with this Fire-type champion. I've heard Hong Lian mention you several times. What do you think of my granddaughter? I prefer mature women. Your granddaughter is too young. I'm not interested. With that, he turned around and was about to leave with the 3 students. Chu Feng, come and battle me. You can't leave. Blocking his path is Watanabe Mai. It seems that unless this woman is thoroughly defeated, he won't be able to leave today. Let's go to the underground training ground. The group arrived at the underground training ground of the Battle Castle. Meanwhile, the school competition above was still ongoing, with occasional loud noises coming from it. The people present included 6 students from both the Rock and Redstone academies. Fire-type champion Hong Zhong and the gym owner Hong Lian also came down to watch the match. This is a battle between 2 top-tier trainers. Isn't it more exciting than those students fighting? Do you think the teacher will win? Of course she will win. She's the Elite 4 of the Rock type. The students' discussions were completely ignored by Chu Feng. I'm in a hurry, so let's make this a 1v1 match, and the winner will be decided in 1 round. Okay? No problem. Chapter 45. Defeating Banjiras. Come out, Banjiras. Roar. This giant beast is covered in a light green shell, with spiky protrusions on its back, measuring up to 2.8 meters. As soon as it appears, it kicks up coarse winds and sand. This is the signature sand-raising characteristic of Banjiras. Cat Boss. On Chu Feng's side, he directly sent out a Alolan Cat Boss. It's such a rare cat boss, an unknown subspecies. Cat Boss not only possesses excellent physical abilities, but also excels in underhanded combat tactics, making it very difficult to deal with. The subspecies of Cat Boss is based on the real-life British Shorthair. Everyone looked at the results scanned from their phones. This sprite is quite rare in the Dragon Kingdom, and even Chu Feng rarely uses it. Banjira's Dragon Dance. Clap Attack. Divine Move, Clap Attack. Cat Boss understands. Its speed is enough to crush Banjira's, but it deliberately slows down its attack a bit. Banjira's is enveloped in purplish-red Dragon-type energy. Its attack and speed have both increased. Good, use Rock Slide. Almost at the moment Banjira's finishes using Dragon Dance, Cat Boss moves like a ghost, circling around the back of this giant beast at an unbelievable angle. It directly launches a clap attack, striking Banjira's on the top of its head. Roar. Banjira's is stunned. The execution of Rock Slide is directly interrupted. Cat Boss delivers another cat punch. Roar. Banjira's suffered a significant blow this time. Just 2 attacks. It directly dealt a heavy blow to Banjira's. What was that second move? The power was astonishing. The 6 students from both academies were in awe. Others couldn't see it, but Chu Feng sneered. If it weren't for Banjira's double resistance to Dark-type moves, that last hit would have brought it to the brink of death. Because Cat Boss's move is Flower Gift, also known as Deception. It can directly use the opponent's physical attack to strike back. You use Dragon Dance to boost your speed, but it's all just a setup for Cat Boss. Bangila's first protect, then earthquake. Continue. Cat Boss understood. This was to follow the prearranged strategy. It was very cunning and had already learned to observe its opponent. It would wait for the moment when Bangila's protection completely failed before striking. Then it would unleash malicious pursuit and deception. This time, Bangila's found itself in a desperate situation, its eyes bloodshot and ready to explode. If it weren't for the leftover food it carried, it would have already collapsed. It continuously used earthquake. Repetition is power. The deadliest attacks often appear in the simplest forms. Throughout the battle, Cat Boss only suffered damage from the sandstorm weather. In the relentless earthquakes, it finally took a heavy blow. But Cat Boss still appeared to be in control. How did it withstand such powerful earthquakes? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. She felt her worldview was severely challenged. Mischief. Chu Feng finally issued a new command. Cat Boss braced itself against the power of the earthquake and charged in with a flurry of punches and kicks. Bangila's was already low on health. Hit by the double weakness fairy-type move, it saw stars. The entire battle lasted less than a minute and a half. Watanabe was completely out of temper. It's fine to tell you, my Cat Boss has the ability Fur Coat. It has damage from physical attacks, so it can at least take 2 to 3 full earthquakes. However, before that, your Bangila's will be defeated by me twice. Then, Chu Feng recalled Cat Boss and left with the 3 from Rock Solid. Damn it, damn it. She pounded the ground with her fists, blood oozing from her knuckles. Is the gap between people so large, even among the top trainers? How can there be such a strong man? Miss Watanabe, you need not be disheartened. It's normal that you can't defeat that man. Hong Zhong watched coldly, seeing everything clearly. Just now, Chu Feng used trickery, and as for how he knew, after all, the secret machine of trickery was contributed by Chu Feng to the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. As one of the 8 top trainers, he naturally knew about it. But knowing is one thing. It doesn't mean he will say it. Hong Lian was filled with dread. She had fought Chu Feng 2 or 3 times, and each time there were verbal battle commands. Although they were obscure and difficult to understand, there were traces to follow. This indicated that he hadn't even used his full strength. Chu Feng didn't care about what others thought. Along the way, several managers and advertisers from different teams approached them. With just one glance from him, they were all scared away. These capitals were just as attentive when he was young. But where were these people when he fell into hardship? Moreover, Yi Kai and his students have only made it to the top 4, not the championship. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone on making it to the top 4 of the city-level school competition. The next match will be in 4 days. If we win, we go directly to the finals. And if we lose, we will compete for 3rd place. In any case, it will be 2 consecutive matches. He initially wanted to smoke, took out a cigarette, hesitated for a moment, and put it back. Everyone thought they could finally avoid secondhand smoke. He then took out a cigar and a lighter. The crowd was speechless. The intensity and frequency of the top 4 matches were not comparable to the previous competitions. As he exhaled the smoke, he squinted and fell into thought. This time, the level cap has been raised to level 30, which is also the limit for ordinary levels. It will adopt a 2v2 format with a best-of-3 system, so the time left for everyone is very tight. We will head directly to the next competition venue. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai had a rough idea in his mind. There isn't much room for improvement at the moment, so just eat and play as needed. 5 hours later, everyone arrived at the Battle Nest, located in Qiqing. This building reminded Yi Kai of the famous bird's nest on the blue planet in his past life. The so-called phoenix resides under the parasol tree. In the card, the phoenix legend says that someone once witnessed a phoenix staying here for several days. Of course, no one knows if it's true or not. However, there really is a colorful feather of a phoenix in the historical museum of the strange city. Boss, garlic and chili fish, extra spicy. All right. Also, another grilled octopus bucket, the spirit inspired by piranhas. Strange City is not a coastal city, but because there is a seepage secret realm, the seafood industry around here is quite developed. The taste of water attribute magical beasts is generally good, except for the poisonous ones that cannot be eaten or those with too high cooking costs. A typical example would be the poisonous algae dragon or the thousand-needle fish. The appearance of the poisonous algae dragon in the card. After a hearty meal, everyone booked 4 rooms at the hotel. They all spent a peaceful night. By the next morning around 9 o'clock, Chu Feng called everyone to gather. These are your opponents for the next battle. Take a look at the information first. I think defeating these people should be no problem for you. Since you made it to the top 4, let us aim a bit higher. Let us take the championship. Yi Kai looked through the information, and the opponent for the next battle was Xiaoyou Academy. After witnessing the power of money through Fong Miao Miao. Chu Feng arranged for her to be in the first battle, followed by Yi Kai. Kid, learn this move from me before the match. Chu Feng beckoned him with his finger. Come out, Rada, the subspecies of the big rat. Chapter 46, Pre-Match Relaxation. Rada looked a lot like a stray dog by the roadside. What tricks are worth learning from it? No, there really is. Yi Kai looked at the Alolan Rattata in front of him, which was about 1 meter big. It was unremarkable and grayish. Its tail was as big as a large earthworm, but its 2 front teeth were shiny. This move is called the Angry Incisor. This is quite an incredible move. As long as it hits, it will directly take away half of the opponent's health. Of course, the only blind spot for this attack is Ghost-type Pokémon, which cannot be hit by regular moves. When Yi Kai saw how Chu Feng arranged it, he instantly understood. The Zubat can learn this move. Combined with its extreme speed, 2 quick bites would leave the opponent with only a quarter their health. Then, just 2 more hits would knock them out. It really is a good strategy. Come out, Zubat. If you want to learn this move, Chu Feng doesn't have a secret teaching disc. It can only be taught by the Pokémon itself. The Zubat is probably going to pay a considerable price. The 2 Pokémon quickly got into the rhythm, using their fangs to bite each other. There's no need to worry too much. Let them practice on their own. 3 days is enough. His Rattata is quite special. Although it can't be considered a king of mice, it's still competent as a trainer. Since they've discussed it to this extent, there should be no problem. As for Zhao Qian and Fong Miao Miao, Chu Feng didn't let them idle either. He released 2 other Pokémon for them to learn moves. Meanwhile, far away in a private estate in Lian City, Old Yi, your skills have declined. Sigh, I'm getting older. How can I compare with you, General Fong? This place is a property of Yi Rong, which he has transformed into a golf course due to being idle for many years. Casey, acting as a caddy, instantly teleported to retrieve the ball. Speaking of which, my daughter has made it to the top 4 in the city-level school competition. She has really changed so much. Oh, your precious daughter is indeed impressive. No wonder she is your daughter. Ha, that's right, that's right. Yi Rong agreed on the surface, but was already thinking of someone in his heart. It was his long-neglected eldest son, Yi Kai. If this Mr. Fong's daughter has already made it to the top 4, wouldn't Yi Kai be the champion of the school competition? It seems that Yi Kai's talent in Pokémon battles far exceeds his expectations. Let's observe a bit more. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Ding! At this moment, Yi Kai was training his Pokémon battle commands. After the matches these days, he felt that the commands could be simplified. There are also some moves that could be released better by the Pokémon itself. A typical example is Nidoking's favorite horn drill. He glanced at his phone. Wow, Lao Deng has exploded with coins. There are actually 1 million. Is the sun rising in the west? Yi Rong even sent him a message. The general idea was that if he was short on money, he should just say so. This is really unusual. Well, being able to explode with coins is a good thing. When the day comes that he becomes the poison-type champion, Lao Deng will surely regret it. In another room of the hotel, the principal of Rock Academy had been waiting here for a long time. Coach Chu, thank you. It's not all my credit. Mainly the students are doing well. What the two discuss privately is unknown to others. In any case, the expansion of Rock Academy has been finalized. And according to the previous agreement, here's this for you. And the funds have already been transferred to your account. If we win the city championship, the remaining part will be transferred immediately. The two walked out of the room one after the other. Chu Feng was playing with a yellow gem containing red and blue fragments in his hand. If Yi Kai were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize it. This is the Mega Stone that allows Gyarados to Mega Evolve. A comparison of the size of the Mega Stone and Keystone. The Super Stone was put into the suitcase by Chu Feng. This is an invaluable treasure. If it weren't for something so important, the small Pancher Academy really couldn't afford him. However, just having the special Super Stone is not enough. A Keystone is needed for it to take effect, and the other one is still in the principal's hands. All he wants is the Super Stone, and Chu Feng does have a Keystone. But the more of this thing, the better. Even if it's not used, it can be exchanged for other precious items that are needed, and he definitely wants to keep it for himself. That old fox. Chu Feng squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. That day quickly arrived at night. He gathered the 3 students together. Yesterday, in a flurry, they could only make do with seafood, but tonight he was going to treat them to a proper meal. He also planned to take them for a stroll around the shopping plaza nearby. Let's go. Everyone understood Chu Feng's temperament. To a stranger who didn't know him, it might seem like he was simply a free spirit, but once you got to know him a bit, you would realize that he was a man who never let himself be taken advantage of. When he said to go, there was basically no room for anyone to resist. Near the battle nest, there was a Hawaii West Spirit Shopping Center. This place is a chain in the Dragon Kingdom, with a market value that has long surpassed 1 trillion. As soon as everyone got off the car, they could smell the unique fragrance of a high-end shopping mall. People were coming and going around. Chu Feng walked ahead, glanced at the surrounding stores, and directly entered one of them. The three quickly followed. Welcome to the Shilu Group. The staff's expression was indifferent, as if they couldn't care less whether you bought something or not. Shilu Pokeball Specialty Store? Silver Company? Yikai noticed that this was only one word different from the company in the game. Was it a coincidence? The cost of living here won't be cheap. I have to say, the staff's Big Thunder is indeed comparable to the scale of the Pokeballs they sell. What kind of balls do you have? That depends on your needs. The staff led everyone to the display case, where various Pokeballs, Great Balls, and Ultra Balls were showcased. The prices of these three types of Pokeballs represent the three tiers: 1,500, 8,000, and 30,000. The earliest types of Pokeballs have a huge difference in their capture rates. However, the hit rate for capturing dying Pokemon is quite high. After all, this is the real world, and dying Pokemon have very little power to resist. Pokeballs are largely a symbol of status and identity. These three types of Pokeballs have long been seen by everyone, so naturally, they are not interested. The shop assistant immediately noticed everyone's thoughts and moved to another display case. The balls here are new types developed by the League and are quite popular. If you're interested in any of them, I can introduce them to you. The counter in front of them displayed level balls, moon balls, lure balls, friend balls, sweet balls, speed balls, and heavy balls. In Yikai's view, these balls seemed average. The heavy ball, introduced in the second generation, has an advantage in catching heavier Pokemon, which is why it is the most expensive among them. It seemed like the shop assistant noticed everyone was still unsatisfied. I wonder what Pokemon you all are using. Are you looking to switch your Pokemon to a different Pokeball? Many trainers want to give their Pokemon a better Pokeball. Most of the people who come to the shop have this in mind. Chu Feng and Fong Miao Miao exchanged glances, and she understood immediately. Multi-type Pokémon. As soon as the multi-type Pokemon 2 appeared, the shop assistant was left stunned. It's actually this Pokemon. Chapter 47, Spending and Shopping. In this line of work, one must be familiar with all Pokemon, including shiny variants, regional forms, size dimensions, etc. Multi-type Pokémon 2. This is simply the best of the best among the wealthy. I am truly sorry. Of course, you wouldn't be interested in these. I'll go get the manager to introduce them to you. After about half a minute, a well-dressed woman walked out. At a glance, she was clearly different from the previous staff. Thank you for waiting. Please allow me to introduce the flagship product of the Shilu Group. Then she took out a luxurious ball from the safe. The price of the luxurious ball is directly set at 2 million. The price of this ball has only stabilized in recent years, and its sales are very low. It is almost the pinnacle, aside from the Master Ball. After all, the Master Ball is said to be able to catch even legendary Pokemon with just one throw. A national treasure cannot be bought with money. The luxurious ball in front of me is meticulously crafted. The pitch black sphere has a golden part where it opens and closes, and the upper half features a crimson stripe. The entire sphere is polished to a shine, but leaves no fingerprints. When weighed, one would notice that the luxurious ball is significantly heavier than the Ultra Ball, indicating the difference in materials used. It's worth noting that a regular Pokeball is practically a fingerprint collector. Even the Ultra Ball is no exception. Unless one is truly wealthy, ordinary trainers rarely use such balls. After all, 2 million can buy some useful items or a similar Pokemon. How many luxurious balls do you have in stock at your store? Zhu Feng In Gui. Currently, there are only 3. Great, I'll take them all. The clerk, who was eavesdropping, was completely stunned. Wait bro, this is too sudden. Ding. In an instant he spent 6 million. The speed of spending money. Fong Miao Miao didn't think much of it. She was still far behind compared to her. Let's go to the next store. Please wait a moment. The store manager handed over 6 balls when delivering the products. 3 were luxury balls, and the other 3 were completely crimson, with black indentations only on the sides. Yikai recognized this thing at a glance. It was a precious ball. I personally really like the precious balls in the cards. This is a precious ball that can only be obtained by customers who purchase luxury balls. It's equivalent to saying, rich guy, let's be friends. Chu Feng asked the store manager for a business card and led everyone out of the store. Here, 1 for each person. He turned around and gave the precious balls to the 3 students. Yikai accepted it without hesitation. This thing can be resold for at least 100,000 to 200,000. However, he plans to use it himself. Let's go eat first, and after we finish, we can take our time browsing. He chose a French restaurant and ordered a few dishes, escargot and a whole roasted lamb. The next dishes took a strange turn. There was fiery horse liver, fried centipedes, and garlic scallion duck. There was even a wine made from a mix of iron ants and aboriginal snake-infused fruits. Strange as it was delicious. These are the wild elves that died during the battles while the Alliance was raiding the secret realm. All natural, pollution-free. In the end, it's a top-notch dish. Cheese-baked rice grain dragon. Everyone shares it. At first, it looks intimidating, but in the end, everyone fights to eat it. It's so delicious. Yikai estimates this meal costs at least 30,000 to 50,000. Chu Feng is being generous today, which is a bit unusual. He lifts his goblet and drinks it all. All right. Later I'll treat everyone to a spa as a reward for making it into the top 4. Wow, coach. You're so nice. Hee hee. Winning the championship will be your repayment. He glances at everyone with a hint of drunkenness. All right, let us go to the spa. Everyone follows to the elf spa, which is simply luxurious beyond compare. Shiny doll, shiny big sunflower, shiny Jigglypuff. Incredible. It's truly a feast for the eyes. Just the value of these shiny elves must be astronomical. I wonder which package you all would like to experience? The front desk lady gently asked. Yikai casually glanced around. In this world, many of the service industries are run by elves. Chu Feng directly offered everyone a top-tier package. Everyone changed their clothes and then entered different rooms. He obediently laid down, not expecting that the first person to come in for a massage was actually Howley. The skilled Huali is searching for acupoints on his back to see where there are blockages. Be gentle. Yikai is feeling both pain and pleasure. This chiropractic and acupoint massage is truly professional. Cool. After the finished its work, it went down. After a while, they came in. Surprisingly, the massage was much gentler. It started with ear cleaning and head massage. Then it listened to the sounds of each organ with its ears. After that, it massaged the corresponding areas for maintenance. Finally, it was time for. Yikai was also curious about how it could perform a massage. To his surprise, as soon as it came in, it immediately began to cast a hypnosis spell. By the time Yikai woke up, it was already the next day. The quality of sleep is incredibly good. He looked up and saw the big geranium releasing its fragrance. This scent can soothe the emotions of living beings. It's very comfortable. Then, the doll took him to wash up. Overall, the experience was refreshing. Everyone met in the lobby of the spa. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Awesome. I'll come again next time. Everyone exchanged a few words. All right, let us head back to the hotel. The elf should have learned the move by now. Chu Feng reverted back to his previous lazy demeanor. Although his mind was clear, he still looked like he hadn't woken up. After everyone had a light fruit salad buffet, they returned to the hotel. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Zubat has learned the move, Rage Fong. Looking at the exhausted Zubat and Rattata in front of him. They are both nocturnal elves. Their best condition is at night. During the day, unless it's a battle, they're usually sleeping. He didn't expect them to learn moves even in their dreams. He glanced at Zubat's panel. Zubat Shiny Variant Level, LV. 29, Normal, Moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird, Quick Attack, Leech Life, Rapid Return 73, Protect 55, Shadow Ball 32, Trick 37, Pursuit 47, Rage Fong 23. Previously, Yikai hadn't paid much attention to Zubat's grasp of moves. He didn't expect these non-system learned moves to be learned quite quickly. However, for a signature move like Rage Fong, this level of proficiency is definitely not enough. He needs to step up his game. He decided to put a special headband on Zubat to directly lock in the move Rage Fong. Not just him, but what moves did Zhao Qian and Fong Miao Miao's elves learn? He was very curious. Let's take a look. He went to the next room. Wow, amazing. Chapter 48, Don't Underestimate the Charging Bear. Qiqing, Battle Nest. Welcome, viewers, to Qiqing. Let us witness the semi-finals at the former nest of the Phoenix. Today, the champion academy of the school competition will be decided. This time, the league has sent 16 observers, 8 gym leaders, and 3 champions. Ice-type champion, Shun Xining. Fire-type, Hong Zhong. Electric-type, Ling Hua. This lineup is the strongest in history. With just these individuals, it's not an exaggeration to say that they could completely flatten a small country and turn it into a no-man's land in just one day. My goodness, this guest lineup is just too insane. You don't understand? The league's highest inspection team is currently inspecting various places, and it's rumored that there has been cheating in competitions in other cities. The audience is buzzing with discussion. On the preparation bench, Chu Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard the host say this. These old folks are acting a bit unusual this year. However, he could roughly guess the reason, not to mention the dojo master. In fact, the kings are the true face value and combat power of a country or even a region. Take the three kings coming this time. The youngest, Ling Hua, is already 40 years old. The aging issue is quite serious. The league is getting anxious. Young combat power must keep up, although the kings from other countries are weaker. At least they're all quite young. Even Chu Feng himself is already 31, but he just looks a bit younger. The competition is about to begin. In the semifinals, the first match is between Rainbow Academy and Azure Academy. The first battle did not involve a rock, but watching is still a must. The arena is said to accommodate up to 100,000 spectators. However, it has basically never been filled to capacity. There are a lot of foreigners here this time, and they are very interested in the new generation of talent from the Dragon Country. Hu Di, using teleportation combined with Thunder Punch. Billy Croc biting down hard. The battle starts off intensely. Hu Di's speed is quite fast, striking from unbelievable angles and landing several punches on Billy Croc. It lets out a series of painful cries, its scales flying everywhere. Thunder Punch is an electric-type move, which is double effective against Billy Croc. Using Protect. Future Sight. Billy Croc hurriedly uses Protect. Hu Di's eyes flash with purple light, but nothing happens. Continuously using Bite. In the end, Billy Croc makes a desperate counterattack. Seizing the opportunity when Hu Di lands after teleporting and bites down, defeating it. But before it can celebrate for long, two delayed psychic energy orbs hit Billy Croc, and it is defeated as well. The score is very close, and it's hard to tell who the final winner is. Let's congratulate Kanglin Academy on reaching the finals in advance. Alright, next is the second battle, with Pancher Academy facing off against Xiaoyou Academy. Fang Miao Miao versus Shun Lian. The match begins with a battle between two girls. Remember the move I taught you? Chu Feng takes a deep breath and starts to puff out clouds. Don't worry, we will definitely win. She is full of confidence. Come out, big-tailed creature. Adaki. The big-tailed creature is a Pokémon that is quite numerous in certain areas, similar to the once overabundant cat leader in the Dragon Kingdom. Its body is a mix of brown and cream colors, with its tail seamlessly integrated with its body. For short little legs, and it is very fluffy all over. It's incredibly cute and popular among female trainers. Multifaceted Beast. The multifaceted beast type 2 hovers in the air, eerily quiet. Use Spiral Coil, triple attack. The two sides quickly engage in battle. The big-tailed creature begins to enhance itself with Spiral Coil. This move is quite rare and can only be learned by a few special snake-like Pokémon. It can significantly enhance attack, defense, and accuracy, making it an excellent strengthening move. The three beams from the triple attack hit Daitenchi directly, causing it to become paralyzed. The electric arcs are wrapping around Daitenchi. This move is quite powerful. DWIL can only take one more hit before it's finished. DWIL, tough it out and take it down. Oh no, DWIL charges in with a suicide attack. Hongzhong, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. The strategy is good. Toughing it out doubles the power of the move when under negative status conditions, and with a previous buff, it can indeed deal heavy damage to the opponent. However, it's a bit too inexperienced. Ice-type King Shun Xining took a sip of tree fruit tea. She had fought against a multifaceted beast before, and it was quite tricky. Protect. Substitute. The multifaceted beast immediately used Protect to keep DWIL 2 steps away, unable to advance an inch. Then it executed a move called Substitute. It consumed a large amount of energy to create an entity indistinguishable from itself. The two figures intertwined, making it hard to tell which one is the real body. The multifaceted beast took the opportunity to continue using triple attack. Boom! Another attack landed, and DWIL saw stars. A Pokémon like DWIL, able to make it to the top 4, must have some unique skills. A regular DWIL wouldn't have this kind of strength. However, facing someone like Fang Miao Miao, a wealthy player, it was also left without any room to fight back. Go for it, charge in bear. The card features a direct attack bear, and the opponent sent out a second Pokémon, which is also similar. Its body is streamlined and good at running. This girl named Shun Lian. X is really easy to understand. It seems like this round is stable. Fang Miao Miao's luck is good, and this opponent isn't strong. Yi Kai is about to withdraw his gaze. After all, he will be participating in the second match and must be well prepared. Charging straight at the bear. Continuous speed. What? Yi Kai and Chu Feng are both taken aback. This charging bear is surprisingly swift. Tens of thousands of spectators haven't even realized the seriousness of the situation. More than 20 observers in the guest seats and 8 dojo masters, along with the 3 major kings, are all stunned. The charging bear, with a carefully tied headband, unleashes its speed with a thunderous force. The move was too fast. The first strike targeted the Polygon Beast, and the stand rushed in to block the attack. Unfortunately, the stand was destroyed with a single hit. The second strike landed directly on the Polygon Beast's protective barrier. The third strike was still initiated by it. Boom! With an ultra-fast attack, it sent the Polygon Beast flying. This is a fusion of humanity's most advanced technology. An expensive spirit worth up to 8 digits was hit to low health in one strike. It still wants to use self-recovery. At this moment, its judgment was no longer based on Fong Miao Miao's instructions, but on the tactical commands of the charging bear itself. Unfortunately, it was too late. With another lightning-fast move, the charging bear directly knocked this ugly duckling into a state of being frozen, its eyes filled with stars. So strong, too strong. The entire audience was dumbfounded. The charging bear was indeed terrifying. The power of its speed rendered its opponent completely defenseless. Then the crowd erupted into a commotion, filled with various discussions. Truly worthy of its reputation for speed. I also have a charging bear. How could it not be fast? Watching the match, Fang Zong sent a message to Yirong. Look, my daughter's performance in the match is quite good, right? Of course. This video only captured the moment when the big-tailed creature was defeated. Yirong glanced at the video. He keenly sensed that Yi Kai's match might have already started. Fang Zong, stop rushing me. I'm watching the live broadcast. What kind of Pokémon will your daughter send out next? This charging bear seems tough to handle. As a longtime member of the Battle Club, Yirong was a typical case of having high expectations, but lacking skill, being both inexperienced and playful. However, no matter what, he was still a holder of 3 small badges. He could talk a big game about anyone's battles. Haha, no worries, she's definitely going to win. Fang Zong replied instantly, full of confidence in his daughter. Against such an invincible charging bear, she can still win. Chapter 49. Charming and Pursuing Nidoqueen. Roar. Fang Miao Miao was not flustered. Her teacher had already helped her customize responses for various scenarios. Compared to Nidoking, Nidoqueen looked much rounder and was an easily identifiable Pokémon by gender. Continue with rapid attacks. Use Charm, then go for Brute Force. The small head controls the big head. Both sides' Pokémon quickly entered a fierce battle. The charging bear continued its frenzied assault, having gone completely wild. Nidoqueen took several hits, but still posed and swayed. Its innate physical and special defenses had been heavily trained. This is the power of money. The charging bear quickly fell into the trap. It started to control the smaller head while delaying the next attack. I'm a bit curious now. Who taught this girl these moves? She's truly a genius. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yikao was also speechless. Not only were the two of them at a loss for words, but the audience and the big shots in the guest seats were also speechless. Nido jumped 3 meters high and kicked the charging bear, sending it out of the arena. It crashed into the wall, seeing stars. Raw Strength is a combat-type move. Its power reaches 120, and it just happens to double the damage against it. The whole battle process was very quick, with the winner determined in almost 1 round. This Nidoking is just as terrifyingly strong. Moves like Charm are rarely used by ordinary trainers. The reason is simple. Many people can't even tell the difference between male and female Pokémon. This move is meant to be used against a female elf for it to be truly effective. Indeed, there are no simple characters among those who made it to the top 4. The battle ended with Zikongxing losing its combat ability, and the winner is Nido. Congratulations to contestant Fang Miao Miao for securing the first victory for the Rock Academy. Fang Miao Miao quickly returned to the preparation area. So how about that? I told you we'd definitely win. Yikai didn't say much. It was his turn to take the stage. Second battle. Yikai vs. Vank Binu. Let's see the ace face off against the ace. Who will win? Everyone in the guest seats was eagerly waiting, because Yikai is the only A-level focus in this school competition. Compared to him, others can't even be considered geniuses. Go for it, Kairos. Cross bat. Both sides quickly sent out their elves. Through the live broadcast, Yirong could clearly see Yikai's performance in the match. At that moment, Yikai had white hair, stood tall, and radiated the aura of a master. Is this a Kai? Yirong's heart shook violently. Just by looking at his stance and aura, he felt that he was terrifyingly strong. Kairos, Super Evolution. Kawaii. The sprite was enveloped by a rainbow-colored light and instantly grew by a whole circle, from its original height of 1.8 meters to about 2.3 meters. Is this evolution? I've never heard that Daigia can evolve. This sudden change stunned the judges. Super evolution? I never expected to see it here. It seems that this boy named Wang Bin is also a prodigy. Well, Only such an opponent is worthy of matching with the monstrous talent of Ye Kai. We are about to witness a spectacular show. The three kings have given both of them high praise. It just depends on who can win. It's important to note that super evolution is a rare phenomenon worldwide. Any pair of Pokémon and trainers capable of super evolution are rare entities. No one has more pressure than Ye Kai. He never thought that this Kyogre could actually undergo super evolution. Super Kyogre and Kyogre are simply two different levels of strength. It has an ability called Aerolate, which can transform normal type moves into flying type moves, multiplying their power by 2 times. Kyogre, Ultimate Impact, continuous use of Heat Wave. Ye Kai is not flustered. It's just super evolution. In the future, the opponents he faces might even include Mega Evolution and Gigantamaxing. So what is this? It's just a slightly larger stone on his path. He'll crush it and use it as a stepping stone. The super big Karyu exerted all its strength and charged directly at the Zubat. But it was no match for Zubat's speed. In terms of flying skills and speed, Zubat outclassed it by a long shot. The Ultimate Impact had a power level of 150. With the support of its ability and the enhancement of the same type move, its power had already skyrocketed. As long as this move hit, there was even a possibility of knocking out Zubat in one hit. However, possibility is still just possibility. The reality was a world apart. As long as it was a move charging in for an attack, it could be countered with a wave of energy. Once it crashed into the attack, it was up to fate. Kyrie dodged left and right, but couldn't escape the large area attack of the scorching wind. The searing red wind, with temperatures reaching several hundred degrees, forced it back multiple times. The high temperature burned cracks into its iron-like exoskeleton. Damn it, come back, Super Kyryu. This ace must be kept, so I can only switch out the sprite first. Pursuit. The Zubat is as fast as pink lightning. Boom! A sonic boom shocks the entire venue. It crashes into the Super Kingler, who was about to be swapped out, directly knocking it to the brink of death. Hiss! The audience gasps in shock. So strong. Too strong. Even Yi Rong, watching the live broadcast, is in awe at this moment. It's even stronger than me. It can attack the opponent even during the switch. This is simply unheard of. Chu Feng, in the preparation area, smiles slightly. This kid has learned a lot from stealing techniques. He is teachable. The guests are also stunned. The battle situation has changed too quickly. They initially thought the Super Kingler would have some impressive performance. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a flashy punching bag. It couldn't even get close to the Zubat, getting roasted by the hot air, not even able to switch out to conserve strength. It was directly taken out by the Pursuit move. Pursuit. It deals damage to the target. If the target is currently preparing to switch out, this move will immediately attack the sprite preparing to leave with priority, and its power will be doubled. Hiss. Looking at the explanation from the artificial intelligence. One wouldn't know until they looked, but it's shocking to see. People abandon Dark-type sprites in large numbers due to their wild and difficult-to-tame nature. However, Dark types have many insidious and troublesome moves. The highest priority isn't this faster than moves like Surprise Attack, Feint, and Quick Attack. Hong Lian is somewhat surprised. You're right. The Electric-type champion Zero Fire says there's nothing to be surprised about. Years ago, he had a Moonlight EV, which he later traded for a Thunder EV. That guy had a very bad temper and could not coexist with other sprites at all. In normal battles, one usually stops once the sprite is brought to the brink of death. But Dark-type sprites usually finish off their opponents for fun, enjoying toying with and torturing their prey. Go for it. Charmeleon. The opponent quickly sends out the next sprite. Roar. It stands 3 meters tall, with a single horn on its head. Its body a fiery red, with only a slightly lighter color on its belly. It looks like a small dinosaur. Use Rage Fong repeatedly. Quickly use Protect. The Zubat is too fast, constantly looking for opportunities. As soon as Charmeleon's Protect fails, it directly strikes with a Rage Fong. Roar. Charmeleon screams in pain, losing half of its health. At this point, Ye Kai is basically guaranteed to win. Toxic. 90 degrees vertical. Ye Kai gives the final command. The Zubat spits out a mouthful of thick, murky poison, shooting towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Protect, then Dig. Wangbin thinks quickly. Chapter 50. Continuous battles. Charmeleon, Protect, then Dig. Hardships can push a person to their limits. Charmeleon receives the command and immediately uses Protect, blocking the deadly poison. Then it skillfully digs a hole and quickly burrows underground. Heaven does not close a door without opening a window. One is in the sky, the other underground. They cannot see each other. Let's see what your Zubat can do to me. Ye Kai Sinius Inyardli. Come back. He directly recalls the Zubat. Nidoking, Use Earthquake continuously. Roar. The dominant Nidoking's appearance draws discussions from the entire venue. My goodness, am I seeing things? What sprite is this? Is this Nidoking? Why is it so big? The guests are no longer surprised. They naturally know that Yi Kai has this dominant Nidoking, as it is written in the records. Moreover, he has already won. Earthquake deals double damage to sprites that are digging, plus Charmeleon is already doubly weak to ground types. This is equivalent to digging oneself into the coffin. Rumbling. Boom. The ultramighty beast unleashed a powerful earthquake, shaking the ground as if it wanted to plow 3 feet deep. The entire battlefield was shattered into pieces. Come back. Just when it was about to unleash its third earthquake, Yi Kai forcibly recalled it into its Pokeball. If it continued, that Charmeleon would probably be knocked out on the spot. With Charmeleon unable to continue fighting, the winner is Nidoking. Congratulations to contestant Yi Kai for securing the final spot for Rock Academy in this city-wide school competition. The switch from Zubat to Nidoking took less than 10 seconds. The match ended abruptly. The audience was left dumbfounded. The strength of this Nidoking is simply unbelievable. It took a few seconds for the whole audience to start discussing it crazily. Watching the barrage of comments flood the live stream. God Kai is amazing. Wow, it got taken out in an instant. I see that God Kai has the demeanor of a champion. The overwhelming discussions and cheers completely drown out Yi Rong. Old Yi, your son is quite impressive. Almost just 2 seconds behind. He received a message from General Fong. Haha, indeed fierce. Fong Miao Miao's father then jokingly added, you better think it over. With such a talent, if you don't pay attention to him, you might as well let him be my godson. Being my son-in-law would work too. This half-joking remark made Yi Rong's heart race with alarm. Although the two were business partners, they both knew each other's tactics. If there were a betrayal, it would definitely not be a joke. Yi Rong had to face the relationship with this eldest son. At least he couldn't let it become too strained. On the other hand, Yi Xiansai, people are afraid of comparisons. Compared to Yi Kai, the younger son would probably be the one getting beaten, even if Yi Xian did well in school. How good could he really be? Moreover, this kid's academic performance had been declining recently. Indeed, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Right now, Pancher Academy had reached the finals, either first or second. It was very likely that Yi Kai and the others would become this year's martial arts champions in J City. Let's wait and see. Surely they can't really let him win the championship. On the preparation side, Chu Feng smiled at the 3 students. You all did quite well, and now that you've reached this final step, there's nothing more I can teach you. Go win the championship. Do we even need the coach to tell us that? Fong Miao Miao retorted. The 3 exchanged glances. I'll take the first battle, Zhao Qin said. After all, my dad and mom are here to watch me compete, and I still haven't gone on stage yet. I can't just win by lying down, right? Yi Kai had no objections, as he was set to battle in the second round anyway. Fong Miao Miao hesitated for a moment. All right, if we lose, it's on me. You sweet-talking jinx. Chu Feng slapped Fong Miao Miao on the head. The finals were about to begin. Kanglin Academy versus Pancher Academy. Zhao Qian versus Su Xinglan. The opponent was a short-haired girl, who paused slightly. She had been worried about encountering Fong Miao Miao's unknown tactics, but Yi Kai was too strong. She knew she couldn't win against him. But you? Huh. She was practically showing her cards, looking down on Zhao Qian. Go, Big Croc. Let's do this. Fossil Pterodactyl. The opponent had clearly studied Zhao Qian and knew he would start with Fossil Pterodactyl. Big Croc quickly retreat. After the protection, use Primordial Power. At this moment, the observers in the guest seats began to ask about the difference between Quick Retreat and Rapid Retreat. Generally speaking, Quick Retreat and Rapid Retreat have different attributes, one being Water type and the other Bug type. The Water type gym leader, Zhuang Su, briefly introduced this move. So, Big Croc is quite effective against Fossil Pterodactyl. One water cannon should finish it off. Why does she want to switch Pokémon? Why does she want to switch Pokémon? Of course, she had watched the previous match footage and wanted to attack the Fossil Pterodactyl from a vertical 90 degrees. Is your neck flexible enough? Fortunately, this move was completely blocked by the protection. Fossil Pterodactyl dove down with Primordial Power. Big Croc suffered significant damage. Thunder Fawn. Use Water Tail. The two quickly engaged in close combat. Both hit. Arcs of electricity and water vapor intertwined, neither side giving way. Use Quick Retreat. Follow up with Earthquake. This opponent knows the tactics against Fossil Pterodactyl too well, and Zhao Qian is not having an easy time. Unlike before, he can't just keep rolling the snowball with ancient power to strengthen, then bombarding with Rock Slide, crushing all the way through. Instead, he directly uses Earthquake. Fortunately, the Fossil Pterodactyl's speed is much faster than the opponent's, but the power is still a bit lacking. Both sides remain evenly matched. The powerful Croc did not successfully return to the Pokeball, quickly turning back but only executing half of its move. Both sides are on the brink of collapse. Stars in their eyes. TCH, didn't expect there was still something left. Come on, Blue Emperor. Oh, whoa. This pink short-haired Mastiff is 6 meters tall. It is also considered one of the pure Fairy-type representative Pokémon. Scyther. Both sides quickly switch to new Pokémon. Bullet Punch. Protect. Bullet Punch is as fast as a gunshot, hitting it right on the dog's face. Fortunately, Protect was used quickly, and the subsequent Bullet Punch did not hit Blue Emperor, being completely defended against. Looking at Scyther's strength, the previous Bullet Punch should have been able to secure victory. This Blue Emperor probably has the Intimidate ability, explained Feng by the Fairy-type gym leader. She also has a Blue Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, this Blue Emperor has a secret move. It's the latest tactic developed over in Lighthouse Country. Use Treasure. An unexpected event occurred. A huge star shot straight towards it. This size is too outrageous. There's nowhere to hide. Boom! The power is comparable to an earthquake. No, it far exceeds an earthquake. The Mantis let out a cry as it was hit to low health. It has a 1x resistance to normal type. How could it still suffer such heavy damage? Continuous bullet punches. Zhao Qian finally panicked. It seems none of these opponents are easy to deal with. He originally thought that Steel-type against Fairy-type was a guaranteed win, but almost faced a setback. A quick battle to resolve this. This time, the giant Mantis showed no signs of slackening, continuously unleashing its bullet punches. The dense shadows of its punches enveloped beyond the protection of the Blue Emperor. As soon as the protection failed, it would be directly struck to the brink of death. Chapter 51. Don't underestimate the Spoon Snake. The miracle did not happen this time. It wanted to use its cherished move again, but was knocked away by a bullet punch. The Blue Emperor was seeing stars. The Blue Emperor lost its fighting ability, and the winner is the Scyther. Congratulations to contestant Zhao Qian for securing the first victory for the Rock Solid Academy. It seems that this year's biggest dark horse is indeed Rock Solid Academy from Lotus City. Can they secure 2 victories in a row? The audience is still discussing the move that shot out a giant star. What exactly was that? The cherished move can only be used after all other moves have been used. This move is of the normal type, with a maximum power of 140. Hong Lian has released the information he found. Could it be that the Blue Emperor only has Protect and Cherish as its moves? This is natural. Alternating between Protect and Cherish is enough. Hiss. The League observers expressed their shock and were truly enlightened. In the recent match, it was fortunate that the Scyther had a natural advantage over the Fairy-type Blue Emperor. Otherwise, Zhao Qian would really be in trouble. There are too many geniuses in this world. When Zhao Qian returned to the preparation area, he was still a bit dazed. He almost lost the match just now. Alright, calm down. You thought you could take it out with your first bullet punch, right? Chu Feng immediately saw the problem. But in reality, that Blastoise's ability is Intimidate. It lowers the physical attack of Scyther as soon as it comes out. You were careless and got hit, which is a good lesson learned. However, Zhao Qian won after all, so it's hard to blame him. Winning is what matters. Victory is everything. Losers eat dust. Everyone then turned their attention to Yi Kai. As long as he wins one more round. Alright, calm down. Maintain a normal mindset. Yi Kai was rather indifferent. It was nothing serious. It's just the city-level school championship. He still has to challenge all the gyms and the 8 masters afterward. If he gets this nervous for every match, he might as well give himself a heart attack. Second battle. He walked slowly onto the field. The opponent in front of him was also sizing up Yi Kai. Both sides were dressed quite flamboyantly. Zhang Yin appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was under a lot of pressure. Come out, Trubbish. Gasoline. The opponent sent out a rather interesting Pokémon. Yi Kai didn't expect to face a poison-type opponent in the finals. However, he had already changed his previous battle style. He just needed to call out the simplified names of his moves directly during the battle. That way, the efficiency would also be very high. Trubbish aimed its blade-like tail at Gasoline, both sides glaring at each other. Smokescreen. Steadied out. Gasoline immediately released Sleep Powder. As long as this move is fully executed, the opponent could sleep to death. Quickly use Snake Stare. This is the fastest paralysis technique without exception. Even the lightning-type techniques, known for their speed, are not as fast as the visual transmission. It directly causes paralysis. He pondered for a moment and realized something was off. The strength of this opponent is probably beyond imagination. Interesting. The gas bomb is already slow, so what if it gets paralyzed? It can still release poison smoke. Its speed is reduced, so let's just blast it with flames. Come back. Ikai was quick to react. As soon as the opponent said the word flame for the fire attack, he hurriedly recalled the gas bomb. That was close. At this speed, it's almost impossible to dodge the opponent's jet flames. Being instantly killed will be the fate. The one with the surname Zhang has researched himself for a long time. Nidoking. Ikai directly substitutes in Nidoking. Using Body Slam. Flamethrower. The power of the life orb Nidoking is fully revealed at this moment. Flamethrower covers the entire field with an astonishing range and lethality. The whole venue turns into a sea of fire. The spoon snake has only a trace of stamina left, but it holds on with its momentum. Using Brute Force. Brute Force. Ikai's mind instantly crashes. He was tortured by this trick in his previous life. Sweet, it turns out you were waiting for me. In the game, Brute Force can deal damage, making the opponent's HP the same as your own. To put it simply, when Nidoking uses Flamethrower, it knocks the momentum out of the spoink, leaving it with just a sliver of health. If it retaliates with Brute Force, Nidoking would also be left with just a sliver of health, right? Then any quick move could take it out immediately. A typical example is Fainting, which has a higher priority than Quick Attack. It can even penetrate the invisible barriers of protection. What a sinister and vicious strategy. However, this is the real world. Whether it's Brute Force, Fainting, or Quick Attack, they all require getting in close to attack. Come back. Gas Ball. He decisively switched Pokémon. Counter Escape. Seeing that Brute Force wouldn't work, Spoink quickly switched to Fainting. This move is as fast as a black whirlwind, leaving only an afterimage. It sends the opponent flying far away. The gas bomb takes heavy damage as soon as it enters the scene. It immediately begins to unleash its flame version counter shield. The inner flames are blue-white, while the outer flames are crimson-red, with brilliant fire whips striking the entire arena. The rice spoon snake is enormous, and trying to dodge is already a maximum effort. It has also been burnt. This thin layer of blood skin was burned away directly. The opponent's conspiracy has failed. Impressive, you are a tough opponent. Let's see how you deal with this guy. Go ahead, Scorpion King. As soon as Ikai heard the name Scorpion King, he understood immediately. Poisonous treatment Scorpion King, well known. Not only does it not lose health from poison, but it also regains health. Ikai remained expressionless. Smokescreen. The gas grenade began to emit a large amount of gray-white smoke. There are too many amazing details in this smoke, but it's mainly focused on hypnosis gas. Useless. My Scorpion King has a poison healing characteristic. Scorpion King, come out and directly spray flames towards the smoke. He still wants to replicate the operation of the previous Emperor Huangfu's Gyarados. Dream on. Scorpion King has no response. It's already deeply asleep. Not only is it asleep, but it has also been poisoned severely. The characteristic of the gas bomb allows the chemical change gas to nullify the characteristics of all Pokémon on the field. The scene is eerily quiet. After a dozen seconds, the gas bomb devours and absorbs all the toxic smoke. The surrounding air is even fresher. How is this possible? How could the Scorpion King lose? Ikai is not kind enough to explain the effects of the chemical change gas to such a sinister opponent. He directly recalls his Pokémon and turns to leave. The audience is once again in a daze. The first half was a fierce counterattack with shields. In the second half, the Scorpion King's defeat is inexplicable. The League observers carefully review the footage repeatedly, but still cannot find any flaws. This Ikai is really strange. With so many of us, we still can't understand what sorcery he used. Hong Lian's curiosity is at its peak. If it really doesn't work, let's show the footage to Li Tian. She is the Poison-type gym leader and should be able to see something. The Poison-type gym leader is currently proctoring in the neighboring Sioux City and is not on site. The announcement of the competition results was delayed by more than a full minute. The audience present was getting impatient. The Scorpion King lost combat capability, and the winner is Gas Bomb. Let's congratulate Yi Kai and Panshur Academy for winning this year's city-level school competition championship. Congratulations to the members of Kanglin Academy for becoming the city-level school competition runners-up. Please, audience members, do not leave. The battle for third place will begin shortly. Since ancient times, people have only cared about who the champion is. As for second and third places, haha, kid, what exactly was in that grayish-white smoke? Even Chu Feng is curious. Chapter 52, a small intermission after victory. You are my dear coach. Give me 200,000, and I'll tell you. Everyone is speechless. Haha, Yi Xiaoyu is really interesting. The smoke just released by gas bomb is indeed hypnotic gas, right? At this moment, Hong Zhong and the other two kings have arrived at the preparation area. As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly understood. Every word was like gold. The Scorpio King's poison treatment is only effective against poison and toxic states, but it cannot immunize against the sleeping state. Ye Kai remained silent. There are so many extraordinary people and strange occurrences in the world, yet they quickly figured out his methods. Indeed, one should not underestimate anyone. Otherwise, one would become the biggest fool. Hong Zhong casually took out a high-quality firestone and handed it to Ye Kai. He did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. This firestone is of exceptionally high quality, worth at least 2 million. Inside the transparent red crystal, a flame rune can be clearly seen. Young man, you are impressive, and I look forward to the day you challenge me. At this moment, in a mansion somewhere in Liancheng, Yi Rong has just finished watching the live broadcast of Ye Kai's match. He is utterly shocked. Previously, he had only heard from netizens that Ye Kai had a remarkable skill. As long as the gas bomb spews smoke, the opponent is bound to lose. Seeing it today, he is amazed. And then there's that Nidoking. Its massive size and terrifying flame breath. People are visual creatures. First impressions often leave a lasting impact. If it weren't for the fact that this is his own son. No, is this still the same Ye Kai from the past? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? It hasn't been long, and he has grown to this extent. About half an hour later, the top 3 colleges in this municipal school competition have been determined. Under the spotlight, 9 students from the 3 colleges went on stage to receive their awards. In such a serious occasion, Ye Kai appeared quite natural instead. The first place team's prize is as much as 17 million. Ye Kai alone took 7 million, and the rest is split equally between Fang Miao and Zhao Qian. This allocation was planned by Chu Feng, and no one had any objections. To be honest, without Ye Kai, they really wouldn't have been able to win the championship. It is only right for him to receive an additional 2 million. Then, the 3 kings will present the city-level school competition badges to the 3 institutions. This badge is the real deal. Nowadays, Ye Kai and the others are the champions of this year's city martial arts competition. Amidst countless flowers and applause, the supreme honor belongs to Panshur Academy. The principal of Panshur took the stage to express gratitude, delivering a round of pleasantries that lasted over 20 minutes. Chu Feng had already slipped away with the 3 who received the award. Why run? They've already won the championship. And aren't they supposed to attend the teacher appreciation banquet next? Zhao Qian and Fang Miao both expressed their confusion. Ye Kai, however, said nothing. The adult world is not that simple. Right now, you are in high demand, with countless teams and advertisers looking for you. Chu Feng had a cigar in hand and was already smoking. You all, share your future plans. I want to become a league investigator. Being an investigator would also be fine. Fang Miao said without hesitation, blurting it out. This has been her aspiration since childhood. The League's search officers and investigators are part of the supervisory department and are quite powerful. They can supervise and even impeach gym leaders. Not bad, good ambition. What about you, Zhao Qian? I plan to first become a level 2 professional trainer and then inherit my family's Pokémon hunter license. Actually, I'm more interested in rare Pokémon and not fond of scheming. After he finished speaking, everyone expressed their understanding. Then everyone looked at Ye Kai. I will challenge the gyms next and aim to defeat all of them within the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Kai thought for a moment and shared his thoughts. While others were speaking, Chu Feng showed little reaction. However, upon hearing this, he slightly narrowed his eyes. This kid is so much like I was back then. Young and reckless, wanting to challenge all the gyms and become the champion. But it's no use, I can't persuade him at all. When he encounters difficulties, he will understand his naivety. Alright, I should go now. I completed what I needed to do. So, we shall meet again. After saying this, Chu Feng summoned 3 heads of the evil dragon and jumped onto one of the Pokemon's back. Roar! The 3-headed evil dragon soared into the sky and flew away from the scene. Soon, a large number of team managers, advertisers, and reporters arrived. These people surged towards the 3. At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Feng was so quick to escape. What should we do? Zhao Qian was startled by the situation. Let's split up and run. Everyone agreed with Ye Kai's suggestion. They headed off in 3 different directions. He had already planned this out, whether they won the city-level school competition or not. Nothing could stop him from challenging the dojo. As for the so-called battle team, this is just a battle trainer similar to an internet celebrity. It can't be said to be all show, but at most, they're just big stars at the level of a quasi-champion. There's a huge difference between a quasi-champion and a champion, just one word apart. Even among champions, there are significant gaps. Just look at the difference between my Watanabe and Chufone. Even if you send out a Sandstorm King like Banjirus, it still gets beaten by Meow Boss. Humans are creatures of habit. Once they stay in a lukewarm environment for too long, they will become useless. He doesn't want that. Look, that guy in all black, isn't he Kai? Where can he hide in front of tens of thousands of spectators in the battle nest? Kai God, I'm your loyal fan. Please give me an autograph. I also have a Noivern. How can I become as strong as you? Ah, these people are really annoying. He took off running. Wearing black clothes makes it easy to be recognized, right? Yikai took off his black jacket and changed it. This piece of clothing can be worn inside out, and its style is quite dark avant-garde. Yikai had liked this type of leather jacket for a long time in his past life, but he couldn't afford it. After traveling to this new world, he obviously wore it boldly. Look, that guy in all white, isn't it Yikai? Is this really happening? Sweet. He simply took off his jacket, revealing a gray hoodie underneath. Isn't that white-haired guy Yikai? God Kai, give me your autograph. He's completely dazed. It seems that this white hair needs to be dyed back to black. Otherwise, he will be annoyed to death in the future. Indeed, one shouldn't be too stubborn. Some things really need to be learned from Chufone. As the old saying goes, fame scares people, and pigs fear getting fat. One must be low-key in life. After all this fuss, by the time he left the battle nest, he had completely lost track of Zhao Qian, Feng Miao Miao, and the others. Even when he was taking a taxi back, the driver asked him for 3 autographs. He immediately went to the nearby Hyatt Spirit Shopping Center. Dude, you're Yikai? Keep it down. If you keep shouting, I'm leaving. Saw thee. Teacher Tony hurriedly apologized to him. What kind of style do you want? Just dye my hair back to black. About 2 hours later, Yikai emerged with jet black hair styled in a spiky look. If you look closely, you could faintly see a few strands of hair highlighted in deep purple under the sunlight. He also bought some new clothes, changing into a high street style outfit. No one around recognized him as Yikai. Hey, how are you all doing? I'm lucky I ran fast. Chapter 53 Negotiation with Family. Yikai was glad he ran fast. Zhao Qian was taken away to shoot an advertisement for a fairy product. Feng Miao Miao was doing cosmetics. What a mess. If he got entangled in all these chaotic matters, he would have way too many issues to deal with later. Ding. Hey, what's going on? Yi Rong, that old man, actually took the initiative to call him. He said he wanted to chat. What is there to talk about? At most, it would just be having a meal. Eating with the old man always made Yikai feel uncomfortable. It would be better to explode some coins. Not going. He was very busy. It was time to consider improving his strength. At this point, there were still more than 3 months until the June college entrance examination, and the weather hadn't warmed up yet. But Yikai had already graduated. He needed to think about challenging the gym. After all, there were 2 levels in the gym, minor and major. To obtain the minor badge, he needed to challenge levels 31 to 45, which were elite levels. The official badge was for levels 46 to 60, which were gym levels. Want to directly get the official badge? Don't dream about it. You have to first obtain all the minor badges to get the official major badge. In short, Yikai's next step was to obtain all the minor badges. In this process, he will travel to various cities in the Dragon Kingdom. To achieve this, he will refine his Pokémon's move proficiency and increase their levels. These are all basic operations. In order to avoid these tedious steps, he was even prepared to go catch some Pokémon. It's too slow to raise Pokémon from eggs. Isn't it better to have some ready-made top-tier ones? It's time to consider acquiring some new Pokémon. Perhaps. Catching them himself, isn't bad either. Ding. Yikai's phone rang again. He glanced at the message. What's going on with old Ding? Still coming. Not going, it's meaningless. It will only add to the annoyance. Finally found you, young Master Kai. The master has something to discuss with you. A middle-aged man dressed in servant attire suddenly appeared and blocked his way. This person also brought 2 pets, 1 male and 1 female. They are managed by Butler Wong. Some unpleasant memories surged back in my mind. This annoying guy. It seems I have no choice but to see him. I can't just resort to violence against him, right? Also, how did old Dang find his location? Did they install a tracking device on him? Lead the way. 3.5 hours later, Butler Wong drove him directly to the Western-style mansion near Pancher Academy. Beep. After the electronic card unlocked, the heavy and luxurious door slowly opened. Welcome home, young Master Kai. Yikai said nothing. This place should just be the tip of old Dang's many properties. Butler Wong led him straight through the garden, where the plants were not just ordinary plants. They were all living spirits. There were walking grass, large geraniums, Bulbasaur, and Miss Skirt. Miss Skirt from the cards. These are basically the works of Yi Kai's stepmother, who is also Yi Xian's mother. Kai, it's been a while since we last met. Yi Rong sat on the sofa, enjoying a shoulder and neck massage from Shinai Duo. There was also some wine poured nearby. The snow demoness directly shaped an ice ball from the essence and placed it into a whiskey glass. The snow demoness in the card said, "Speak your mind." He was already feeling uncomfortable and wanted to leave. Lao Deng gave a glance to Butler Wong, who directly exited and closed the door. "Let's get straight to the point in our conversation, father and son. Akai, what are your future plans?" At this moment, Yi Rong's gaze towards him was no longer gentle, but rather sharp and appreciative, as if he were looking at a brilliant gem. This is the keen intuition of a businessman. His sixth sense tells him that it's not too late to mend the father-son relationship. At least over the years, Ye Kai has not refused the money he offered for support. Strike at the 19 dojos of Longhua, obtain all the badges, and then challenge the 8 great kings. Ye Kai said in a series of statements as if reciting them. No, wait a minute. Yi Rong directly interrupted him. What I'm asking is not about this, but your ultimate goal. What do you plan to live on? For example, do you want to become a dojo master and run a dojo? Or become a king and rely on the league support? Having lived 2 lives, he was not surprised by old Deng's remarks. Clearly, this old guy has his own set of ideas. According to your meaning? In my opinion, whether becoming a dojo master or a king, even a world champion, ultimately, it all leads back to everyday life. Akai, you are my son, and I think you should consider your future path carefully. One wrong step could lead to a wasted life, and even a dangerous one. Say what you want directly. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Ye Kai also interrupted his lengthy speech without hesitation. Old Deng was not angry and showed great patience. He first took a sip of wine, then squinted at him. Let's put it this way, taking the dojo master as an example, a dojo can manage at most 50 staff members. And the funding from the league each year is at most 50 million. Do you have such strength, but are only willing to manage these few people with such little funding? Now, looking at the kings, they are at the pinnacle of professional trainers. And although the league provides hundreds of millions in funding, they have to risk their lives for years, battling in secret realms and with illegal organizations. They can't manage any personnel underneath them, and the title of king is just that, a title. At most, they have voting rights in the league's representative assembly. After hearing all this, Ye Kai already had an idea in his mind. Even coming to this Pokémon world, he couldn't escape these petty struggles. Think it over carefully. I have another thing to ask of you. He keenly sensed that what he would say next was the key point. What is it? In the future, you should travel through the various provinces of Longhua. If you encounter any high-quality Pokémon, feel free to catch a few, and take that brother of yours along as well. Ye Kai sneered inyardly. Old thief, you still can't forget that stupid brother, can you? All right, Akai, I will support you in the dojos. If you want to leave, then go. After saying this, Yi Rong finished speaking, and the door of the room opened automatically. Butler Wong had been waiting at the door for a long time. Young Master Kai, please. After the conversation, they parted ways unhappily. It was almost like old Deng was talking to himself, but they did reach a certain consensus. No matter what kind of person you want to be, strength is indispensable. Butler Wong escorted him out of the mansion. At this moment, a huge goat had been waiting outside for a long time. Its neck and back were covered with soft green leaves. Its 2 large horns curved backward, resembling motorcycle handlebars. This mount goat measures a full 2.3 meters. It is a carefully selected mount spirit for you by the master. It would be quite inconvenient for young Master Kai to travel on foot everywhere. The mount goat in the card was then handed over by Butler Wong, along with a high-grade Pokeball, which is precisely the Pokeball for the mount goat. He accepted it without hesitation. The mount goat skillfully knelt down, indicating for Ye Kai to get on. Just touching its horns would allow it to know what the trainer was thinking. It is quite a practical mount spirit. Unfortunately, it's not a poison type, but it doesn't matter. Ye Kai had ridden such a spirit when he was a child, back when the scenic area charged a fee. As soon as he got on and held onto the mount goat's horns, it began to sprint with all its might. In fact, at this moment, he didn't even know where he wanted to go. In less than 3 minutes, both man and beast had arrived at the Kate Spirit Square. It seems the place he most wanted to go was still the Divine Might Club. The abilities of this Mount Goat are truly extraordinary, comparable to mind reading. Come back. Mount Goat. Through the Ultra Ball, he can directly see the Mount Goat stats. Mount Goat level, LV. 47, Gym level, Aptitude. B grade type, Grass ability. Herbivore. Pokémon with this ability are not affected by Grass-type moves. When hit by a Grass-type move, their attack is boosted. Moves Tackle, Grow, Vine Whip, Tail Whip, Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Photosynthesis, Ram, Stomp, Seed Bomb, Bodybuilding, Takedown, Wood Horn. Item. None. This level of Yekai was truly unexpected. A level 47 elf could actually be so docile as to be his mount. Shouldn't it be disobedient? Could it be sent by Old Deng to monitor him? Chapter 54 News about the Flame Lizard. Well, over time, this Mount Goat would eventually become one of his own. Ye Kai still has some confidence in this regard. He caught a spirit and booked a room at the club. Then he contacted an acquaintance. Hello, I want to ask you something. He called Zhao Qian. This Zhao Qian, since he knows about such good things as the Overlord Nido King, must have other information about Pokémon. Ye Kai even doubts if he is really a legitimate Pokémon hunter. However, these details have nothing to do with him. Luckily you ran fast. Those guys are really annoying. Promoting an energy cube, I've gotten stuffed several times. Zhao Qian took another sip of fruit juice. What poison-type Pokémon is it? Just say it. It's a flame lizard, Zhao Qian introduced. As soon as he said this, he immediately thought of the corrosive trait. Pokémon with this trait can inflict poison on poison-type and steel-type Pokémon with their moves. This is simply incredible. Only females can evolve. The flame lizard is a very special Pokémon. They're all female, and the females compete with each other for a male harem. He had played games and watched animations in his past life, so he had a rough understanding. As usual, Zhao Qian took out his phone to search for the video. In the video, a flame lizard was confronting an abominable monster. Both sides were fighting fiercely over territory, evenly matched. All right, let's be straightforward. How much is it? He was indeed tempted. The corrosive ability is a sharp weapon in battles, covering the poison type's attack range across 18 attributes. This is also the reason why Zhao Qian is sure he'll want to buy it. This is just a piece of news, and there's no way to set a price. Once you catch it, you can talk to my parents. Ye Kai had a face that said, then why are you even talking? You probably haven't been to the protected area before, right? When are we leaving? Let's go now. Wild, night-thieving fire lizards are social animals. They sleep during the day, so this is the best time to catch them. After the two discussed, they walked out of the Shinwei Club. A camouflage pickup truck was already parked at the entrance, and a capable-looking woman leaned out of the window. You must be Ye Kai. I've heard about you from my son. You really are quite different. Hello, Auntie. All right, get in the car quickly. She skillfully shifted gears and overtook, driving at a considerable speed. About half an hour later, they arrived at the Snake Mouth Valley Nature Reserve, which is 26 kilometers away from Lianqing. This place is quite large, with rugged rocks surrounding the valley. Far up on the mountaintop, there's a naturally formed giant boulder that looks like a giant snake opening its massive mouth, hence its name. Ye Kai didn't think much of it. The reserve must have quite a few poison-type Pokémon. His standards are quite high. The goal of this trip is the flame-tail lizard. Come out, Kun Kun. She directly released Kun Kun Bear. Ye Kai was taken aback. Zhao Qian's mom is really something, being able to tame such a fierce beast. The round bear stood on its 2 feet, over 2 meters tall, with brown fur all over its body, vigilantly looking around. Circle. Quickly find a location of those night-thieving fire lizards. Their noses are quite sensitive. Soon, it began to move forward in a certain direction. 4 forest rangers walked in front, with Ye Kai and others following behind. I have a question. How do you tame a round bear? Good question. Of course you play with them when they're cubs, and then you knock them down every time. Upon hearing the ant's explanation, he had a rough idea. It's like a zoo from a past life, training tigers. Guma. The circle bear stopped after walking into the jungle. In front of her was a cave that was half the size of a person. Little Lotta. She sent out Little Lotta. Little Lotta, go explore the way. Bula. This little purple mouse is less than 20 centimeters long, with a camera strapped to its back and a collar around its neck. It nods and quickly darts into a hole. After a while, the hunters take out their laptops. And after a simple operation, the perspective of the little radar is displayed. The perspective is quite low, yet it's 360 degrees, which is interesting. It seems that this cave has not only nocturnal fire lizards and flame-tail lizards, but also a small population of ultrasonic bats. A few moles skillfully popped up from the ground, curiously observing Little Rada. Little Rada tiptoed for a long time and finally spotted the target. So many. Too many. The nocturnal fire lizards were densely packed together, layered on top of each other. There are at least hundreds of them. He wasn't surprised. This isn't even a lot. In previous survival shows, it was mentioned that colonies of ultrasonic bats can reach thousands. Tens of thousands have been seen on occasion. It seems that we can only let Little Rada retreat first. The group had a brief discussion. He just listened, with these professionals around. It wasn't up to Ye Kai to express his opinion. After a few simple keystrokes, Little Rada in the cave received the command and began to retreat. Come out. Bada Butterfly, Mora Moth, Cotton Puff, Wind Fairy. The hunters released their Pokémon one after another. Next was the use of sleep powder, paralysis powder, and other methods. The entrance to this cave definitely has more than one opening, but it doesn't matter. For their own safety, The elves often don't make the entrances too large and keep them relatively concealed, which results in the air circulation not being very smooth. This provided a flaw for the hunters. A large amount of sleeping powder and paralysis powder was blown into the cave by the favorable wind created by Badahu. Under the ants' command, the circle bear kept its ears flat against the ground. As long as there was any slight vibration nearby, everyone could evacuate immediately. Not only that, but there were also bird spirits released by the hunters patrolling the surroundings. The eagle and the mook eagle were constantly watching below. Suddenly, a small number of night thief fire lizards felt themselves paralyzed. They keenly sensed an enemy attack. Suddenly, hundreds of night thief fire lizards began to stir. Just then, the circle bear also had an alarm. It seemed that several large wild spirits were quickly approaching, and there were quite a few of them. Hurry and pack up. Let's take cover first. Everyone was already well prepared, and in less than 5 seconds, they ran to the observation point set 30 meters away. The ground shook slightly. Soon, a small number of night thief fire lizards crawled out of the cave. A giant flametail lizard measuring 1.6 meters stood out among the group of lizards. Following that, hundreds of night thief fire lizards rushed over one after another. These are all the queen's harem. How cool. An angry monster suddenly charged out. It's huge. Its height is close to 4.5 meters or more. It's bigger than the few that Grandma has seen. The old monster is quite angry. Facing it are a group of fiery sparrows and a big-mouthed sparrow. At this moment, the wild leaders from all 3 sides are taken aback. Exactly. It's a fight to the death. In this territory, countless night-thieving fire lizards perish in the mouths of snakes. The fiery sparrows are no exception. The flame lizards will take advantage of the old monster's absence to poison or injure the old snake, or simply destroy the opponent's Pokémon eggs. As for the fiery sparrows and night-thieving fire lizards, they generally do not interfere with each other. However, their relationship isn't great either, as the big-mouthed sparrow occasionally preys on them. What was in the past is in the past. What is now is now. The big-mouthed sparrow has lost its Pokémon egg, swallowed by the old monster. At this point, they have fallen into extreme madness. Chapter 55. Encounter with a rare-colored flame lizard. The flame lizard and the old monster have long been sworn enemies. The old monster directly uses its big snake glare. It rears up, its terrifying patterns on its neck resembling a devil, staring at the flame lizard and the 2 big-mouthed sparrows. The flame lizard does not back down. Using its deadly poison, the big-mouthed sparrow unleashes its ultimate move, charging directly. This is a ground-type move with great power and a high chance of hitting critical points. The key is that this move is double super effective against Abominable. These 2 big birds are going to take down the old man monster. The scene is extremely chaotic. A large number of spirits are paralyzed by the big snake's glare, and the old man monster has been poisoned severely. The terrifying corrosive properties are immediately evident. Even poison-type spirits can be severely poisoned. The old man monster, knowing its end is near, starts to roll in agony. The big-mouthed sparrow spins around and directly pecks at its weak point. The big-mouthed sparrow from the card goes for it. This nearly cost the giant snake its life. The abergowl was heavily injured and began to go berserk. Its eyes turned crimson, ready to fight to the death. In the wild, being hit by potent venom usually means certain death. It unleashed unprecedented combat power. First, it spat out mud bombs, attacking wildly. Large numbers of night thief fire lizards and fierce sparrows were hit, falling in droves to the brink of death. Then it used binding, tightly wrapping around the flameback lizard and swallowing it whole. The abergowl was attacked by countless night thief fire lizards around it, completely ignoring the assaults, and it was battered all over. The big-beak sparrow initially did not attack the night thief fire lizards. However, the night thief fire lizards began to drive the fierce sparrows away, leading to a chaotic battle between the 2 sides. You might not know where the fierce and fierce sparrow comes from. 2 big-beak sparrows launched a direct dive once again, pecking and killing a night thief fire lizard in one bite, leaving dying spirits everywhere. This is the living environment of wild Pokémon. It's a life-and-death struggle, with no guarantee of survival. Everyone who sees this scene can't help but lament the cruelty and ruthlessness of nature. Even if the Arbok reaches this extent, it only ends up perishing with the Charmeleon. No matter how much the Spearow seeks revenge, they have already lost their Pokémon egg. It's of no use. Just a way to vent their anger. Dozens of Arbok have now joined the battle. The number of Fire-type Pokémon is increasing. The night thief lizards seem endless, continuing to pour out of the cave, and another Charmeleon has emerged. This is actually a group of night thieves from the Double Queen Fire Lizard tribe. The battle is still ongoing. It seems there is no opportunity right now. Let's retreat for now and come back tomorrow during the day. They should still be resting then. Ye Kai has witnessed such brutal battles and could only agree. If they rashly intervene now, they will be facing the siege of 3 elf tribes. While the elves might attack each other for survival, they are quite united against humans. This is an attack by at least 200 or more Pokémon. Even ants can kill an elephant in large numbers. Capturing Pokémon isn't done by just charging in like that. However, despite calling for a retreat, 2 hunters stayed behind to observe the battle from a distance. Everyone returned to the base in the protected area to rest. After more than an hour, Zhao Qian handed his phone to Ye Kai to show him the footage. The battle between the 3 parties ended with the second fiery lizard being heavily injured, 2 large-mouthed sparrows, and the Aber monster being poisoned to death. It almost crawled out from the mouth of the Aber monster. The corrosive characteristic is indeed powerful. There are no endless battles. Eventually, the Pokémon all dispersed. Survival must continue. Everyone returns to their homes, looking for their own families. However, during the video, Ye Kai noticed that the fiery lizard was sometimes surrounded by electric arcs. It should be paralyzed. How do you deal with wild Pokémon that are paralyzed? Of course, they go find tree fruits to eat. Many wild Pokémon can live for a long time in a paralyzed state. If they can't find tree fruits, the outcome will be very tragic. Zhao Qian said without hesitation. What are you all talking about? Come eat first, Annie urged. She knew Ye Kai was a bit anxious, but there's no need to rush. Powerful Pokémon are not so easy to catch, especially the fiery lizard. Its potent venom is quite troublesome. Pika pika. Pikachu pika pika. Ye Kai couldn't help but laugh when he heard the ringtone from the phone. Whose phone is this? Hello. What? Okay, I'll check it right away. It turns out to be Zhao Qian's mom's. Annie hurriedly put aside everything she was doing and opened her laptop. At this moment on the screen, under the watchful eyes of countless night thief fire lizards, 2 flame lizards were engaged in a duel. Unexpectedly, there was even a rare white flame lizard. But what's up with its size? It's just too small, too miniature. The latest research results from the Alliance indicate that Pokémon come in 5 sizes: XXS, XS, Standard, XL, and XXL. If we consider the standard size as a baseline of 1, the smallest size will be 0, 5, while the largest would be 1, 5. The reference size for Pokémon does not include dominant Pokémon. Plans can't keep up with changes. Ye Kai, which flame lizard do you want? At this moment, he had no interest in Annie's introduction because the 2 flame lizards on the screen had already started fighting. One big, one small, one black, one white. The little queen took advantage of the big queen being hindered by a paralysis state to directly challenge her throne. If successful, she could seize the entire night thief fire lizard family, gaining the admiration of hundreds of male lizards and reaching the peak of her lizard career. She wanted to become the only queen of this family. Without any unnecessary movements, both sides directly launched a toxic attack. The 2 flame lizards spat out a thick puddle of black toxic liquid at each other. The liquid seemed almost alive, impossible to escape from. Soon both sides fell into a poisonous state. Ye Kai's heart sank. They were all wild spirits. What were they playing with their lives for? If they all died, who would he catch? Sweetheart, this was an unexpected event occurred. Some night-thieving fire lizards presented a peach fruit to the large black flame lizard. The queen chuckled and was about to eat it. This fruit from the tree is indeed a good remedy for poisoning and deadly toxins. The white flame lizard is quick and agile, moving at an astonishing speed. With one strike, it knocked down its opponent's peach fruit. Then it ate it itself. The tree fruit has an amazing effect, quickly restoring its toxic state. The white flame lizard took the opportunity to release more gas. A large number of night-thieving fire lizards were mesmerized by it. It was only then that they realized their superficiality. What was the point of showing off? Sexiness was worthless in the face of cuteness. The Great Queen was furious, and the toxic state was draining her energy every minute and every second. To achieve victory in such a battle, one can only rely on summoning more people. It hurriedly released more stimulant gas. It is essential to control more night thief fire lizards, or else it will be doomed. These night-thieving fire lizards are also completely without stance. Once sprayed with intense pheromones, they become mesmerized and willing to serve this great queen to the death. Another peach fruit was turned out and handed to its hand. This time, the large flame lizard has learned its lesson. It grabbed a sycophant to act as a meat shield, blocking the little queen's strike. It finally escaped from the threat of the deadly poison. In the ensuing battle, both sides continued to spray toxic gas. It was initially thought that the battle would last a long time. Unexpectedly, This anomalous flame lizard could not compete with its rival in the amount of pheromone gas. With the betrayal of hundreds of night-thieving fire lizards, it could only flee in panic and was driven out of the group. I want that little one. Keep an eye on it. He quickly made a decision. Its speed was so fast that it caught Ye Kai's attention. Chapter 56 finally caught it the next day. Ye Kai had only slept for less than 3 hours last night. Even when he meditated, he could not fully calm his mind. The previous anomalous sprites, gas bombs, and ultrasonic bats came from Yi Rong's side. This flame-tailed lizard is completely different, a true pleasant surprise. Since we've seen it, why not catch it? Catch it. We must catch it. He had once encountered the shiny version of the flame-tailed lizard in his previous life. This type of sprite has a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 8 in the game, making it one of the hardest shiny sprites to encounter. Ye Kai even considered giving up at one point. In reality, this ratio is even worse, reaching 1 to 20 or more. It's rare to see any females. It's clear that the flame lizard destroys potential female sprite eggs directly. Who would want to have more competitors fighting for their mates? Kill. Not a single one left. This is the cruel part of the flame lizard. As soon as it hit 5 a.m., everyone was already prepared. Don't worry, our people have already locked onto that white flame lizard. Its temporary nest has 2 entrances, and one has already been blocked by the child's father. The aunt comforted Ye Kai a few times. It seems that this time, even Zhao Qian's father has joined the operation. By the time everyone arrived at the location, the white flame lizard was already surrounded. Cross-shaped bat, black gaze. Ye Kai came up and immediately set a safety net. The black gaze focused directly on this flame lizard. Absolutely must not let it escape. Young man, we have used this trick before. Let me handle the next part myself. If the hunters help catch it. When it's released later, Wu Ti, we have to fight it again. Before this elven hunter could finish speaking, Ye Kai had already taken out a high-grade ball. Gas bomb. Smoke. Don't make too much noise. There are other wild Pokémon groups around, which are quite troublesome. Ye Kai nodded. It seems that some moves cannot be used. The flame lizard knows there is no chance of escape, so it decides to fight to the death. A large amount of hypnotic gas is released from the gas bomb. The flame lizard is surprisingly fast, directly whipping out a flame whip. Come back. This flame lizard is very special. It's not just its coloration and size. This type of spirit can also skillfully manipulate gas. Its understanding of gas is deep-rooted. Even if it's not the flammable kind of gas, it can still ignite it. This will directly ignite the gas capsule, and then it will explode. That little thing is so sneaky. Nidoking. Oh. Ye Kai quickly made a quiet gesture, signaling it to keep its voice down. Random attacks. There's no way around it. In such an environment, the tremors are too loud. Shooting flames is the same, although the sound is not loud. The firelight will only attract the attention of the sprites even more. Both sides quickly entered close combat. Nidoking used the spikes on its back, the horn on its head, elbow strikes, and tail stabs. An incredible thing happened. These attacks, apart from the densely packed backstab that hit the flameback lizard in one strike, were all dodged. What speed is this? However, Ye Kai remains calm. Nidoking has long hidden a killer move amidst the chaos. It doesn't need any commands and spontaneously unleashes a horn drill. The Charmeleon shows a comical smile and performs a backflip, actually dodging this sure kill move. Ye Kai is also taken aback. It's important to note that the hit rate of horn drill is indeed low, but since he got this Nidoking, this move has never missed. This is the first time. The flame lizard spat out a sticky black liquid. The highly toxic liquid directly seeped into Nidoking's armor-like skin. Nidoking is poisoned. Nidoking is also furious. Earthquake can't be used. Its signature move Flamethrower can't be used, and Horn Drill has missed. It simply flew up and kicked towards a flame lizard. Unlike wild Pokémon, Nidoking remains calm even when heavily poisoned. It still has Leech Seed, so it can continue fighting without any reservations. Another strike was dodged. Ye Kai sneered his heart. This is a 2-kick combo. There's one more to go. Sure enough, the second kick, carrying a fierce gust of wind, was almost right next to the flame lizard. Missed again. The speed of this flame-tailed lizard is just too insane. I want to get it even more now. Such a sprite. How could he not want it? However, Nidoking's attack is not over yet. Its thick tail swept directly at the complacent Charmeleon. It is said that with just one strike, Nidoking's tail can break a utility pole like a matchstick. That is how it is described in the Pokédex. This blow has nearly killed the Charizard, but she is not yet in a state of near death. She still has a chance. She can still fight. Nidoking's stamina has been greatly depleted by the poison. Come back. Yekai Digisivili Rejalet Nidoking. In a flash of lightning. At this moment, the Crobat has been watching the battle and has long been itching to join in. Upon receiving the battle command, it moved so fast that only a pink afterimage remained. This little flame-tailed lizard has never encountered such speed before. It's even faster than itself. It didn't even react to what happened before everything went dark in front of its eyes. The shiny variant of the fire lizard was hit hard and was seeing stars. After a series of battles, it was also exhausted. Yikai directly threw a valuable Pokeball. It shook once, shook twice. Bang! It was finally captured successfully. He stepped forward to pick up the valuable ball. The panel information was clearly visible. Fire lizard shiny variant, XXS Ultra Mini Size. Level, LV, 37, Elite, Aptitude, S grade. The aptitude has been enhanced by the system, and the maximum level limit for this Pokemon is 100. Type, Poison. Fire ability, Corrosion. Pokemon with this ability can poison type and steel type Pokemon with their moves. Moves, Scratch, Poison Gas, Astonish, Mist, Ember, Toxic Fong, Sweet Scent, Trick, Incinerate, Flame Whip, Try Again, Knock Off, Disable, Toxic Sludge Bomb. Held item, none. Great, from now on, there will be no Pokemon that he can't poison. Alright, let's hurry back. Although he has captured the desired Pokemon, he must not let his guard down. According to Zhao Qian's parents, there are many wild Pokemon groups in this area. None of them are easy to deal with. It's common for over 100 Pokemon to swarm and attack you. Here's a universal remedy for various abnormal states. Use it quickly. Zawin Handit Yikai a Supraibotu. The remaining Night Thief fire lizards retreated. They were greatly weakened. These dozens of them are all captured by pheromones. Just when new little queen finally emerges, she is caught and eaten by humans. Damn terrifying upright apes. In the eyes of these wild spirits, Pokeballs are a terrifying device. Once inside, they get eaten. These are the fantasies of the elves. This time, catching the sprites was truly thrilling and exciting. On the way back, it still attracted the attention of some sprites. The forest rangers defeated some of the sprites that kept pursuing them, while a few that died were dragged onto the pickup truck. Wait, I want this one too. Chapter 57, Preparing to Challenge the Gym. Yikai specifically caught an additional female Night Thief fire lizard. On this journey, there were hardly any females in sight. He took a poisonous gem from the old lady. It's necessary to give a little return gift. Everyone quickly returned to the ranger's camp. Zhao Qian's mother personally cooked and prepared the game. How much is it this time? Yikai knew very well that the entire hunting process was incredibly difficult. Without the circle bears and little Lada, along with these professionals day and night watch, how could he possibly catch this rare-colored flame lizard? It was absolutely impossible. Using manpower and resources like this is bound to be quite valuable. 2 spirits, just 2. 3 million is fine. Let's have a meal. Right now, he doesn't lack money. Moreover, there's no point in haggling over this price. Just pay decisively. Ding. After the payment, everyone was chatting and laughing, preparing to eat. The snake skin is very chewy, quite crispy. Haha, come try this iron-shelled insect. This thing is a great tonic. It's also called an iron-shelled pupa, a degenerated form of the giant hornet. Yikai stayed in the Snake Mouth Valley Nature Reserve until noon the next day before returning to Lotus City. He immediately dove into the Shinwei Club. It really feels a bit uncomfortable staying anywhere else. The Battle Club has separate rooms, and it's fine for him to stay there for half a day when he's not battling. I've been too busy lately to reflect on myself. Right now, his Pokemon include Weezing, Zubat, Nidoking, Charmeleon, Nidoran, Night Thief Fire Lizard, and Mount Goat. If I challenge the gym with them, their levels and move proficiency are still a bit lacking. System, exchange for overheat. Ding, you have exchange for overheat, consuming 1,500 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 0. He had wanted to change this move for a long time, but somehow he never did. Now was just the right time to reset the energy value to 0. After training for several hours, the flame lizard was finally released, and it felt a buzzing in its head. It was dazed for a while, confirming that this power came from Yikai, and it had just learned 3 skills. This guy actually wants to charm him. Yikai's eyes were deep. Although he was looking at the flame lizard, he was actually examining its panel. Flame lizard iridescent flash, XXS super mini individual, moves, scratch, poison gas, toxic venom strike, big explosion flame, flamethrower, will-o-wisp. It was so small, only 63 centimeters. This is the result of a scan done with a mobile phone. Right now, this fire lizard is his highest level Pokemon. The more Pokemon he raises, the greater the pressure on him. However, he is one step closer to becoming a level 1 professional trainer. He needs to obtain at least 4 badges. As long as this goal is achieved, he will basically have no worries about food and drink. It could be said that the Pokémon centers across the Alliance will support him, allowing him to receive 150,000 Alliance coins every month. Don't underestimate this amount of money. Many people want it but can't get it. He arrived at the second floor of the Pokémon Square. "Oh, young man, I heard you won the championship in the city-level school competition. Congratulations. I'm here to return the favor. This little guy is for you." When the Pokeball opened, out came a night thief fire lizard. 3 A-beer monsters behind the old lady greedily stuck out their tongues, thinking it was a meal for them. Oh, a night thief fire lizard, not something rare. Her sharp eyes flashed. A female individual? How many female individuals are there? This lady knows very well. The old woman glared at the big snake behind her, signaling it not to lay a hand on this Pokemon. The A-beer monsters obediently retreated. The value of this spirit should be enough to offset that poisonous gem. Then I'll take this child. When Yikai saw the old lady accepting the night thief fire lizard, he turned and left. "Hey, are you in such a hurry to go? Take these energy cubes with you." In the end, he came out with 2 months' worth of poison-type energy cubes. This thing can really only be obtained from this person. Next, we need to consider the matter of going to the dojo. Going to the dojo is an art. This is similar to Yikai's national exam in his previous life. This industry has specialized people to help you with planning. A good plan can save a lot of effort. At the very least, it can speed up your challenge to the dojo. But you might encounter deceptive institutions. They not only waste your money, but also waste your life and dampen your spirit. Are you sure you want to enroll in this dojo challenge class? It will cost 300,000 this year. Of course, the entire training will be personally led by our boss, Jiang Shinwei, from Shinwei. This is a big deal. And if we close it, the commission will be substantial. The receptionist was enthusiastically promoting their business. "I'll think about it first." "Well, once you've made up your mind, be sure to contact me." Yikai also obtained crucial information. The badge itself is just a symbol of honor. However, the badge holders can receive a type of genetic potion. It carries a powerful biological stance that allows trainers to exert pressure on their Pokémon. One badge can command Pokémon up to level 45. 3 badges allow for level 50, 5 for level 55, 7 for level 60, and beyond that. One must rely on their own strength to tame Pokémon. Only those who aspire to be professional trainers would aim for more than 7 badges. As for challenging all 19 gyms, that is a rare occurrence. Since there is no need to challenge all the badges, this creates loopholes for these training institutions. Generally, they will have you challenge gyms that have a type advantage against you. Isn't this just a tax on intelligence? With all the attribute counters in place, how can one still lose? Regaining his focus, Yikai decided to challenge the fire gym in Lianqing first. No other reason, it's nearby. What else there to be conflicted about? Just charge straight in. He took out the introduction letter given by Hong Lian. He dialed the number on it. "Welcome to the hotline for the Lianqing Fire Gym. Press 1 to schedule a challenge. Press 2 to apply for a position at the gym." Yikai couldn't help but complain. Wow, this is too realistic. He didn't expect the gym to have developed to this extent. After some inquiry, he learned that to challenge the gym, one must make an appointment. Plus, they have weekends off. They even take legal holidays off, making them public servants of the league. No wonder so many people are eager to get into the gym and pass the time. After quite a bit of effort, he managed to schedule his challenge for the afternoon 4 days later to earn the gym small badge. Might as well take this opportunity to check out the gym first. "Come out, Mount Goat. Let us head to this location." Yikai looked at his phone for navigation while holding onto the Mount Goat's horn. It simply extended 2 vine whips, one to hold the phone steady and the other tied around his waist. Now it feels more stable. I didn't expect it to sense the navigation destination through this method. In less than 10 minutes, we arrived at the fire-type gym in Lianqing. He put away his mount, the goat. The red earthen building in front of him was the gym. Within 200 meters of the gym, there was the only Pokémon Center in Lianqing. This place is worth its weight in gold. At the entrance of the fire-type gym stood 2 tall stone statues of Houndoom, quite impressive. "Yikai, I didn't expect you to come challenge the gym so soon." Someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around to see that it was the gym leader. "Ongyong, I have an appointment in 4 days." "No problem. If it's you, I can make an exception and let you start right away." After Yikai made the call, the league immediately took notice. They reported the matter directly to Hong Lian. She had long been itching to take down this little genius's arrogance. "So how do we battle?" "It's simple. You go in here, register, and then you just have to defeat 5 gym trainers in a row to battle me. Of course, this is just for the small badge challenge. But I won't go easy on you." Hong Lian made it sound easy. Defeating 5 people in a row is no simple task. He thought about it. Gym battles are not like school competitions, where you only do 2v2 until it's enough. The limit here is 6v6. In other words, The opponent can bring out a maximum of 6 Pokémon to battle. To determine the winner, all Pokémon on one side must be defeated. Additionally, any items used during this process, such as healing potions, universal potions, and vitality fragments, must be prepared by the challenger themselves. Among these items, vitality fragments are the most expensive. They can revive a dying Pokémon and restore half of its health. One piece costs 20,000. Hong Lian saw Ye Kai standing still, not going in. What's wrong? Are you scared? Heh, I was just thinking about how to quickly defeat 5 people. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. Here are some additional settings about the number of Pokémon used by gym leaders. When facing challengers with 0 badges, the gym leader will use 3 Pokémon. When facing challengers with 1 to 4 badges, the gym leader will use 4 Pokémon. When facing challengers with 5 to 9 badges, the gym leader will use 5 Pokémon. When facing challengers with 10 or more badges, the gym leader will use 6 Pokémon. Chapter 58. Battling 5 people. 1. I am the 5th disciple of this gym. Yinhao. Challenger, let's start the battle. A young man in a gym uniform stood opposite Ye Kai. Go, Mad Cargo. Wow, cool. A pool of red magma quickly rose, transforming into a shell-less snail, which is Mad Cargo. Zubat. Ye Kai sent out Zubat as his first Pokémon. Mad Cargo, Rock Slide. Good grief. This Fire-type gym isn't even using Fire-type moves. It's using Rock-type moves, huh? Interesting, but he wasn't flustered. During the previous school competition, time was tight, so he hadn't been able to study many skills in detail. But now he had plenty of time. Zubat crossed poison. Mad Cargo unleashed a tremendous force that shattered the ground, and large chunks of rock rushed towards Zubat. Zubat is doubly weak to rock. If it gets hit by this move, it will definitely be heavily injured. Cough. An unexpected event occurred. It actually wrapped the purple poison blades around its 4 wings, swinging the cross poison with impenetrable precision. It sliced through all the falling rocks, shattering them into pieces. How is this possible? There are many impossible things. In the comic, Xiao Mo trained. Ye Kai recalled the animation he had watched in his previous life. Ash had even made Pikachu use Iron Tail to cut through the massive waves caused by surf. You could see Rhyhorn using surf. Pikachu used Iron Tail. Pikachu spun around, charging forward. The surf was sliced open, leaving the opponent dumbfounded. Before the opponent could be surprised, an even more astonishing event was about to happen. Heat Wave, with stones thrown back at him. Zubat directly followed up with a Heat Wave. The red wind whipped up the debris, and the fiery stones smashed towards Mad Cargo. This combination move is executed smoothly. You can see Pikachu shattering the rocks and countering with electricity. How cool. The Lava Worm, which is also weak against rock types, is hit by this sudden combination move and is left dazed. Come back, truly deserving of this year's champion. Impressive. Then let's try my second one. Fire Camel. It's decided. It's you. This big camel is entirely orange-red, with 3 blue circular patterns on its side. The humps on its back look like 2 small volcanoes. The fire-breathing camel even has smoke rising from its humps, hinting at a potential volcanic eruption. As soon as he saw this creature, he knew that the fire-breathing camel would definitely breathe fire. Toxic, then protect. The fire-breathing camel directly breathed fire. The opponent indeed used this move. This is a move that becomes more powerful with more physical strength, with a maximum power of 150. However, the Zubat is too fast. It directly spits out a pool of deep purple, viscous poison towards its opponent. The poison seems to have a will of its own, directly seeping into the thick fur of the fire camel. It's severely poisoned. However, the fire camel has already unleashed its attack, and the power is impressive, with firestones raining down and bombarding the entire area. This move cannot be taken head-on. Otherwise, even a typical fire-type Pokémon will suffer heavy damage. At this moment, the Crossbat just used Protect, creating an invisible barrier that blocked all the falling firestones. Damn, this poison is really troublesome. The Fire Camel is Yin Hao's trump card. It must be preserved. He decisively made the right choice. Come back, Fire Camel. Go, Fire EV. Ye Kai need it. Chase him down. The Crossbat was as fast as a pink missile. It struck just as the opponent's Pokeball emitted red light. The 4 wings gathered dark energy of the evil type and struck the Fire Camel. Ugh! The Fire Camel let out a scream and fell down. At this moment, there were not only gym personnel present, but also many spectators from the society. Some were in line to challenge the gym, wanting to see the local situation while adjusting their own Pokémon lineup. Others were there to apply for a job. So strong. My goodness, he's even stronger than me. I can't believe he managed to defeat the opponent before the Pokémon was recalled. Yin Hao already felt pressure like a mountain. To be honest, Ye Kai was the most pressuring challenger he had faced in the past few weeks. The crossbat had already taken down 2 Pokémon. He couldn't even see Ye Kai's second Pokémon come out. There was no choice. The battle was still ongoing, and he had to fight through it. The fire EV came out. Poison. Don't underestimate it. Hang in there. It was no surprise that it also got poisoned, but its fighting power doubled as a result. At this moment, this move was a normal type attack with a power of 140. Protect, Poison Jab. Ye Kai issued the final command. The invisible barrier unsurprisingly blocked the fire EV. Then the crossbat spewed out a large pool of toxic liquid aimed at it. The Poison Jab had a power of 130 against a poison Pokémon. EV. The fire EV was done for, its eyes filled with stars. Clap, clap, clap. On lion applaudit. She had been watching the battle, acting as both a spectator and a referee. The fire EV lost its ability to battle. The winner is the crossbat. All right, we can prepare for the second match. Yin Hao still wanted to explain something to Hong Lian. Master, all right. No need to say more. Losing is losing. It's not your fault. Call your senior sister here. After Hong Lian's instructions, the second match began. Ye Kai was not without pressure either. He had miscalculated. He thought the fire-type gym wouldn't be too difficult. He didn't expect that in just the first battle of his 5-match series, he had to use quite a few tactics. This is the real world, not a game. The strength of the 19 gyms is balanced. There are no particularly weak gyms. Moreover, this is even more true for the fire type, which has existed for a long time. I am the 4th disciple, Feng Lin. Come and battle. This person, about the same age as Ye Kai, is only 18 or 19 years old and has her hair tied in a bun. Unlike my junior, I specialize in only one Pokémon. Come out, Blaziken. Oh no. Blaziken stands upright on its 2 feet, with V-shaped wings and a comb on its head. The Blaziken in the card has blue eyes fixed intently on Ye Kai. Its sharp claws are in a battle stance. Just to be clear, this guy is very strong. He pays no attention. Nidoking. I roar. It's directly the dominant Nidoking. Boom. Boom. Nidoking slams its thick tail down like a war drum. This 4-meter giant beast is actually provoking the Blaziken. How outrageous. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Nidoqueen, you handle it. This command from Ye Kai not only stunned Feng Lin, but even made Hong Lian tilt its head. What does you handle it mean? Blaziken is not polite at all. It jumps with incredible strength and kicks Nidoqueen right in the belly. After all, Nidoqueen is covered in armor, and its belly is a clear weak point. Roar. The Blaze Kick directly hits, and Nidoqueen is seriously injured. But it's not a pushover. The so-called you handle, it refers to a tactic centered around a lethal strike, the Horn Drill. The giant beast unleashed Earthquake. The Blaziken was agile. If it had simply used Horn Drill directly, there was a high chance it would miss. But Earthquake is a wide-range move. There's no way to dodge it. Boom! It jumped high and stomped, shattering the ground into pieces. The Blaziken, closest to the epicenter, was heavily injured. Before the opponent could react, Nidoking directly used Horn Drill. Bam! The Blaziken was sent flying by the blow, a good 5 to 6 meters. Crash! A large pit was created in the ground, and it was dazed. Chapter 59. Battling 5 people, 2. Horn Drill S 1-hit kill. After taking an earthquake, the Blaziken was caught off guard and was instantly knocked out. No wonder you are this year's martial arts champion. Truly exceptional. Feng Lin's praise was taken lightly by Ye Kai. He remained expressionless. These people are not gym leaders. If he becomes complacent from the praise of these ordinary people, then he's reached the end of his rope. Let's arrange the third match. Ye Kai said calmly, even not recalling his Nidoking. I'm clearly telling you, I'm going to continue using in the next match. How about that? Very good, quite arrogant. Xiao Feng, go call your senior brother. Hong Lian waved his hand, arranging the third match. Come out, Cold Turtle. Gah. Ye Kai's eyes were deep. He wasn't even listening to what his opponent was called. Knowing these people's names was meaningless. Flamethrower. His opponent was also taken aback. You dare to use a fire type, move against a water type in a fire type gym? You're too arrogant. This Cold Turtle has the sunny ability. At this moment, the sun is shining brightly, and the power of fire type moves is increased by 5 times. All sun ability Pokémon, we also use Flamethrower. Both sides unleash fierce flames and start a clash. Gah! Roar! The battle against Nidoking lasted a full 4 to 5 seconds. Oh my god, why is Nidoking's flamethrower so fierce? Is this flamethrower? It feels even more powerful than Fire Blast. In the end, the battle concluded with Cold Turtle at a disadvantage. Nidoking, Fire Blast. Since Flamethrower can't directly overpower, Let's switch to Fire Blast. It didn't stop for a moment. The power of fire type expanded to an unprecedented level under the sunlight. A fireball with a diameter of 6 meters began to swell and compress. It was even larger than Nidoking's body. Destructive high temperatures began to coalesce. Cold Turtle, let us use Flamethrower. Almost simultaneously, both sides unleashed their moves. The temperature of the entire battlefield skyrocketed, with the air temperature reaching over 50 degrees. The fireball was manipulated by Nidoking, pushed forward, and rapidly expanded, forming the shape of a big character. Cold Turtle was surrounded on all sides, with all escape routes sealed off by this big character. Boom! The overwhelming fire of the big character turned everything into scorched earth. It directly broke through the flamethrower being unleashed by Cold Turtle. A violente explosion. The familiar smell of gas could even be detected in the air. Cold Turtle was blown away again, stars in its eyes. Although Nidoking was also hit by the flamethrower, it was just a small amount of embers at the beginning. It could still withstand it. I thought the Fire-type gym would be the most professional at using fire. But I didn't expect this Nidoking to be fiercer than Fire-type Pokémon. Whose Pokémon is this? Hong Lian was also taken aback. The power of this big fiery explosion is indeed terrifying, and she has developed a strong interest in it. Did you bring charcoal? Hey, guess what? Yikai has no intention of imparting his secrets to others for free. He even looks down on bragging about it. Only those who have never won would be fixated on such things. All right, let's arrange the fourth match. After just a moment, another woman came. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his opponent's self-introduction. He wouldn't remember it anyway. Come out, Houndoom. Hey, Yikai recalled that Chu Feng also had Houndoom. Houndoom is super cool, but not everyone is like Chu Feng. Continuous Earthquake. Directly the simplest tactical command. Boom. We use Protect. This poor Houndoom is struggling under King Nido's relentless earthquakes. No matter what moves are used, King Nido is determined to use Earthquake. The range of the earthquake covers the entire battlefield. Unless Houndoom grows wings, there's only one way out, death. Ground type moves double damage against it. Once it gives up its protection and tries to counterattack, it's a sure loss. Damn, using Roar. Oh, Houndoom is pushed to the limit and can also pull off some tricky moves. It is heavily injured by the earthquake and can only hang on by a thread. King Nido is forcibly recalled. Entering the battle is Crobat. A flash of electricity. Yikai coldly issues commands. Crobat moves so fast that it leaves only a pink afterimage, directly knocking out Houndoom with a sliver of health. Soon, the fourth match is won as well. Another brief wait. It seems these so-called 5 disciples are just at different levels, a bunch of flashy punching bags. He pulls back his thoughts and sees the last disciple. She's shorter than Hong Lian by half a head, probably under 150 centimeters, but her figure is explosive. Go, Alolan Galarian. Unexpectedly, it's Alolan Galarian. This subspecies has a fire attribute. Galarian, it is said that the cursed fire burning on the bone in its hand leaves an everlasting pain that can never be healed. Yikai took out his phone and began scanning. Sometimes the Pokédex's descriptions are quite interesting, so it's worth a look. Nidoking, continuous earthquakes. The earthquakes felt great as they saved him a lot of energy. After all, battling 5 opponents in a row can be quite exhausting. Galarian used Phantom Fire. Finally, someone with a brain showed up. According to Yikai's understanding, the fire type is actually a defensive type. Because of the burn status, it can directly reduce the opponent's physical attack by half. Those who see the fire type purely as an offensive type are looking at it too one-sidedly. Switch to Toxic. He decisively used Toxic, bring it on. Both sides were almost attacking each other. The pale ghost fire wrapped around Nidoking, roasting it, and it was burned. The opponent's Galarian was in worse shape, directly hit by Toxic. Flamethrower. This is the confidence of Yikai, who is not afraid of burns at all. No matter how much the Nidoking looks like a physical attacker on the surface, it is actually a special attacker. You can lower its physical attack if you want. Moreover, Alolan Galarian Darmanitan has tricky moves like Spirit Shackle, which must be dealt with carefully. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to disaster. The most stable strategy is to force the opponent into a rhythm of mutual attrition. We'll use Flamethrower too. Poison and burns are depleting both Pokemon's health second by second. But since we are in a continuous exchange, neither side can pull back. In terms of damage speed, it's clear that poison is stronger. Soon, Galarian Darmanitan will start to see stars. At this point, Yikai finally qualifies to challenge Hong Lian. Congratulations. Do you want to take a break first, or battle right away? Hong Lian looked at Yikai with a teasing expression. After 5 consecutive battles, he has seen quite a few of Yikai's tactics. Of course, This is definitely not all of Ye Kai's strength. I'll challenge you in 10 minutes. Good. Then I'll give you 10 minutes. The fire-type gym leader is not afraid at all. It is known that within a week, usually no more than 2 people can take a badge from her. Gym leaders are also allowed to be defeated, but generally, they cannot lose 3 times in a row. In this situation, the challenger will face the scrutiny of the league inspector to see if they are suitable to be a gym leader. There are no blind spots in the gym. Every match will be monitored and recorded, and the league will know immediately. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he uses the healing potions and universal medicine. After restoring the Pokémon to their best condition, he begins to meditate on the ground. Directing Pokémon battles is quite mentally exhausting. Alright, let's begin. Ye Kai suddenly stands up, ready to challenge Hong Lian. Although it's just a small badge, he cannot underestimate his opponent. What Pokémon will she use? Alright, the gym challenge begins now. With the trainee trainer Ye Kai from Lian City versus the gym leader Hong Lian. Since the challenger has no small badges, the gym leader will only use 3 Pokémon. The match will continue until all of one side's Pokémon are knocked out. After the referee announces the rules, the match begins. Go, Fierce Arrowhawk. Interesting, it's actually this Pokémon. Chapter 60, defeating Lion. Oh, its upper body resembles a mass of flames, with only its wings and tail being black. The Fierce Arrowhawk can be said to be the top presence among homebirds. Its ability, Gale Wings, is considered extraordinary. Although it was later nerfed, it remains formidable. At full health, the flying-type moves used in battle gain priority. This means that any of its flying-type moves are on par with the speed of a flash of lightning. Gas Bomb. He directly sent out the Gas Bomb. Hong Lian was also slightly taken aback. Knowing that I can disperse your toxic smoke, why did you still send out this guy? Huh, you know nothing about the Gas Bomb. To give the gym leader a bit of insignificant face, Ye Kai didn't launch a direct attack. Fierce Arrowhawk, Flame Charge, Toxic. Both sides immediately unleash their respective tactics. Often in competitions, everyone wants to drag their opponent into their own rhythm. Then, relying on rich experience, they defeat their opponent. So the result is a stalemate. The Fierce Arrowhawk is too fast. This flame charge directly blew up the Gas Bomb. Boom! A powerful explosion created a violent shockwave. Ye Kai had considered all possibilities before the match, including the fire-type moves that the Gas Bomb fears. This explosion is different from the skill explosion. The Gas Ball still has a bit of health left. The Gas Ball turns the poison into toxic smoke, which seeps into the feathers of the Blaze Falcon. It's still severely poisoned. Come back. Ye Kai quickly replaced the low-health Gas Ball. As expected of Hong Lian, the chosen Pokémon is quite tricky. He thought about it. If he starts with the Crossbat and the opponent has the Gale Wings, the speed advantage of the Crossbat would be neutralized. If he sends out Nidoking, as long as it gets burned, he could just keep kite fighting. It's especially effective against the Gas Ball. It can blow out toxic smoke, and if it encounters fire-type moves, it will explode with just 1 hit. And it's 10 times faster than you. The only thing that can counter it is the Euro Ball, but Euro Ball is a Steel-type move. Fire-type moves will roast it down anyway, and it will be finished. Come back, Blaze Falcon. Hong Lian is also in trouble. The severe poison can bring a Pokémon to the brink of death within 30 seconds. If he doesn't T-recall the Blaze Falcon soon, there will be no chance left. This is one of the specially chosen Pokémon to deal with Ye Kai. Go! Houndoom! Houndoom! Both sides sent out their next Pokémon almost simultaneously. It turned out to be Houndoom for both. Houndoom is a fire and poison type. So what's wrong with having Houndoom in a fire gym? There's nothing wrong with that. Toxic. Both sides made the same judgment almost instantly. Both Houndooms were poisoned at the same time. This woman is really insidious. Haha, you are so venomous. Un lion commented. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. No man is not venomous. It's mutual. He just thinks about these words, but doesn't have the time to say them out loud. What will the other party do? Switch spirits. Sometimes a moment's judgment is just like playing rock, paper, scissors. This requires predicting the opponent's prediction. Use Flame Whip. Flame Lizard. Use it again. Bet right. It will definitely reduce the defense of the output skill. The Crimson Lotus Flame Lizard unleashes Flame Whip towards the other color Flame Lizard. The Fire Whip swept across every corner of the arena like a swimming dragon. Unavoidable, striking directly at the Flame Lizard. It withstood the hit. The White Flame Lizard beckoned to its opponent and then turned around to pat its backside, wearing a mocking expression. Come back, let's go, Zubat. The goal had been achieved. The opponent's Flame Lizard could only continue using the Fire Whip. Cough. Hong Lian knew she had fallen into a trap. Ye Kai not only locked her Flame Lizard into using the Fire Whip, but also protected his own Flame Lizard. Her Flame Lizard was still standing on the field, losing health every second. Come back, Flame Lizard. Chase. Ye Kai said expressionlessly, the coldest two words. Zubat's speed at that moment was incredibly fast. Even the swiftest couldn't catch up to it. A pink afterimage directly knocked the flame lizard, enveloped in the Pokeball's light, flying away. It was slammed into the wall by this dark-type move. The flame lizard saw stars. Good kid, you've been waiting for me all this time. Hong Lian gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling like she had been toyed with. You like poison-type moves so much, where your fire-type moves? All right. Provoking me 1T work. Let's go, Ninetales. She used to be very persistent about fire-type moves. But this is the real world. After seeing someone like Chu Feng, she would T-limit herself to just fire-type skills. Moreover, her opponent was someone like Ye Kai. Zubat trickery. Ye Kai didn't even let the moment his opponent switched Pokemon go by, immediately enhancing himself. A pitch-black aura flashed in Zubat's eyes, and its special attack began to soar. Use jealousy. Toxic. Ye Kai even admired this fire-type gym leader. Even this move was available. Jealousy not only attacks the opponent, but can also inflict burn on the enhanced Pokemon. However, fire-type burns are too mild. They can't compare to the speed of toxic damage. Both sides entered a mutually disgusting environment. Ye Kai, you brat. She was beginning to be amazed by Ye Kai's qualities. If at this moment his Pokemon could use Horn Drill or Absolute Zero, she would not hesitate to give a try. I'm 2 years older than you. 90-degree dodge, protect. Currently, Hong Lian had 2 Pokemon left. One was a poisoned Fierce Arrow Eagle with a bit of stamina, and Ninetales was also poisoned, losing health every second. She was pushed to the brink, completely afraid to switch Pokemon. As long as she switched, she would have to face a Thunderbolt pursuit. If she didn't T-switch, Ye Kai would just use Toxic and Protect to kite her. Either way, it was a dead end. All because her Flame Lizard was greedy for an extra attack with the Fire Whip at that time. Ninetales, maximum power, use Psychic. It must be said that she was indeed a gym leader. She forcefully broke Ye Kai's strategy. Originally, Zubat wanted to use its super speed to kite above Ninetales at an angle. But Psychic is an intangible attack of the Psychic type. Zubat had nowhere to hide. It was hit and saw stars. But Ninetales also paid a price. It was on the verge of collapsing. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Otherwise, reversal can happen in an instant. Flame Lizard. Protect. Ye Kai only needed all his Pokemon that had appeared to use Protect to win. The miracle did not happen again. The Ninetales continued to use its supernatural powers, but was blocked by a protective barrier. It was poisoned. Then came the blazing Arrow Eagle. It shot out flames. Ye Kai forced the opponent into a direct confrontation, and the blazing Arrow Eagle was defeated in less than 3 seconds, its eyes filled with stars. Instead, Hong Lian felt a sense of regret. This guy might be harder to deal with than Chu Feng in the future. The Fierce Arrow Eagle has lost its combat ability, and the winner is the Flame Lizard. Challenger Ye Kai has emerged victorious. The referee immediately declared him the winner. 3 league observers walked out from another room. All right, come with me. Hong Lian kept a calm mindset. After all, as the gym leader, she still needed to guide the challenger. Chapter 61. Preparing for a new journey. The 3 league observers and Hong Lian led Ye Kai to another room. Who would have thought that after winning, it would still be so complicated? He complained. It won't take much of your time. Please be patient. These league observers are wearing hooded coats, making it difficult to discern their identities. First of all, congratulations on receiving the Fire Lotus badge from the Lianqing Fire-type gym. Of course, the badge is not a physical item. It has been issued via electronic visa and can be checked on the league's official website. The official badge will require a second challenge at the gym, at which point you will receive a physical badge. Then, one of the observers opened the vault-level door next to them. On behalf of the league, we will provide you with a genetic potion. Please consume only water or starchy foods and maintain a light diet for 2 consecutive days. This gene medicine is the real deal. Ye Kai casually took the capsule and was about to leave, but Hong Lian blocked his way at the door. What does this mean? According to the Alliance's requirements, this thing can only be consumed by the person it is intended for. In other words, you must take it here directly. This is not a difficult task. He swallowed the capsule directly. The league observer handed him a glass of water. Within 10 seconds, he felt a fire burning throughout his body, and his blood flow noticeably quickened. No way, he clearly already had the antidote to all poisons. Could he still be poisoned? Everyone saw that Ye Kai's reaction was not significant. His body temperature rose to 41 degrees Celsius and then quickly dropped again. TSK, amazing. How do you feel? Hong Lian hurriedly asked. Nothing much, just my head felt a bit warm for a while. Do you know what happened to me when I took this thing? What happened? He was a bit curious. I just slept for 17 hours and then had a splitting headache, Hong Lian said truthfully. Ye Kai was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that gaining a higher deterrent power over the spirits would come at such a cost. The observers saw that Ye Kai did not experience any side effects after taking the medication. They asked him to stay for observation for half an hour. If nothing happened, he could leave. Oh, by the way, this is the secret disc of the jealousy fire. Hong Lian also handed over the prize for the winner. The gym leader has the obligation to provide guidance to challengers. This is her duty as a public official. This guidance can be verbal pointers or the TM discs of the same type given after a victory in the gym. Generally, it defaults to giving the discs. However, there are rumors that gym leaders give certain trainers Pokémon eggs. He waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Is there anything else? I'm not interested in fire-type TMs. Ye Kai has a system, and all fire-type TMs can be exchanged for energy points. Naturally, he wasn't interested. How presumptuous, whether you want it or not. If not, then forget it. Well, this was originally something picked up casually. If it's not needed, it can be sold for money. Ding! At that moment, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello? Let's meet first and talk. It's Zhao Qian who is coming. In 40 minutes. The running speed of the mountain goat is no less than that of a taxi. Soon, Ye Kai returned to Kate Ferry Square. It was time to meet Zhao Qian at the Shunwei Club. He took the elevator to the underground second floor. Kaiga, you finally made it. What's up again? Sigh. My parents kicked me out, saying I don't have the strength to inherit the ranger job yet. Zhao Qian briefly explained his situation. His parents pushed him out, telling him to travel and train for 2 years, and to at least earn 9 badges before talking. In short, he chose to travel with Ye Kai and challenge gyms everywhere. Ye Kai glanced at him. This guy is quite cunning. He knows that following him can lead to rapid improvement. It's all fine, but he's not alone. There's a girl following him? Who is she? I am Wang Xiaotink, Zhao Qian's childhood friend. Ye Kai was at a loss for words. Forget it. Sometimes the journey can be boring. Although he didn't mind bringing Zhao Qian along. Adding this woman would make him a third wheel, right? The way Wang Xiaoting looked at Zhao Qian was obviously infatuated. I don't really mind, but do you two have any mounts? I personally have a riding goat. He wasn't saying this to show off. It's just that the riding goat can't carry more than 3 people. Come out, Flame Horse. She hurriedly summoned her Pokémon. The size of this fiery horse exceeds 2 meters, with a robust and well-fed body, from its head along the spine to the tail. It has a mane of flames burning fiercely, which catches his eye. Well, let's leave it at that. What more can be said? There isn't much to discuss. After everyone had a simple dinner, they began to discuss their future itinerary. Have you thought about which gym to challenge first? They discussed various possibilities. Some suggested starting with a gym that has a type disadvantage, while others proposed challenging the local gym nearby. He just listened to Zhao Qian and Wang shouting, talking, and didn't express any opinions. If you think that type advantages make it easier to win, then you're very mistaken. Ye Kai just finished battling the fire-type gym in Lianxing and spoke from experience. Take Hong Lian, for example. It's not easy at all. With just a slight mistake, you could end up losing. How strong is this woman with the surname Wang? He still doesn't know, but it's likely that Zhao Qian will lose against Hong Lian. Just the flame salamander alone is enough to give the giant pincer mantis a tough time. Of course, he wouldn't share this experience with the two in front of him for free. So how should we arrange this? Zhao Qian asked. Rather than trying to take shortcuts, it's better to stick to the principle of proximity. If we encounter something difficult, we should take a detour. How about we go to the steel-type gym in Yangcheng? Next door, in Husher, for our first battle? Wang Xiaoting suddenly interjected. Steel-type? He thought for a moment. His poison-type Pokémon basically all had fire-type moves. Plus, the flame salamander has corrosive properties, so might work. Yangcheng is indeed the closest gym outside of the fire-type gym. Then let's go to Yangcheng. We'll set off tomorrow. At the indoor battle arena, only Ye Kai and Zhao Qian were present. Wang Xiaoting said she was going to buy travel essentials. Okay, why don't you ask me how I know her? I'm not interested in your personal matters. Ye Kai was busy training his Pokémon at the moment. Actually, her parents are also forest rangers, so we've known each other since we were kids. He was speechless. He had already said he didn't want to hear it. Yet she continued. Forget it. There are indeed quite a few talkative people in this world. However, generally, talkative people are not too bad. To put it bluntly, they might even be a bit naive. These are all Ye Kai's life experiences, and they may not all be correct. Let's go. It's time to prepare some things for the trip. He got up, not wanting to listen to Zhao Qian talk about his old stories anymore. For example, of course, the golden spray. You don't want to be chased by a bunch of big wasps in the wild, do you? Chapter 62, Heading to Yang City. The spray is a very useful item. It greatly facilitates trainers' activities in the wild. Of course, this spray is not like in the games. In the game, This spray ensures that you won't encounter wild Pokémon lower than the level of the Pokémon you have within a few hundred steps. But in reality, it changes. You just need to release the Pokémon and spray it on them, the shop owner introduced. Yikai showed no reaction on the surface, but inside he was already marveling. The duration of effectiveness for these props is not just a few hundred steps, but half an hour or even longer. In the end, the two of them purchased quite a few disposable props. These sprays are not cheap either. For example, the top-tier golden spray costs 300 yuan per can. The spray can effectively disperse spirits, which is already close to the price of a Pokeball. So you were here all along. Wang, shouting, out of breath, handed out 3 backpacks. Here, one for each of you. What are these? Zhao Qian asked. These are space backpacks. This is the latest product from the Shilu group. Otherwise, how would you carry a tent, fishing rod, and all that junk when traveling? After she said that, Yikai glanced at his small waist bag. It really is time to switch to a larger space backpack. In the early years of this world, there was no such thing as spatial backpacks. However, there are many talented individuals in the world. In recent years, some have applied the spatial technology of Pokeballs to the bag industry, giving birth to spatial backpacks. However, this item is much cheaper than a Pokeball. After all, a Pokeball can hold living creatures. How much does it cost? He doesn't want to owe anyone a favor for such a small item. Haha, this is free, it's from my own shop, just take it. Since he said that, Yikai didn't hold back. The backpack he received has a gray and black camouflage pattern and is a single shoulder design. It looks quite stylish, suitable for both outdoor and business use. Husher Yancheng is at least a 5-hour drive from Lianqing. Husher covers an area 3 times larger than Jicity. It is the only region within Longhua that has 2 gyms. The next morning at 5 a.m., tap tap tap, on the Pokémon exclusive highway, the Rapidash began to gallop wildly. The flames on its body seemed to burn even more fiercely as it ran, but they did not harm the trainer riding it. The mount, a goat, closely followed, slightly slower than the Rapidash. The journey was bumpy, but luckily the mount, a goat, could use a vine whip to secure the passengers' bodies and even lift them up in case of danger. In the animation, Yikai was also curious if those two wouldn't have sore bottoms from the bumps. But never mind, that was none of his business. In the night, other elves could still be seen on the highway, some riding speedy dogs and others on startled deer. Of course, there were still mostly fire horses. They were incredibly fast. In less than 2.5 hours, everyone had already arrived at the borders of the Wonder City. This is a must-pass area for several nearby municipal regions. What's the plan next? Zhao Qian asked. Let's have breakfast first. Wang, shouting, had already prepared. Yikai had no objections. 3 fruit pancakes, add soft fish. Spicy and with cilantro. I don't want cilantro. Soft fish. Yikai quickly agreed. It was lucky he spoke fast. All right, please wait a moment. 3 of you. Everyone had a meal at the Elf Highway service area. Then Yikai started looking at his phone. This Yancheng Steel-style dojo is quite famous. The owner, Xia Xianfeng, is a middle-aged man whose main profession is archaeology and fossil exploration, and he is also involved in the jewelry industry. This information is clearly stated on the League's official website. Are you planning to challenge directly, or would you prefer to watch at the gym first? He is different from Zhao Qian. At this point, he is already a holder of a small badge, which allows him to control Pokémon up to level 45. So there is no rush. How about we go watch first? Zhao Qian is aware of his own strength. He won't get complacent just because he achieved good results in the city-level school competition. By the way, Wang, shouting, are you going to challenge the gym too? Just call me Xiao Wang. I'm not using my full name, haha. My goal is the Pokémon showcase. I'm just accompanying Zhao Go on this trip. After this conversation, it's clear that she is not interested in the gym challenge. However, the Pokémon showcase. He recalled his memories of the showcase. This industry is highly related to the industry of cultivating spirits, with enormous economic value. To put it simply, it's very profitable. The speed of making money is comparable to spirit battles. After all, this world is also developing. A large number of trainers are competing in combat power, and many are being eliminated. We can't just let these trainers who are neither here nor there be idle, right? That would be very unstable. So, the gorgeous competitions are a great opportunity. Right now, the League is also aggressively promoting this project, and there are many prizes for various competitions. Coordinating trainers? It's somewhat interesting, but it's just that. It doesn't have much to do with him. Yikai pulled back his thoughts. Let us go. Continue on the road. At this time, the sky was completely bright. Everyone continued their journey on their riding goats and fiery horses. Feeling the howling wind beside their ears, time passed quickly. After more than 3 hours, they finally ran out of the territory of the city, and ahead was Lake City. It is already noon. Finally arrived at the service area. Zhao Qian rubbed his butt The fiery horse had been bumpy all the way, and he was a bit unable to take it anymore. This service area is a transfer point between cities. It is quite large, even featuring an official Pokémon Center. It has all the necessary facilities like battle arenas and shopping centers. However, prices are generally about 20 higher than outside. Yikai only bought a cup of fruit juice and a bento. He was curious about what Pokémon the people around him had. At that moment, in the open battle arena, someone was engaged in a battle. Porygon Z, use Hyper Beam. Wow, this sprite is quite large, covered in black, purple, and silver-white armor, with 8 cylinders continuously spewing toxic smoke. Yikai recognized it at a glance. This is a newly released Pokémon from the 9th generation. Although its battle strength is average, its types are steel and poison. This is a unique existence among thousands of spirits. Its opponent is a motorcycle lizard. The Moto lizard has a green body, with tire-shaped designs on its chest and tail, and it is also a well-known riding Pokémon. Moto lizard, wide area destruction. The two Pokémon collide with each other. In the end, the Moto lizard is sent flying by a drift from Prolonlum, stars in its eyes. Go for it. Big Mouth Sparrow. The owner of the motorcycle lizard hurriedly switched to the second one, the Toucanon, using the drill peck. Porygon Z, Euroball. No need to look anymore. Yikai couldn't help but marvel at this person's talent. He actually thought of using rapid rotation to reduce speed. Combined with Euroball, it went from turtle speed to even slower. Then, relying on the speed difference to enhance the power of Euroball, he defeated his opponent. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the Toucanon lost to Porygon Z due to speed issues. Where did you catch this Pokémon? So strong. Haha. Porygon Z is not readily available. You can only catch Porygon if you want one. Yikai perked up his ears to listen. Haha. Chapter 63. Journey to Mount Jiuqian. 1. Little did he know that this trainer was just bragging about his Pokémon, without any substantial information. Yikai got a general understanding. It was just a special channel, a monopolized Pokémon. Porygon was like his gasoline bomb, smelly mud from the garbage dump, or dusty mountain-type Pokémon. Ordinary people couldn't access them. Only those involved in the automotive manufacturing industry could encounter them. He wasn't very interested in this guy. After everyone gathered, they set off again. This time, we only ran for less than an hour before getting off the highway. Riding on the mountain goat and the flame horse, the 3 of us headed straight to our destination. The steel-type gym in Yangqing looks like a giant Rubik's Cube. A battle Rubik's Cube. I had only heard about it before, but I didn't expect it to be so magnificent. This is not just a steel-type gym, but also a well-known battle spot similar to Battle Castle and Battle Frontier. The only Pokémon Center in Yang City is also within 200 meters nearby. The scale of this Pokémon Center far exceeds that of the one in Lianqing. It's huge. No matter what, let's go take a look. Due to an emergency task issued by the League, the Steel-type gym in Yang City is temporarily closed. For details, please contact Zhao Qian. When he saw the red notice, he read it aloud. Oh no, does that mean we came here for nothing? Don't worry, Yikai was not flustered. Besides, even if the large gym is closed, there are still staff members on duty. If you're here to challenge the gym, please be patient. Looking at your young ages, you could also try your luck at the Jiuqian Mountain Nature Reserve. After some inquiries, according to this gatekeeper, they indeed needed to make a trip there. What do you mean? Zhao Qian and the others were curious. The gym leader has recently taken on an exploration task that has reached a critical moment and is too busy to spare any time. Then how about we challenge the psychic-type gym in Gancheng first? Wang Shouting suggested. After all, there are 2 gyms in Hushu. No, let's just go find this gym leader Xia. Yikai expressed his thoughts. In his previous life, whether playing games or watching anime and manga, the absence of gym leaders was a common scenario. These people, as long as you don't help them solve their problems, will just get stuck in the plot. However, this is the real world, so it won't be that illogical. But since we're here, we definitely need to find the gym leader. The Jiuqian Mountain mining area is not very far from here. With such a clear goal, the 3 of them once again rode their mounts towards Jiuqian Mountain. Half an hour later. Wow, so big, so high. The Jiuqian Mountain in front of them is a giant mountain made of rock and iron. Overall, it looks like a mix of black and brown. The vegetation is quite sparse, with only a small amount of moss covering the surface of the mountain. This kind of mountain leaf Kai had never seen before, and it was impossible for him to have seen it in his previous life. Although he did not exclaim in amazement, he was still overwhelmed by the grandeur of the 9 Heavens Mountain. This entire mountainous area spans over 10,000 acres. Where can we find the curator? Da. At this moment, 3 helicopters whizzed by overhead. The bodies bore prominent alliance insignias. Yikai and the others followed the direction the helicopters were heading and chased for a while longer. 2 minutes later, a gray-blue steel giant rapidly approached. Mea. Its body resembled a metal disc with thick iron arms crawling like a spider and a large X-shaped iron bar on its face. Its crimson eyes fixed on Yi Kai and the other three. It's a steel titan. This is a quasi-god, one of the few that is not of the dragon type. The location ahead is the Joqian Mountain mining area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. You must be Yi Kai. I've heard other gym leaders mention you. The trainer sitting on the head of the quasi-god is naturally Xia Xianfeng. He is currently wearing a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, seemingly unfazed by the cold, with muscles bursting and strong. The gym leader's photo is public, and Yi Kai and the others have seen it countless times. Leader, when will the gym be open? Young man, don't be impatient. I have an alliance mission in the Joqian Mountain mining area, which will take at least 1 week, or at most 2 to 3 weeks. Recently, a batch of ancient fossils has been newly excavated in the mining area, and they all need to be restored. I'm too busy. After hearing his explanation, Zhao Qian couldn't hold back anymore. At least 1 week? Who can wait for this? It seems that he can see the thoughts in everyone's mind. Xia Xianfeng introduced to Yi Kai and the others a privilege of the dojo master. That is, there are 30 paid vacation days in a year. This holiday does not include weekends and public holidays. To put it simply, the dojo master also needs to rest. As soon as Yi Kai heard about fossil restoration, he became interested. We also want to enter the mining area to closely observe the process of fossil extraction. Is that possible? He immediately expressed his desire to see it in person. In that case, everyone should come to the Alliance's base and sit for a while. I'll give you an introduction. Just like that, everyone flew up under the powerful psychic control of Metagross. I didn't expect we could fly like this. Everyone was amazed. Metagross not only carried Xia Xianfeng, but also levitated the 3 people in the air, slowly flying forward. Psychic-type Pokémon can generally fly like this, but they're definitely faster without carrying anyone. A few minutes later, everyone landed. In front of them was a League checkpoint resembling a secret realm. Welcome to the Joqian Mountain Nature Reserve. All right, let's go in and take a look. The curator led everyone into the site, which resembled a museum inside. Upon entering, they saw various ancient spirit skeletons and a large number of fossils. What is this? A fossilized pterosaur and a scythe helmet. Yi Kai, on the other hand, let the other 2 discuss while he silently observed. Well, although those fossils are precious, they can no longer be repaired and can only serve as exhibition specimens. During the mining process, fossils are easily damaged. You won't be able to help with anything here. The mining area also prohibits unrelated people from entering. However, the Joqian Mountain Nature Reserve is quite large, and there are many wild spirits. You can definitely catch some here. Xia Xianfeng blocked everyone's thoughts of entering the mining area on one hand while guiding them to catch spirits on the other. Remember, you can only catch one at a time. This is the League's regulation. Upon hearing the curator's words, Yi Kai and the others immediately became interested. Such a large iron mountain must have a large number of spirits inhabiting it. Who knows, there might even be a steel dumbbell, a quasi-divine offspring. Sensing the eager gazes of the crowd fixed on the Metagross, they should forget about the steel dumbbell. It used to exist here. However, 50 years ago, the Alliance relocated all the populations from this area to Longmingshan and Yuansishan in Jing City. Everyone was just getting their hopes up. Well, there are signs in the reserve indicating areas that are off-limits, so as long as they avoid those places, they should be fine. With that, the group set off on their adventure. Clearly, Xia Xinyan did not want them to disturb the mining operations on that side. Within just 2 minutes, the scenery transitioned from mountainous terrain to dense forest. There's a sign every 10 to 20 meters, fearing that people might get lost. So let's wander around the surrounding forest. Following the guidance of the signs, everyone gradually approached an area that was marked as off-limits ahead. Suddenly, a wild rhino broke through the ground and charged directly at the crowd. The rhinoceros beetle is charging fiercely. It seems to be of a high level. Scyther, use bullet punch. Nidoking, unleash flamethrower. Everyone immediately launches an all-out attack on it. The rhinoceros beetle decides to use Earthquake. For a moment, it's hard to tell who is winning. It chooses to attack the nearest Wong, shouting directly. Not good. At that moment, a flash of red light appears. A huge figure bursts out of the Pokeball on its own. Wong shouting actually has a Machamp. This 4-handed Tyrannosaurus is about 2 meters tall, clearly not low in rank. With one kick, it trips the giant beast. This move is more effective against heavier opponents. Fighting-type moves have double the effectiveness against the horned rhinoceros. It suffers a heavy blow. The horned rhinoceros, still unwilling to back down, shows a fierce light in its eyes and unleashes a one-hit kill move, the Horn Drill. An unexpected event occurs. This monster actually spewed flames. hitting the charging horned rhinoceros right on target. A layer of skin was even burned off. A monster that could spit fire? This is unheard of, simply ridiculous. The powerful creature is tall and muscular. With a friendly expression, it scans the surroundings, protecting Wong shouting behind it. It seems this creature is terrifyingly strong. Oh no, the Rhyhorn is dazed from the blows. This Rhyhorn is also a strong Pokémon. Should we catch it? Chapter 64, Journey to Jiuqian Mountain 2. Zhao Qian suggested capturing this Rhyhorn. The reason he was willing to let it go was simply because the Pokémon's level was too high for him to tame. Ye Kai didn't mind. However, this reminded him of Old Deng's earlier request for him to catch a Pokémon for Yixian. He could clearly see the Rhyhorn's panel information. Rhyhorn level, LV, 47, Gym level, Aptitude, D grade type, Ground, Rock ability, Rock head, does not receive recoil damage from its own moves. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Dragon Rush, Horn Attack, Stomp. Horn Drill, Takedown, Scary Face, Rock Slide, Drill Run, Heavy Slam, Earthquake. Held item, none, just D-grade. Perfect. A strategy floated to mind. A D-grade Rhyhorn can reach a maximum level of 60. It will be a good deal for Yixian. After all, in this world, even a skill trainer like Chu Feng has a Zubat with only B-grade aptitude, which can reach level 80. He knows this well from his past experience. Moreover, this one is already at level 47. It would take a small badge to obtain a gene potion that exerts pressure on level 45 Pokémon. A level 47 one is very valuable. If you were to get this arrogant younger brother 3 small badges, it would probably be too late. If Yixian were any less capable, it might take even longer to tame this Rhyhorn. Even if he could tame it, by then Ye Kai would have already been able to easily defeat him. After all, the upper limit of D-grade aptitude is set. With this thought in mind, Ye Kai directly threw out a great ball. The dying Rhyhorn didn't struggle much and was quickly captured. Just a small episode, and the group continued deeper. What is going on with your creature? It's one my dad brought out for my protection. With Wang Xiaoting's simple statement, Ye Kai already had an idea in his mind. Many families keep a Pokémon to accompany them, whether for work or for guarding the home. These spirits are purely protecting their family out of love. This strange power is this type of Pokémon. It only comes out at critical moments to protect her safety. After defeating the Rampardos, it returned to its Pokeball by itself. After wandering around for a while, a gray kitten flashed by in the bushes. The Scyther was quick and agile, using a bullet punch, and the Pokémon was hit so hard that it saw stars. Meowth, though expressionless, was actually trying hard to suppress its psychic powers from leaking out. It scanned with its phone. No girl can resist such a cute kitten. The crown on its head is just a decoration. She directly caught this Pokémon. Ye Kai only paid slight attention. After all, these cute Pokémon have quite a market in this world. Even among cat-type Pokémon, the number of Meowth captured is not many. They were quite lucky. This made Zhao Qian eager to try, but there are plenty of opportunities, so let's see if there are others later. Sometimes it's just so magical. When you want the spirit to come, it instead doesn't appear. These wild spirits are quite vigilant. After several spirits were defeated, they were all scared off, and very few others dared to provoke the 3. It took about a full hour, and it seemed that there were no more spirits around. Even if there were, they were all hiding. The group had no choice but to start their return journey. The Crossbat and the Giant Claw Mantis led the way. They fought against Fire Monkey, Marshadao, and Sandshrew one after another, not knowing how many they had defeated. Not to mention those on the ground. Even the flying ones couldn't escape their attack range. A single Wobbuffet that passed by was also shot down by the Crossbat with an air blade. This was a rare dragon-type spirit. After being reminded by Ye Kai, Zhao Qian quickly reacted and directly captured this Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet was neither a poison-type spirit, and he had already caught a Rhyhorn. He was still open to letting go of a Wobbuffet. A level 47 Rhyhorn, although it only had D-grade potential, could learn Earthquake and inherited the move Dragon Dive. Such an existence, if it obediently follows orders, is worth a lot. But if it doesn't listen, even 2 million would be hard to come by. If you're not afraid of dying, you can try letting it out. Just try and you'll meet your end. The group took almost an hour to walk back. After all this fuss, it was already around 4 to 5 p.m. Everyone was hungry. At this point, they returned to the Alliance base. Another staff member had been waiting here for them. As for Xia Xianfeng, he didn't have time to accompany them. There was a work meal available here, so they might as well stay and have a bite to eat. Ye Kai and the others arrived at the cafeteria. This place is said to be the headquarters of the Alliance. In fact, it is also a subcontractor essentially contracted for archaeological projects. For lunch, Ye Kai had a rather light meal, mostly consisting of fruit salads and the like. After all, he had just taken the gene medication not long ago. After the meal, The staff said, well then, everyone, the gym will not open for quite some time, so you can enjoy your time in Yang City. Upon hearing this, the three of them understood. After all, the gym owner indeed had matters to attend to. So what should we do these days? Wang Shouting asked the two boys. I want to check out the big shopping malls and the Pokémon Plaza here in Yang City. How about we visit the Trainer Association nearby? Trainer Association? Zhao Qian's words reminded him. This association is not an official organization, yet requires official approval. Every city has one. After all, raising Pokémon always incurs expenses, from battles, training, consuming energy cubes, learning skills, and even breeding. If all these activities were to be handled by profit-making institutions, it would be unimaginable. Therefore, trainers voluntarily formed a trainer association. It allows for internal resource exchanges, making it not only convenient, but also cost-effective. Let's go and check out the association. Yikai is also curious about what this organization is like. Half an hour later, the three of them put away their riding Pokémon and arrived in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yang City. Why would they set up the place here? Wang Shouting complained. Clearly, the Trainer Association in Lian City is very cozy. The three entered the factory area. Although it looked dilapidated from the outside, there was a whole new world inside. Everyone, this is your first time at the Trainer Association in Yang City, right? The middle-aged man with a buzz cut saw that the three teenagers did not respond, clearly hitting the nail on the head. Since it was their first time here, they should pay the membership fee first. Everyone fell silent. No wonder this place had fallen into such disrepair. It was clearly asking for money right from the start. Seemingly sensing the group's thoughts, he said, well, to be honest, the Trainer Association was originally a non-profit organization, but there are trainers who come and take advantage of it. Now, it is no longer sustainable. Yikai didn't want to listen to his complaints. It had nothing to do with him. How much? 5,000 per person. That's the fee for a year. The middle-aged man said this with a humble tone. How about this? The three of us are new to Yang City and won't be staying long. We can give you 2,000 in total. If that's acceptable, would you like to take a look inside? If not, we'll leave right now. All right, 2,000 it is. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Ding! After the payment was completed, Yikai and the others directly entered the factory area. Chapter 65. Are you provoking me? This place is quite large. Let me introduce it to everyone. Over here is the battle zone, which can accommodate 6 matches at the same time. This area is the incubator for Pokémon, where trainers often place their extra Pokémon for exchange, sale, or fostering. That area is the library, which has 300,000 books about Pokémon. And over here is the berry planting area. I have to say, the money spent here is quite worth it. So what do you mean by shearing sheep? Yikai asked curiously. You should know that the trainers' associations in various places are not official organizations. The middle-aged man, with a buzz cut, explained roughly. It means that originally, when it was free, many trainers came to the incubator to take Pokémon eggs. Some even resold them directly. After all, raising Pokémon is too expensive. Selling them directly, isn't that a quick profit? There are also people who come here under the pretext of sparring to bully newcomers and show off. Some have picked a large number of berries, causing serious waste. After listening, Yikai had a rough idea. However, they are just tourists. There are too many injustices in the world for him to handle. Wang Shouting became more and more angry as she listened. This is simply a group of scum. Zhao Qian signaled her to calm down. This woman quickly slipped into the role of a victim. All right, you don't need to follow us. We can just browse on our own. He was starting to get a bit annoyed with this buzz-cut guy. Too much negative energy, always complaining. Haha, sorry, I'm leaving now. At this moment, the battle arena over here was in full swing. Electric Beast. Use the charging beam. Hey, go for it. Electric Beast. This spirit stands at a height of 2 meters. Its body is a striking mix of black and yellow, with extremely muscular arms. On its back are 2 tail-like appendages as thick as fists, resembling electric wires. When it strikes, it carries an overwhelming force like thunder. The opponent, a Tauros, is left charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with even the smell of cooked meat wafting in the air. So weak, so weak. The trainers from Yang City are simply no match. This purple-haired trainer made a bold statement. Who else? How arrogant. Coming to Yang City to act wild. A bespectacled young man was provoked. He is a local of Yang City. This map attack directly hit him. It's Yu Liang. He is a trainer who has obtained a small badge, capable of directly taming Pokémon below level 45. I've heard of him. He was the 3rd place winner in the Lake City School competition 2 years ago. Ignoring the discussions around him, he directly released his Pokémon. Go, Dunsparce. It let out a wise cry. Zhao Qian quickly took out his phone to scan. This is not the common type of Daikila beast found in Longwa. The Daikila beast, subspecies, bites down hard on the large tongue shell to absorb more toxins from its arms, which seems to make it itchy, causing it to occasionally go wild. The typical Daikila beast is pink and white, while this one is just pink and purple. The shell on its hand is said to have evolved from the large tongue shell. However, in the game, there is no requirement for the large tongue shell Daikila beast. Yawn. Continue using the charging light technique. The purple-haired girl doesn't play fair. After several rounds of battle, with the charging beam move, she has pushed the special attack of the electroshock beast to its limits. The thick bolt of lightning directly, severely injured the dozing beast. However, the dozing beast is not to be underestimated. It successfully used Yawn. A wave of sour, stinky breath rushed towards the electric shock beast. It fell asleep. We used a trick. Yikai had been watching the battle. Both sides had powerful Pokémon, each with their own tactics. The dozing beast is also a very tanky Pokémon. In a previous life, it even had a title called Bar Master A. The dozing beast's originally wise eyes suddenly turned sinister, and a dark light flashed all over its body. Its special attack was greatly enhanced. Using Dream Talk. What? Yu Liang didn't expect that this electric shock beast could also use Dream Talk. This is a skill that can randomly unleash moves even while sleeping. Right now, his drowsy's health is running low, and he originally wanted to rely on hypnosis to take it slow. Hey, give it. The sleeping Electabuzz blew a big bubble and directly unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. The lightning filled the entire arena, striking the Daika Beast. The Daika Beast was defeated in the face of this maximized 100,000 volts. Stars appeared in its eyes. Hiss. The onlookers initially thought Yu Liang could exchange a few moves with her. Unexpectedly, it was a quick defeat right from the start. Is that all? Who else is there? She had already summoned the electric beast onto the field. The electric beast was also roaring with great pride. Let me have a go at you. A girl in a hoodie and short skirt stepped out from the crowd. Come forte, super armored rampage. Grr. This giant beast stands 2 meters tall, with skin that resembles rock and is covered in an orange shell. The observing trainers were also in awe. This super armored Rampardos is the evolution of the horned rhinoceros, and it is extremely rare. Use Earthquake, Electric Shock Beast, Protect, and then knock it down. Both sides almost simultaneously issued commands. The super armored Rampardos unleashed a powerful earthquake, directly causing the ground to shake and debris to fly everywhere, shattering into pieces. The power of this earthquake is quite terrifying. However, no matter how frightening the power is, it is meaningless if it cannot break through the protection. The Electric Shock Beast takes advantage of the moment when the opponent's earthquake ends and directly delivers a kick to knock them down. The giant beast was tripped and fell heavily to the ground, stars appearing in its eyes. It was just a fancy punching bag, easily defeated. Previously, a creature with immense strength kicked it down, leaving the horned rhinoceros badly injured. Now it was the super armored rhinoceros. Their weights were too heavy, especially the one in front of me. It almost absorbed the full power of the kick. It took a solid 120 fighting type damage, and with the double weakness to fighting, how could it not be knocked out? Damn. The girl said little and angrily left with her spirit. Is that it? I'm so disappointed in Yang City. Is this the level of trainers here? Yikai also smiled. This woman indeed has the capital to be arrogant. But it's just like that. It's nothing serious. He was already thinking of leaving. He patted Zhao Qian and Wang shouting on the shoulders, signaling that they could go. Hey, that black-haired kid, you think it's funny, huh? Come up and fight me. Yikai was also taken aback. Are you sure you're talking about me? Of course. Who else could it be? Otherwise. It would be like avenging a father's death. But if you take it out on him, that's looking for death. Who is this kid? A fresh face? No matter who it is, they're pretty unlucky. Sigh, someone's about to get bullied again. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. The discussions of these people are meaningless. Truly skilled individuals would spend all day in the trainer association bullying weaker opponents. If you really had the ability, you should be challenging gyms. You should have been a champion by now. How could I not recognize you? Yikai pulled back his thoughts. Nidoking. Roar. This 4-meter-tall Nidoking dominates the scene. What kind of Pokémon is this? So big. While everyone is still in shock, the battle has already begun. Who dares to send out a Pokémon of this weight class? Not learning their lesson. Electabuzz, use Tackle. Do as you see fit, Nidoking. As for what do as you see fit means, Nidoking already has a plan. It grins menacingly. Chapter 66. Preparations before the gym challenge. This powerful kick knocked down Nidoking, hitting it directly. An unexpected thing happened. It withstood the kick and grabbed the tail of the Electrike behind it. Then it launched a horn drill. A one-hit KO. Hey! The Electrike let out a scream. The whole audience was dumbfounded. The spectators rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. Nidoking has double resistance to fighting-type moves, and it's not as heavy as a Rampardos or a Bastiodon. With this result, Yikai was not surprised at all. The Electrike was directly knocked out, stars in its eyes. Not bad. It seems that the trainers in Yang City are not all useless. Go for it, Shakira's. The purple-haired woman directly released her second Pokémon. It was covered in a gray-blue hard shell, looking like an iron cocoon. Its crimson eyes stared intently at the Nidoking in front of it. It turned out to be a guy with demigod-level potential. Shakira's probably had ancestors who were level 3 trainers, or perhaps had once produced a champion. Or maybe they had a wealthy father? No wonder it was so arrogant. It directly used Earthquake. Big explosion. Nidoking was much faster than Shakira's. Yikai's Nidoking had already received enhancements through postnatal speed training, so it was not something an ordinary Pokémon could compete with. The massive fireball, larger in diameter than Nidoking, erupted with a force that could be felt even from a distance. The fireball resembled a small sun, exuding a sense of destruction as it hurtled directly toward Shakira's. At that moment, the opponent had just unleashed an earthquake. The fireball fully expanded, forming a giant character. From all directions, it sealed off Shakira's escape route. Boom! The earthquake was interrupted in less than half a second. The surrounding area turned into scorched earth, with rocks melted into lava by temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Onlookers quickly stepped back several paces, fearing the effects of the intense heat. Whoosh! Shakira's took the brunt of this explosive fire attack head-on. It was severely injured and burned. Is this the explosive fire attack? What terrifying power! This strike nearly obliterated the entire arena. Meanwhile, Nidoking stood tall like an iron tower, still with nearly a third of its health remaining. Continue with Earthquake. Earthquake. Both sides issued commands almost simultaneously. After all, Shakira's had double resistance to fire, allowing it to barely withstand the attack, but could only carry on for now. Both sides feared the earthquake, as they were both doubly weak to ground attacks. This is a pure battle of speed. Boom! Nidoking strikes first. It channels power through its legs and slams its tail onto the ground. The already shattered arena is like a crumpled tissue being ruthlessly trampled again. Shuckle's speed slows down, missing a chance to strike, and it sees stars. Ignoring the discussions around him, Yikai directly recalls his Pokémon. This time, the woman with purple hair finally calmed down. The man dressed in all black is so strong. He's even stronger than her. Yikai hurriedly urged Zhao Qian and Wang, shouting to leave quickly. I had only heard Brother Zhao say you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Wang, shouting, seemed to have opened up and started talking more. It's nothing much. If it gets noisy, I'll just explore on my own. Zhao Qian quickly reached out to cover her mouth. After all, Yikai is the type who would venture out on his own if he disagreed with anything. When he says he'll leave, he really would abandon Zhao Qian and Wang, shouting. The three of them left, and no one dared to stop them. Only the onlooking trainers were discussing among themselves. Who is he? He's so strong. I told you, our Yang City still has talented people. Yikai was very glad he dyed his hair back to black. If it were white, he would probably be recognized at a glance. Coming here to battle is not his goal. Typically, the Trainer Association sells items, and that's what he is aiming for. Charcoal, poison needles, dark stones. What a mess this is. Looking at the things displayed in front of the counter. There are many items here, but not many good ones that can catch Yikai's eye. Are there any items that can be used by poison-type spirits? It's too much effort to search for them myself, so I might as well ask directly for a quicker answer. Do you have poison-type spirits? That's quite rare. There are items for poison types, but they're a bit special, so follow me. The warehouse manager is a short-haired girl with a well-behaved expression. The crowd stops in front of the dark room in the corner. On the door, there is a pale white skull painted, along with a toxic warning sign, indicating that unauthorized personnel should not enter. She then put on a heavy protective suit and fully armed herself before stepping inside. In less than a while, she came out. In her hand was a black-purple gem-like orb. Through this gem, Yikai could even see the swirling purple smoke inside. The item you wanted has arrived. Be careful. This is a prop that the stinky mud might carry with a very low probability, and you shouldn't touch it directly with your hands. Then she watched as Yikai directly picked it up, holding the fist-sized orb in his hand. Refine it instantly. There's no need for that. This is a good thing. This scene left her so shocked that her jaw dropped. Is this still a human? The deadly poison pearl is a source of poison so lethal that even poison-type spirits might not be able to withstand it. It is a tool used by them to refine themselves and enhance the toxicity of their poison-type skills. This person in front of me actually dares to touch it directly. This item is quite good. I want it. The deadly poison pearl, premium, causes the spirit carrying this item to immediately enter a poison state. He looked at the system's description. Indeed, it was different from the game. In the game, a spirit carrying this item enters a poison state at the end of each turn if it is not in a status condition. These are completely two different concepts. Even the highly toxic gem purchased by the system isn't of the same quality as this one in front of me. Just look at the life gem bought for King Nito before. It was only the size of a ping pong ball. This highly toxic gem is as big as a fist. It's hard to imagine how poisonous this thing is. Gas Bomb. Hold this thing in your mouth first. Yikai directly released his Pokémon. Gas Bomb immediately understood and directly held the toxic gem in its mouth. It seemed like it was eating something very spicy. Unable to contain itself, it spewed out a small amount of black-purple toxic smoke. After about 10 seconds, it spat out the toxic gem. Such toxicity is unbearable even for poison-type Pokémon. But Gas Bomb feels really good about it. I tried again, and this time I lasted 13 seconds. How much is it? Let's say 600,000. Although ordinary Pokémon can't use this toxic orb, orbs of this size are quite rare. The price isn't too high, and Yikai isn't short on money right now, so he decides to buy it. The transaction is completed. Zhao Qian, who is watching, doesn't think much of it. The flame orb and the poison orb are quite dangerous items, and they aren't very useful to him. I still have a secret skill book called Jealousy Fire. Do you have any secret skills for exchange or recycling? Recycling secret skills is not a problem, and exchange is fine too. Let's see if there's anything you need first. Upon hearing this, Yikai's originally dim eyes lit up slightly. He began rummaging through a pile of skill discs. Snore? This move? Although it's somewhat useless, it can effectively counter hypnosis tactics. His Nidoking, Zubat, and Weezing can all learn this move. It fills a tactical gap. It seems she noticed Yikai's interest in this move. If we exchange Jealousy Fire's secret skill for Snore, I still need to compensate you with 80,000. Ding. The transaction was quickly completed. In fact, for Yikai, he values the intrinsic worth of the items more than money, especially for rare items that can't be bought with cash. As long as he can become stronger, he can earn back any amount of money in the future. Chapter 67. The troublesome Bronze Bell. Yikai and the others have made sufficient preparations. The elves have also learned Snore, and their levels have increased significantly. They spent a considerable amount of money at the local battle club. During the leveling process, they encountered various types of elves. 6 days later, in Yang City, at the Battle Cube, Yikai and his companions arrived early at the gym. The dojo is finally open this time. Have you all made reservations? The staff of the dojo inquired. At this moment, Xia Xianfeng had just walked into the dojo, followed by a few Mushoks carrying goods. Let them start the challenge directly. We made a reservation a week ago. Since the dojo master has spoken, there's nothing more to say. So what are the rules? He had done his homework before coming. Each dojo has different challenges. Only trainers who pass can challenge the dojo master. The Fire-type dojo has a 5-battle series. But this Steel-type dojo is probably completely different. You only need to battle twice to challenge me. Just 2 battles? Just 2 battles, Xia Xianfeng replied calmly. Then he took the dojo master's exclusive elevator upstairs. Let's do this. Yikai pushed the door open without hesitation. Zhao Qian and the others were asked to enter another spectator-esque passage. I am Yin Yin from the Yangchang Steel-type dojo. Please give me your guidance. The man in front of him looked like an office worker, with an average appearance, just with slightly deep-eye bags. Come out, Bronze Bell. Do 'em. This thing looks like a big clock, with 2 red circles forming eyes on the clock body. Quite abstract. Goodness. As soon as Yikai saw this thing, he recalled the experience of being tortured by the magic space in the past. This guy's speed stat is only 33. Once the trick room is set up, its speed will go from the slowest to the fastest. But that's not all. Its defense is ridiculously high. Iron defense warning. In an instant, Yikai already has a plan to deal with this guy. Crobat. Cough. The opponent is also taken aback. This shining sprite looks good. Bronzong. Use iron defense. Heat Wave. Crobat's speed far exceeds that of the opponent, launching Heat Wave first. The scorching red wind envelopes Bronzong, directly injuring it. A silver light flashes on Bronzong, enhancing its defense. Ha! My Bronzong is not afraid of fire. Use Trick Room. Thunderbolt. Come on, Yikai sneers. ISNT, it's just using iron defense to enhance defense. And then using that high defense as an offensive attribute for a strike. Even with Trick Room to boost your turtle speed sprite to first speed. Can it outpace the priority move, Thunderbolt? Crobat decisive strikes. Boom. A sonic boom sounds and Thunderbolt directly slams into Bronzong. The force is like scraping. This guy is really disgusting. Now, besides the flash of lightning, all the moves are initiated by the Bronze Bell. By the way, there's that move. The moves of the crossbat are too many. Ye-Kai even forgot about Shadow Ball. Bronze Bell used Tackle. Quick Dodge. Use Shadow Ball. The legendary move from the animation was indeed executed by the Zubat. It easily dodged the attack from the Bronzer. A pitch-black energy ball gathered in Zubat's mouth and shot directly at Bronzer. Bronzer was hit hard, seeing stars. The opponent quickly sent out a second Pokémon. It was still Bronzer. Under the effect of Trick Room, it still acted first. Its speed was like lightning, leaving only a pale blue afterimage. It directly lunged in. Quickly dodge. Use a trick. The lunge was still dodged. Yin could hardly believe his eyes. The strategy that had always been successful in the past was actually dodged twice in a row. There was no choice. Zubat was just too fast. A glimmer of light flashed in Zubat's eyes, and its special attack skyrocketed. It unleashed Shadow Ball. Switching to Psyshock, the opponent finally realized that his Iron Defense lunge, combined with Trick Room, was ineffective against Ye-Kai's Zubat. Quickly dodge, truly a legendary move. But Psyshock is an intangible psychic attack. It cannot be nullified by countering. Soon both sides' attacks hit their targets, inflicting heavy damage on each other. Zubat was already low on health, while Bronzer was brought to the brink of death. This is the power of the trick enhanced. Come on, Bronzer! Without any scruples. The third Pokémon is still Bronzer. Directly use Psychic. After the probing from the first two Pokémon, the opponent has completely figured out how Ye-Kai's Zubat operates. It is afraid of Psychic. This is an intangible superpower strike, and it doubles the effectiveness against Poison-type Pokémon. Come back, Flame Lizard. He was quick-witted and decisively recalled the forked bats before his opponent finished speaking. Ye-Kai also considered using a rapid retreat to switch Pokémon. However, no matter how fast it is, it's still an attack that requires rushing in, which could very well lead to a knockout. In this Steel-type gym, there's a reason why you can meet the gym leader after winning just 2 battles. This sweetness is too sinister, directly toxic, then protective. The opponent's Bronze Bell still strikes first. In the real world, field skills like clear sunny days and sandstorms can almost last until the end of a battle. It's not like in games where it only lasts for 5 turns. This trick space also reverses the order of speed. It's too disgusting. The Flame Lizard paid the price of being severely injured by divine powers, directly spewing out a pool of black water. This toxic liquid is like a maggot attached to the bone, directly seeping into the steel body of the Bronze Bell. Boom! Even the Steel-type spirit has been poisoned. The corrosive properties are terrifying. We continuously use our divine powers. The opponent is already on edge, eager to take down Ye-Kai's Flame Lizard. Use the immobilization technique. This time, the Flame Lizard first used Protect to block this powerful move. Then it directly employed the immobilization technique. The Bronze Bell felt its body freeze for a moment, and it actually forgot how to use its special technique. It continued to protect itself, and then spat out flames. It switched to a striking attack. The rhythm of the battle between the two sides was already chaotic, although the Bronze Bell could attack at speed 1. Hitting the barrier of the special technique was completely futile. The Flame Lizard then unleashed a fiery blast, sending it flying. The opponent's 3 Bronze Bells all had heat resistance properties, making them completely unaffected by fire. However, they still took normal damage. In the end, the Bronze Bell attempted to fight back but was slowly worn down by poison. Finally, it managed to defeat the first layer opponent. Ye-Kai first restored the spirits to their best condition, then headed to the second layer room. I am from Sun City, Steel-type, pleased to meet you. Ye-Kai couldn't be bothered to remember these guys' names. He had already found a loophole in this strategy. Come out, Bronze Bell. He was indeed not mistaken. This summer, Xianfeng is sweetly born, and the subordinates he trained are too qualified. Forget it, come on. Let's see whose lower limit is lower. Ye-Kai sneered as he deployed the gas bomb. He even specially added charcoal to the gas bomb, ejecting flames. Bronze Bell used the magic space. This time it was not like last time. The gas bomb shot out a flame, roasting the Bronze Bell's blue-green body until it turned white, clearly on the verge of death. It was a matter of seconds. What is there to say? Facing 4 Bronze Bells in succession, the result was the same. Whoever wants Ye-Kai's gas bomb has already raised their speed potential. His speed is firmly positioned ahead of these guys with a base speed of 30. The mere heat-resistant trait, which has the damage from fire-type moves and burns, right? Chemical change gas, erasing all your traits. At this moment, in the dark room above, through the glass walkway, the spectators Zhao, Qian, and Wang shouting were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The opponent they had previously struggled against so hard. Is this really happening in seconds? Xia Xianfeng, who was watching the surveillance footage on the third floor, was also slightly taken aback. Interesting. It's no wonder he was taught by Chu Feng. He really has some skills. The gym leader is already a bit eager. Come on up. It's been nearly a month since anyone has been able to defeat me. Haha. With 19 gym leaders, none of them are particularly weak. If someone thinks that type advantages can lead to an easy victory, they're gravely mistaken. Chapter 68. A tough battle with Xia Xianfeng. 1. The elevator doors slowly open. As Ye Kai's footsteps echo, lights shine from near to far. A huge battle arena comes into view. Next up is the gym challenge, featuring the apprentice trainer Ye Kai from Lianqing versus gym leader Xia Xianfeng. Since the challenger only has one small badge, the gym leader will only use 4 Pokémon. The match will continue until one side's Pokémon are all knocked out. As the referee announces the start of the match, Ye Kai can't help but frown. Let's see the level of your little badge and whether Honglian is going easy on you. Xia Xianfeng has always had doubts about Ye Kai's level. After all, there have been too many people praising Ye Kai over the past month. Not only gym leaders, but even some champions have given positive evaluations. Isn't that a bit excessive? Go, Armored Bird. Zubat. Armored Bird. Use spikes. Ye Kai begins to feel alarmed. This is clearly a spiking tactic. The move spikes has been around since the second generation of Pokémon games. In a singles battle, as long as the opponent has no means to remove the spikes, it's equivalent to hitting all of their Pokémon in advance. The level of annoyance is evident. Heatwave, you have a brilliant strategy. I have a wall ladder. He makes no unnecessary movements and directly unleashes a powerful fire-type move. The red wind sweeps through, making the entire field feel like it's inside a microwave. The fierce gale never stops. The Crobat strikes first, severely injuring the Skarmory. Then Skarmory, with a flap of its wings, throws out countless spikes. These are traps formed by ground energy. Even in the face of such a situation, Xia Xianyuan remained unflinching. What exactly is he planning? Ye Kai did not miss any details on the field, noticing that the dojo master revealed a smile. The opponent's Pokémon actually started eating berries. The Armored Bird, which was on the verge of collapsing, became lively in just a few seconds. It was a half-health berry. The opponent's flashy moves were not over yet. More spikes were being laid. Heatwave. The Armored Bird had already resigned itself to its fate. Even if it fell, it would use spikes a second time. A fierce red wind swept across the battlefield, and it succeeded. Numerous spikes were now scattered all over the field. Go, Steelix. Without a moment of mourning for the Armored Bird, the next to enter the battlefield was Steelix. The steel giant snake is extremely large, measuring a full 12 meters in length. Its majestic snake head resembles a heavy sword without a blade. It stares intently at the crossbat in front of it. Trick. Heatwave. Use Invisible Rock. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of switching Pokémon, the crossbat directly enhances its special attack. At this moment, the power of the heat wave is far greater than before. The red high-temperature storm reaches over 1,000 degrees. It seems to want to peel the flesh from the bones, turning them to charcoal. The steel giant snake coils its 12-meter steel body, sending fragments of stone flying from the ground. With a single tail whip, the entire ground is gouged out to a depth of 1 meter. Countless stones are hurled directly at the crossbat. How can this giant steel snake be so fast? This unexpected strike caught Ye Kai off guard, using tactical orders to deceive, claiming it was Stealth Rock, but in reality, it was Rock Slide. The power of this Rock Slide is equally terrifying. Both sides are hit by their opponent's moves. They are both on the brink of death. Indeed, in actual combat, the logic of the game can only serve as a reference. That logic binds the vast majority of ordinary Pokémon. But in this world, there are also quite a few Pokémon that defy common sense. All right, Nidoqueen, Niga. It seems we need to be cautious. The battle changes in an instant. One misstep leads to another. As soon as Nidoqueen appears, spikes shoot towards it from all directions. It has taken considerable damage. Go for it, Steelix. This is already the second one. Is this big steel snake some kind of cabbage? Sweet. And here it comes again. Still trying to trick him? This tactical deception, Ye Kai had heard Chu Feng mention before. It's just like the story of the wolf coming. Take the current big steel snake using the invisible rock as an example. The first time it used Rock Collapse. The second time, it still used Rock Collapse. When you really think it's going to be Rock Collapse again, it actually uses Invisible Rock for the third time. To deceive without deception is the highest realm of trickery. One must absolutely avoid falling into the opponent's rhythm, or it will be a dead end. Xia Xianfeng is already looking at Ye Kai with a mocking expression, as if to say, go ahead and hit me. He had once been defeated by Chu Feng. so being able to bully the disciple of a past rival is quite enjoyable. Use Earthquake. Big character explosion. This is a pure showdown of powerful moves. Yikai decided to go all out. Since these little tricks are ineffective, he might as well give it his all. After all, his Pokémon is faster than the opponent's. An unbelievable thing happened. The opponent's Steelix was only slightly slower than Nidoking. The move Explosion was used across the entire field. And then with the force of its tail, it jumped up. Xiaoxianfeng was taken aback. Kid, with such a flashy command, your Nidoking's current ability can't react in time. Unexpectedly, Nidoking actually started to act according to Yi Kai's instructions. It only paused for a very short moment. Its thick tail slammed down hard onto the ground. Utilizing the immense power and reaction force of Explosion, it directly unleashed this move across the entire field. Then, Steelix's Earthquake was executed. Boom! The power of this Earthquake is quite terrifying. He estimates that if it hit head-on, Nidoking would definitely not be able to withstand it. Oh no! Just by bouncing high up, Nidoking dodged the Earthquake, while Steelix took the full brunt of the massive explosion damage. Of course, this was only a brief moment, and Nidoking still took damage from the Earthquake when it landed. But it's better than taking it all. Nidoking was heavily injured, but by this time, the battlefield had turned into scorched earth. Steelix was glowing and heating up, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. It was already on the brink of death. Impressive. This move is quite interesting. At this level, even Xia Xianfeng had to admit that this Yi Kai is something else. Little did he know, these moves were just things Yi Kai had seen in animations in his previous life. He was merely applying what he had learned. However, Yi Kai was already feeling overwhelmed. The Steel-type gym leader is already so powerful. If the subsequent gym leaders are all this strong, won't he be spitting blood 3 times? Let's go Medon. Nidoking is back, and so is Charizard. Both sides have switched Pokémon. Medon already resembles a Metagross, just missing a pair of legs. As soon as Charizard appears, the rock spikes scattered around immediately rush toward it. This directly drained a lot of stamina from the flame after Lizard. Use Psychic Force. Venom, then Protect. Xia Xianfeng smiled. Kid, you don't think I don't know about the corrosive properties of the flame after Lizard, do you? A powerful purple ripple surged out from the eyes of the metal monster. However, the flame after Lizard was faster. The black, viscous poison had already splattered on its face, and the venom was boiling violently, hissing as it drilled into the metal monster's steel body. Chapter 69, Bitter Battle with Xia Xianfeng. 2. The metal monster was heavily poisoned, but it also severely injured the flame after Lizard. Continue using Psychic Force. Just one more hit. Psychic Force is an intangible attack from the Psychic ability system, ineffective against waves. The flame after Lizard was already at critical health. If it got hit again, it would be on the brink of death. Yi Kai had a blank expression, but internally he wanted to laugh. Just watch. The opponent's Psychic Force directly slammed into the protection. The first strike was directly neutralized. Xia Xianfeng smiled. It seems that victory is mine. What he was sure of did not happen. Then it was Yi Kai's turn to smile. The technique used by the Flame Lizard was the Immobilization spell. This move can seal off the skills that the opponent has used before. The skill he wants to suppress is indeed psychic. The metal monster only felt a ridiculous laugh from the Flame Lizard. Then, in an instant, it actually forgot how to use psychic. Good job, metal monster, switch to telekinesis. Although telekinesis is much weaker compared to psychic, calculating the damage. It's enough to take down the Flame Lizard. The Flame Lizard immediately used Protect. At this moment, Xia Xianfeng was dumbfounded. This is equivalent to a 3-layer protection. He was so angry that his face turned red in an instant. He must have cursed Yi Kai's whole family in his heart. But he still didn't give up and wanted to continue. But even if he used his telekinesis again, what if his opponent continued with the immobilization technique and shut down his telekinesis? Wouldn't that feel like his IQ was being rubbed on the ground? It was in this moment of hesitation that the metal monster finally couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, falling into a near-death state. The Armored Bird. 2 giant steel snakes, along with the metal monster. This is already the 4th Pokémon. Xia Xianfeng took a deep breath to calm himself. He then signaled to the referee that the battle was over. The metal monster has lost its fighting ability. The winner is the Flame Lizard. Since contestant Yi Kai still has Pokémon that can battle, challenger Yi Kai is declared the winner. The referee announced the result. Xia Xianfeng recalled his Pokémon. The 3 league observers walked out from the dark room on the other side, as usual. Come with me. He hadn't sent out a single badge for a whole month and had already been warned by the league. This can be considered as fulfilling the duty. After all, as a gym leader, being too strong to issue badges is also a kind of sin. Being too lenient is not acceptable either. However, when facing Yi Kai, he did use about 60 of his strength. This kid is really sneaky, actually coming to challenge his Steel-type gym first. After all, for a trainer with only one badge, they can only send out 4 Pokémon. If it were a trainer with 10 badges, they could go all out. Of course, Yi Kai has no idea about these thoughts. At this moment, he is quietly listening to the league staff announcing the notice. Now, he has obtained the second small badge. This is a secret move called Iron Wall, which is effective for 1 month. Yi Kai did not hesitate and directly accepted the secret move. This move may be useless, but at least it can be sold for money. Alright, you can go now. No gene potions? He voiced his doubts. You will have to wait until you challenge the 3rd gym and earn the badge before you can gain the ability to command level 50 Pokémon. After listening to Xia Xuanfeng's explanation, he didn't say much more. 3 minutes later, at the entrance of the battle cube, aren't you also going to challenge the gym? Stop rushing me, I'm coming. This time it was Yi Kai and Wang Xiaoting's turn to enter the dedicated observation passage. Yi Kai had never been in such a place before. Once inside, he immediately understood. It was a brilliant design. The battle room was right beneath their feet, and they could see everything clearly. However, the fighters could not see anyone observing them at all. Yi Kai was curious about how Zhao Qian would deal with the bronze bell. Go for it, Flame Horse. You lent him the Flame Horse? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Wang Xiaoting said calmly. Well, that's his business, so he didn't say much. Flame Horse, Fire Vortex. I have to admit, Yi Kai underestimated him. Zhao Qian actually came up with the idea of using Fire Vortex combined with Ghost Fire, along with a protective strategy. Fire Vortex served as a binding move of the fire type and could continuously drain the opponent's stamina. It was akin to achieving a poisoning effect. The Flame Horse harnessed fire energy to tightly bind the opponent, and the high temperature made the bronze bell turn red from the heat. Just like that, it monotonously exhausted the 2 bronze bells of the opponent. But the opponent wasn't foolish either and managed to hit the Flame Horse a few times. After all, such a clumsy imitation couldn't achieve perfect defense. Yi Kai was curious to see how he would deal with the 3rd bronze bell. At that moment, he realized that the opponent had not sent out a 3rd Pokémon. I heard that when facing opponents with different levels of badges, the gym adjusts the difficulty. Wang Xiaoting said. He didn't say much more. It was quite a reasonable thing. If all the gyms came out and used their full strength right away, there probably wouldn't be many rookie trainers who could earn badges. Then they moved on to the 2nd level. In this 2nd round, Zhao Qian was still prepared to repeat the previous tactics. As a result, the 2nd bronze bell fell alongside the fiery horse. Come outside there. Huh. Use Sword Dance. Zhao Qian knew that Bullet Punch against another Steel-type Pokémon wouldn't be very effective. Instead of getting caught in a struggle, it was better to power up. Then he took down the opponent in 1 hit. Used Dazzling Gleam. The bronze bell unleashed Dazzling Gleam. The colorful light made Scyther dizzy. It was confused. Even when confused, it had to fight. This is a tough battle. There's no way around it. Fortunately, Zhao Qian is quite lucky. The chaotic Scyther still managed to use Bullet Punch twice. In the end, he won. Interesting, Yi Kai wants to see how he will fight against Xia Xianfeng. Zhao Qian continues to move forward, arriving at the 3rd floor. At this moment, Yi Kai and Wang Xiaoting entered the observation room on the side. They didn't expect that the league's observers were also here. It seems that's how it is. The referee first announced the competition rules. Since Zhao Qian is a challenger without a small badge, Xia Xianfeng will only send out 3 Pokémon to battle. Come out, Scyther. Scyther. Xia Xianfeng smiled mischievously. He also sent out a Scyther. Almost all Steel-type Pokémon are in Xia Xuanfeng's possession. It depends on how you fight. Bullet Punch. Bullet Punch. Both sides shouted in unison, using Bullet Punch at the same time. Same Pokémon, same move. Zhao Qian's Scyther was carefully trained and is his ace, but the opponent's is no weaker than it. In almost an instant, both sides exchanged dozens of blows, with no clear winner. Sword Dance. Sunny Day. Zhao Qian chose to use Sword's Dance, which Yi Kai could understand. But what is Xia Xianfeng trying to do with Sunny Day? Scyther raised its claws and struck against each other, creating friction. Zhao Qian's physical attack skyrocketed. Chapter 70. Zhao Qian's match at this moment. The sunlight on the field is intense. Sunny Day has already been cast by Scyther. Let's use Hurricane. Keep using Sword's Dance. Zhao Qian has made up his mind. He wants to directly strengthen his team. Facing an opponent like Xia Xianfeng, there shouldn't be too much hesitation. Scyther used Hurricane on Zhao Qian's Scyther. The force was average. Then it directly darted back into its Pokeball. Go! Bronze Bell. Use Weather Ball. When Yi Kai heard Weather Ball, he suddenly realized, goodness, first Sunny Day, then Weather Ball. This move is based on the changes in weather and terrain. unleashing attacks with different attributes. Right now, it's a sunny day, so it's naturally a fire-type attack. Moreover, the fireball unleashed at this moment has a power of 100, and this move is 4 times effective against Sizer. Once it hits, Zhao Qian is finished. Quickly use Bat and Pass. Bat and Pass. Bat and Pass. Ye Kai's eyes widened when he heard this move. This kid Zhao Qian, he actually has the hidden move Bat and Pass. It's been hidden too deep. You should know that Sizer cannot learn this move through leveling up. This move can directly replace the Pokémon that is currently in battle. The Pokémon that comes out next can directly inherit the enhancement results of the previous Pokémon. Right now, Sizer's speed is far faster than the slow Bronzong. It goes back into the Pokeball. Go Rapidash. As soon as Rapidash appears, it is directly hit by a fire-type Weather Ball attack. Ye Kai has already understood. This guy is probably a fire starter. Sure enough, the powerful Meteor Ball caused no harm to it. The Flame Horse not only remained uninjured, but also opened its mouth to devour the flames. Use Flame Charge to take it down. At this moment, the Flame Horse was enveloped in flames. It had inherited 2 boosts from Swords Dance, plus it triggered the Firestarter ability. An unstoppable blow crashed into the Bronze Bell. It was taken out in an instant. Hee, young man, you're quite energetic. Go for it, Steelix. Xia Xianfeng was calm and directly sent out Steelix. He only used a small trick, and Zhao Qian was left speechless. Although the Flame Horse was fierce, it couldn't cause an earthquake. Steelix rumbled underground, and the Flame Horse couldn't do anything about it. Flame Horse, pass the baton. Alright, so that's how you want to play? Not only Xia Xianfeng, but even the observing Ye Kai couldn't hold back. Where'd he get this secret technique? He directly complained. Of course, it was given by me. Wang Xiaoting said calmly, as if it were a matter of course. Upon hearing this, the League Observer and Ye Kai looked over. Zhao Qian is lucky to have met this woman. Let me borrow it later. I'll pay you whatever it costs. Ye Kai stated his request without hesitation. The Bat and Pass strategy is no less than the nail strategy. I must learn it. Back to the field, Xia Xianfeng no longer had a playful mindset. Coming out from the ground, use Stealth Rock. Since you love switching Pokémon, I'll treat you to some nails. Go Scyther. As soon as Scyther entered the field, it was directly attacked by the floating boulders around, losing part of its health. Flame Fawn. Use it to turn the tables. As expected of Xia Xianfeng as Steelix, its speed was quite fast. It was actually much faster than Scyther. No, Zhao Qian did this on purpose. Flame Fong is a fighting-type move, which doubles the damage against Steelix. Moreover, the less health it has, the greater the power, but it must be hit first to be used. It was a clear sunny day, and the power of Flame Fong had already swelled to unprecedented levels. Steelix's massive jaws wrapped around the flames and bit down. All that could be heard was Scyther's miserable scream. It still couldn't withstand it and saw stars. Ye Kai frowned slightly. With Zhao Qian's ace down, it was getting a bit dangerous. This time, Zhao Qian deployed the Fire Horse and Steel Snake again. The powerful sense of oppression made the Steel Snake quite troublesome. Will-o'-the-wisp. There's no other way. I'll burn you out. Xia Xianfeng smiled faintly. The Steel Snake didn't use Dig at all. Instead, it unleashed Rock Slide, sending countless fragments crashing toward the Fire Horse. It was hit directly by this move. The Fire Horse was instantly defeated. Now Zhao Qian is left with only. Ye Kai really didn't know how many Pokémon this guy still had. Go! Lycanroc. The Rockruff caught in the Guava's secret realm has already evolved. It stands on 2 legs, red and white, and is clearly the midnight form Lycanroc. As soon as Lycanroc appears, it is hit by an invisible rock, losing a small amount of health. Use Quick Attack. Iron Tail. Soon both sides enter into a fierce battle. A wave of purple psychic energy envelopes Lycanroc, increasing its speed. Steelix charges directly at it. Lycanroc lets out a cry, left with only a sliver of health. Now, in the most critical moment, Ye Kai wants to see how Zhao Qian will play this. Reckless. Good kid. This is too typical. This tactic is just like what we used during the school competition. The Rock Wolf doesn't play around when it's not in critical health. It directly uses this move at an extremely fast speed. With one punch, it sent the Steel Snake flying 7 or 8 meters. The scene of using a small advantage to achieve a great victory is quite shocking. The big Steel Snake is left with only a sliver of health. The sudden turn of events left Xia Xianfeng stunned. How could not react? From now on, whoever's speed was faster would win. At this moment, the Steel-type gym leader had a complex expression. In a flash of lightning, it was given a most. Zhao Qian wanted to step forward to deal the finishing blow, but unexpectedly, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire arena. The aura of destruction instantly spread. The Steelix self-destructed. Boom! The already devastated field turned as black as charcoal. It couldn't have been destroyed any worse. Zhao Qian thought he had a guaranteed victory with this move, but it was forcibly turned into a 50-50 situation. He could only take out his fourth Pokémon. Come out, White Sea Lion! Roar! The White Sea Lion was pure white, with a horn on its head, standing about 2 meters tall. The White Sea Lion. This is Zhao Qian's last Pokémon. As soon as it appeared, it was hit by a barrage of stealth rocks, losing some of its health. The gym leader has only one last Pokémon left, a Sizer. Go, Sizer, use Bullet Punch. At this critical moment, the White Sea Lion immediately used Surf. It fought solely based on its own experience, without Zhao Qian's command. The Crimson figure burst out of its Pokeball and unleashed a Bullet Punch directly at the White Sea Lion. It was too fast like red lightning. Because of this hit, the White Sea Lion was knocked down to low health. Sizer endured the damage from Surf without much consequence. Keep using Bullet Punch to take it down. At that moment, Sizer realized it had actually forgotten how to use Bullet Punch. The White Sea Lion summoned a massive wave to attack again, still using Surf. Alright, everyone seems to know how to use Binding, so let's use Protect to withstand it. The wave crashed against the invisible barrier of Protect with little effect. The White Sea Lion took advantage of the waves to conceal its form. Then, it shot a powerful beam at Sizer. The entire arena was instantly frozen. It was actually Absolute Zero. This is an Ice-type skill that is on par with techniques like the Angle Drill and Earth Fissure. A single hit can result in an instant kill. Ye Kai is already speechless. So is Xia Xianfeng. This is a move with a 30 hit rate, and it actually landed. It can be seen that using moves of the same type has a higher accuracy rate and is influenced by levels. It seems that by utilizing Surf to create a favorable environment, Scyther was hit. Using Absolute Zero like this is simply outrageous. Scyther has been frozen into an ice sculpture so vividly. Scyther is unable to continue fighting, and the winner is White Sea Lion. Since contestant Zhao Qian still has Pokémon to battle, challenger Zhao Qian has won. Chapter 71. Completing Yi Rong's task. The referee announces the result. The gym leader collects the Pokémon. Then, Zhao Qian is taken into a small room. Soon, Xia Xianfeng comes out. Since the match has ended, Ye Kai and Wang Shouting have been waiting for quite a while. How is he? He took a gene potion, so he'll probably sleep for 9 to 10 hours. It varies from person to person. Xia Xianfeng says it casually, as if it's not a big deal. Kid, this Zhao Qian is your friend, right? Playing with the baton so well, and that White Sea Lion too. He naturally had no rebuttal. Since we have to wait this long, I'll come back to see him in a couple of days. Saying this, he gets ready to leave. This is the official gym of the league, and Zhao Qian is very safe here. By the way, Ye Kai waved to Wang Shouting. Is that White Sea Lion also your Pokémon? Of course. Wang Shouting said with a smile. Ye Kai couldn't help but marvel at how strong this woman's Pokémon are. First the Rapidash, then the White Sea Lion, and also that Machamp. But these are not the main points. How much is the secret technique for the baton? 300,000 each. And I need my family to send it over by express. Alright, let's start. He felt something was off. He had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. So he asked her to wait a moment. Then he repeatedly checked the move list provided by the system for a while. It's such a pity. None of his Pokémon can learn the Baton Pass. Even the Zubat that seemed likely couldn't learn it. He pretended to be embarrassed. I just realized my Pokémon can't learn this move. Wang Shouting looked speechless and rolled her eyes. I will definitely look for you when I need something in the future. When is the future? Next time for sure. In the end, she said she would wait here for Zhao Qian to come out. Ye Kai said he would come back in 2 days, and they would meet here then. After that, he left the Steel-type gym, although from now on, he just had to keep challenging gyms. However, it was impossible for him to just wait idly. From the first day after his transmigration, Ye Kai had a clear plan of what to do. Right now, based on proximity, challenging the Psychic-type gym was a must. As for the Rhyhorn he had, it seemed like it was time to retrain it and then hand it over to Yi Rong. Heh, foolish little brother. You must accept this great gift. He arrived at an outdoor arena within the Battle Cube. Although the Battle Cube and the Steel-type gym are part of the same entity, the Battle Cube is not entirely a gym. It can also accommodate 30,000 spectators, making it a landmark similar to the one during the school competition. Everyone come out. Gas bomb smoke. Release more powerful materials. Ye Kai commanded it to spray a toxic hypnotic gas over a certain area. Come out, Rhyhorn. Oh, Ye Kai directly released it into the hypnotic gas. It was clearly defiant and had quite a temper. After all, it could be said that it was defeated by brute strength. I could accept that, but Ye Kai would not give it the chance to explode in anger. The gas bomb immediately unleashed flamethrower. Boom! The drowsy Rhyhorn, while inhaling a large amount of hypnotic gas, was also poisoned. Not only that, but the gas underwent a violent chemical explosion. A strong shockwave sent it directly to the brink of death. It was also burned. Sleeping poison burned. The raging flames displayed a cerulean blue, purple, and orange color. This is quite an eerie flame, showing how much material was used. The gas grenade directly devoured and absorbed all these toxic gases. Without the support of flammable gases, the flame visibly shrank. After several dozen seconds, the fire was extinguished, leaving only a mess and a dying rhinoceros. Now this guy is completely convinced. Ye-Kai returned it to the Pokeball and directly tossed in a vitality fragment. Pokémon like the rhinoceros beetle are quite stubborn. Most trainers start training them from the moment they are born as a ride-on to tame them. This is similar to the circle bear. However, the egg of the unicorn rhino is quite rare, with prices reaching around 3.8 million. After all, among the spirits of the same period, it can be said to be extremely powerful. At the stage where 5-level kids are fighting, it can basically dominate. Even the later evolved Super Armor Rhino is very strong. After recapturing it, Ye-Kai released all his main spirits to protect himself. He summoned the Diamond Horn Rhino again. Ye-Kai's eyes were dark and focused intently on this giant beast. The Diamond Horn Rhino felt that even the slightest movement would lead these ruthless guys to bring it to the brink of death again. This feeling is like doing sit-ups. It's more uncomfortable than just killing it directly. After a brief standoff, it can only yield. The human in front of it is undoubtedly a very strong trainer. Then Nidoking unceremoniously stepped up. Speechless, it had forgotten that these two are from the same egg group. The Charizard looked at Nidoking with a face full of resentment. It seems Charizard also did something. What is this? In the battle cube, there are other trainers at this time. Some are training, while others are battling. Seeing Nidoking in intense motion, I can't help but chuckle awkwardly. After all, it's quite normal for Pokémon to behave like this. The trainers are already used to it. Ye-Kai ignores all this and directly calls Yerone. Hello, I found the Pokémon you wanted. Yes, okay, I'm in Yang City, let him come. The call lasted for more than 3 minutes. Next, we will see who Old Deng sends over to take the diamond-horned rhinoceros. His spirit rarely has the opportunity to move freely in such a large area. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the elves let loose and played. He advised them not to disturb the battles of other elves. After about 3 hours, young Master Kai, we meet again. Let's take a look at the elves. At this moment, in front of Butler Wong, a 2-meter-tall, diamond-horned rhinoceros was looking at him kindly. Judging from the diamond cone on its forehead, it was clearly a female. The diamond-horned rhinoceros, with its rapidly spinning horn, can penetrate rocks. Its armor-like, tough skin is unafraid of the high temperatures of lava, allowing it to roam freely in volcanic areas. Identification level result, level 47. Level 47. While Butler Wong was delighted, he was also worried. This level is a bit too high. I'm afraid young Master Yi Xian won't be able to handle it. It seems like he noticed his concern. Diamond Horn Beast, lie down. The giant beast obediently lay down. Stand up, good boy. Oh, Ye-Kai then issued 4 to 5 commands, including Earthquake, Drill Run, and Dragon Dive. The horned rhinoceros obediently complied. It seemed quite obedient. How about it? This horned rhinoceros isn't bad, right? He appeared casual, but was actually observing the reaction of Butler Wong. Don't be fooled by Butler Wong's demeanor. He is also a holder of 3 small badges and can control Pokémon up to level 55. At this moment, Butler Wong was also pondering. With his level, taming this horned rhinoceros shouldn't be a problem. Besides, as long as he obtains a small badge, he can control Pokémon up to level 45. Surely, young Master Xian would not be unable to defeat even one small badge, right? It seems he was overthinking. Yi Xian should be able to tame this giant beast. Moreover, Earthquake is such a useful skill, and this Pokémon also inherited Dragon Dive. This is a powerful signature skill of the Dragon type, a great skill that many Pokémon can only dream of. The Horn Drill of the Drill Horn Rhinoceros can also deliver a one-hit KO, which is its trump card. This is the high-level ball of the Drill Horn Rhinoceros. After handing over the ball, he finally finished this little task. Next, he just has to wait to see the embarrassing situation of his stinky little brother. Alright, how has Yi Xian been recently? Chapter 72. Post-match routine, Butler Wong hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Yi Xian has lost interest in taking the college entrance examination. He wants to set off early to travel and challenge gyms. However, he also wants a high degree. So, Yerone spent money to get him into a well-known Pokémon research institute in Dragon Country. No matter how his grades turn out, as long as they are not too poor, he should be able to get in. In the future, he can have a degree while traveling and challenging gyms, achieving both goals. Yi Kai sneered in his heart. Is he trying to pull off these tricks? Forget it. It's none of his business. His Pokémon should have evolved by now. When Butler Wong heard him ask this, he thought the older brother was concerned about his younger brother. Young Master Xian's has eaten a lot of experience candies, and the master provided it with dozens of loads of soil and sand. A few days ago, it finally finished eating and evolved into. Also, the Ice Vulpix you gave him evolved into an Ice Ninetales right after it came out of its juvenile stage using an Ice Stone. Yi Kai just smiled at these absurd things, but in reality, he was laughing inside. Not to mention the fact that it was eating dirt. The Ice Six-Tails must also be feeling dizzy with such a master. Just out of the juvenile stage, which is about a week after hatching from the egg, and it has already evolved. A perfectly good B-grade qualified Pokémon has had its potential drained like this ahead of time. It's quite something. Let's just leave it at that. He'll just have a laugh at it. Now, with this level 47, unruly horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian could be considered to have it all in this lifetime. After finishing these tasks, Butler Wong took out a delicate flat wooden box. This is something the master entrusted me to bring to you, young master. Please accept it. Yi Kai was not polite and directly took the wooden box, opening it on the spot to take a look. What could this shape be? It turns out to be a secret technique disc. Rock Slide. Wow. So it's this thing. In the game, Rock Slide has a 30 chance to make an unacted target flinch. In this real world, this move is a powerful area attack and quite famous as well. During the school competition, the performance of the fossil pterosaur was impressive, largely thanks to this move. Although its price can't compare to Earthquake, Rock Slide's price definitely won't be less than 700,000. Old Dang has quite a few good items. It's just a pity that right now, only Nidoking can learn this move. These thoughts came in an instant. He closed the box and put the secret Rock Slide machine into his spatial backpack. Actually, there's one more thing I need you to convey. Please go ahead. Yi Kai expressed his need for a powerful rare poison-type Pokémon. If there are no ready Pokémon available, information about their locations would suffice. He thought that with Yi Rong's connections, obtaining this information shouldn't be difficult. After saying all this, Butler Wong summoned the Flame Horse and quickly left the battle cube. There is still time. It's time to start preparing for the challenge of the Psychic-type gym. Psychic-type. This is a type that directly counters the Poison type. However, it is also countered by Bug, Ghost, and Dark types. Nidoking can use Super Horn Attack, which is a Bug-type move with a power of 120. Crobat has more Bug-type moves, such as U-Turn, Leech Life, and the Ghost-type move Shadow Ball. When it comes to battling Psychic types, there's a certain level of confidence. Anyway, let's wait for Zhao Qian to come out first. He still needs to go to the shopping center over here. The reason is that the energy cubes for the Pokémon are already insufficient. Not to mention the 4 main Pokémon. The extra Mount, the Goat, and Nidolan. They are quite gluttonous as well. Come out, Mount Goat. Looking at the phone navigation, the person and the beast quickly arrived at the Huaihua Spirit Shopping Center, 8 kilometers away. This chain shopping center indeed has a store here. From afar, I could smell the familiar scent of perfume. He went straight to the target store. Welcome. Bag Dragon Energy Cubes Specialty Store. Several staff members said in unison. For ground type, fire type, and flying type, I want the advanced energy cubes. For normal type and grass type, just the intermediate ones will do. This time he simply bought a 3-month subscription. These foodies should be a bit more settled now. It's not just energy blocks. They should also be selling battle items here. Yi Kai had previously bought the Gourmet Series Family Bucket at a store in Lianqing, so it left a deep impression on him. He sniffed his nose. What is this smell? Did you spray some perfume or something in your store? There's a faint fragrance mixed with moisture and earth drifting in the air. Your nose is so sensitive. This is our new product, the Incense Series. Saying this, the staff member led him to the prop counter nearby. After all, it's a chain store, and they can directly see Yi Kai's previous purchase records in the back office. This item has a high probability of being consumed in battles, so it should definitely be promoted. This is the Ocean Tide Incense, which enhances the power of water-type moves when carried by a Pokémon. Even if not carried, regularly breathing in the scent of this incense can promote the internal circulation of water-type energy in Pokémon, slightly improving the proficiency and power of their water-type moves. These words don't need to be said by the store clerk. He understands better than the clerk. It's just a pity that among the Incense series, only 4 products can enhance attribute power: water-type, grass-type, psychic-type, and rock-type. Quite useless. So how much does it cost? It's uniformly 700,000 each. Various incenses goodbye. Yi Kai complained in his heart. His money didn't come from a wind. They insist on saying it's useful. At most, it's just a rock type. After all, Nidoking can learn Rock Slide, which is quite practical. Yeah, this incense helps in learning moves, so it has to be bought. In the end, Yikai bought a large number of energy cubes and also got the rock incense. This thing looks like a clay stove in the shape of a sandpot. As long as you open the lid and light it, it will emit the fragrance of earth. After buying things, he had a simple lunch at the camping-themed restaurant here. This restaurant is quite special compared to others. It allows Pokémon to dine together. At this moment, all the Pokémon are released, and the towering figure of Nidoking draws the astonishment of other patrons. Oh my, that's a dominant Pokémon, so big. Why don't you take a look at the others? Coughing, Charmeleon, and Zubat are all shiny. Yikai ignores the discussions of the crowd. His lunch is a whole seasonal deer, which is similar to a roasted whole lamb. It has different appearances throughout the year. This is all self-service. After eating, there is still delicious and tender venison grilled to perfection, sizzling with oil. He quickly brushed on some 3B's honey, then sprinkled salt and cumin. The 3B's made his mouth water. So did Nidoking. They had a satisfying meal. All right, let's go to this location. Yikai is heading to the Trainer Association. Last time he was in a hurry to challenge the gym and didn't have time to level up, as time was limited. But in reality, that place has a lot of hidden moves. Just the ones he saw include Thunderbolt, Surf, Ice Beam, and so on. If you master all these skills, it can greatly expand your attack range, especially for Nidoking. It's an epic enhancement. Chapter 73 Learning Skills 1. Come back, Mount Goat. Yikai has accepted the elf. In front of him is the abandoned factory where the Sun City Trainer Association is located. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut is still guarding the entrance. He slightly nods to Yikai. Yikai responds briefly and then enters. This time I want to thoroughly check out all the good things here. I won't be coming back again. Just skip the battle area. The battles here are mostly just sparring sessions among novice trainers. Only truly skilled individuals wouldn't waste their time showing off in this place. He went straight to the grocery area where trading items are sold. The warehouse manager was still that short-haired girl. What item do you need this time? She has a deep impression of Yikai. After all, who can forget someone who can catch a highly toxic gem with their bare hands? Let me check the TM first. Follow me. The two of them arrived in front of bookshelf. This place stores a large number of books about elves. The bottom row is filled with secret transmission CDs. There are quite a few of them. He picked one up and started to choose. Most of these discs are duplicates. There's no need to be so selective. Just tell me directly what moves you want. Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Surf. He listed a long string of moves. Almost reading directly from Nidoking's move set on the system. As long as it's a special attack move, he mentioned them all. The girl's eyes glimmered with a faint red light. Then, in an instant, she disappeared from her spot. Wow, she turned out to be a superpower user. In less than 2 breaths, she had several discs in her hands. The Ice Beam had just been sold yesterday, so it was no longer available. Surf and Thunderbolt were still there. She briefly summarized it. In the end, the only moves she found were Surf and Thunderbolt. These techniques are not cheap. Yikai was not polite. He wanted all of them. The total was 47 million. I have a perfect Firestone which can be used, but I need to inspect the goods first. After some back and forth, the deal still got stuck. This Firestone is of excellent quality and can be sold for 2.05 million. Generally, the prices of water, fire, and leaf evolution stones are around 1.5 to 1.75 million. To break through 2 million shows just how exceptional it is. No wonder it came from Hongzhou. The quality of evolution stones directly affects the qualifications and potential of Pokémon after evolution. Many EV have D-level or C-level qualifications before evolution. Using a top-quality evolution stone can elevate their qualifications by 1 level. How about you take a look at other secret techniques and make up the price difference? Suggested the storage girl. Let me see what other secret technique moves are available here. After searching for about 10 minutes, Yikai finally found an interesting skill. Stomp. It attacks by converting regret into power. If the last move missed, its power will double. He recited it according to the instructions on the disc. This move is the most abnormal. It's just a pity that many people don't know about it. If Nidoking's critical hit horn drill misses, then using Stomp will have a power of 150. This is the ground system's 150. So when the time comes, even earthquakes will be nothing. He simply took this book, a skill with a power of 75 from a ground system. In the end, the warehouse girl even made up a difference of 130,000 for him. These moves are basically customized according to Nidoking's learning capabilities. Of course, these moves can be learned not only by Nidoking but also by Wei Xing, which can learn Thunderbolt as well. There should be a designated area here for Pokémon to learn skills. That's natural. Please follow me. Following her footsteps, the two quickly arrived at an open area beside the factory. This place looks like an abandoned movie theater. There's a projector in front of the big screen. Yi Kai is ready to learn skills here. Everyone come out. He releases all the Pokémon. The first move to learn is, of course, Thunderbolt. This skill can be learned by Nidoking and Weezing. The other Pokémon are free to move around, and Yekai hasn't gone anywhere else. He simply took out a yoga mat, laid it on the ground, and began to meditate. After about 3 to 4 hours, he found it strange that he still hadn't learned it. Then he laughed at himself in frustration. It would be strange to learn without mastering the internal circulation of electric-type energy, and also the electric-type energy cubes. Aren't these the minimum? Do we really have to run back to the city to buy energy cubes? The Trainer Association should theoretically have everything. There's no need to run around. Why not ask that psychic girl? As a warehouse manager, she should know a lot. Electric-type energy cubes? Yes. Learning Thunderbolt isn't difficult. I can lend you my Raichu. However, you need to pay a guidance fee. 60,000 will do. Yikai didn't haggle and promptly paid. Come out, Raichu. Raichu. This is not an ordinary Raichu, but an Alolan Raichu. Raichu, subspecies, manipulates electricity with psychic powers. It rides on its tail, using its mental strength to levitate and move. Yikai glanced at the scanning results on his phone. Its color is deeper than that of a regular Raichu, leaning towards brown. It can be considered a manifestation of surfing Pikachu's form. Raichu followed Yikai to the curtain where a group of Pokémon were learning. The storage girl then teleported over, holding a large bag of electric-type energy cubes. While learning skills, they continuously consume electric-type energy cubes to learn faster. Raichu, minimum power. Use Thunderbolt. The dazzling electric arc, under Raichu's psychic control, flowed like a gentle stream, enveloping both Weezing and Nidoking. Since Nidoking is a ground-type Pokémon, it is more complicated to channel electric-type energy into it. Raichu lifted up with psychic power, then Thunder Shock. Raichu also put in a lot of effort. This superpower just happens to counter Nidoking. If you use too much force, it won't work. If you don't use enough force, you can't lift it. Nidoking also has to cooperate, opening its mouth and getting used to the electric shock starting from its mouth. This is equivalent to using internal organs to conduct electric-type energy, forcibly storing electric-type energy within the body. Yikai was eating takeout while watching them practice their skills. After a full 7 hours, it was already past 9 p.m. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Weezing has learned the skill Thunderbolt. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the skill Thunderbolt. Great. From now on, his Pokémon have increased their electric-type moves. Their attack range has become broader. At this moment, Raichu had already over-discharged and was feeling weak all over. Nidoking and Weezing then used Thunderbolt on it. Nidoking's whole body was surrounded by fine electric arcs, and the sharp horn on its head emitted a beam of electricity directly at Raichu. Weezing, on the other hand, spat out rough smoke filled with numerous particles. They began to spin rapidly, generating friction with the smoke to start discharging electricity. Although the two Pokémon had just learned this move, its power was not strong, but it barely managed to replenish some energy for Raichu. Then the Pokémon started to eat. The electric energy cubes were quickly consumed. Nidoking had already fallen in love with the tingling sensation. Weezing, however, could barely eat it. It still preferred the poisonous orb. This thing is really addictive. All right, Raichu, you can go back now. Seeing that the move has been learned, Yikai called Raichu back. Right? It immediately understood and went back to find its trainer. Let's leave it at that for today. I didn't prepare energy cubes and practice Pokémon, so it's my fault for letting you learn skills. Yikai apologized to the Pokémon. Nidoking and Weezing didn't think much of it and went straight back into their Pokeballs. Charmeleon and Zubat had been playing for a while and had already returned. It seems ALL have to continue learning moves tomorrow. They can't slack off. Chapter 74. Learning Skills 2. The next day, Yikai was well prepared. However, just because he got up early doesn't mean the Energy Cube Shop opens early. The entire Huayua Pokémon Shopping Center opens at 9 a.m. Bored out of his mind, he could only scroll through his phone. Old Dang sent him 8 million in one go at dawn? Is this where the gold coins explode? Little did they know that on the other side, in Lien City, Yi Rome was currently competing with someone. He wasn't using any other Pokémon, but this Drillhorn Rhinoceros. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, use Earthquake. Oh no, with a powerful Earthquake. It directly brought the opponent's Mudsdale to the brink of fainting. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Mudsdale used Brutal Swing. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, continue with Earthquake. Boom! The battlefield was already in ruins under the rampage of the two giant beasts. At their age, they preferred big and strong Pokémon for battles. No fancy techniques. Just brute force. Mudsdale was also frustrated, having been let down by its trainer. It could also use Earthquake, but was forced to rush into attack. As a result, before it could get close, it was hit by the Earthquake first. Stars were dancing in its eyes. Yirong was having a great time, dancing with joy. Haha Zhong, do you have any other Pokémon? Don't get cocky. Go, Red-Faced Dragon. Red-Faced Dragon. Zhong didn't hesitate and brought out his trump card. Yirong smiled slightly, taking advantage of the opponent's moment to switch Pokémon. Dracorex, use Dragon Dive. A purplish-red dragon-type energy enveloped it, and Dracorex shot out like lightning, directly smashing into the newly entered Red-Faced Dragon. This single blow severely injured the opponent. Continue. Use Dragon Dive repeatedly. Red-Faced Dragon. First use Protect, then Brick Break. The battle quickly came to an end. Protect could only last for a moment, and Brick Break was still a close-range move, which was countered by Dragon Dive and Sent Flying. Both sides were heavily injured, but Dracorex still had stamina left. The Red-Faced Dragon was brought to the brink of death in less than a minute after entering the battle. Even Butler Wong couldn't help but smile wryly. These bosses are just brute force, like a strong punch and a battle axe. There are no extra skills involved. Yirong is increasingly satisfied with this rhinoceros beetle. He only trusts the elves he has personally handled to be given to Yixian. He initially thought Ye Kai would pull some tricks, but he didn't. Although this rhinoceros beetle only has D-level potential, with careful care and good food, it still has the possibility of being upgraded to C-level in the future. That would mean a maximum level of 70, which is quite sufficient. Moreover, it has some very practical moves, like Earthquake. It also inherits Dragon Dive. If one wants to play with tactics, it can learn moves like Dig, Surf, and Protect, as well as the 3 elemental punches: Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch. The range of learnable moves is quite broad. This is very important for a battling Pokémon. The only issue is that it's a bit high level, level 47. But this is not the problem of the Rampardos. It's the trainer's own problem. This level is just right after the 45th level of a small badge. But Ye Kai can tame it. Yixian should be able to do it too. If he can't overcome this little difficulty, then he has nothing to say. Yirong can do it himself, so why can't his son? Even Butler Wong is a holder of 3 small badges and can pressure spirits below level 50. If Yixian can't do it, then he's just a useless person. This is a test to see if he can pass it. As long as he can tame this horned rhinoceros, it will definitely be a powerful combat force. Moreover, the horned rhinoceros has one more level of evolution, the super armored rhinoceros. That Pokémon is exactly the type that these veterans love the most. It's simply the romance of men. It is filled with the beauty of heavy industry. Yirong has already made plans. If Yixian can't tame it, he will take this Pokémon back for himself. As for Ye Kai, at this moment, he has already bought a large number of energy blocks needed for learning skills. Zhao Qian has finally woken up, and everyone agreed to meet at the Trainer Association. After purchasing the high-level energy blocks, he hurried back without a moment's delay. He stored his Mount Goat and inserted the skill machine CD. Then it was time to learn the moves. The second skill to learn is Surfing. This move is not only widely used in battles, but is also one of the most commonly used techniques in the wild. Pokémon often need to carry their trainers across rivers. For Poison-type Pokémon, knowing how to surf doesn't necessarily mean they can help someone cross a river. After all, some Pokémon are covered in spikes and are toxic. A typical example would be the Tentacruel or the Weezing. Right now, the only one that can learn Surf is Nidoking. So today, while the other Pokémon are playing around, only Weezing is diligently reviewing Thunderbolt. It spins too quickly. Nidoking, on the other hand, is eating while watching a video. Ye Kai has gone to find a storage girl again. Is there a water-type Pokémon that can help learn Surf? Same as usual, 60,000. When she said this, she was even just busy playing with the spoon in her hand, not even looking up. I brought my own energy cubes. That has nothing to do with me. As long as you come to me, it's still 60,000, whether you bring those things or not. Ye Kai thought that if he could learn quickly, he would pay the 60,000. Can you guarantee that Nidoking will learn it within 24 hours? Before Ye Kai could finish his sentence. Yes, it won't even take 24 hours, at most 12 hours. Come out, Milotic. Incredible. Ye Kai looked at the serpent-like Pokémon that appeared before him. This sea serpent-like spirit has scales that shimmer with a rainbow of colors. Its body is cream-colored, and its tail is covered with blue and pink scales, making it incredibly magnificent. This is Milotic. Milotic is worth more than millions. Who exactly is she? Being able to teach Milotic, this 60,000 won't let you down. Ye Kai didn't say another word and paid, as usual. Then came a series of impressive moves from Milotic. It It was using Water Tail to gently strike Nidoking while simultaneously using Aqua Ring to restore Nidoking's health. Nidoking seemed to really enjoy the process. The time spent learning the skill went by quickly. By the time Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting arrived, Nidoking had already learned the move, taking less than 6.5 hours for the whole process. Wow, what a beautiful Pokémon! Wang Shouting exclaimed. Milotic is said to be the most beautiful Pokémon, possessing the power to soothe anger and hatred and to quell disputes. Looking at the scan results on the phone, everyone marveled at Milotic's charm. Learned it so quickly? The warehouse girl was also slightly taken aback. In such a short time, how extraordinary must this Nidoking's qualifications be? However, she quickly retracted her curiosity, as this had little to do with her. What move should she learn next? Ye Kai flipped through the disc in his hand. This is actually the reason why he called everyone to gather here. These discs basically have less than 1 month of remaining validity. As time decreases, their value is constantly depreciating. However, the moves can be taught to multiple Pokémon at the same time. This also maximizes the value of the secret technique. Goodness. So you were secretly hiding here to learn skills, Kai? Zhao Qian knew exactly what Ye Kai was calculating. It was as if the beads of his abacus were about to bounce off his face. But there was no way around it. As long as the price was right, he had to learn. After all, he needed to challenge the gym. Let me see what I can learn too. Learning is fine, but remember to pay. Chapter 75. Heading to the Dark Witch Swamp. Zhao Qian was completely speechless. But for the sake of becoming stronger, Thunderbolt, Surf, and Rock Slide were all excellent moves. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when the next one would come. Learn. Must learn. Ye Kai then began to arrange for Nidoking to learn Rock Slide and Stomp. Since it had already mastered Earthquake, learning Stomp, which is also a ground-type move, would be much quicker. Then Zhao Qian faced the same awkward situation where his Pokémon couldn't learn these moves. As for Surf, the White Sea Lion already knew it. Besides, the White Sea Lion was Wang Shouting's Pokémon. Zhao Qian would definitely gradually replace it with his own Pokémon in the future. Ha Kai, how about next time? I'll definitely look for you next time. When next time? Forget it, the learning aspect of Pokémon is too important. It's not Zhao Qian's fault. His Scyther is already a naturally gifted bullet punch body. What more can he do? We'll finish learning all the secret techniques before we leave. If you have other things to attend to, you can go ahead. Ye Kai said this and then started to focus on his own tasks. First, he arranged various energy cubes, then took out the toxic pearl and a rock incense. After that, he laid out a yoga mat and began to meditate. Nidoking was eating while watching the video. The gas ball, containing the toxic pearl, could already last for over 20 seconds. The Flareon and the Zubat were off doing their own things. Wang Shouting and Zhao Qian naturally wouldn't disturb him in this state. The Trainer Association here has a lot of good things, and they still have more to explore. I don't know how much time has passed. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Nidoking has learned the move Rock Slide. After a while, Nidoking learned the move Stomp. With the system's prompt, Ye Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Is it finally done? Nidoking Boss Pokémon level. LV. 42 Elite. Moves. Glare, Poison Sting, Horn Drill, Toxic Mud Bomb, Protect 73, Earthquake 92, Horn Attack, Flamethrower, Snore 23, Thunderbolt 24, Surf 20, Rock Slide 20, Stomp 42. As expected of Nidoking, its learning ability is impressive, and the proficiency of Stomp is surprisingly high. Could it be because of the frequent use of Earthquake? Since these moves have already been learned, the value of the hidden machine has dropped sharply. After all, these are not the mother disc and will become ineffective after a certain period. Not bothering to be hungry, Ye Kai recalled all his Pokémon and tidied up a bit. He found the storage girl again. At this time, she was still fiddling with 4 spoons. She stared intently at the spoons in front of her, her eyes bloodshot. Then the spoons twisted together like dough. Are you trying to recycle the hidden machine? She had long anticipated Ye Kai's actions. The hidden machine discs, once learned, lose their value sharply, naturally leading to a recycling business. This time, Ye Kai retrieved all 6 secret techniques: Iron Wall, 100,000 volts, Surfing, Rock Collapse, Snoring, and Stomping. He collected a total of 287 million in one go. Ye Kai didn't negotiate much with her. The price provided here is based on the recovery price suggested by the Alliance. There's not much to say about it. Then he went to find Zhao Qian and the others. Shovel Farmer, use Discharge. Duck-billed Fire Dragon, spit fire. At this moment on the battlefield, Zhao Qian and the others were watching the match. The battle was unfolding before them. What's still watching? Let's go. He patted Zhao Qian's shoulder, indicating that it was time to leave. You're just in time. We need to discuss something. The 3 of them then went to a secluded area. Zhao Qian briefly explained the situation. He had too few Pokémon, currently only having a Scyther and a Rockruff. Borrowing Wang Xiaoting's Rapidash and White Sea Lion was not a long-term solution, so he asked his family, but the result was that they wouldn't give him any Pokémon. However, they could ask the local ranger to take them to catch Pokémon. Don't you already have a Zubat? That little guy needs to be level 48 to evolve. How long will that take? Zhao Qian complained. He urgently needed battle power that he could use right away. After all, Zhao Qian was just a trainer with one small badge. The gym leader he would face next would use 4 Pokémon. Are there any poison-type Pokémon where you're going? Yes, look. He took out his phone and began flipping through photos. This is Wooper. This is Wooper subspecies. In recent years, the Dark Witch Swamp Reserve has introduced this species for ecological diversity. Its evolution is known as the Earth King, which is different from the Swamp King. After listening to his introduction, Ye Kai pondered with his chin resting on his hand. Let's go then. Ye Kai naturally knew about this sprite. Both the Earth King and the Swamp King possess a remarkable trait called purity, which allows them to ignore changes in the opponent's abilities while attacking. For instance, if a Scyther uses Swords Dance, the Earth King is unaffected. It continues to strike regardless of your enhancements. This is quite an impressive feature. A group of people sets off immediately. Dark Sorceress Swamp Reserve. This is a well-known nature reserve in the Lake City, but there aren't many tourists. This is because the area consists of vast marshlands. Every year, tourists go missing, their fates unknown. The spirits of the Dark Witch Marsh are primarily of water and evil attributes, especially the evil attribute spirits, which are quite troublesome. It can be assumed that they will attack humans. This also led to a considerable number of enthusiasts for evil attribute spirits gathering in the vicinity year-round. The 3 of them traveled for over 2 hours, almost climbing mountains and crossing ridges. At first, the Rapidash was fast, but as they moved into the mountainous area, the terrain became complex and overgrown with thorns. Zhao Qian simply found a local riding company and rented a mount goat. It must be said that the mount goat lived up to its name. It carried the passengers steadily in the air with a vine whip, and even the rough mountain paths couldn't harm them in the slightest. After a long struggle, they finally saw the checkpoint set up by the Alliance. A large group of young men in black and purple hoodies and a girl squatting nearby were watching Ye Kai and the others with friendly expressions. Ye Kai did not pay attention to these guys, and Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting also avoided them. These people smiled ominously, said nothing, and watched the 3 walk into the checkpoint. Uncle Wang. Oh, Xiao, it's been years, you've grown so much. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Xiaoting also greeted him. Shouting. You're here too, that's good. It's a good thing to go out and gain experience. Only Ye Kai felt a bit awkward, as he didn't recognize the older man in front of him. May I ask who this is? Let me introduce him. He is my classmate and the champion of this Zhujiang City School competition, currently a holder of 2 badges. Zhao Qian quickly introduced Ye Kai. When Uncle Wang heard that he was a holder of 2 badges, a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. Hello, I'm Zhao Qian's classmate. He voiced his curiosity. Can I ask about the group of people at the checkpoint? Ah, those people are members of the Yasha. They claim to be fighting for the rights of spirits and against discrimination of the lower 3 systems. But in reality, they're just a bunch of bastards demanding privileges. Uncle Wang became angry when talking about those guys at the entrance. Ye Kai was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this world was indeed not peaceful. Until now, his journey had just been lucky. He hadn't really dealt with these dark forces much. Forget it. It doesn't matter, as long as they don't block his path. Those people are already on a path to self-destruction. Chapter 76. Sudden attack. Then Uncle Wang gave everyone 10 hunting balls, which were originally supposed to cost money. One could stay in the protected area for 24 hours, with a fee of 60,000. Upon leaving, each person could choose to take 1 spirit with them. The shapes of some hunting balls were different. Each spirit cost between 600,000 to 1,000,000, depending on its strength. Uncle Wang, I must pay for this. I can't break the rules. Ah, your dad has already paid. Just go catch the spirits. The uncle waved his hand. After a lengthy warning, everyone, dressed in swamp-specific clothing, entered the protected area. The clothes look like a type of overalls. They're very thick, so even if they get dirty, it's not a big deal. The environment here is quite complex. There are grassy areas mixed with small patches of water, as well as large muddy areas. What should we do next? Ye Kai asked. After all, he is not a professional. In a place like this, it's better to listen to Zhao, Qian, and the others. Let us release the flying Pokémon first. If someone gets stuck in the swamp, they can pull them out. Wang Xiaoting suggested. Come out, Charizard, Gas Bomb, and Beedrill. Zhao Qian decided not to release his Woobat. He said that little guy had just recently left its juvenile stage and wasn't suitable for this kind of battle yet. The group then slowly stepped into the depths of the reserve. Every few minutes, one of the three would get stuck in the swamp and then be pulled out by their Pokémon. The first few times it was either Zhao Qian or Wang shouting. Now it's Yikai's turn, and he feels a bit flustered. Fortunately, it was a close call, but no harm done. Suddenly, a crocodile of medium size sprang out of the mud. It stood upright on its hind legs, with its hands on its hips, exposing its pink belly. It looked quite social. The delinquent crocodile, thanks to its special eyes that could see clearly in the dark, could hunt accurately even in the middle of the night. As Wang shouting hurriedly took out her phone to scan it, Zhao Qian hesitated about whether to catch it. Just then, Yikai made his move. Gas bomb, smoke screen. What is there to hesitate about? Yikai thinks that since there are 10 hunting balls, he can catch one and then take his time to choose. The troublemaker alligator, however, doesn't play fair and directly attacks everyone with a bite. It actually knows to attack the trainer directly. Suddenly, a red light flashes its Machamp. Without hesitation, it delivers a powerful dynamic punch right to the troublemaker alligator's head. The troublemaker alligator is brought to the brink of death. Wow, this is a Machamp without the defiant ability. He is skilled at throwing Pokeballs. Soon, the mischievous Krogunk was captured. To be honest, the swamp environment is really difficult to handle. Without professional equipment, it's almost impossible to move. The group had just come out for a little while and already felt like they had rolled around in chocolate-colored mud. However, for the sake of capturing Pokémon, this little hardship is nothing. As they continued deeper, the three encountered their first trouble. This is a vast expanse of purple sludge. Countless stinky mud and stinky sludge are mixed together with the swamp. The good news is that we encountered a poison-type sprite. The bad news is that it's stinky sludge. Stinky sludge may not look very big, but in reality, they can reshape themselves at will. Often, they can spread out to cover 7 to 9 square meters. It is said that some large, stinky sludge can even cover more than 12 square meters. Once you touch them, you'll be severely poisoned. Moreover, in a swamp environment, they are simply invincible. The only option is to take a detour. Who would dare to provoke them here? That would be suicidal. Oh my, how many are there? Zhao Qian and Wang shouting gasped, and even Yikai was cautious. Many horror movies and TV shows in this world portray poison-type Pokémon like Mook, Ekans, and Weezing as villains. Especially the urban legend about Mook eating people and destroying evidence is widely circulated. Hey! Mook and the Mooks discovered 3 people and slowly approached. Weezing put them to sleep. Following the command, Weezing hurriedly sprayed a high concentration of sleeping gas. The stinky sludge quickly fell into a deep sleep. Everyone had to take a detour, finally avoiding the crisis. The stinky sludge actually has many advantages as a spirit. Yikai recalled Yi Rong, that old man who once praised the stinky sludge. Who would have thought that such a spirit could produce gold by devouring garbage? Some stinky sludge can produce a significant amount of gold, even creating large gold pearls. The stinky sludge has the potential to produce gold pearls, black sludge, and even toxic treasure pearls. In the game, there would only be ordinary small gold pearls. But this is the real world, where the price of gold is quite stable. Firmly around 500 per gram. That was close. If dragged into the swamp by the stinky sludge, it would truly be a life-or-death situation. Zhao Qian still felt a lingering fear. The others remained silent, as it was indeed dangerous. Several dark crows suddenly swooped down on them from the sky. Crossbat hot wind. Yikai decisively issued the command, and a fierce red wind swept over the crows. They were instantly defeated and fell one after another. Strange, why did these dark crows suddenly attack the 3 of them? Yikai felt something was off. In his eyes, wild spirits would display their attribute panels, but these 3 did not. Although he had encountered similar situations before, either the spirit was moving too fast, or there was an obstruction in his line of sight, or they were too far away. Never mind. Since they came to him, he might as well catch them. He decisively threw out a hunting ball. Soul-binding eye, use shadow ball. Boom! The spirit ball was shattered by this move. You really are looking for death, daring to capture our Yasha's spirits? At this moment, above the swamp, 3 people, a man and a woman, were flying in the air with their respective dark crows. So, these dark crows have owners? Zhao Qian reflexively asked. Of course, hand over all your spirits, or don't expect to leave the swamp alive. The woman in black who took the lead threatened. There really is a problem. Yikai silently retreated behind Zhao Qian and Wang shouting. At this moment, the 3 of them were in the swamp, which was quite disadvantageous, and they had to prepare for the worst. Pidgeot, a flash of lightning. Wang shouting was quite decisive and directly issued commands. Beep, Pidgeot launched a fierce attack on the Dark Ravens. Unaware of the danger, the Jengar used the Power Gem, a rock-type special attack that everyone wanted. And it wasn't just the Jengar that suddenly appeared, it charged out from the shadows. Its body was a deep purple. The eyes made of two gems seemed to absorb one's soul when locked in a gaze. A muddy yellow beam, carrying rock-type power, shot out from its eyes. It directly knocked Pidgeot down from the sky. Haha, did you see that? Ghost-type and Dark-type Pokémon are the best in the world. Come back, Pidgeot. Wong shouting hurriedly recalled Pidgeot. Chase. Several Dark Ravens all attacked at once, completely overwhelming Pidgeot in an instant. It was beaten to the brink of death. The Mako burst out of its ball again, protecting Wong, shouting behind it. It seemed to recognize that this Mako was not ordinary and looked quite strong. The two sides fell into a brief standoff. Charmeleon, Flame Whip, Gas Bomb, Smokescreen, Zubat, Heat Wave. Ye-Kai directly issued a series of commands. Little Ghost, don't struggle in your dying moments. Do you understand losing money to avoid disaster? The three Dark Ravens all used Protect, blocking all attacks. Neither the storm generated by high temperatures nor the widespread fire whips could break through the Protect move. He grinned. That was just a means to attract attention. What are you laughing at? The psychic guy flying in the air questioned. You'll find out soon. The three of them only felt dizzy and soon lost consciousness. The hypnotic gas took effect. In fact, this was the intention to capture them alive. Moreover, the terrain was really unfavorable for Ye-Kai and the others. If it were on normal ground, who would be afraid of whom? Just as these people and the elves fell into a deep sleep, falling from the sky, Zhao Qin quickly called Uncle Wong. Chapter 77. Capture the elf. Zhao Qin decisively made the call. Wong shouting then gave the beak dragon a vitality fragment. Elves are not easy to kill. However, if they fall into a near-death state and receive further powerful or continuous attacks, the outcome is uncertain. Just now, those dark crows continuously targeted the beak dragon, which was quite dangerous. Within 3 minutes, Uncle Wong arrived on the scene with several other forest rangers and 2 league staff members. These people claimed to be members of the Yiksha and threatened us to hand over all the elves, or else we wouldn't survive to reach the shore. Ye-Kai reported truthfully. They were quickly handcuffed and shackled. The Pokeballs were also locked in specially made iron net cages. Thank you all for helping us capture these criminals. We apologize for the inconvenience caused. The security of the reserve did not do its job properly. These 10 balls are compensation for you. Saying this, the forest ranger handed over 10 hunting balls. In the reserve, there's an unwritten rule that capturing elves can only be done with hunting balls. Other balls are allowed, but with an extra fee. Previously, when capturing the flame lizard, Ye-Kai had paid a large sum of money at once, which was a special circumstance. Ugh, despicable, using hypnotic gas. I've remembered your face. And when we get out, I'll kill you. Old Wong's temper was quite explosive. With a swift move, he elbowed the young man in the face. Shut up. Waiting for you to get out? If it weren't for the League's laws holding you back, you would already be dead. Ye-Kai is quite in agreement with this statement. This little incident wasted quite a bit of time. These guys actually dared to sneak into the protected area. They really have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. He muttered a couple of curses. Ye-Kai and the others remained silent. Old Wong didn't disturb anyone, and soon everyone dispersed. In fact, he also wanted to help Zhao Qin catch Pokémon. That would save a lot of effort. However, he had done this too many times in the past. Old Wong, as a forest ranger, had been warned by the Alliance several times. Everyone knew that helping acquaintances catch Pokémon was a common understanding, but if caught, it would reflect poorly on his abilities. He felt quite helpless. So, they could only rely on Zhao Qin and the others' own abilities to catch them. After a while, they finally made it from the swamp area to a clear pond. Come out, Nidoking! Ye-Kai climbed directly onto Nidoking's back. At that moment, it was swimming in a dog paddle style. This is quite practical, and the speed in the water is very fast. Zhao Qian and Wong shouting were a bit hesitant. Don't worry, it won't be poisonous. Nidoking's stinger is concentrated on the horn on its head. Only the Nidoking with that kind of stinger characteristic shouldn't be touched. The two still shook their heads and thanked him for his kindness. In the end, Ye-Kai released his mount, a goat, and stood on Nidoking's back. Then the goat released vines to lift the two of them up. That should be fine, right? It was only at this point that the two were convinced that there was really no poison on Nidoking's back. Nidoking swam very quickly, and the group gradually approached the population of Yubo. Numerous Yubo and Swampert were peacefully floating on the water surface. Then there were Slowpoke and Psyduck. These sprites all have beady eyes full of wisdom, whereas the Yupo a species that was promised. Ye-Kai directed Nidoking to swim around several times, but still didn't see it. Zhao Qin also found it strange. Could it be? Did it get taken down by other wild sprites and then eaten? That can't be. Whether it's the Earth King or the Upoa species, they're all toxic. What sprite would dare to eat them? Could it be Grimer? The three of them said in unison. Looking at the sprites in front of them, they seemed completely non-aggressive and adorably dazed. They all dared to reach out and touch them directly. Aside from the commotion caused when energy cubes were taken out, there was no further reaction. These silly elves are all the same. Ye Kai was not polite either. After hypnotizing them, he directly caught one of each type. He already wanted to go back. This place doesn't have the poison-type Pokémon he wanted, but upon careful thought, he felt relieved. Things are never smooth sailing. There will always be some difficulties. What does this matter? You should know how many people have lost their lives in the secret realms. Every moment, how many people go missing in this world? Even a powerful alliance does not completely control the world. In fact, the alliance only controls about 68 of the countries and regions. The remaining areas are either desolate wastelands or hidden realms. Less than 10 of the regions are under the control of pirates, illegal elf hunters, and various other criminal organizations. Don't underestimate that 10. It's a significant number. In short, this world is far from peaceful. He pulled back his thoughts. Previously, there was no solid ground, and it was inconvenient for everyone to catch elves. But now, King Nito was like a massive warship. Giant claw mantis, bullet punch, rock wolf, sharp stone attack, flame horse, spray flames. Soon, the number of captured elves began to increase. Sharp-toothed cage, Alolan Rattata, coyotes, dark crows, cunning Tengu. For hours later, everyone returned loaded with their catch. 20 hunting balls were obviously not enough. Zhao Qian had already caught his desired elf, and everyone started to head back. As usual, they walked from the clear lake to the swamp. At this point, King Nito's surfing was no longer useful. Everyone had to switch to walking. The Grimer slowly approached again. Gas bomb. Ye Kai used the same trick again. Without much effort, the gas bomb put all those Grimer to sleep. The group trudged through the mud. They returned to the checkpoint of the protected area, bathing and changing clothes. Out of the 20 elves, Zhao Qian chose the cunning Tengu. Wang Shouting chose Woopa because it was just too cute. Then it was Ye Kai's turn. He didn't get the elf he wanted. The three of them walked out of the Alliance's checkpoint. At the entrance, the group of Yiksha was still there. Now he has a clear understanding. Hey, you three, don't think you can easily escape, right? A spirited guy with yellow hair shouted. Nito King. Ye Kai unceremoniously released this super giant beast. Roar. This group of spirited young men and women has 5 people, and they were also taken aback. They actually provoked us, the night demons. Go for it, Bad Frog. Soul Snatching Eye. Black Lugia. He didn't issue any commands, but Nito King understood immediately. Use Flamethrower. Soul Snatching Eye Shadow Ball. Bad Frog. Ambush. Nito King grinned like a human. Bad Frog was the first to strike. It punched Nito King in the stomach with the force of a scraping therapy. It directly unleashed a horn drill casually. The momentum was astounding. Hey, are you stupid? The hit rate of horn drill is only 30. Where are you aiming? The night demons mocked. Chapter 78. Change of mindset. Ye Kai had a blank expression. In reality, he wanted to laugh. Soon after, Shadow Ball and Flamethrower both hit Nito King. It bore the impact, which was moderate. Boom! An impact far exceeding an earthquake was unleashed. A powerful shockwave from the ground directly sent 3 nearby Pokémon flying. The entire ground shattered, with rocks flying everywhere, and the earth split open. This could it be an earthquake? How could Nito King cause an earthquake? The spirited young men were in a daze. The spirited young women even had their mouths wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Ye Kai couldn't be bothered to explain the effects of this stomp move to these scum. Rock Slide. Nito King received the command and struck directly. Although this move was not very familiar yet, there were plenty of rocks on the ground, right? It swung its tail fiercely, sending countless boulders crashing down on the 3 Pokémon that were already on the verge of death. These people finally realized that they had hit a brick wall today and hurriedly wanted to recall their spirits. Looking at the 3 giant stones burying the spirits alive, Ye Kai didn't say anything extra and directly left with Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting. This is just a small punishment. Do you think you can provoke him and believe that Ye Kai is easy to talk to? He has already been kind-hearted. Otherwise, what lies on the ground now wouldn't just be 3 dying spirits. Along the way, everyone said very few words. The 3 of them directly activated the navigation to Gansheng in Lake City, which is the city where the Psychic-type gym is located. It is already evening. The riding goat and the fiery horse are galloping wildly. A crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the howling wind rushes past his ears. Ye Kai's state of mind gradually changes. He thinks of Chu Feng. He thinks of Feng Miao Miao. Of course, Zhao Qian is still by his side. After all, he won't always be a student. The world outside is indeed as cruel as ever. Things like the theft of elves are probably happening every day in areas beyond the control of the Alliance. Well, it has nothing to do with him. Ye Kai often stands from an objective perspective to view himself. This kind of unfairness happens in any world. He is not a messenger of justice. How can he manage everything? Just don't block his way. If you do, crush it. Smash it to pieces. Why bother with so many twists and turns? Level suppression. Attribute restraint. Exploiting the information gap in the rules. In the end, isn't it just objectively the strong defeating the weak? As long as you enhance your own strength. That's all that matters. The group hurried for 2.5 hours and arrived at the entrance of the Gaunt City Psychic Gym. It's already quite late. Let's eat some late-night snacks and wash up for bed, Zhao Qian suggested. The group had no objections. Boss, 100 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of kidneys, and roast 3 big crabs. Sure, just wait 10 minutes. The freshwater crabs are delicious. The late-night snack stall was bustling, the business at its peak. Ye Kai noticed someone was staring at him. Ye Kai, you remember me, right? A boy with a brown pot-shaped haircut greeted him. Who are you? It's Huang Fei. Have you forgotten? Ye Kai took a sip of tree juice. Sorry, you got the wrong person. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he simply denied his identity. He was the trainer of Ralts during the Rock Solid School competition back then. Zhao Qian quietly reminded him from the side. With that said, he finally remembered something. You want to challenge the psychic-type gym, right? Let's have a battle first. Ye Kai was already speechless at this self-absorbed guy. How come there are people like this everywhere? Don't worry, if we don't battle now, you'll still run into me when you challenge the gym later. I'm just here to say hello today. After saying this, Huang Fei left directly. He naturally didn't take this person to heart and continued to enjoy his skewers. The fruit juice was bland, so Ye Kai simply ordered a draft beer. Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting had never seen Ye Kai drink before. He didn't care about their gazes and skillfully opened a can, starting to chug it down. In his previous life, when Ye Kai felt down, he would also drink. He couldn't afford anything too expensive, so beer was what he drank the most. A person's heart is only the size of fist. If you keep everything bottled up inside, wouldn't that drive you crazy? Tonight, there's meat and beer, that's enough. It would be even better if he could release his Pokémon to have dinner together. He said nothing and rationally drank 3 bottles. I could just sleep at the Pokémon Center tonight. What about you? Ye Kai looked at Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting. We have other plans. He already had an idea in his mind and couldn't be bothered with other people's affairs, just waving his hand. See you at the gym entrance tomorrow morning. After saying this, he headed to the Pokémon Center. The rooms here are provided to trainers for free. However, one realistic point is that this depends on how many badges you have. From top to bottom, the stronger you are, the more respect you receive, the more powerful the trainer, the larger and more comfortable the room assigned to them. In the end, Ye Kai was only assigned a small 30-square-meter room, but it was enough. The night quickly passed. The next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. Keep an eye on it. He finished washing up and casually drank some fresh milk. The milk tastes quite good. Ye Kai drank half a bottle of fresh milk from the large milk can and gave the rest to the flame lizard. It just licked a little, and then its eyes lit up before glowing entirely. The Nidoking is too big, and the Crobat is not small either. In many situations, it's not convenient to release the gas bomb. The only sprite that can be normally released right now is the flame lizard. Who would want the smallest version of that? Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting have not arrived yet. It's almost 10 o'clock. Forget it. He pushed the door directly into the superpower training hall. Do you have an appointment? The staff at the hall asked. No, please register me, Ye Kai said as he scanned the surroundings. The purple wallpaper gave off a mysterious atmosphere. Inside the hall, there were 4 lifelike statues of Kecleon. This can be considered a representative sprite of the supernatural ability type. In less than a minute, the registration has been completed. According to the procedure, your challenge is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Leave this person to me. The boy with the brown pot lid head from last night directly teleported to the front desk of the gym. Isn't this queue jumping against the league's rules? The front desk staff showed a troubled expression. No problem, just do as I say. If there's a problem, I will take responsibility. Huang Fei patted his chest and promised. As the son of the gym owner, this staff member had no choice but to give him face. After all, some gyms operate on an inheritance system. The father is the gym owner, and the son could also be one. Currently, the gym owner, Huang Shihou, is already nearly 50 years old, one of the oldest gym owners. Then let's do it your way. The staff member made an exception and allowed Ye Kai to cut in line. He can challenge the gym now. Let me explain the rules. After you enter the challenge room, there will be continuous questions for you. If you answer correctly, you can skip the battle. If you answer incorrectly, you must win the battle to enter the next room. I might as well tell you, there are a total of 12 rooms here. After saying this, Huang Fei directly teleported away. 12. Ye Kai remained unfazed after hearing this. Whether it's 12 or 32, it doesn't matter. I will fight regardless. He pushed open the first door. Chapter 79. Challenge the Psychic Type Gym 1. In the dimly lit room. The lights focused on him. Question. At what level does the blue crocodile evolve into the powerful crocodile? You have 30 seconds to think. Powerful crocodile? This question is not difficult. Generally, the standard starter Pokémon evolve at levels 16 and 36. However, there are a few exceptions, such as Venusaur and Croconaw, which evolve at level 30. Answer correctly, and you pass. Ye Kai followed the guidance of the lights and arrived in front of the second door. He curiously touched the parts around him that were not illuminated. Wow, this is the light wall of the suction cup Pokémon. It seems he can only obediently answer the questions according to the rules. He pushed open the second door. It was the same as before. Question. Can Snorlax learn Thunderbolt? Please answer the question within 30 seconds. Ye Kai remembered that Snorlax can learn 3 types of punches, as well as Surf and Ice Beam. But he hadn't really paid attention to Thunderbolt. In his previous life, he used Snorlax mainly for curse boosting. Who would use Snorlax to learn Thunderbolt? Yes. Ye Kai instinctively guessed an answer. Snorlax has a wide learning range, and he clearly remembered it could learn Flamethrower. So, it was highly likely it could learn Thunderbolt as well. Answer correctly, and you pass. He answered the second question correctly this time. He entered the third room again. The question was, can the little mountain pig learn the avalanche move through leveling up? Yes. Ye Kai answered directly. Beep beep. Incorrect answer. Battle begins. It can be seen that avalanche is not in the skill list. At this moment, the lights in the entire room lit up, and the suction cup puppet retreated to the side. The entire battle arena was revealed, and in front of him stood a woman in her early 20s. Come out, Dreamcatcher, Suli, a bipedal creature covered in yellow fur, holding something resembling a coin and shaking it back and forth. Ye Kai remembered that this thing used to be called Su Lipon Nidoking. Ugh roar. Nidoking looked down at the lewd-looking Dreamcatcher in front of him. Use Hypnosis. Million Horns. He didn't hold back and went straight for a bug-type big move. The opponent couldn't match Nidoking's speed and was directly knocked away, crashing into the wall and couldn't peel off. The Dreamcatcher was instantly defeated. Ye Kai opened the fourth door. As usual, it was pitch black. The question was, at what level does Kingler evolve? A. Level 32. B. Level 28. C. Level 24. D. None of the above. It evolves through a water stone. Ye Kai remained expressionless, but he was already laughing inside. What kind of question is this? I choose B. Correct answer, you pass. At this level, he wasn't fazed. The questions in the next few rooms were all the same. Occasionally, Ye Kai would get an answer wrong. But that was no big deal. He could just move on. Soon, he arrived at the 10th room. The question was, what kind of spirit is this shadow? The picture displayed a round black shape. Bouncy ball. He confidently answered. Beep beep. Wrong answer. Then the image brightened, revealing a view of a red and white Pokeball. It was a top-down view of Spoink. Sweet. What kind of ridiculous question is this? If you want to battle directly, just say so instead of going through all this. He complained inwardly. Then the lights in the room brightened, and Huang Fei walked out. I knew there was a problem. Why would they ask such a question? I told you, even if you don't battle at that moment, you can't avoid the gym battle. Ye Kai didn't waste words with him. Come out, Shenandoah. Shauna, how long has it been since Lariola's evolved into Shenado? Go Zubat. Cough. At this moment, Zubat is wearing a stylish headband, clearly prepared for battle. Quick Return. It instantly dodges the attack, and then uses Psychic. Although Quick Return is fast, Shenado manages to narrowly avoid Zubat's strike with its agile movements. Then it strikes from an awkward angle, unleashing an invisible Psychic attack towards Zubat. Ignore it. Go behind and keep attacking. Psychic is indeed a powerful move, but it can't touch Zubat from behind, which is a blind spot. Ye Kai has a blank expression. Come on, are you daring to trade blows? Instant Teleport combined with various offensive tactics is quite impressive. It can completely achieve offense instead of defense. However, that SA tactic used to toy with slow Pokémon. Zubat has already been locked into its move, and it turns around to use Quick Return again. In reality, even if this move doesn't T-hit the opponent, it can return to the Pokeball when it ends. But Zubat is unhappy. It doesn't T want to go back. The opponent thinks they can be faster with Instant Teleport, which is a provocation. Boom! Neither side is willing to back down, so they engage in close combat. Both sides hit each other with their moves. Quick return is immensely powerful, leaving Shinado with very little health. Zubat is also heavily injured, with only a sliver of health left. Fortunately, it managed to return to the Pokeball in time. Blaziken. Use Psychic to finish it off. The opponent attempts to launch an attack, while Ye-Kai is switching Pokemon. Surprise attack. Blaziken arrives first, moving so fast that it leaves only a white afterimage. It swiftly slaps Shinado, sending it flying. Already low on health, Shinado is left dazed. Come back, Shinado. Go, Lunatone. The elf is with red eyes on both sides of its body. It quietly hovers in the air. Deadly poison, then protection, continuously using mental force. Huang Fei couldn't believe that he couldn't defeat Ye-Kai's elf. Psychic-type attacks are intangible, and protection can only last for a moment, not be used continuously. Just one hit. It could take down the fire lizard, which is doubly weak to psychic abilities. At this moment, the lunar eclipse was unexpectedly entangled by deadly poison. The venom seeped directly into its rocky body, but it trusts its trainer. Time passed second by second. Its protection ended, and the fire lizard was done for. Immobilisation technique. This move is foolproof. Who would have thought the Charizard's speed would be so fast? The lunar eclipse happened in an instant, and I forgot how to unleash my psychic powers. Then came a similar scenario. The opponent switched to a weaker psychic attack, but it was still blocked by Protect. It looked like the Moonstone was about to be poisoned. Damn it. Self-destruct. What? The Charizard just used Protect, and if it uses Bind now, it can only seal the psychic move. The Moonstone resolutely self-destructs. A blazing white light envelopes the entire arena. Several suction cup puppets rushed forward, raising a barrier to protect the two trainers. Both Pokemon were blasted to the brink of death. Ye-Kai was careless. He didn't expect his opponent to be so decisive. However, in the end, he still won. Huang Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was forced to self-destruct and still lost. This finally makes up for the regret of the school competition. Is it really that hard to admit that you can't compete with others? Life is long ahead. Why torture yourself like this? There's still 2 more rooms ahead. Good luck to you. After saying this, Huang Fei instantly teleported away. He first stopped to feed the vitality shards to the flame lizard, restoring the Pokemon's condition to its best, and then continued forward. Ding! At that moment, Zhao Qian called. I'm already at the gym. Hurry up if you want to come. Ye-Kai had no time to chat with him. After all, there were still 2 rooms left. Chapter 80 Challenge the Psychic-type Gym. 2. Question. There's a Fire-type Pokemon known as the embodiment of the sun. What is this Pokemon? You have 30 seconds to think. Ye-Kai immediately blurted out. Fire God Moth. Correct answer. You pass. Looking at the European Palace-style door in front of him, Ye-Kai pushed it open. This was already the 12th room. It was pitch black. Question. Among the moves that Solar EV can learn, what is the move with the highest power? Sweet. What kind of ridiculous question is this? Ye-Kai felt a headache coming on. If we're talking about psychic moves, it should be the delayed attack future sight with a power of 120. Clearly, this question wasn't that simple. It's a rare move, normal type, with a power of 140. Beep beep. Incorrect answer. A girl stepped forward. At that moment, Ye-Kai realized that this person looked quite familiar. It's you. How do you know me? Isn't this the storage girl from the Yangqing Trainer Association? Not long ago, I asked you if you bought anything. I see. The person you met should be my twin sister. Ye-Kai didn't say much, took out a Pokeball, and prepared for battle. I have a question. What was the correct answer just now? He was still curious. The key point of this question is the skills that can be learned, not the skills learned by leveling up. So the correct answers are Ultimate Impact and Destruction Ray, both with a power of 150. Let me tell you, if you only answered one of the moves, it would still be wrong. Ye-Kai was speechless. Well, it would have been better to just come out and fight directly. Go, Solar EV. Meow. The Solar EV in the card has purple fur all over its body, a red gem on its forehead, an elegant figure. Its tail split at the end, forming a V shape. Fuchtba. Shadow Ball. The opponent didn't issue any commands, but the Solar EV moved anyway. This is extremely similar to the tactics used by Chu Feng before. One can see the opponent's eyes turning crimson, interacting directly with Solar EV using their super abilities. Solar EV strikes first, immediately executing Quick Attack. It leaves only a purple afterimage in place, sending the Zubat flying. The Shadow Ball move was interrupted. Something feels off. This woman is terrifyingly strong. Ye-Kai has fought in over 100 battles. He can clearly feel that this opponent is quite difficult to deal with. Poisonous. Since the Shadow Ball was interrupted, I'll just poison you. Cough cough. The Crobat spits out a viscous purple venom, shooting towards the Sun EV. The opponent still hasn't given any verbal commands. The The Sun EV directly activates a light screen. An invisible barrier layers upon layers appears around it. This move is quite powerful. In the game, within 5 turns, Pokémon protected by light screen take half damage from special attacks. This is reality, and I'm afraid the duration will be even longer. However, this doesn't matter much for the Toxic type. The Toxic type Pokémon's use of Toxic is guaranteed to hit. The poison directly penetrates the light wall and seeps into the body of the Sun EV. It is now poisoned. The Sun EV's body glows purple, and an invisible psychic attack strikes again. With this power, it's a psychic strong will. As long as this move hits, the Zubat will be finished. Protect. Then Shadow Ball. A large-scale psychic energy crashes directly onto the protective barrier. Zubat narrowly escapes, and then gathers the Shadow Ball again. This time, the speed is much faster than last time. The Shadow Ball attack also penetrated the light wall, with no reduction in power whatsoever. Impossible. The light wall is still there. The opponent questioned. My Crobat has the ability to ignore the light wall. As soon as the Shadow Ball hit the Solar EV, it dealt a heavy blow. Mew. It let out a cry. The Solar EV was hit hard and saw stars. Come back, go, Espeon. Espeon is more aggressive than the male. No matter how strong the psychic power it uses, it will maintain a blank expression. Ye-Kai glanced at the results scanned on his phone. The male and female are different. Use trickery. He didn't miss the opportunity when the opponent switched Pokémon. A red light flashed in Crobat's eyes, and its body was enveloped in black light. Its special attack began to soar. Shadow Ball. The psychic girl still did not give a verbal command. However, Espeon moved. It acted first, moving so fast that only a gray-blue afterimage remained. It kicked Crobat in the back. The casting of Shadow Ball was directly interrupted. This move is a clapping ambush. Continue with Shadow Ball. The clapping ambush can only be used when it enters the field and cannot be used consecutively. Although the Psychic Meow has a fast speed, it is not faster than the Zubat. The confrontation between both sides continues. This time, Zubat successfully executes Shadow Ball, while the opponent also successfully unleashes a powerful psychic move. Both hit. The Psychic Meow is hit hard and sees stars. Ye-Kai can't help but feel alarmed. That was close. Zubat is already in critical condition. It seems that this Psychic Meow has a high special attack effort value. Upon closer observation, he realizes that Zubat almost got poisoned. It's the synchronized ability of the Sun EV. This ability can infect opponents with its own poisoned, paralyzed, or burned status. Fortunately, even with Synchronize, the poison-type Pokémon, such as a cross-shaped bat, cannot inflict poisoning. Of course, another ability of the Sun EV is even more outrageous, which is Magic Mirror. It can avoid being affected by the opponent's status-changing moves and reflect them back. But that's another story altogether. This woman is not simple. Right in front is the gym leader's room. After saying this, she instantly moved away. Ye-Kai took out the healing medicine to restore the Pokémon to their best condition. Then he directly opened the door to the room. As usual, it was a pitch-black room. As soon as he stepped into the room, the lights slowly turned on from near to far. A massive arena appeared. At the same time, spectators were in a nearby hidden room. Among them are Zhao Qian and Wang shouting. I didn't expect Kai to act so quickly. It's good. And I can also take a look at what kind of Pokémon this dojo master has. Zhao Qian is intently watching the movements in the next room, afraid of missing any details. The league observers remain silent. Next up is the dojo challenge match, featuring the apprentice trainer Ye-Kai from Lianqing versus the dojo master Huang Shihao. Since the challenger only has 2 badges, the dojo master will only use 4 Pokémon. The match will continue until all Pokémon on one side are knocked out. The referee then announces the start of the match. Ye-Kai, right? I've seen your matches at the Battle Nest in Qiqing. Your tactics are quite interesting. Let's see if you can earn your 3rd badge. Huang Shihao has gray and white hair, clearly showing his age. Although he is quite thin, his eyes are exceptionally clear. Go, Udi. Udi has 2 spoons and an exaggerated mustache, resembling dragon whiskers. Udi is a dirt yellow color and is floating in the air. This is one of the classic superpower type sprites. Gas Bomb. Smoke Screen. One move, conquer the world. The Gas Bomb skillfully releases hypnotic gas, as usual. Psychic Blade. Udi crosses its arms and directly unleashes 2 purple blades of light, which are X-shaped psychic blades. This move is too fast to dodge. The Gas Bomb was hit and left with just a sliver of health. It triggered the momentum belt, but the smoke has already concealed itself. Then, a faint light flashed on Hoodie. Hoodie let out a painful sound, and its stamina was directly halved. Come back, Hoodie Natural Bird. Huang Shihao decisively switched out Hoodie. As soon as Natural Bird appeared, it immediately unleashed Blade of Air. Although this move couldn't precisely hit the gas bomb, it cleared the smoke completely, exposing the silhouette of the gas bomb. Come back. Yikai also recalled his Pokémon and directly sent out Nidoking. Nidoking, Thunderbolt. Nika. Nidoking decisively used this move. Although he had just learned it not long ago, thanks to his ability and the boost from the Life Orb, Thunderbolt was still quite powerful. Protect, then Future Sight. Nidoking gathered a large amount of electrical arcs between his sharp-back spikes, and finally released several bolts of lightning as thick as arms through the tips of his horns. These attacks were all blocked. Then the natural bird's eyes flashed, pausing for a few seconds. The move Future Sight is quite nasty, as it will trigger a psychic energy beam attack on the opponent at some point in the near future. The key is that Leaf Kai's Nidoking fears psychic types. Once hit, it will surely be severely injured, so he must be cautious. Super Horn Attack. Without thinking much, he launched a fierce attack. Being cautious is not Leaf Kai's style. It's certainly not Nidoking's style either. Chapter 81. Defeating the Psychic Gym Leader just as the natural bird initiated Future Sight. Nidoking decisively executed Super Horn Attack. Bam! The natural bird was sent flying, letting out a cry of pain. Boom! It was pinned against the ceiling, shattering several lights. At this moment, in the adjacent secret room, everyone marveled at Leaf Kai's Nidoking's ferocity. With one move, it had taken down the natural bird. Go for it, Alakazam. Huang Shaho sent out Alakazam again. Nidoking, quickly use Earthquake. Leaf Kai had a feeling that the Future Sight attack would come at any moment. It's like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Rather than that, it's better to let Nidoking go completely crazy and unleash his attacks. Although Nidoking has a speed stat of 120, Hoodie, upon entering the battle, isn't significantly faster than Nidoking. Using Psychic, both sides' attacks hit almost simultaneously. Psychic is like an invisible hammer, smashing hard into Nidoking. Hoodie is not in good shape either, as its physical defense is paper-thin. Being hit by Nidoking's Earthquake leaves it dazed and seeing stars. At that moment, the severely injured Nidoking fired 2 purple energy orbs from its head and feet simultaneously. Roar! Nidoking also fell down, seeing stars. Future Sight has activated. Yikai felt a slight pressure. None of these gym leaders are pushovers. Go! Houndoom! Come out, Altaria! Both sides switch Pokémon. Huang Shihao was also taken aback. A different colored Houndoom is quite rare. However, he quickly composed himself and focused on commanding the battle. Yikai looked at Altaria. In his previous life, Shinado was referred to as wife by netizens. Then Altaria must be the husband. This creature has a strong trait called sharpness. The power of cutting-type moves can be increased by 50. If we were to mention its only drawback, it would be a slightly slower speed. However, this drawback can be compensated for with items, such as a focus sash. Then it glanced at the neck of Galade. Sure enough, it was a focus sash. Psycho Cut. Use Protect. Galade's arms radiated purple psychic energy. A massive blade of light slashed directly at the Flareon. The first round of attacks was successfully blocked by Protect. Then came the second round. With the Scarf, Alakazam's speed was even faster than that of a regular Charizard. But Yikai's Charizard, with its exceptional talent, was no ordinary Charizard. It seized the opportunity and used Disable. In an instant, Alakazam forgot how to use the move Psyshock. Great, use Toxic. Come back, Shinado. As expected of a gym leader, the reaction was indeed quick. Upon realizing that Psyshock was sealed, they decisively switched Pokémon. Otherwise, the scarf-wearing Alakazam would be locked into moves and unable to use any skills, making it an easy target. As soon as Shinado entered the battlefield, it was hit in the face by the thick black water spat out by Charizard. The opponent had long anticipated that Charizard would definitely use Toxic, so the only option was to quickly take down Charizard, with no other alternatives. Continue using Protect. Another brief exchange took place. Shinado first used Psychic, which was blocked by Protect. Charizard was about to use Disable again. This time it unleashed the power of Foresight. Huang Shihao's eyes shimmered with a crimson light. There was no need to give verbal commands. It could instantly change tactics. Come back, Gas Bomb. Yikai decisively recalled Flame Lizard and sent out Gas Bomb. Although Gas Bomb was only at half health at this moment, it was the key Pokémon for Yikai's various combo moves. Smoke. Soon, a gray-white smoke began to spread across the battlefield. You won't get away with this. Use Magical Fire. Shinado can actually use Fire-type skills. Although he had considered this possibility, he didn't expect his opponent to be so decisive. There's no other way. Self-destruct. You're decisive. I'm even more decisive. A beam of light became more dazzling as the smoke spread. Soon enveloped the entire area. After all, chemical gas had already filled the air. This self-destruct would be more powerful than a regular one. Boom! The entire arena ignited with gray-purple and orange flames. The surrounding suction cups quickly moved forward to protect the two trainers. Shinedo and Gasbomb were both on the brink of death. Both Pokémon were recalled. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Come out, El Laredo. Zubat. Yikai still had one flame lizard left, but he was already looking to end the match. He was confident he had the ability to do so. Spirit Blade, Brave Bird. Without any unnecessary movements, they directly clashed. Zubat's speed advantage was fully revealed at this moment. Boom! Boom! It soared high, creating sonic booms twice. Like a pink missile, it directly struck El Laredo. At this moment, the observation room was silent. It was too fast. This move is taken to the extreme. In almost the blink of an eye, El Laredo was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, firmly pinned against the wall, as if it was meant to be there all along. This is the terrifying power of the Crossbat's high speed, combined with its precise headlock technique. It was almost delayed for 2 seconds. The near-death Alakazam slowly laid down on the ground. In the previous battles, Yikai did not send out the Crossbat, aiming for a surprise victory. You are hiding very deep, young man. On either side of the Crossbat, 2 psychic energy orbs were instantly launched. In an instant, they hit the Crossbat, causing it to see stars. The yellow gym leader silently closed his eyes, showing no excess emotion. For superpowered individuals, excessive emotions can cause their abilities to go out of control, which can be dangerous. El Laredo and Chatsi Bat have both lost their combat capabilities. Since contestant Yikai still has Pokémon available for battle, Challenger Yikai is declared the winner. The referee announced the result directly. Follow me. Huang Shaho took Yikai to a nearby secret room. Here, Yikai met up with Zhao Qian. First of all, congratulations on obtaining the Lingxi badge from the Gon Chung Superpower Gym. It has already been issued through electronic certification, and you can check it on the League's official website. Then, the observer opened the adjacent door with the highest security level, as usual. 3 minutes later, he took out a box of chilled preserve potions. On behalf of the League, we will provide you with the second dose of the Gene Potion. Please only drink water or consume starchy foods for the next 2 days, maintaining a light diet. This time, it was not a capsule like last time, but a direct intravenous injection. The icy blue potion was injected into his veins from his arm. Yikai only felt his whole body burning. His mind went blank in an instant, almost unable to think. Then, a violent urge for destruction rampaged within him. He struggled violently, but was firmly held down by those around him. The people in the Alliance have seen too many of these scenes. It's quite normal. The 2 minutes felt like an eternity. All right, untie the rope. Yikai took a deep breath and exhaled the stale air from his lungs. The recent potion was definitely not poison, so the universal antidote wouldn't work. Let's test it out. Boom! A steel behemoth was unleashed. It stood a towering 7 meters tall, clad in iron armor, with piercing blue eyes fixated on Yikai. This creature was at level 49. Let's try to directly intimidate it. Chapter 82. Move Special Training. Zhao Qian and the others were already shocked by the series of actions before them. This second dose of the genetic agent is terrifying. Yikai's toxin antibodies have been witnessed before. He can catch deadly poisonous pearls with his bare hands. A person like that goes insane with just one injection. It seems that being able to exert pressure on high-level spirits comes at a huge cost. At this moment, in the arena, Yikai has no spirits with him, only the Bluetooth headset provided by the observer. If Yikai cannot exert pressure on this level 49 spirit, the surrounding suction cup puppets will immediately protect him. Then, he will have to re-inject the genetic agent in 3 days. Of course, he can also choose to give up the injections. But how could he possibly give up? Yikai fixed his gaze on the iron giant in front of him. It wasn't until Boscador approached that he realized how terrifying the bipedal beast was. It seemed to possess the same level of combat power. No, upon closer inspection, it felt like it could knock him to the brink of death at any moment. This is a destructive superpower energy. The more you look at it, the more frightening it becomes. Boscodora, unleash Rock Slide over there. It hesitated for just 3 seconds, then obediently complied. A powerful Rock Slide struck the empty field. Then the observer recalled the Boscodora. Note, we're going to release the second Pokémon. An angry face appeared in the darkness. The whiskers of this giant beast are trembling. It's a Gyarados. So big, it's over 8 meters long. Before long, the Gyarados was successfully intimidated. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, Congratulations, you can now successfully intimidate Pokémon below level 50. These are your Pokémon. Yikai didn't hold back and directly retrieved the Pokeballs. He looked at them. The surface of all the Pokeballs was coated with a layer of colorful QR codes under the bright light. This is the identification registered with the Alliance. From this point on, Yikai is a trainer with 3 badges. This level is not high, but it has already surpassed the vast majority of trainers. Many people go their whole lives without reaching his level. Zhao Qian looked at him with envy, secretly glad to have chosen the right person. The previous school competition was guided by Coach Chu Feng. Now that he has graduated and entered society, no one will guide him if he wants to progress rapidly. With Yikai leading, even if he falls slightly behind, he can still make astonishing progress. If he stays here for another 2 hours, and if there are no side effects from the medication, he can leave. The League Observer didn't say much, casually saving a vial of blood. Huang Shihao then handed over a secret machine disc. This is a secret machine disc that predicts the future. Keep it safe. Yikai didn't hesitate and took it directly. Then he looked at Zhao Qian. I'm done. When are you starting your challenge? Don't rush. I've scheduled mine for the day after tomorrow. He sometimes felt helpless. Yikai's actions were too fast. According to the process, isn't it supposed to be necessary to make an appointment before challenging the gym? Who would have thought he would just start challenging directly? Yikai also didn't expect this. He had to thank Huang Fei, the son of the gym owner, for that. Since the gym challenge is over, his next target is the grass-type gym in Liang City, Shuqing. However, it is quite far from here, and it will probably take at least 8 hours to run there. This can't be rushed. It's better to first improve the strength of the sprites and the proficiency of their moves. After that, everyone continued to watch the battle at the gym for a while. At this moment, while in the secret room watching other challengers, he noticed that the vast majority of challengers answered the questions incorrectly. Many of them had fought their way through all 12 rooms. It seems that this superpower-themed dojo